ESPN2 opening quarter, and it's the Ramblin' Wreck, the Yellow Jackets, if you will, up 7-0 as Matthew Jordan's 3-yard touchdown run capped an 11-play, 54-yard drive. Jackets up top on the Eagles early. ESPN Radio has you covered with college football kickoff weekend now here. College game day begins at noon Eastern from Arlington, site of USC, Alabama. You can keep it on ESPN Radio for a pair of top 25s in North Carolina and Georgia at 4:30 Eastern, and that's followed by the Trojans and Crimson Tide at 7:30. Kickoff on ABC at 8. And don't forget, number 5, LSU and Wisconsin, first major college football game ever played at Lambeau Field. That's on ABC at 3:30 Eastern. Friday, 8th-ranked Stanford road touchdown runs of 41 and 35 yards from Christian McCaffrey. They doubled Kansas State 26-13. From baseball, the Red Sox within one game of the top spot in the American League East, hammering the A's 16-2. Travis Shaw knocked in 5. Toronto falls at the hands of Tampa 8-3, while the O's pound the Yankees 8-0. Pedro Alvarez, Chris Davis, Mark Trumbo all go deep in a 6-run second. Texas now 9.5 games up on the Astros in the West after outslugging Houston 10-8. And John Lester tosses a 3-hitter. Cubs 2-1 over the Giants. Chicago 34-12 since the All-Star break. They're now a season-high 40 games above 500.
College football lives here. It's an ACC-SEC showdown between number 4 Florida State and number 11 Ole Miss, with both teams' sights set on the playoff. Number 4 Florida State, number 11 Ole Miss. Labor Day at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. Noka and Mel Kiper Jr. on ESPN Radio.
And ESPNRadio.com.
Sorry, Mel. ESPN Radio, ESPN app. We've got so much more to get into on the biggest games that we've just got today and tomorrow and Monday. We're always presented by Progressive Insurance, and we're going to get into those. However, we also need to look beyond the season. Beyond this week. Down the road, through the entire season. Start thinking about this. What are the 3 games on the schedule for the season that you are most eager to watch? It is
the Hot List.
There were going to be games, Mel, over the course of the season as we learn more about teams that become huge. But we have to make these picks based on what we think we know now. So to do that, we're going to go 3-2-1. What's the third biggest game this season in your opinion?
I think it's Clemson at Florida State, October 29th. That's the ACC showdown at Doak Campbell Stadium. You look at the ACC, they are second to the SEC in terms of players I have in my top 25. ACC with 6, SEC with 12. Clemson loaded. You got a Heisman Trophy guy in Watson. You got a Heisman Trophy guy in Cook, the running back for Florida State. You got a redshirt freshman quarterback, DeAndre Francois, for Florida State. Will he still have the job by then? We'll see. We'll get a good idea how good he is coming up on Monday night. But I think you look at Dabo and Jimbo, 2 guys who are really good coaches and great recruiters, talent galore offensively for Clemson, suspect defense. By October 29th, everybody's going to grow up. Freshmen or sophomores, juniors or seniors. So I think that's my third best game to look forward to, Dari. Clemson at Florida State, the ACC showdown of the year.
That's your number 3 game you're looking forward to, Clemson, Florida State. The number 3 game on my schedule is the week after that, November 5th. Both come off of a bye. I think it's the game that will determine the SEC West champion. Alabama visits LSU. Is this the year that LSU gets them? Have we seen Brandon Harris at this point establish himself as a legitimate quarterback that can help you really, truly win football games? Is he using Trayvon Durrell and Malachi Dupree, the great receiver targets he has? What has Leonard Fournette done to this point? And Alabama, whether it's Bateman or Barnett, we still don't know. Still don't know. The the quarterback that's going to start tonight against USC for Alabama, but where will they sit at that position going in Alabama USC? Alabama LSU November 5th. I'm a little distracted real quick here. I'm on Twitter here, and something that never happened in the years, 22 consecutive years that I lived in the state of Oklahoma, happens quite a bit these days. That's earthquakes. Mel, people are talking about an earthquake, a significant, or I don't know how significant it is, but we'll find more about it in Oklahoma just a few minutes ago. So we'll see what happened there. Interesting. Anyway, all right. Second biggest game on the schedule for the season for you.
You just said it, Dory. It's Alabama at LSU November 5th. And you think about the games that Nick Saban has had at LSU, his old school. Well, since taking over at Alabama, Nick Saban, he's 3-1 at LSU, Dory. But the games have been incredibly close. 2 of those wins came in overtime. The other win was by 4 points in 2012. The go-ahead touchdown in that game, it took place with less than a minute to go. It was a touchdown pass from A.J. McCarron to T.J. Yeldon. LSU's win in 2010, Dory, was by 3 points. So these games are coming down to the final 5 minutes, 2 minutes. They're going to be close. They're going to be hotly contested. All these games, Alabama at LSU under Nick Saban when he's been the head coach at Alabama, have been major ramifications from a national championship perspective. Forget the SEC and that because that's the showdown there. But we're talking about national title, which is the hopes of both these teams. I'll go Alabama, LSU. And I could have put them at number 1, Dory. Almost did have them number 1.
Did you?
But I'll put them at number 2.
Yeah, we'll just flip-flop our 2 and 3. My number 2 was your number 3. Your number 2 was my number 3. But my number 2 will be Clemson, Florida State. It is the ACC championship in all essence. No disrespect intended for North Carolina, but it feels like this will be the game that determines if only one ACC team gets into the playoff, which one it will be. I put them both in the playoff. I think is the whoever loses this will be the only game of the season that they lose, the regular season. Clemson and Florida State in Tallahassee, the second biggest game of the year. So you and I have agreed on the 2 biggest games. Now the question, or on 2 of the 3 biggest games. Now the biggest question is, will we agree on the biggest game of the season in all of college football? Mel, you started up. What's your number 1?
Well, I'm big into helmets and uniforms. History, tradition, color, pageantry, fight songs, stadiums. These 2 schools have it all, okay? They're right there. Fight song, Notre Dame's 1. Michigan's 2. Ohio State, the shoe, and Columbus. It's Michigan, Ohio State. This is Yankees, Red Sox. This is Woody Bo, 5-5-1 when they play. Now it's Harbaugh and Urban Meyer. I mean, you talk about Michigan. They have a much easier road to being undefeated when this game takes place. Ohio State has to survive at Norman, Oklahoma against your Sooners. But I think these 2 teams are going to come down to the wire. They're going to be right there in the mix to be Final Four or national championship material. This game will determine it all, as it has been over all those great years. When I was becoming a college football fan, a lot of it had to do with Michigan, Ohio State. November 26th. It's always that Thanksgiving weekend. Hey, that's number 1. It eked out the number 1 spot over Alabama, LSU. Sorry. Hey, anytime it's Yankees, Red Sox, one of the best rivalry in any sport is Michigan, Ohio State.
That's your number 1, Michigan, Ohio State. My number 1, can you guess it? You kind of just glossed over it in your explanation.
Ohio State, Oklahoma.
You better believe it, man. I mean, you've got me. I had to go with a matchup that we never see, with a matchup that now we'll see it next year in Columbus, of course. But Ohio State and Oklahoma. What Urban Meyer and Bob Stoops. It's a rematch of the 2008 National Championship game in terms of head coaches. 2 of the greatest programs in the history of the game. We get them in a non-conference treat in week number 3 in Norman. There's no question. To me, it's Ohio State and Oklahoma. It'll be, in all likelihood, a top 5 matchup at that time, assuming Ohio State sneaks up 1 spot. Assuming Oklahoma does not lose today to Houston. You better believe it. It's Ohio State and Oklahoma to me.
Hey, I couldn't argue with it. It was one of the considerations for me. The only reason I didn't, when's that game take place? September 17th.
Yes.
You remember November. You said, hey, you can survive. Stanford survived that loss to the Northwestern. Hey, you can lose there and still be in the hunt for a Final Four, a national title spot. So, hey, that's why I geared more to late season. I almost went with another game, Dari, that I don't know if you considered or our listeners would have considered. Louisville, with Lamar Jackson a quarterback and Petrino's offensive mind and those defensive studs, the Kelsey and Harvey Clemens coming back. not going into the NFL. Louisville at Clemson, October 1st. With that defensive question mark, the iffy defense of Clemson against this high-scoring Louisville offense, that will be a fun game to watch. But one of the most entertaining football games of the year will be Louisville-Clemson on October 1st.
Well, and keep in mind, too, if you're talking about Louisville and that coach, they've got Florida State at home September 17th. So we talked about September 17th. You got Ohio State at Oklahoma. You got Florida State visiting Louisville.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, it could have gone with
let's see
multiple
down
games.
You go down the road. Louisville, Houston could be huge too, potentially.
Sorry, we had to have 3. We couldn't have 6.
That's exactly right. You better believe it. All right,
we had more. Wait, I thought you would put Michigan. I can't believe that Michigan, Ohio State's not one of your top 3.
Well,
but
do you
everybody's
remember?
got an opinion.
Well, hey, we went conference by conference. Who was my overrated Big Ten team? Do you remember? Michigan.
All right.
So, I couldn't.
My question to you would be, looking at that Michigan schedule, who's going to beat them before the Ohio State game?
Right. No, there's no doubt their schedule's favorable. When I say they're overrated, I don't think that's a Big Ten champion. I don't think they're going to find themselves in the Big Ten championship game. I don't think they get by Ohio State. I didn't think they'd beat Michigan State, and then we saw a lackluster Michigan State team last night. But, nah, man, when I put as one of the games 2 teams that I have in the playoff. Another one is Alabama at LSU, and then, of course, my guys, Oklahoma gets Ohio State. I couldn't get Ohio State and Michigan in. They probably would have been 4, though. They probably would have been 4.
Left out entirely was the Pac-12.
Yeah, and that might be a storyline all year.
Left out entirely was my Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Yeah, you're right. Notre Dame, Texas is going to be a good one tomorrow. We can talk about that as we move along. Booger McFarland going to join us here in 20 minutes. I'm continuing I'm just keep reading about this here. This earthquake. I can't tell you how unlikely this was my entire life in the Midwest, in Oklahoma. It happens almost regularly now. And for whatever the reason, fracking or whatever it is, it happens a lot. I'm reading tweets from people that live in Kansas City, and down to Dallas that say they felt this. I'm just saying, wow. I'm hoping this isn't overly severe, but something to keep an eye on here. An earthquake that was likely centered somewhere in the state of Oklahoma. Anyway, all right, we'll move past it, but I'm going to keep an eye on this thing for you. Georgia Tech leads Boston College 7-0. Mel, I know you don't have that game up on a TV right there where you are, but we want to know this. As we just gave our hot list, the national game this year that we're most looking forward to. What's the one that you're looking forward to? Have we left one off? 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We want your answer. Dari and Mel, ESPN Radio, ESPN app.
Monday on Mike and Mike, the guys will react to the opening weekend of the college football season and get you ready for the first week of the NFL season. It's Mike and Mike starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
I'm Pete. I just launched my first company. Thanks to Custom Ink, I can get my name out there with custom t-shirts, jackets, and polos. I just uploaded my logo online, and with a few easy steps, I had my crew covered in no time.
For all of life's events, choose Custom Ink. Promote your own business and elevate your brand with custom business apparel from Custom Ink. It's easy and fun to make a statement with Custom Ink's online design lab. Your designs, quality products, free shipping. Start designing for your business today at customink.com.
A Barbasol close shave is much more desirable than accidentally shooting a three-pointer at your own team's basket. But luckily you missed horribly kind of close shave. So, lather up, America. Barbasol. A Barbasol close shave is much more desirable than slicing your tee shot on number 12 and watching your ball fly within inches of a personal injury lawyer putting on number 16 kind of close shave. So, lather up, America. Barbasol.
We're mixing business with politics to give you the bigger picture on Fox Business Network, featuring dynamic political programming that has more people tuning in than ever before. Special reports from the team viewers trust: Bartiromo, Regan, Dobbs, and Cavuto. And from the debates right up to the election, expert insight and smart analysis you won't find anywhere else. For political coverage that's on the money, it's got to be Fox Business Network.
They all should be embarrassed. It's a real mess. What in the world was our government thinking? The news is breaking everything. Keeping a close eye on what's going on. Explosive story. There was a lockdown, and a horror broke loose. We are live.
Are these displaced people?
A desperate situation. What are we going to tell the American people? What's going to happen? It sounds like war is inevitable.
Israelis want peace desperately.
Greta Van Susteren, on the ground, chasing the real story and getting the truth. Nothing gets by Greta.
On the record, weeknights at 7 on the Fox News Channel.
Gentlemen and ladies, start your engines. And when you do, does it get your old chassis out of bed in the mornings? Are you purring just right? Or like me, my engine sputters a bit, but I still get around just fine. Well, allow me to offer an invitation to open your garage doors, your barn doors, your farm pole barns, or your tents, and remove the tarps off your vintage chassis or collectible chassis or just your old chassis and drive them down to Mahomet Christian Church on Sunday, September 11th around 12 noon for an old-fashioned car show. We're calling for all vintage cars or trucks, all collectible chassis, or your car or truck in any restored condition to a friendly, fun-filled Sunday afternoon. First annual Mahomet Christian Church Car Show, 908 North Lake of the Woods Road, Sunday, September 11th, 12 noon to 5. For further information, please call Jim at 202-3749.
This is John Greenhut, and if your teeth are stained from coffee, tea, or smoking, Power Swabs is the answer. In 5 minutes, you'll see 2 shades whiter teeth, and in 7 days, 6 shades. Even better, there's no messy strips or trays that you'll have to leave in your mouth for an hour. Just swab your teeth for 5 minutes, and you're done. To try Power Swabs, call 1-800-679-0969. Your bright white smile will have your friends talking about how great you look. Try it risk-free. 1-800-679-0969. That's 1-800-679-0969.
QL1, this is Control, checking in to see how excited you are for launch. Over? Well, actually, I'm kind of bored. You're about to travel 17,000 miles per hour through Earth's atmosphere, and you're bored? It just doesn't sound that exciting after using Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans. I was able to get a completely online custom mortgage approval in minutes. Wow, that is impressive. 3, 2, 1... Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button, get mortgage.
Rocket. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Hi, it's Stevie J. Start your day with me along with Diane Ducey. Weekday mornings 7 to 9 here on ESPN Radio 93.5.
Dorian Mel, ESPN Radio, ESPN app. So, look, Mel, I'm on earthquake watch here, okay? I'm fascinated by the earthquakes that are rocking the Midwest when I never, ever felt one in my life growing up there. And I'm just updating people because there are people that might be listening to us that are driving around and they may not even know that it happened. But I'm telling you, as I've tweeted this and I'm following this, somewhere around 20 minutes ago, there was an earthquake, and I'm seeing reports of it as big as a 5.8. And people, you've got to understand this. If you are living in that area, and I'll tell you how far away it's been felt, but you've never felt a 5.8 before. I've never felt one. But if this is accurate, and these are reports now, that it was a 5.8, centered somewhere in north central to northeastern Oklahoma. So we're talking Enid to Pawnee. And if you grew up where I did and you've heard weather reports, and these names are commonly used for, but we're talking Enid, Pawnee, Oklahoma. That is just south of the Kansas border. I've seen people tweeting me, and I hope they're accurate, but there are multiple ones here. It has been felt at least as far as Lincoln, Nebraska, Omaha. I've seen one that says Des Moines, as far south as Houston. Mel, we're talking the states of Iowa, Nebraska, Missouri, Kansas, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas at least.
Wow.
Wake you up on a Saturday morning for some college football. I've also seen tweets that it was just Alabama getting off the bus, which is clever as long as nobody's been hurt. But somebody just tweeted, I've been driving from Manhattan to Kansas City, had no idea. So, look, you may not know. Your family may be talking about something later you didn't know about. You might want to just check in, make sure everything's cool. But we're talking a 5.8 earthquake, according to reports, as felt from as far away as Nebraska and Iowa and down to South Texas. This is legit here, all right? So just pay some attention. Royce Young, who covers the Thunder for ESPN, and our NBA guy down there, said he felt it, never felt anything as strong in the state of Oklahoma or around it, earthquake-wise. So a lot of people waking up to the shaking, the rumbling of what looks to be a 5.8 earthquake. I'm getting it out there. It's a big deal.
Yeah, we had one in Maryland a few years back, and we were driving, came on with Lauren, and we didn't feel it, but we listened to the radio and heard that there was one in the Maryland area, in that Baltimore area, but with driving, had no idea.
Yeah. So, and maybe, yeah, I would imagine if you're driving, you may just think you hit a few bumps on the road, right? But no, man, people waking up to the rattling. I've heard 30 to 45 seconds long of an earthquake, centered, it looks like, in northern Oklahoma, but felt our program director, Luis Cornetta, felt it in Dallas, where they are. College Game Day set up in Arlington. Look out. All right. We gave you our hot list. 3 games over the course of the season that we're most looking forward to. It's brought to you by 1-800-Flowers.com. It is rose season. And 1-800-Flowers has amazing deals on fresh rose bouquets, whether it's her birthday, anniversary, or simply just because. Surprise her with 2 dozen beautiful multicolored roses for just $29.99. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN. I doubt that Colby in Kentucky felt the earthquake, but you do have a game for us that you're most looking forward to this season. Colby, what is it?
Yes, sir. I'm looking forward to Tennessee, Alabama. I think if we're going to beat them any year, it's going to be this year. Got the first game jitters out of the way, and I think we got a chance.
Boy, you're going to have to. Yeah, I tell you what, I hope for Tennessee's sake, Mel, that it was just first game jitters because, and there's no doubt, and Booger will join us in 10 minutes. Booger McFarland was big on this at halftime of that game. He said, look, where's the effort been in the first half? And it wasn't there. But I still think, and one of my concerns with Tennessee was, who's their big play receiver? Is it Josh Malone? He had, 2 catches? He did have a touchdown. And how much should we trust Josh Dobbs? Because right now, I don't trust him any more than I did. I might trust him less than I did going into Thursday night.
Yeah, and blocking up front. I mean, handling the defensive line of App State. Ethan Wolf did seem to be a guy that they're going to have to go to. That's the one that Dobbs looks to, the tight end. But hey, I'm with you. Malone did step up when he needed to, and Dobbs did make plays down the field when he had to after being really erratic and inconsistent and inaccurate throwing the ball in those areas. But before the Alabama game, that's murderer's row. You have Florida, then at Georgia, at Texas A&M, then at College Station, then Alabama. So by the time you get to that Alabama game, how are you health-wise? Have you had a loss or two at that point? If you can sustain it through that, then you have an open date October 22nd. Then the schedule, much easier the final 5 games than it is early. So that's a tough stretch, Dory, between September 24th and October 15th for the Tennessee Volunteers.
Oh, man. And if the Tennessee team we saw Thursday is going to have to be at least 2 to 3 times better than that to survive that run of 4 games. Greg in Ohio, give me the game of the year in your mind. Greg, you with us? No.
Yes,
all right.
sir. I'm right
there
here.
you
yes,
are.
Sir.
All right. Give us the game of the year.
Notre Dame at USC, and the reason is USC, I think, has a very good chance and will beat Alabama this week. They've got a lot of talent on that team. And I think they're going to pull the upset and beat Alabama. That'll put them right in the conversation. They've got a very difficult schedule, but they'll probably lose 1 game along the way, but they'll have 1 loss. Notre Dame has a very good chance of being undefeated going into that game, and that'll be for one of the spots in the top 4, put the Pac-12 in conversation. So I'm looking forward to Notre Dame at USC.
USC will have, by that point, had to navigate an unbelievably difficult schedule full of games away from home that they may lose all of.
So I don't know about at that point of the season.
Well, one thing about USC, Dari, this offensive line, it on paper looks great. Chad Wheeler, the left tackle, banged up going in. How much of a factor will he be? Will he play? How effective? You got to deal with Allen and Williams, and all you have is that one healthy tackle in Banner. Now you got a sophomore has to step in for Chad Wheeler in this game. So, hey, the offense has to carry USC. Will Max Brown be up to that level expected that you have to be able to carry an offense and win football games by scoring a lot of points with the defense a little iffy? Hey, that offensive line with Wheeler's injury, hey, can they block Alabama's front seven tonight? We'll see.
I want to go one more. Nate in Colorado, you got 20 seconds to give us the biggest game of the year in your mind.
All right, one game I'm looking forward to, Iowa hosting Michigan. I can't remember if it's week 8 or week 9. There's a very good chance that both teams could be undefeated, and I think it'd be a really good matchup. And one quick side note, I've got a brother in Bartlesville. He says his house got rocked. So,
I'm sure, yeah.
But everyone's safe.
Yeah, Bartlesville's an hour straight north of Tulsa, and that's probably maybe 45 minutes to an hour from the center of this earthquake that we keep seeing about. I've heard reports now, I continue to get multiple reports from Des Moines, St. Louis, Houston, Lincoln, Omaha, and of course through Kansas and Oklahoma. This was a shaker, no doubt, on a Saturday morning. Big 5.8 earthquake there. Booger McFarland joins us in moments, ESPN Radio.
Do you and your friends like to make friendly wagers on the golf course? I know Golick does. That's why you need 18 Birdies. It's a free mobile app that helps you keep score, set up side games, and track all those friendly wagers you make along the way. You can even use it to line up the perfect shot with its incredibly accurate GPS. 18 Birdies GPS Plus gives you a bird's eye view of every hole and the yardage to every pin. So lose the old scorecard for a better way to play. Get 18 Birdies and up your game. 18 Birdies downloaded for free at the App Store or Google Play.
At Walgreens, getting diabetes testing supplies with Medicare Part B is a walk in the park. Really, because getting what you need is quick and easy, giving you more time for other things. There's $0 out of pocket on all major brands like Contour Next and Walgreens True Metrics, and no extra paperwork. So managing diabetes becomes a stroll down Easy Street, or a trip to the movies, or even a day at the beach. Talk to your pharmacist today. Walgreens, at the corner of happy and healthy.
Zero out-of-pocket cost when billed to Medicare and full coverage supplemental insurance.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-519-7796. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-519-7796.
For the best high school football coverage this fall, tune into JT Walker's High School Sports Showcase on US 105.9. With 10 regular season games plus playoff coverage, JT Walker's High School Sports Showcase features Central, Centennial, Urbana, Mahomet, Unity, St. Joe, Monticello, and St. Thomas More. For a complete schedule, visit country1059.com. That's country1059.com. JT Walker's High School Sports Showcase this fall on US 105.9.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Dan Lebitard and Stu Gatz.
LeBron James winning a championship in Cleveland has now allowed him to talk about things he wants to do way off in the distant future, like owning an NBA team. I say no. It does not give him permission to talk about these things. You won one championship in Cleveland, man. You said you were chasing a ghost. Worry about chasing the ghost. You have 3 more titles to get. And then maybe we could start comparing you to Michael Jordan. But stop worrying about owning a team, worrying about chasing that ghost that is Michael Jordan. LeBron also says he wishes he was playing for Team USA, which just sounds patently absurd. Basically what he's telling you, if I was playing for Team USA, we'd win every game by 40 points. LeBron, I don't care after the fact that you wish you were playing for Team USA. If you wanted to play for Team USA, then you should be playing right now for Team USA. That's on you. I don't care how you're feeling about it now. Do not care at all.
Hey guys, ready to start your semester? Thought so. But don't worry, we've got you covered at JCPenney. Hurry in and find guys Levi's 511 slim fit jeans for only $39.99. That's the lowest price you'll see all season. Or come in and get 20% off with your JCPenney credit card and coupon on select items. Create a look that will make you stand out the whole semester. That's getting your pennies worth. JCPenney. Coupon required. Valid 8/17 to 8/23. Levi's and some other exclusions apply. 20% off subject to credit approval. Check jcp.com or your newspaper for coupon and details. Season refers to the time period from 8/10 to 9/5.
Beating the heat is what summer's all about. And at AutoZone, we know that with your car's battery, it's not about staying cool, it's about staying tough. Heat causes battery fluid to evaporate, which corrodes your battery's insides. That's why Duralast batteries are designed and tested to start in extreme temperatures. How extreme? How does 167 degrees sound? So beat the summer heat with a battery that'll last. Get yourself a Duralast battery, sold only at AutoZone. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Coach Mike Ditka is not just talking sports. What will he say next? Hear him here Monday and Friday mornings from 7:30 to 8 with Brother Johnny and me, Stevie J, on ESPN Radio 93.5.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Jim Baswell. The day in college football is underway from Dublin, Ireland. Boston College and Georgia Tech and the Ramblin' Wreck have got it from their defense in the form of a Corey Griffin interception. Their offense, Matthew Jordan's touchdown run capping a 54-yard drive, and their special teams in the form of a blocked field goal, and they lead the Eagles' second quarter play. It's on ESPN2 and a 7-0 game. ESPN Radio has you covered. College football kickoff weekend begins with College Game Day at noon Eastern from Arlington, site of USC, Alabama. And keep it on ESPN Radio, a pair of top 25s in North Carolina and Georgia at 4:30 Eastern. That's followed by the Trojans and Crimson Tide at 7:30. Kickoff on ABC TV at 8. A couple other games to keep an eye on. At 12 noon Eastern on ABC, Oklahoma and Houston, and that's followed by LSU and Wisconsin in the first major college game ever played at Lambeau Field. Meantime, Stanford's Heisman hopeful on display on Friday.
Here's Christian again. This time cuts it upfield. Makes a man miss in the open field. What a move by McCaffrey. He's got blockers. 10, 5. He waltzes in for a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey again making jaws drop.
That's Learfield Sports. A pair of touchdown runs for McCaffrey, 41 and 35 yards. He runs for 126 in those two scores as Stanford tops K-State 26-13. They were baseball's best team prior to the All-Star break. Baseball's worst since. They're the San Francisco Giants. A complete Game 3 hitter from John Lester had the Cubs besting the Giants on Friday 2-1. Lester is 15th win. Chicago 40 games above 500. The Giants 15-29 since the break. They trail the Dodgers by 2 games in the West. The Red Sox within a game of the top spot in the American League East after clubbing the A's 16-2. Travis Shaw knocked in 5. Hanley Ramirez, David Ortiz each with 3 RBIs. David Price won his 5th straight start while the O's pound the Yankees 8-0. Pedro Alvarez, Chris Davis, and Mark Trumbo each going deep in a 6-run second inning.
It's the biggest opening weekend in the history of college football. What team made the biggest statement and what team should be worried? Mike and Mike ask Greg McElroy Monday morning at 9:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Dorian Mel, ESPN Radio, ESPN app. All of our guests do join us via the Shell Pennzoil Performance line. You should choose Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline for the best total engine protection you can get. We've heard it was simply Alabama getting off the bus in Arlington. We've heard that it's football fans in Oklahoma simply being too ready, whatever it is, either a 5.6 or a 5.8 earthquake rocking northern Oklahoma this morning, Boog Night.
Wow.
Booger McFarland joins us here in studio.
Boog don't do earthquakes.
No.
I truly hope everyone is okay.
Yep.
Yep. I thought Oklahoma was known for tornadoes.
It is, man. And in the last 2-3 years, and I said this, I lived there for 24 years of my life, but never felt one. In the last 2 or 3 years, for whatever reason, is fracking or wastewater injection or whatever, you hear different things.
Right.
They are very, very common. Very common. But they're typically in the maybe the 3.0 type of range.
Right.
In the upper 5s now, this is different. And it's been felt like, because I heard about it initially, so I tweeted it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been given a map of where it's been actually, it's been felt. And we're talking northern Nebraska, into Des Moines, Iowa, east of St. Louis into Illinois, throughout all of Arkansas,
The Dallas-Fort Worth area felt it. Down to Houston, reports of it being felt. This was, and it was centered. I'm looking at the map here, a little bit north of Stillwater, where Oklahoma State is, west of Tulsa, just south of the Kansas line. So this was a really, I'm telling you, it woke up. Pat Forty has chimed in on this. He woke up to it in Texas. Royce Young, who covers the Thunder for ESPN Radio, woke up to it.
Jeez.
Pretty significant. In Oklahoma City, Tulsa, they felt it strong. Wichita, Kansas City. This is no joke, Boog Night. No joke at all.
Yeah, I truly hope everyone is okay, man. The only time I can ever remember hearing about an earthquake in Louisiana was LSU beat Auburn the night the ground shook.
Oh, yeah.
So Alabama getting off the bus.
Is that a good one or what?
Yeah, that's a good one.
First things first, we hope everybody's all right. A lot of people have chimed into me on Twitter at ESPN Dari how they felt like it rattled a glass off the table, picture frames were moving. No reports of any damage done, which fortunately.
Yeah.
All right.
Thankfully, because we know how devastating earthquakes can be, Boog. And the first Saturday of college football, we've always looked, Boog, and Darius has upset alert games, and we got a lot of big games today. And but do you see an underdog? Do you see somebody that can jump up and beat the favorite of the games we've been discussing all morning, Boog?
You know, Mel, I was going back and forth between Ole Miss, Florida State, and Houston, Oklahoma. I chose Ole Miss to pull the upset against Florida State. Hugh Freeze is a big game coach. He's the only guy to beat Alabama consecutive years. He gets his team ready to play. They obliterated Oklahoma State in the Sugar Bowl. And I chose Ole Miss for the upset. With that being said, would it shock me if Houston were to kind of bring big game Bob back down to earth? Would it shock me if Houston could somehow control P. Ryan and Mixon? No, it wouldn't. So if there's one under the radar upset that maybe if you had a little spare coin out there you might want to put down, I'd put it on Greg Ward Jr. and Tom Herman, because I think Tom Herman is a big game coach. You only need to go ask Florida State that. So Houston in a mild upset just for you, Mel.
However, and Mel pointed this out, though, outside of Ward, who's a stud, I mean, Houston did lose a lot of guys at skill positions. So, you know me, man.
Stop
always
trying to talk yourself into the Oklahoma thing.
I'm always hesitant, Boog. You know this with OU. Like I don't sometimes trust them that far.
I know.
But
as you can see them.
But I've become more comfortable with them now. Yeah, so I feel okay with them. You like Ole Miss over Florida State. That's the one I can't get behind. I'm having a really hard time with it.
Here's the deal. In my opinion, it's going to be strength against strength. And here's what I mean by that. We know the Florida State defense, they got 7 or 8 guys. If they were all draft eligible, those guys would be drafted against the Ole Miss offense. I think Chad Kelly is the best this conference has to offer from the quarterback position. I think the trio of pass catchers, when you talk about attaboy Joe Stringfellow, I think the freshman name is Malcolm Brown, who's a guy coming in. He's a hot shot freshman. And then you got the tight end Evan Ingram. If they can just kind of bide time with the run game. If Rod Taylor, who's moving from guard to left tackle, replacing Laramie Tunsil, if he can hold up against Walker and Sweat and give Chad Kelly time, I like Ole Miss's weapons. And then on the other side of the ball, Darren, I know how you feel about DeAndre Francois. But I'm going to just tell you, if you've never done it in a big game atmosphere with live bullets rolling at you, it takes some getting used to. I remember the first time I stepped on the field as a 17-year-old freshman at College Station. Texas A&M broke the huddle, and I saw Leland McElroy, and I was like, what in the hell have I got myself into? And I only played the first half because at halftime my coach took me out, and he said, son, there'll be better days, but today's not your day. As a 17-year-old freshman, I got benched at halftime. Now, I had a Snicker in my pants because I knew I wasn't playing the second half, so I sat on the sideline, ate Snickers, and watched the rest of the game. But as a freshman, it's tough to come onto that scene in a big game if you've never done it. He's going to have nerve. That Ole Miss defense, that front four, Marcus Haynes, they're getting Isaac Gross back, which, I don't know if you like Isaac Gross. He's a smaller nose tackle. I like the Ole Miss defense matched up against the Florida State offense, especially if they can do what they did to Fournette to Dalvin Cook.
You touched on it, Boog. The beauty of college football is no preseason. It's all on paper. That's the fascinating part of it. We can analyze and evaluate, but we don't see these teams until that game one. There's no preseason. And as a guy who played the game at a high level, Boog, let's go to Tennessee Thursday night against App State. how much – it's the first game. It's young kids. Everybody trying to get on the same – how much of a red flag to Booger McFarland is Tennessee eking out that win at home in overtime over App State?
It's a pretty big red flag, Mel, because the young guys weren't the guys making mistakes. Let's take a look at early in the game. Cam Sutton, the first punt return, tries to do too much. Instead of fair catching the ball, he tried to catch it and make a play fumble. Let's look at Jalen Reeves-Maiden, who, Mel, I know you like as a linebacker. He can run. He has a targeting foul, gets kicked out of the game. And then Joshua Dobbs, all we've heard all offseason is Joshua Dobbs has progressed as a passer. All he did was try to throw it across his body and threw a pick. So the reason it's a red flag for me is that the veteran leadership guys for Tennessee were the guys that were making the mistakes, and they were led by Butch Jones, because Butch Jones, he's the guy that's got to orchestrate this whole band, and he didn't have his band ready to play. So a little bit of a red flag. Now, with that being said, Mel, an old coach once told me, you make your biggest improvement from game 1 to game 2. Tennessee better sure as hell hope that's true.
Well, you staying on Tennessee too. I mean,
you're
not
still like them.
Yes. You're not jumping off that wagon. Booger McFarland in studio with us, 2-time Super Bowl champ. He'll be with me all day on the SEC Network today, and we'll be staying late tonight because we don't have the Auburn-Clemson game. ESPN does, but we'll be all over it.
Yeah.
And we've talked about Auburn and Clemson, and where are the points going to come from for Auburn? Now, Clemson defensively lost a lot of guys. Yeah. I mean, you look at Lawson and Dodd just on the ends alone.
But they lost a lot of guys a couple years ago, and they replaced them.
They did. But even with that, I still can't figure out where Sean White, Kerryon Johnson, a rather no-name group of receivers, at least no-name to this point, where's Auburn going to score?
Auburn has to be able to slow this game down, and it's going to go against everything that Gus Malzahn wants to do. He's always been built off tempo. Well, I think if he gets in a tempo match, a.k.a. a running match, it's kind of like a team in the NBA getting in a running match with Golden State. The way Cleveland beat Golden State is they slow the game down and they use their best player in LeBron James to orchestrate the offense. Where Auburn has got to figure out a way to use.
They don't have LeBron James.
No, they don't. Not even close. But they have to use a committee of players to make plays and not getting in an up tempo. I think starting Sean White will give them a little versatility. It would have been easy to go with John Franklin III and run the up tempo offense like we saw in Last Chance U. Oh, by the way, Mel, that's a great. You need to watch that, Mel. It would have been easy to go with him, but I think going with Sean White will give them an opportunity to push the ball down the field to some of the no-name wide receivers. Okay. Look for Nate Craig Myers to play big. He's a freshman out of Tampa. They're going to get him the football. He's the guy I think that can be a game breaker. And then at the running back position, Cameron Petway. Look for him also to get some carries. I like him getting carries. But this is going to come down to their defense, man. Can Kevin Steele and this defense slow down Deshaun Watson? If they can, the game can stay close. If they can't, it could be a little bit to a lot in a hurry.
You came all the way from the Staybridge to the studio. You want to do one more segment with us?
Let's do it, man.
Mel, you all right? You don't want to kick Boog off yet, do you?
Heck no, and I got to ask Boog about his team.
Good.
And about the quarterback of his team and what we need to see at 3:30 Eastern today.
Points. That's what we need to see. Points.
Yeah, I like it. Let's do that. We'll get
through
there.
The air, Boog.
We're gonna get there and plenty more. Boog in with us, Dorian Mel, ESPN Radio, ESPN app.
Week 1 of the NFL season is here. A look ahead to the matchups and the latest fantasy advice with Field Yates. Monday at 8:30 Eastern on Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Do you think identity theft is only when someone adds charges to your credit card? It's actually when someone pretends to be you to open new accounts in your name or any number of bad things. LifeLock can help. We use proprietary technology to alert you to a huge range of identity threats. And if you have a problem, we have a team of U.S.-based specialists who will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. Membership starts at $9.99 a month, plus applicable taxes. Go to LifeLock.com and use promo code NEWS to get 10% off.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-519-7796. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-519-7796.
Hi, this is Ashley Morgan, inviting you to join in on the fun at the Champaign County Humane Society's annual dinner auction, The Fur Ball, coming up on Friday, October 7th at the Hilton Garden Inn. This special evening features fabulous silent and exciting live auction items, plus the chance to win stunning jewelry from Champaign Jewelers and $500 cash from Napleton's Auto Park. And for the first time, we're having a vacation raffle. Only 100 tickets will be sold, and the winner gets to choose from a trip to one of 4 destinations: Punta Cana, Dominican Republic, Whistler, British Columbia, San Francisco, Sonoma Valley, or the Monterey Peninsula. The odds are in your favor. Don't let this chance to help the homeless animals of Champaign County pass you by. To purchase tickets to the Fur Ball or for the raffle, visit cuhumane.org or call 344-7297. Winner need not be present to win the raffle. The 2016 Fur Ball, Friday, October 7th at Hilton Garden Inn, is sponsored in part by this station's parent company, Stevie J Broadcasting.
Head out this Saturday and every Saturday to Urbana's Market at the Square, the area's largest farmers market.
Heading on down to the market Saturday.
The market has a bounty of Illinois-grown farm fresh fruits and veggies, meat, dairy, baked goods, arts, crafts, flowers, and more. Plus vendors selling Illinois wine and CU's best selection of food trucks.
Friends are there at the market at the
Check out the online map and search for vendors and products at urbanaillinois.us/market. Come out this Saturday, rain or shine, and join in the fun of shopping local. 7 a.m. to noon, Illinois and Vine in downtown Urbana.
From executive producer LeBron James.
I need this, like yesterday.
Cleveland entrepreneurs get a chance to compete for their shot at success.
That will be a game changer for me and our business.
I believe your hustle is going to make this happen. We got work to do now.
It's hard work, but it's totally worth it.
Cleveland Hustles. Premiere episodes Wednesdays at 10.
Everybody can have great ideas, but you have what it takes in here.
Only on CNBC.
When you're heading home, Tay and J are on your way talking sports. Weekday afternoons 3 to 6 here on ESPN Radio 93.5.
Dorian Mel, ESPN Radio. There are sometimes the off-air conversations just don't want to stop. Booger, you know the giggle. That's Booger's giggle. Booger McFarland in studio giving us the Straight Talk, brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. Best phones, the best networks, half the cost. You do know, Boog, you have the best laugh in the business, right?
No, I don't know that, man. It's some of the things that y'all say just tickle me, dude, especially Mel.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Boog, you got to signature everything with Boog. Everything's signature with Booger McFarland. But your team, the LSU Bayou Bengals, the Tigers, 3:30 at Lambeau Field against Wisconsin. I've said all along, Boog, don't wait until the Alabama game to figure out if you can be a pass-first team. Fournette's great, but when you shut down Fournette, you beat LSU. You got to expand it. You have the receivers, Doral, Dupree. You got offensive linemen that can get it done at a high level. You got to let Brandon Harris try to win a game with his arm. Does that start today? You got Jacksonville State, Mississippi State. You got Missouri. You got opportunities to allow that to happen. Will they open it up and let this guy throw the ball 35 times a game?
Well, Mel, I don't know if he's going to throw it 35 times a game, nor do I think they need to. I think what the LSU Tigers have to do is go back to the days of the Dallas Cowboys. Mel, you remember when Troy Aikman and Emmett and Irvin were together? Remember how the Cowboys would come out and they would throw to get a lead or throw to get 7, 10, 12 points ahead. And then all of a sudden, middle of the third quarter, in the fourth quarter, they would just punish you with Emmett and that offensive line and Moose Johnson. I think that's what the Tigers have to do. They have to throw it early on when teams expect them to give it to Leonard Fournette and allow the quarterback to get comfortable. The worst thing they can do is run it, and say, hey, Brandon, it's 3rd and 8, make a play. Right. And I think Les and Cam hopefully have learned that. But to be honest, Mel, I don't know for sure. I'm going to wait and find out just like everyone else in the country. But I do know for sure one thing, is that when all else fails, Leonard Fournette has to get his 20 to 25 carries. I just think they need to come a little later than earlier in the game.
Yeah, you said it, need to. They're going to need to against Alabama. Those games historically, with Saban at LSU, have been historically very close. Talked about that in the first hour. But when you say need to, I don't, because you're going to need to against Alabama. I would force the issue. When you don't need to, Boog, I would still be throwing it just to show this guy and show everybody that, hey, give him the confidence to know, hey, when I do need to, I've already proven I can get it done.
And somehow doesn't that help Leonard Fournette if he's able to throw the football successfully?
Absolutely.
I mean, what would that do for him?
Well, it'll help him because it'll take the extra safety out of the box. If I'm a defensive coordinator going against LSU, I'm going to get off the bus and tell my both safeties, hey, go down there. If Fournette comes out of the huddle, if he goes to the bathroom, follow him. I'm going to put 8 guys in the box, and I'm going to dare Brandon Harris to throw the football down the field. So if you know that as a quarterback, you know it's going to be either single high, man-to-man, or 3-deep zone. I don't play quarterback. I think I could throw against man-to-man or 3-deep zone. So Brandon Harris has to feel comfortable not only with Fournette, but with Darius Geis behind him in the backfield.
Booger McFarland in studio with us, Dari and Mel on ESPN Radio, always presented by Progressive Insurance. So LSU, Wisconsin, Lambeau Field, 3:30. Georgia, North Carolina, 5:30. What did you think of Grayson Lambert over Jacob Eason?
I didn't like it. I was always told, especially going back to LSU, me and Pete Ballas, he was a senior, I was a freshman, and Coach told me this. He said, listen, guys, it's a competition. And he looked at Pete square in the eye, and he said, Pete, if it's even, I'm playing the freshman because he has the bigger upside. Yeah. He's the guy with the bigger ceiling. And so if I was Kirby Smart, I'd have played Jacob Eason. Like, we know what Grayson Lambert can do. He started 12 games last year, and 5 of those games he threw for less than 120 yards. Like, we know what he is. He's going to be safe with the ball.
But he threw 2 picks all year. 2.
Yeah, he threw 2 picks all year long, and we still thought he was one of the worst quarterbacks in the conference. Okay, so that tells you about his game management skills. I would have played the freshman. We know what he is. We know what he could be, should I say, especially if Chubb is healthy. Because you know whoever's the quarterback, they're going to turn around and hand it off anyway. So I would have played the freshman. I didn't like the decision. But you know what? Kirby Smart, hey, year 1, you're taking over. All you got to do is supplant a coach that won 10 games traditionally. So, hey, he's off to a pretty good start by making this move with Grayson Lambert, even though I wouldn't have done it.
Well, I think the feeling is, Boog, if you start Eason and he struggles and you go to Lambert, then you have to go back. Then it's a revolving door. If Lambert's out there and he's doing it, fine. It's kind of a no-lose. If he's out there and he's okay, you're fine. You go along with him for a while. If he struggles, then you go to Eason and you probably never look back. So I think that's maybe the safer way to go for Kirby Smart. I want to go to the running backs. Who do you think, Boog, has the bigger day? Do you think it's Elijah Hood or do you think it is Nick Chubb?
If Nick Chubb is healthy, I would go with Nick Chubb. I mean, Mel, have you seen a run defense worse than North Carolina last year? I love Gene Chizik, but my God, they gave up almost 700 yards to Baylor in the bowl game. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Nearly 5 yards per carry. Yep.
Right, exactly, all year long. So if Chubb is healthy and Gene Chizik, I mean, you would think it's impossible to fix a defense like that in a matter of one off season. But Gene Chizik, he's done magic before. I like Chubb to have a big day, though, especially if he's healthy. He's going to get the bulk of the carries. I do not think Sony Michel is going to play. Look for Isaiah McKenzie, the human joystick, also to get some touches in that game too, Mel.
Mm-hmm. Booger McFarland in studio. Brought to you by 18birdies.com. Playing around at golf this weekend? Download the 18 Birdies app for free to get a bird's eye view of every green and every birdie on every hole. Have you used that thing yet?
No.
You got to use this.
It's an app?
Yeah.
Is it free?
It sounds amazing. I heard a commercial for this.
I'm going to download it.
They're not paying us to give them all this love.
Well, maybe they'll pay me to use it.
Listen to this. This is what I heard on that thing. You got to check and see if this is right. If like some people will play golf and they'll play little side games, maybe
a little Wolf, Nassau,
right, for something.
Yeah,
you can actually, from what I understand in this app, program the games and then just input the score. So like, whatever,
like a little $5 Wolf,
something,
Nassau,
play for whatever
front,
a hole or however,
right, little match
and
play.
It can track that stuff for you.
Wow, see, I need that because I got a lot of buddies that cheat.
Yeah, you see, I don't know if it can stop it. Like, I don't believe that it will spot all of the foot wedges that are used in the trees. I don't know if it can stop that.
That's good,
but it can at least track some of the results for you.
Hey, Boog,
I like
the only app I know is down in Boone, North Carolina. They're Mountaineers. Other than that, I know no apps.
No,
I like it,
man.
man.
I like it a lot too. For the record, Ireland may be looking at us saying, you know what, you can keep your college football.
Yeah, I mean, it's
at the
what
half.
time did it start here?
7:30 Eastern Time. It's at the half. Georgia Tech 7, Boston College nothing. They've seen a grand total of 12 pass attempts. And I'm approaching this from an Irish fan who might just want to see some sort of fireworks.
Yeah.
It's cold, Mel. You can see the guy's breath when they're breathing.
That's not
It's
good.
rained the entire half, and what they've seen is a combined 6 for 12 passing with an interception from Patrick Tolles, a grand total of 197 yards of offense.
Yeah.
Georgia Tech and BC really putting on a showcase across the pond.
I expected more from Patty Ice. I mean, he's been tweeting and talking all off season about a new start, new chance, and not much, huh?
4 for 8, 1 pick. Now, the interception
last
was
10
a
games
tip,
of the year,
but he overthrew
last
the
10
receiver.
games of last season, BC never scored more than 17 points in a game.
Well, they're not going to today either.
That's almost as few to Mel as Missouri, who last year against FBS competition, they averaged 10 points a game. I mean, they were awful.
Wow.
Boog, before we let you go, Notre Dame, Texas. Who and why?
Charlie Strong, Shane Buechele, I think he has to. I honestly think
Well, I meant who wins, but no, I like your choice of quarterback, too.
No, I'm telling you.
Oh, you're telling me. I'm sorry.
Texas. I like Charlie Strong. I like UT. I was always told, Dar, you've heard this before, if you got two or something, you don't have one. And I think that, I don't know if that's exactly true for Notre Dame, but I do think playing both quarterbacks is not good. I would go with one and stick with the guy. I know probably Mel thinks Kaiser's a better pro than Zaire, but Zaire gives him a different element, I think. I would go with UT in this game.
Think about it from this angle. You say if they got two, they got none.
Yeah.
Would Charlie Strong start either Kaiser or Zaire? I think he'd start either one. I think either one would start for Texas. Zaire
probably reminds me more of Buechele than either one. Yeah. So.
Mel, I think Charlie starts either Notre Dame's quarterback.
Well, Florida State and Bobby Bowden built that program with Wally Woodham and Jimmy Jordan. Remember that book?
Yeah, names from the past.
Two quarterbacks work pretty good for Bobby.
Sometimes. Sometimes. Boog, I'll see you in TV land later.
Later, Bug.
All right, more on the biggest weekend in college football.
How you doing? This is Jimmy from Zipa. I see what you're doing. You're trying to get ready for your summer vacation. What you need to do is you need to buy a Zipa. That's ZYPPAH.com. Zipa.com. You're not going to ruin the vacation like you did every other year with your horrible snoring. Wake up and smell the Italian roast, people. Nobody wants to listen to your horrible snoring. Go to Zipa.com. That's ZYPPAH.com. Zipa.com. This year is going to be different. This year, you're going to start out the right way by buying a Zipa. You don't go on a vacation without a Zipa. Go to Zipa.com. That's ZYPPAH.com. Zipa.com. The most important thing you got to do is buy a Zipa. Maybe buy two. If you're going on a summer vacation without a Zipa, you're going to ruin the whole entire thing. Order now. Go to Zipa.com. That's ZYPPAH.com. That's Happy Z spelled backwards.
College football lives here. Number 4, Florida State. Number 11, Ole Miss.
Number 4, here comes the blitz. Rosen.
Labor Day at 7 Eastern on ESPN and on ESPN Radio.
Counting down to the final at-bat in Big Papi's career. 30 days left.
Are you sure we can't get you to do one more year?
Hey, you know what? Let's make sure we win the World Series this year. How about that?
David Ortiz's final swings and more, starting with Mike and Mike. 6 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Hey, baseball fans, I'm Buster Olney. And on the latest Baseball Tonight podcast, we have a ton of big series over this weekend with playoff implications. Just touch the Listen tab on your ESPN app.
In New York, you got to deal with New York, where the noise is turned all the way up and the heat and pressure never quit. If you want to win this thing, you got to be the last one standing at the last major. The U.S. Open, now on ESPN.
5 days until the NFL kicks off.
For Jacksonville, the arrow up on them, but a lot of young talent on defense.
Counting down to kickoff. 5 days.
Let these guys start to get their nose blooded a little bit and get that sweat going, as now we're in the NFL. So how quickly can you grow up?
I think the Jaguars are going to be a vastly improved team.
The NFL kicks off every morning with Mike and Mike, 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Bryce Harper owns the swagger as the Nationals look to own the NL East.
Break to right field and gone! A towering mammoth home run from Bryce Harper.
Yoenis Cespedes owns the sizzle as the Mets aim to own the wild card.
And this ball crushed to deep left field. Another home run for Cespedes.
Who will own the night? Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. Nationals Mets, Sunday at 8 Eastern on ESPN and streaming live on the ESPN app and watch ESPN.
Monday on Mike and Mike, complete reaction from the biggest opening weekend in the history of college football with Greg McElroy, Trevor Maddich, and Mississippi State head coach Dan Mullen. It's Mike and Mike starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN2. College football lives here. North Carolina, Georgia at 4:30 Eastern, followed by Alabama, USC at 7:30 Eastern. Today on ESPN Radio.
Live from the Habib BPC studios, this is WSJK Tuscola, Champaign-Urbana, your home for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Just over 1 year ago, Mike Carpenter and Steve Breitweiser were preparing for yet another season of Tim Beckman-led Illinois football. Try as they might, they couldn't muster up any enthusiasm. Not even after trying Beckman's patented Oski formula.
Our success equals the knowledge of being, the knowledge of being.
On one fateful Friday morning, Tim Beckman was relieved of his duties. While an inconsolable Illini nation wept, Bill Cubitt provided strength and folksy rhetoric to ease the concerns of a success-starved fan base.
Well, it is what it is.
Then, it hit the fan. A cyborg who went by the human name of Mike Thomas was fired in November, and an administration littered with interim tags scrambled to give a sub-500 interim coach a 2-year contract.
I think Coach Cubitt is doing a great job.
These were the dark days. But as Gary Oldman said in that one Batman movie, the night is always darkest before the dawn. In came native son Josh Whitman on a galloping steed with a simple message.
We will win. It's important. That's what everybody's thirsty for. We don't get in this to come in second place. That's not our purpose.
And on Monday, March 7th, the young athletic director cemented his name in Illini lore by hiring Lovie Smith.
And we want to get to a place where we're competing for Big Ten championship yearly.
Now, after nearly 6 months of anticipation, kickoff is here, and the Lovie Smith era has officially begun.
I spent a lot of time in the state of Illinois. Felt like I was really coming home from my time up north with the Bears. I always looked at our university and great academic institution and wondered why we couldn't be a contender each year. Everything you need to have a successful program, we have.
We interrupt this public affairs program to bring you a football game.
Yes! Aurelius Ben, the electrifying freshman, breaks it to the inside. Still on his feet, and no one will catch Aurelius Ben. Touchdown, Illinois.
First down, Illinois. They're trying to win it on this possession. George throws. End zone, touchdown. Illinois defeats Southern California.
Trudeau to Williams, wide open. He's to the 20, 10, touchdown.
Kittner, lots of time. Towards the end zone, deep. Caught it! It's Brandon Lloyd, touchdown!
And that it's time for College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5.
College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5. Mike Carpenter with Steve Breitweiser. It is season number 4 of College Game Day Live. Yesterday was the 5th season of Tay and J Game Day, and it was kind of an interesting day to look back on everything that's transpired with Illinois football since that show began, and really since this show began in 2013. Steve Breitweiser, good to have you back.
Oh, man, great to be back. I would just remind our loyal listening audience that through it all, and I mean through everything that's happened over the last several years.
A lot has happened.
A lot has happened and transpired. We have been here with you, helping guide you through it. Every single bit of it through those years.
How's this for a timeline? August 28th last year, Tim Beckman fired. It was a Friday morning. Came as, I would say, shocking. We knew that the report was out there, but there had not been any indication up to that point that there was going to be a move made before the season.
You think it's non-traditional to go ahead and get rid of the coach 1 week prior to the season opener?
It's certainly untraditional. Okay. But I think you'll recall that there was this weird kind of excitement following that. I mean, that week leading up to that Kent State game, which was ultimately postponed because of thunderstorms, there seemed to be this newfound vigor with Illinois fans, just because at that point there was something kind of cute about the idea that you'd have an interim coach. What the heck? You get out there for one season, and then you'll go find somebody else, and maybe they'll surprise you, but if not, worst case, you're going to move on. That's not exactly what happened, though. November 9th, Mike Thomas fired. November 28th, Bill Cubitt given a 2-year contract after they were then 5-6. This was right before the Northwestern game. Of course, they lost that at Soldier Field.
That was a home game, too.
Yes, it was a home game, technically.
Just remember that.
I get the feeling we may try to get out of that contract. And speaking of which, who would get us out of that contract? Josh Whitman, hired February 16th. March 5th, Bill Cubitt fired. And just 2 days later, it was the worst-kept secret around. Illinois did everything they could to keep it under wraps, but of course it got leaked out. Lovie Smith hired on March 7th. So here we are, almost 6 months later, for the home opener. It's Murray State. That doesn't excite people that much, but I think what does excite people is now that you actually have some stability, you have a face of the program, and a face of the program that you feel confident in, number one, won't embarrass you, and number two, you actually feel as if there is a pretty high ceiling for what he and his coaching staff can accomplish.
You've been thrown a lifeline in an unbelievable manner. I mean, you just rattled off the dates. I mean, all that has happened in such a short period of time when you think about it overall. To get to where you are today, to have hope reinstilled back to this football program, the idea that you've got a name brand now, a guy who you see what's happening on the recruiting trail, the ability to get back into the St. Louis area. He can walk in and command that respect in high schools across this Midwest area. You didn't have that before. I mean, it is got you back again. I really feel like, to me, that with Whitman, it was like CPR to Illini Nation, right? And then Lovie Smith was essentially the heart transplant that needed to happen. It has reset the table, and you just cannot express the fact that you are not going into a season looking at it from the standpoint of saying hot seat or can this year they avoid disaster. You're in a completely different place than you have been each and every year, really going back almost half a decade.
Jeremy was talking about this yesterday on the show, that this is the first year in a long, long time, at least 6-7 seasons, where you are not entering a football season wondering if at the end of it, that head coach will still be there. And that is a completely new feeling and something that I guess got kind of accustomed to, that you would enter a football season, complete uncertainty where you were going, what direction the program in general was heading. The 4 years that we've been on, 2013 was the first one. I have to be honest, we never mailed it in, but it is hard to actually conjure up enthusiasm when you don't believe that the program has any sort of direction.
Well, I would just say, unfortunately, I think some years we knew where the program was heading, Carp.
I
mean, to be completely honest, I mean, you like to have some optimism that things are going to improve, but lack of any real evidence, it's not, and that was rolling over from year to year to year.
last year, right? No, 2014. It was before the Penn State game. We actually did the show in studio. It was kind of nasty out. Really
in this very room.
In this very room.
This is where on a dreary day.
It was a dreary day. And we kind of, at least I know, I was really laying it on heavy. The basically Tim Beckman obituary. This is it. And at that point, Illinois was what, 4-6? They won their last 2 games that season. They were 4-6. They had looked awful the previous few weeks. Iowa being one of them. You could really go back to that October game against Purdue when things effectively ended. At least that's when most Illinois fans checked out, as evidenced by the 10,000 people that were there for that Illinois-Penn State game. That might be a generous figure. I'm not really sure who did come through the turnstiles that day. And yet you won those last 2 games. You still could have made a move at that point to get rid of him. But I do understand Mike Thomas's defense why they didn't. And even myself, I thought, okay, as silly as it is to pin the future of Tim Beckman at Illinois on one game at Northwestern, when they came out and basically dismantled Northwestern in the manner that they did, it would have been tricky to fire him. You didn't, but ultimately in May last year, and this is really the butterfly effect, right? May 2015 on Mother's Day, Simon Sianovich goes on a Twitter rampage against Tim Beckman and the way that he viewed Tim Beckman's treatment or mistreatment. And that started it all. We have 2 people to thank for Lovie Smith, other than Josh Whitman, 2 people to thank. David Reisner for making the kick against Penn State to extend Tim Beckman in the first place, where you didn't go out and get a new coach, and Simon Sianovich for starting this whole thing. As crazy as that sounds, if those 2 things don't happen, do you end up here today, the start of the 2016 season, with Lovie Smith as your head coach?
Well, I mean, all things happen for a reason, right? So that's brought you to this point. I would just go back to that 2014 and mention again, astutely, we sat here and said, it doesn't matter what happens these last 2 games.
Yeah.
This thing needs to end.
And I contradicted myself by going up to Evanston the week later, enjoying the victory, but then I woke up that Sunday thinking, my God, what have we done? I mean, it was one of those feelings where clearly this is what you're going to do. You're going to make a bowl game. You aren't going to get rid of the coach. And then all the good vibes from 2 silly weeks of football evaporated in the Zaxby's Heart of Dallas Bowl. And then you're back to square one. And then Tim Beckman never coached another game.
I think all we've asked for these last several years, it's been a constant refrain from yourself, from me, from others who have appeared on this fine program, respectability. Just get this program to a level of consistency and being respectable again. It's not that much to ask with all the resources that are available, especially you look at the Big Ten Network contract that continues to escalate.
Upwards of $40 million per school?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Be respectable.
Yeah.
And if you are that, using the talent around you in the major cities, you have got an ability to compete for Big Ten West titles year in and year out. And especially, as we correctly noted, I think a few years ago, the Big Ten West has really come back. I mean, nobody is just, so far out there that you say they're gonna own this thing for years to come. I mean, it's up for grabs. Now, luckily, you finally made a move to make it happen, to go after it. But you're behind a little bit. If you had done it several years ago, you would have got out in front of it.
At the same time, maybe this is, you just mentioned the idea of everything happens for a reason or something along those lines where, the butterfly effect I spoke of where how did you get to this point in the first place? Well, you did get to this point somehow, some way. Josh Whitman being, I would say, the biggest reason that you got here. And what he's done since February, it's an unqualified success. And there's no way to really diminish what he's done. Now, certainly you need to go out there and win the games. I think that they will. I think maybe not this year and probably certainly not next year. That's a roster that will have a lot of issues. But when we talk about the expectations for what Lovie Smith can accomplish at Illinois, some of the early articles were comparing him to, it's going to be tough in a conference with Jim Harbaugh and Urban Meyer, or Mark D'Antonio. Except for the fact that you play those guys maybe once every 3 years. On a bad year, you'll play 2 of those schools. Now, look at the Big Ten West, though, and this is what makes it interesting, too, is scheduling can really play a role in who's going to win that Big Ten West. Because I think for the next 5-6 years, total crapshoot. Wisconsin this year, which you would look at that roster. Paul Chryst went 10-3 last year. Somehow, some way, another double-digit win season for Wisconsin. Their first 5 Big Ten games this year, at Michigan State, at Michigan, Ohio State. These kinds of scheduling bits will happen to teams in the Big Ten West, leaving it open really for a lot more parity than you would get in the top-heavy Big Ten East. And then after that, Wisconsin, they get Nebraska at Northwestern. That is the opening 5 games in the conference for Wisconsin, where they aren't going to go 0-5, but it would be very difficult for me to find them going even 3-2 in that stretch. That'd be a remarkable run if they did that. So Illinois, there will be bits of luck. In 2019, maybe they will get that scheduling break in the Big Ten where they only face a Michigan State in an off season, and Michigan and Ohio State are off that schedule, and then they can make their run then after Lovie Smith has his guys in there. But I agree. It was completely underrated from the start that Lovie Smith was not entering Indiana. He was not going to be against the Blue Bloods each and every season. You're in the Big Ten West where even though Iowa did their thing last year, I don't buy them long term. I don't buy Paul Chryst of Wisconsin long term. I certainly don't buy Mike Riley at Nebraska long term or Tracy Claeys at Minnesota. Pat Fitzgerald, yeah, they have an interesting 9 or 10 win season, but they followed up very quickly with 6-6, which I think they might do this year.
I disagree with you on Riley. I think that's still open to interpretation, especially, I mean, they finished it off well with a bowl win last year. But, you know, that being said, there's a path there. We have been saying that for the last several years. That was what was so frustrating watching this program putter around, was the idea that you can make a huge jump up. I think you've got the right guy in place now to make a run and make that happen. Now, what you're fighting is a little bit of history, and recent history at that. You go back to 2011, they have been 5th or 6th in the division, right? Every single year.
Out of 7 teams.
Right. So
some of those were 6 teams.
Yeah, before you went back.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you're going up against. But is it, out of the realm of possibility to think that this year they can put something together that gets them out of that? Certainly it could. They can do that. It is possible.
We'll talk more in depth later on in the show about this schedule, which I find interesting because on paper, I would say it's an easier schedule than what you had last year. But as last season progressed, you started to see a game at Minnesota, for instance, that was a Minnesota team in 2015 that was coming off a 2014 season where they were a game away, the final game of the year. They were at Wisconsin for a share of that Big Ten West title. And I think lost by a touchdown, maybe something like that. So early in the season, you would have marked that as a loss. But as the season progresses, similar to this year, maybe in Iowa will look more vulnerable. I don't think they're going to repeat what they did last year. Maybe a Michigan State, which last night against Furman, they didn't look like a top 10 team. They're currently 12th in the AP, and I think that defense will be what it is.
I think they knew they were playing Furman, though.
And I'm sure that's the case. And for all we know today, we're going to walk out of the stadium after Illinois wins by 11 thinking, oh, my God, what do we have here? But keep in mind, that same Illinois team, I believe, that went 6-6 in that non-conference slate had to take Texas State to overtime. In other words, it has been the norm around here for these non-conference games to actually be closer than they probably should be. Middle Tennessee State last year, not a terrible FBS school. This is an FCS team that we're playing today. But the thing that I'm most encouraged about is that this schedule, I think, ultimately plays well to a senior-laden team. There's plenty of hypotheticals, and there's plenty of things that could derail that, namely injuries, because there's not a lot of depth. But in a perfect world, best-case scenario for this particular team, what would constitute to you a successful season?
Well, let me start off first by saying, what would I want to see here in game number 1? Because I think that's the first thing, Carp, is just looking at this, because we haven't seen anything from a Lovie Smith-coached Illini football team until 2:42 this afternoon. That's when that's going to happen. I think in game 1, I'd like to see the commitment to the run reestablished. I'd like to see this team approaching 300 yards on the ground today. I think 200 and above is a given. I'd like to see them really, drop the hammer. Obviously, you want no injuries, especially on your lines for any reason. So get out of clean there. I think this team will force more turnovers. I think Lovie has an attitude mentality that his guys with the Bears. That was a point of emphasis, and I kind of want to see Hardy Nickerson out in the middle linebacker spot and what he can do and what he brings to the table as far as maybe solidifying that front seven, because that you've got new pieces in the secondary, but obviously your strength is up front, and that plays very well into what they want to do, with their D overall. Those are the things I'm most interested in. I think. The rest of it, you maybe have an idea what you got. Obviously, with Lunt, what he can do. You've seen these receivers. They'll factor in today, and you hope that they can catch the ball this year and not drop about 60 of them out there on the field. So that's what I'm interested in game 1. But I think, as far as overall for the season, again, I will bring it back to I expect them to handle the business very well today and be just fine. Then they've got that showcase game next week at home. But from there, it is that week in and week out consistency to be able to be in ball games and give themselves a chance to make things happen. Because I think the expectation is, if you look at the schedule, no matter how much you want to split it, I would think most people could look at it and put them somewhere between 4 and 6 wins. But if they're more consistent across the board and don't have the big highs and the big lows like you've seen in recent years, these performances you can't, put your mind around, like last year with Penn State. Could you see that one coming, how bad it was? And then a week later they bounce back and they look like, tremendous against Purdue, although it was Purdue. That is the issue that I have had. If you instill that level of, this is what we're going to get out of them every week, they might be able to pull something special in a game or two this year, or at least give themselves the chance to. That hasn't been happening the last several years.
You know what's interesting about last year's team? There weren't a ton of turnovers. So fundamentally, that wasn't that big of an issue. Penalties could have been better, certainly. The drop passes were a story all season long, and those killed so many drives throughout the year where, individual plays do matter. They add up to the difference between a 5-7 team. And if you look at last year, they really could have won anywhere between 3 and 9. That would have been worst case scenario, but that includes Middle Tennessee State and Nebraska. Those games could have flipped very, very easily. And they also could have been 7-5. There's even a path where they could have gotten 8-4 if they would have gotten that Iowa win, which they had a drive to take the lead late in that fourth quarter. So with this team, I think offensively you're going to see they will be risk averse. And that is kind of Lovie Smith's thing. The offense is not going to lose you the game. The question is, can Wes Lunt, a fifth-year senior quarterback, when needed, because this team doesn't have enough talent to raise up a Wes Lunt to a level of Kurt Kittner 2001. That's not going to happen. He doesn't have a Brandon Lloyd, Walter Young, Aaron Moorhead, Greg Lewis, etc. around him. So Wes Lunt...
I'm not even sure he's got a Geronimo Allison.
Probably not. No, you're right. The funny thing is, wide receivers... as long as they don't drop the ball, I think there's enough depth there. I think that you do have a decent playmaker in Malik Turner. I think there is a bit of an X factor there. Justin Hardy has some speed, but he's never quite been able to show it on the field on a consistent basis. But if this team, if Wes Lunt, namely, can go out and win you a game, I'm saying one game where you legitimately look at it and say, we would not have gotten that without Wes Lunt, I think the rest of it would take care of itself to get you that 6-win mark. And I think it is not essential, but I think that a 6-win season would accelerate what is already going to be recruiting momentum for Lovie and the staff. And it could begin next Saturday. There's going to be plenty of guys in town. This is going to be 50,000 plus in the stadium, one of the best environments there probably since the Arizona State game when Ron Zook was here in 2011. And that presents you an opportunity. Unfortunately, when it comes to home games, you don't really get another marquee opportunity until November. And by that point, you may be behind the 8 ball when Michigan State and Iowa come into town.
Well, I think it's a great point when you said that it would accelerate things, because I don't think it really changes anything. I mean, you are selling the vision of the future. And that's what Whitman's doing every day. He's selling you the vision of the future for not only the football program, but the entire athletics program. Lovie's doing the same thing. And that new sense of what they've brought to this team into this campus, that doesn't change, and that's not going to go away on if they win 5 or if they win 6. But yeah, they get into a bowl game, they get those extra practices, they get a chance to work with their guys, and they can say, look, we're doing this. Of course, that speeds things up dramatically. But again, both, with Whitman, with Smith, I think the thing you like about it, too, is these are authentic people. I mean, no unforced errors. You're not going to see this anymore on a week-to-week basis. The focus is back on what it should be on, and that can be the concentration going forward, trying to make this team better on the field.
So you aren't going to have any more of...
We use the word Oski not just because of the word Oski or that it's a battle cry of the University of Illinois.
No more of that.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that we've probably heard the last of that, Carp.
Our success equals the knowledge of being, the K, the knowledge of being. The E stands for effort, giving all out effort in everything you do each and every day. And then the last E stands for energy. Energy, being a positive influence on the people around you. Having that belief.
I like the way he says belief.
Belief.
That is the kind of thing that makes you want to run into a brick wall, not through it. So here we are in 2016 with Lovie Smith, and I was at the press conference on Monday, and it was pleasantly boring. You know what I mean?
That's the way it should be.
It should be pleasantly
That's the way
boring.
it should be.
And the thing is, you mentioned how Lovey and Josh, they're on message, and they continue to stay on that
they're
message.
in sync. They're completely in sync.
And there is an identity. There was an identity on March 7th. Here's what it's going to be. And they've stayed true to that through these 6 months, even though the players are the same as last year. It goes to show that I think in college football, more than any collegiate or professional sport, the head coach is a figurehead, not just of that program, but if done right. Nick Saban, when you think of University of Alabama, and the first person you think of, it's Nick Saban. I would have no problem if 5 years from now, and you probably already do, but nationally speaking, when people hear University of Illinois, that Lovie Smith would be the first thing they hear. You can do far worse than that. And I think it goes to show the importance of college sports. You know, we are just doing a kind of fun pregame show here, but as an alum, as someone that grew up here in Champaign-Urbana, it is important. It does affect the way that even the community kind of feels and views itself. And looking at the dark period that we just kind of came out of, I don't know how many wins are going to come on the field this year. I think anywhere between 5 and 7, and there could even be fewer if there's injuries on this team. But regardless of that, if there is the consistent week-to-week performance, if there is no embarrassment on the field, and especially no embarrassment off of it, consider that a nice, easy start to what you hope is a long-term career here for Lovie Smith.
And let's look at the recruits already that they're pulling in. I mean, I think the staff gets it from the standpoint, Carp, of they're going trying to find themselves some athletes, some size, some speed. They're upgrading that. When they get those guys here on campus, they'll coach them up. I mean, that's the plan.
And, you know, it's nice to actually
It's a simple, basic plan, but go out, get better talent, bring in better talent, coach that better talent up.
It's nice to have confidence, too, that here's what I want as well as time goes on. I want the coordinators to get poached for head coaching jobs. I want it to be that healthy coaching tree. Think of the last time that Illinois football had a situation where their coordinators were getting poached from other schools because they were just that good. Garrick McGee won't be here more than 3 years, probably 3-4 years. That's a guy that will get another head coaching opportunity, and that's okay. When you have a figurehead like Lovie Smith at the top of it, you will always have a good staff around you. People want to work for him. The fact that Garrick McGee left that I don't know if you watched any of the Louisville game on Thursday and what that quarterback is able to do. Garrick McGee left that and a potential 9-10 win team to come up here for an Illinois squad that they might sneak into a bowl game. That speaks to the power of Lovie Smith. Plenty more coming up on the show. We got Matt Sinclair at 8:40. We have Dana Howard joining us at 9:20. I believe, Steve, you have a resignation letter that you had written last year that I think it would be nice to kind of look back at just how dark things were.
It was extremely dark at one period, and in the interest of full transparency, Carp, I'm going to have to share that with the listening audience.
Let's do that when we come back. It's College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5.
We're mixing business with politics to give you the bigger picture on Fox Business Network, featuring dynamic political programming that has more people tuning in than ever before. Special reports from the team viewers trust: Bartiromo, Regan, Dobbs, and Cavuto. And from the debates right up to the election, expert insight and smart analysis you won't find anywhere else. For political coverage that's on the money, it's got to be Fox Business Network.
They all should be embarrassed. It's a real mess. What in the world was our government thinking? The news is breaking every keeping a close eye on what's going on. Explosive story. There was a lockdown, and a horror broke loose. We are live.
Are these displaced people?
A desperate situation.
What are we going to tell the American people?
What's going to happen? It sounds like war is inevitable.
Israelis want peace desperately.
Greta Van Susteren on the ground, chasing the real story and getting the truth. Nothing gets by Greta.
On the record, weeknights at 7 on the Fox News Channel.
Make your life easier with quality equipment and service from Shambana Sales in Champaign. Shambana Sales carries Echo Power equipment, including string trimmers, blowers, and chainsaw. You'll find zero-turn Skag mowers and Gravely mowers, Tommy Gate lift gates, Boss snow plows, and Aaron snowblower. You'll see Econoline and American Hauler trailers. Choose from lots of used golf cars for sale or rent. Be sure to ask about street legal cars. Visit Shambana Sales today at 3310 North Madison, Champaign, just south of Olympia Drive.
From executive producer LeBron James.
I need this, like yesterday.
Cleveland entrepreneurs get a chance to compete for their shot at success.
That will be a game changer for me and our business.
I believe your hustle is going to make this happen. We got work to do now.
It's hard work, but it's totally worth it.
Cleveland Hustles. Premiere episodes Wednesdays at 10.
Everybody can have great ideas, but do you have what it takes in here?
Only on CNBC.
This is John Greenhut, and if your teeth are stained from coffee, tea, or smoking, Power Swabs is the answer. In 5 minutes, you'll see 2 shades whiter teeth, and in 7 days, 6 shades. Even better, there's no messy strips or trays that you'll have to leave in your mouth for an hour. Just swab your teeth for 5 minutes, and you're done. To try Power Swabs, call 1-800-679-0969. Your bright white smile will have your friends talking about how great you look. Try it risk-free. 1-800-679-0969. That's 1-800-679-0969.
Hi, it's Stevie J. Start your day with me along with Diane Ducey, weekday mornings 7 to 9, here on ESPN Radio 93.5.
Well, we want to put a good product on the field, best product possible on the field, and from the start. It's not a grace period or anything like that. I've made the statement that normally between week 1 and week 2 is when you see the most improvement, I think, during the year. But for us, again, we've hit every situation as much as you possibly can, but you never know the first game of the season, what you'll see. You try to cover the waterfront as much as you can and hope and pray.
It is College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5. Mike Carpenter with Steve Breitweiser on our 4th season of the number one alternative sports pregame show in the Champaign-Urbana area.
That is not in question.
That is unquestioned.
This Illini program's a sleeping giant, Carp.
Says Kirk
They're waking
Herbstreit.
up the sleeping giant.
Yeah, Kirk Herbstreit on Game Day, I guess Jeremy tweeted this out, just said that Illinois is a sleeping giant.
Well, that's Whitman's thing. He goes around saying that everywhere, too.
I think it's accurate, and I think we saw in the 80s. We've seen little bits and pieces of that. Even Ron Zook had that going a bit, and I still kind of look back at that era and think what could have been. But alas, it was what it was. Ron Zook, that's the kind of head coach he is. He can recruit the heck out of places. What encourages me about Lovie is I don't know if he's going to – I think early on, I looked back at the 2005 recruiting class that Ron Zook got, including that 5-star Derek McPherson. We're going nuts around here. We're getting a couple 5-star kids in Zook's first class, and thinking Lovie would be able to replicate that. I probably didn't take into account how starting even 3 months later, or more than that, because you get in on these guys and their sophomores and juniors, how much that would hurt so far. But really, it is encouraging to see Lovie with this first class, what he's already done. And I think that's why a game like next week, he says improvement from week 1 to week 2, usually the most in a season. Well, if that is the case, and they can somehow spring an upset on North Carolina, I do think you will see dominoes fall pretty quickly.
There's always a fine line between a sleeping giant and an underachieving giant.
And we've usually been the latter. Well, it'd be hard to say giant.
Fine, delicate line.
But it'd be even hard to say underachieving giant because you are consistently under 500. It is so crazy to think that the last regular season we had above 500 was the Rose Bowl year. You've had 3 bowl games since, but they were all 6-6 teams. 2010, 6-6. That team had no business only being 500 when you look at all the NFL talent on it. 2011, the
2010.
2011, and that was Mikel Shore in 2010. 2011, Jason Ford, I think, was your starter in 2011. Run game struggle. That was A.J. Jenkins, had a great year. That was the only guy you had, him and Nate Shieldhouse. 6-0, then 6-6. So it is so crazy to think 9 years ago was the last time you had an above 500 regular season. And before that, the last time would have been 2001. In this millennium, you have had 2 seasons above 500 in the regular season. That's bad. That's Purdue bad.
That's why excitement abounds with Lovie here ready to deliver.
But you weren't this excited if we look back towards the end of last season. And I believe you actually wrote a resignation letter. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, I'm almost ashamed to bring this up, Cart, but it was just kind of the specter of thinking again about having to come back for another season.
Yeah.
With Bill Cubitt as the coach.
No offense to Bill, but it's true.
He's working on his plants right now.
Yes. I read that in the paper last week.
No, I'm glad I got an update. Mm-hmm. Dated November 28th, 2015. Dearest Carp and loyal 93.5 ESPN College Game Day listeners, I hope this letter finds you well. And pray that in the end, the following words are more forgiving to you than they were for me to create. My depths of recent despair has brought about a period of great reflection. I have tolerated many things surrounding Illini football through the years. And just to recount a few, Ron Turner repeatedly saying of his outman squads that he likes the look in their eyes.
He did.
Only to get beat 40-10 each and every week. Ron Zook going for 2 points in the first half at Indiana.
And at home against Indiana in 2006.
And then forgetting why he did it in the first place. I'm sorry, I'm emotional, so I'm laughing.
It's fine. It's a defense mechanism.
My coping mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
An overweight Fresno State lineman corralling a 2-point conversion on a cold winter day to escape with a W.
It was cold.
5.5 sacks for former Illini Houston Bates in the Zaxby's Heart of Dallas Bowl against his old squad. For that matter, the entirety of the Tim Beckman fiasco, start to finish. Those are just a few.
Sorry.
But today, I can endure no further following the announcement of a 2-year contract extension for Bill Cubitt. The thought of another entire year of no running game in the red zone and a full complement of pre-snap penalties is one thing, Carp. But the long-term feel of recruits knowing better and being able to see through the charade is another. Regretfully, and with great sadness, I hereby resign my position as co-host of College Game Day Live, the longest-running alternative pregame show in the Champaign-Urbana market, effective at the resumption of spring practice.
Oh, man.
It is my sincere hope that one day, possibly, a former Illini football standout, now an administrator at a small university in the Midwest.
Wow, Nostradamus.
Who looked once a lot like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Quite a bit.
During his playing days. Can return and wake up the echoes of Grange and Butkus and return the program to the greatness that it brings once every 7 years, maybe more. Yours truly, now and forever, sincerely, Steve Breitweiser.
A lot of salutations on that. Well, fortunately, Steve, you don't have to worry about the resignation letter anymore. But it is an interesting glimpse back into the despair that we all felt.
I just get emotional right now, even thinking that I was at that dark of a period.
I was kind of hoping when you listed Illinois greats, you would start with Butkus, Grange, and then go on to Harvey, Christopher Lacus, all the other great names of the 2000s. But it is an interesting spot to be in, considering where I was that Friday after Thanksgiving when it was really starting to get leaked out that Cubitt was going to have a 2-year deal. And it felt as if, what's the point? And I don't mean that in like a life sense, like what's the point of living? No. But from a sports perspective, why even bother then feigning interest in a program that really has no direction? That's how I felt. And then watching that Northwestern game, it was like I was watching any run-of-the-mill college football game that I have no vested interest in, except it was a very ugly game, if you recall that. And it seemed to really just punctuate how ridiculous things had gotten. I think, and it's tough to say, I know that Barb Wilson, best of intentions, in a bad situation. And I also understand, to a small degree, why they felt like they had to do that as opposed to go out right then and get a coach. And imagine if they had. Imagine if Dino Babers was the head coach going into the season. Well, I'd be excited about it. I was basically saying, hire Dino Babers right now. You cannot get a better, more fitting pick to lead this team. But yet here we are. So even with what could have been miscalculations on the administration's part back in November, somehow, some way, it all worked out. And as an Illinois fan, that doesn't normally happen. Things just don't normally work out. You have to have a lot of luck, and it seems, like you said, every 7 years maybe. Now we might actually be in a place where that good luck might translate into consistent football success, which in my lifetime, I've never seen.
Yeah. It hasn't happened. But I think you've given yourself a chance. That's why hope is now here. It has arrived. His name is Lovie Smith. He's got an expensive coaching staff along with him. They've made a huge investment. So you know what I do, Carp? I can't light the letter on fire. For the history books.
Feels good, doesn't it? It is College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5.
Hi, this is Rick Allen, founder of InformedAthlete.com. For over 25 years, I've advised athletes and parents about the NCAA, NAIA, and JUCO rules. If you're a high school or college athlete or a parent or coach, we want you to know about Informed Athlete. If you have questions about college athletic recruiting, scholarships, academic eligibility, or transfers, for helpful information and to sign up for our free weekly newsletter, visit us online at InformedAthlete.com. That's InformedAthlete.com.
Check out the new Honda BMW of Champaign, formerly Twin City Honda BMW, and still located in Savoy. These guys are crazy for used vehicles. Truckloads of pre-owned vehicles, 25 to 50% off the price of a similar new model. And not just Hondas and BMWs, cars, pickup trucks, and SUVs of all makes. Financing options on used cars as low as 1.9%. Just drive by Honda BMW of Champaign and you'll see from the street that this is a new dealership. Honda BMW of Champaign, online at drivechampaign.com.
The world at your feet. Take a look around and you will see.
Locally owned doesn't mean little ideas. At Flooring Surfaces, we think big. That means a huge inventory of ceramic and porcelain tiles imported from around the world right here to Champaign. It means hardwood made to our high standards, offered at factory direct prices. And it means a big, beautiful showroom filled with the latest trends and fashions in flooring. Flooring Surfaces can help you change one room or the whole house with free design assistance, free measure service, an experienced staff, and financing options available. We are a local company offering global fashions and a commitment to quality. See what Flooring Surfaces can offer you today at 401 East Mercury Drive in Champaign.
The world at your feet. Flooring Surfaces. The world at your feet.
For the best high school football coverage this fall, tune into JT Walker's High School Sports Showcase on US 105.9. With 10 regular season games plus playoff coverage, JT Walker's High School Sports Showcase features Central, Centennial, Urbana, Muhammad, Unity, St. Joe, Monticello, and St. Thomas more. For a complete schedule, visit country1059.com. That's country1059.com. JT Walker's High School Sports Showcase this fall on US 105.9.
The Urbana Business Association would like to thank all their generous sponsors for helping to bring to life the Urbana Sweet Corn Festival, celebrating 41 years. The festival would not be possible without partnerships with the City of Urbana, Stevie J Broadcasting, Bud Light, Illinois American Water, CUMTD, and countless others. A special thanks also goes out to all of our wonderful volunteers. We couldn't do it without you. We look forward to seeing you all again next year. To keep up with all the happenings at the Urbana Business Association, make your way to the UBA. Visit urbanabusiness.com.
Check out the new Honda BMW of Champaign, formerly Twin City Honda BMW, and still located in Savoy. These guys are crazy for used vehicles. Truckloads of pre-owned vehicles, 25 to 50% off the price of a similar new model. And not just Hondas and BMWs, cars, pickup trucks, and SUVs of all makes. Financing options on used cars as low as 1.9%. Just drive by Honda BMW of Champaign and you'll see from the street that this is a new dealership. Honda BMW of Champaign, online at drivechampaign.com. Hi, it's Stevie J. Start your day with me along with Diane Ducey, weekday mornings 7 to 9 here on ESPN Radio 93.5.
It is College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5. Mike Carpenter with Steve Breitweiser. Got to thank our sponsors, which I can't believe I didn't do this earlier in the show. Shambana Sales, they've been with us from the start. Kent and all those guys over there listening right now on Lot 31. We'll be back there someday, Kent, but we got to say thanks to Shambana Sales. And also Houlihan's, which is a great pre- and post-game spot, especially because we don't have those 11 a.m. games. They have a good breakfast anyways, but these 2:30, 6:30, great spot to go and get a few drinks before you pop over to the stadium.
Yeah, you can sneak over there really fast. Had some tapas there the other night.
How was that?
Oh, man. Good stuff.
Good tapas. Got to bring on our good friend. Last year, he had joined us every single Saturday, and we'll be doing so again this year as well. Former Illini linebacker, current coach at Monticello, Matt Sinclair. Matt, thanks for joining us again this year.
I appreciate it. I'm glad to be back.
So it's a little bit different, though, meeting up before the opening game this year. Last year, we met up before, let's see, it would have been, Kent State was a Friday night, whatever that second game was. And it was an interim coaching situation. I think there was some enthusiasm just to see what could happen. Right. But after 5 and 7, that enthusiasm tempered pretty quickly. As a former player, how much does this Lovie Smith hire mean to you?
I remember the day it happened, and my phone was blowing up all day from former teammates and guys that have played in the program that I've gotten to know over the years. And it brings a ton of excitement from a bunch of different fronts. And I think as much as anything is a sense of stability, and a sense of belief in the coach. I had a lot of teammates from here that played for Lovie over the years, and their experience is what excited those guys because they know the type of coach he is, they know what type of man he is. So it's been nonstop all spring long, all summer long, the anticipation of it. This whole week, be on text message threads with old teammates, and so it's been fun. It's been kind of a different feel here.
You probably experienced both fiery coaches and reserve coaches, and Lovie, he's certainly the latter. Is a temperament like that necessary with today's young athletes? Do you think things have changed since you were playing?
Yeah, I think I'll probably get hammered for saying this, but that sort of entitlement generation has grown up into being college kids now. You can't run your kids to death anymore. You can't dog cuss them up and down. It's a more psychology-based approach, so to speak. But you look at Lovie's temperament, and that's why he was such a successful NFL coach, because, at that level, you're managing personalities, and you want to let guys be who they are without pulling the reins back too much. I think that's a fine line in college because you are dealing with younger, kids becoming men, so to speak, and it can be really good if it's going well, and I think it can be really bad if it's not. So that's also where I think the assistant coaches come into play because, sometimes if the head coach is getting after you, the assistant coaches can love you up afterwards. And
good cop, bad cop kind of thing?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
What about when, Josh Whitman was hired? Did you think when that took place, wow, something big is going to happen? I mean, you can't make much of a more bold move than to go ahead and relieve Bill Cubitt and bring in Lovie Smith on top of that. So, what are you thinking while all this is transpiring? And then maybe what has Whitman been able to do with, outreach to former players and just, getting everybody on board and in sync with what they need to be doing moving forward?
Well, I remember when it happened, I was at my daughter's Taekwondo tournament up in Chicago, and I don't like to have my phone out at my kids' events. So I took it out at the end of the day, and I had umpteen calls and text messages, and people were like, what is going on down at your school? What is happening? And, I didn't realize that was the official day that Josh had been hired, but, I talked to some guys. I didn't play with Josh. I got to know him. He left the year before I came in here, but everybody that's known him really well will say the same thing. He presents a very calm, reserved, obviously articulated approach, but he's a stone-cold killer when it comes down to it. I mean, he knew what he was doing. He was prepared, and I think you saw it. And I don't think you make a move like that on a whim. And I think this is something he's been preparing for years. There's a lot that went into it with him being a former player, thinking about what can our school be. And it's provided a ton of excitement. He was at we had the 15-year reunion for the 01 Big Ten championship team this summer, and he was there, and he joked that that's the only way he could get an invite was becoming the AD. But everybody, was loving seeing him there, and there's just like we keep saying, there's just so much excitement around the program right now.
Yeah, he has a presence about him for sure, and it's the kind of the reserved demeanor, but it's also a very strong demeanor too, and one that kind of a steady hand, which Illinois needed more than ever. But also, I think going into that hiring process, there was talk that Rick George was a name, right. Craig Tiley was a name. And then Josh Whitman was the young gun down at Washington. There was also an Illini connection, but they were all Illinois names. Did you think during that process it was imperative to get an Illinois guy for that job?
Not necessarily. I think it would take the best guy. And I think that it happened to be an Illinois guy. It was tremendous. And I'm all for that move kind of out of left field. I mean, why not? We've tried the traditional things. Mike Thomas was obviously very proven at where he had been. And, I say there's the sort of corporate NBA type athletic director nowadays. But you look at Josh, and why not? I mean, there's absolutely no reason. The passion he has. He has a great track record where he's been. It's not his fault that he's been at those schools. I mean, all he can do is show up and do as good as he can. So, I love the move.
In the first segment, which was tremendous, by the way, a few minutes ago,
we pat each other on the back.
That's
here,
right.
Yeah.
I outlined what I would like to see happen today from this team. I think that's always the exciting part of game number one is just, you talk and talk and talk from spring ball up until fall practice, and then, it's finally, go time, and let's see what they got. What do you think you will see today from a Garrick McGee offense, a Hardy Nickerson defense? How's this team going to look like against Murray State?
I think what you look for as a coach in a game like this, especially your first with the program, is number one, what can my guys do and how well can they do it? I don't think you ever consider the team you're lining up against, whether it's an FCS opponent or another Big Ten foe, but because I honestly believe as a coach, and good coaches will tell you, it's not about them, it's about what we do. So I think those coaches will be excited to see, okay, we've seen our personnel in sort of a reserved spring game type role, the scrimmages in the fall, but let's see what we can do when we throw them out there and they're excited to play. As far as Coach McGee's offense, everybody talks about it being a high-flying, type deal, and he's had some athletes where he's been, so it'll be interesting to see with a more passing quarterback in Wes Lunt than the more traditional running quarterback that he likes, what he's going to do with Wes. We all talk about his potential, and this is his final year, and I went to a practice here in training camp, and he looks pretty throwing the ball. He really does. He looks as good as anybody, so I just want to see all that stuff kind of come to fruition here today, and especially early in the season.
Most of the talk's been about the defensive line on that side of the ball this year, and I know going into last season, I was thinking to myself, well, once Jihad Ward is gone, who's there to kind of pick things up? And then Smoot has the year that he does, and you start to see Chunky and Carroll Phillips really come into their own. As a linebacker, and with Hardy Nickerson Jr. now in the middle of that linebacking core, how much easier does their job become? And how much more can they participate in the pass defense when you have a secondary that's just so inexperienced this year?
Right. Well, I think it's funny that people talk about the strength as our D-line now, because I remember a couple of years ago when I was involved with the program and everybody was talking about how young and inexperienced we were. So, that's the other side of the coin when, you're dealing with young, inexperienced guys, is what are they going to be like in a couple of years? And it's one thing to have guys, okay, we've played a bunch of football. It's another thing to have guys, we've played a bunch of football and we're good players now. You look at DJ Smoot, Rob Bain's going to give you everything he has, Chunky and those guys. And Carroll Phillips, I think, will benefit tremendously from the attention DJ Smoot's going to get. But as a linebacker, I played with a couple of good defensive linemen in college. And then I got to the professional ranks, and I was playing with professional defensive linemen. And I can tell you right now that it makes all the difference in the world. I mean, it's the difference between taking on one or two offensive linemen and running free to the ball like you're playing in 7-on-7. So from a linebacker standpoint, your best friends are those guys up front. And I think from what they can add to the secondary is putting pressure on the quarterback right now, not allowing those guys to have to play extended coverage. And, if they make a mistake in coverage, so be it. We got your back. We're going to come after the quarterback the next play, and it's going to be a long day.
See, that's what he's saying is, Nickerson Jr. took a look at it and said, "Wait a minute, they got Clements there, and they got
it didn't hurt.
There,
it was probably
Phillips there, and I think I think I play a little middle position there this season. That's how that goes. But I think that's the thing with this team too. Is you look at it, if there's depth, maybe it's that position, that side of the ball. Right. You got to keep Lund healthy. I mean, I know, you go back, obviously, he's had injury history. But, that being said, how do you think they're going to utilize him specific to this offense because you kind of alluded to it. I mean, they do like to move the QB around a little bit. That's not his strong suit. I can't imagine they're going to throw it quite as much as Bill Cubitt was winging it around. I mean, certainly I think that almost was a detriment to how he was calling some of those plays, but I don't think there was a lot of confidence in the ability to run the football last year. I mean, is this simply maybe Lunt looks a little bit better because they're going to balance things out and they're going to kind of use him more effectively?
Well, I think Keyshawn Vaughn will be the best thing that's happened to Wes Lunt this year. He was a young guy last year, probably produced more than a lot of people expected, and now I think teams that line up against us this year, they're going to expect the running backs to carry the ball a lot, and they're going to expect them to carry the ball well and tough. And I think if we can do that successfully, and everybody talks about it, you run the set up the pass. I think Bill liked to throw regardless, but I think the biggest thing you have to do is take the pressure off of Wes. You know what I mean? And as much as we all love Wes, not one man can do it. And so I think Luke Butkus is going to do a hell of a job with those offensive linemen. You got a lot of guys that have stepped into those roles that we've been excited about and talking about for the last couple of years. So it'll be interesting to see how that run game can propel the offense and what it'll allow them to do with Wes. Because if we get into those long yardage situations, it's going to be a long day for Wes, and I don't know how elusive he is back there.
Looking at the schedule, going to last year, I thought that was a really tough schedule, and then as things kind of shook out, and Minnesota looked weaker than we would have thought. And then I look at this schedule, and I think there's 6 wins on the board, and I think you have must-wins in Murray State, Western Michigan, Purdue, Minnesota. All those home games, you got to win those, and that's 4. So if we're talking about a bowl, what other 2-3 wins do you see on that schedule? North Carolina is the big one in the non-conference, but are there Big Ten teams that you think this Illinois squad might actually match up well against?
I'm, and this is going to sound naive, I honestly believe you can beat anybody on any given day. And I was talking to Steve about this earlier. It's not about any of the other teams. It's about what we do as an offense, as a defense, my assignment, my alignment, all that sort of coaching cliche stuff. But it rings true. And as a coach now, I understand a lot of why our coaches used to get on us. And it's so true. I think North Carolina can be a winnable game. I've said for years, I think we've had the talent here to win 7 games a year. People might think that sounds crazy, but I do. I think it just needs having some pieces in the right place, maybe as the coaching staff goes, and not necessarily that these guys are better than the last guys, but it's the sense of stability. It's the buy-in with the players. Can we trust that these guys are going to be here? Are these guys here for us? That sort of thing. So I think that stuff comes into play more than what it might look like on paper. And so that's why you play the game.
Well, Matt, we appreciate you joining us. You're going to be here, I think, every Saturday, and we'll be in studio this year. But we appreciate all the insight you gave us last year. And then hopefully this year, as it goes along, there'll just be that much more interest. At least hopefully they sustain our interest longer than they did the last few years.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, we had to find stuff to talk about last year.
We did.
Hopefully we'll have some stuff to talk about.
And it's so weird because after that Nebraska game, I actually genuinely thought, well, hold on a second, we might have something. Right. But I think that speaks to your point. There has, even the last 2 years, probably been enough talent on that team to have won 7 games each year, and hopefully that coaching change will be just what they needed.
Yeah,
Matt,
absolutely.
Always appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
It is College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5. Coming up next hour, Dana Howard at 9:20. We'll go around the world, the Big Ten, and kind of break down the schedule for Illinois this year. Is it tough, easy? What are the must-win games, and what are the swing games? College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5.
Hi, this is Rick Allen, founder of InformedAthlete.com. For over 25 years, I've advised athletes and parents about the NCAA, NAIA, and JUCO rules. If you're a high school or college athlete or a parent or coach, we want you to know about Informed Athlete. If you have questions about college athletic recruiting, scholarships, academic eligibility, or transfers, for helpful information and to sign up for our free weekly newsletter, visit us online at InformedAthlete.com. That's informedathlete.com.
Make your life easier with quality equipment and service from Shambana Sales in Champaign. Shambana Sales carries Echo Power equipment, including string trimmers, blowers, and chainsaw. You'll find zero-turn Skag mowers and Gravely mowers, Tommy Gate lift gates, Boss snow plows, and Aaron's snowblower. You'll see Econoline and American Hauler trailers. Choose from lots of used golf cars for sale or rent. Be sure to ask about street legal cars. Visit Shambana Sales today at 3310 North Madison, Champaign, just south of Olympia Drive.
Hi, it's Corey with Max Twin City Recycling. We pride ourselves on giving the area an outlet to recycle and get paid for their unwanted metals. We're taking our community focus a step further with our Recycling for a Cause program. Each month, Max Twin City will choose a different local charity to feature in an effort to raise money for those causes. Visit maxrecycling.com for a complete list of program details.
Hi, I'm Habib, and I have a personal invitation for you. Life is tough, and we ought to always look to the bright side, but that's hard. To help us out, I've invited best-selling author John Gordon to Champaign. His blockbuster books include The Energy Bus and The No Complaining Rule. The event is Tuesday, September 13th from 9 to 11:30 a.m., and tickets are selling fast, so buy yours today at thevirginia.org and join me for a terrific talk that will help us remain positive.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-519-7796. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-519-7796.
VersaBar, a world leader in the development of heavy lifting solutions, is a proud sponsor of the Mike Ditka Show. VersaBar is also a proud supporter of the University of Illinois and the College of Civil and Environmental Engineering, the St. Louis Cardinals, and the Unity Rockets. To learn more about VersaBar, just go to www.vbar.com. That's www.vbar.com. VersaBar, the power of engineering delivered.
My name is Justin Taylor, and I started JT Walkers with my family in 2008. We felt like the community needed a gathering place, somewhere people could go to have a good time, reconnect with friends, and enjoy sports. Some of our favorite things. I love seeing our customers' faces when they try our food for the first time, or when they drink one of our craft beers that we brew right next door. It's an honor to be a locally owned restaurant and brewery in Central Illinois. My name is Justin Taylor, and we look forward to seeing you at JT Walker's Restaurant and Brewery in downtown Mahomet.
What are you all smiles about, man?
My favorite time of the season is back, baby. Football season.
Yeah, mine too.
And that means I get to use my favorite website.
Oh yeah, let me guess what that is.
No, not that. MyBookie.lv. It totally lets me get in on the action. And if you sign up now and make a deposit, you get a 100% bonus.
I think I'd like to get in on that action.
And it's mobile friendly, so I can pull it up from my phone anywhere. Even if I'm late and the game has already started, it's no problem. They've got live in-game action.
Yeah, but what happens when it comes time for a payout?
I never have a problem getting a payout. There's no hassles, no runaround, and they got the best customer service ever.
Sign me up.
Call 844-900-2387 or go to mybookie.lv. Sign up, make a deposit, and get a 100% bonus. If you use the promo code RADIO and make a deposit within the next 30 minutes, you'll get an extra 10%. There's no hassle, there's no fine print, and they've got the best customer service in the business. Only the biggest, only the best. mybookie.lv.
When your computer's not working, you're not working. Hi, this is Dan from Simplified Computers. Whether your computer is running slow, you have a virus, or it's just time for an upgrade, Simplified Computers is here to help with personal service you won't find at the big box stores. We can set up your wireless network, build, install, and maintain your business's server, or replace your hard drive. For over 18 years, we have served the Champaign-Urbana community with integrity and quality customer service. Call us at 352-5000. Simplified Computers, simply the best.
Coach Mike Ditka is not just talking sports. What will he say next? Hear him here Monday and Friday mornings from 7:30 to 8 with Brother Johnny and me, Stevie J, on ESPN Radio 93.5.
You know, I've pretty good memory, and I can kind of, you have about 2 or 3 hours, I can tell you what happened my first seventh grade game, sophomore year, college as a coach, first year assistant, first year coordinator, all throughout them all. You remember them all. And really, it's the same tone. Yeah, butterflies, excitement, anticipation for that week. And there's nothing like it. Each one is different. But for me, coming back now, I haven't had, it's been a long time since kind of walked in the stadium and there's a band playing. Cheerleaders, just excitement of young people around. So, there's a lot of excitement, to put it mildly.
It is College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5. Mike Carpenter with Steve Breitweiser. 1 hour down, 20 to go for the season.
Wow.
I know, crazy, huh?
Can we get Lovey to do some audiobooks?
I think it'd be great.
Yeah. I'd like to see that.
And I don't mean this in an offensive way, but if you're looking for an audiobook to kind of, at the end of the night, you got to wind down, got to go to bed, have a little bit of insomnia, that is the kind of voice you'd listen to. But it is such in stark contrast to Ron Zook, Tim Beckman, and Bill Cubitt. I'll give Bill this. He presented himself well, which was a breath of fresh air after the Beckman fiasco, whatever you want to call that. It didn't win enough games, and I think a lot of the frustration I had on the program, I just kind of automatically lumped on Bill Cubitt as well. But it is so nice to kind of compartmentalize those 4 years, whatever those 4 years were, that Beckman-Cubitt era, and just kind of throw it out the window and be able to focus on a game day that I'm legitimately excited about, despite an opponent being an FCS school. And more importantly, that I can go into the season, watch it without any sort of suspense as to, well, what's going to happen after the final game of the year? Where are we going? Well, no, we can actually kind of chart this over a few years and watch a program develop and hopefully flourish.
Yeah, and I think you're underplaying the historical significance of this game. If you just leave the Lovey aspect aside right now, this is the first ever meeting between the Racers
is that true?
In the Illini in the 127th year of Illinois football. This program, by the way, 15-0 all time against the former 1AA FCS. So you just take it to the bank, Carp.
And get this. Last night I was watching the Michigan State game against Furman on Big Ten Network. Most consecutive home opening wins. Illinois is fourth in the nation.
18.
Which is pretty good. If you think about it, that, of course, does not count the neutral site games against Missouri, where we started, 5 seasons out of 8 with an 0-1 record after that game, which I enjoyed. If you would have just won a game or two down there, it would have been a lot of fun. But it is kind of a unique stat for a program that has been bad. We can call it bad. And the encouraging thing, I know Kirk Herbstreit said it himself on game day this morning. It's not often, it's not usual, I should say, for Illinois in the last 10 years post Rose Bowl to even get a mention on game day, and yet on the opening broadcast they have to talk about Lovey. I think that matters too. I think the Chicago media reaction, it does matter, and I know that some people look at Chicago media as some sort of demonic, kind of terrible out to get Illinois sort of institution, but in reality, but in reality, they can be of great benefit to Illinois. So I think it's important that it was just on so many levels. We can even talk honestly about the racial component, which Lovie Smith's credentials aside, you're going to hire a coach with pro experience like that. But for a university that had especially just kind of reignited over the last couple of years, talks about the racial component. That hire basically checks each and every box, big and small. And it's credit to Josh Whitman that here we are today on September 3rd, 2016, when if you would have said, hey, how much are you looking forward to that Murray State game back in December 2015, I would have said, I don't care. We'll do a pregame show, whatever, I suppose. But it was really just kind of like an Eeyore, ho-hum, I don't really care about it.
Well, I saw the ticket estimates, and maybe not the ticket estimates, but the actual people who will be in attendance today will be, thought to be approaching 50,000 potentially. I mean, if that actually happens, if that is 45 to 50, that is a pretty seismic jump from the actual attendance that you were experiencing at those games the last several years, because it was much, much less than that. Now, we all understand that they've done things to try to get people in the door and are doing so, hoping that this thing really takes off. And then there's that kind of level of I got to get back on board with this thing. But that being said, I mean, it is completely turned this thing around overnight. ESPN National is not dropping down to Champaign to talk to Bill Cubitt.
No,
they're not dropping down to Champaign, Urbana, to talk to Tim Beckman. I think we can safely assume that.
Unless it's just kind of a cruel joke and they decide
that's
to do
right.
that.
But I mean, I think it in one swoop, this thing matters again because of who you hired. And look, I mean, it's more than just, he was hired and he's here. I think people on a national level, from a Chicago level, I mean, they're going to be following this throughout the course of the year, how he does, how it is going, and how this is going to play moving forward. So that interest is going to maintain for a while. And as you so correctly pointed out earlier, I don't think it dramatically changes things if there are some bumps in the road this season, especially in terms of we know that they've got a thin amount of players that they can, really utilize, maybe at that, Big Ten competitive level. That being said, he is still selling that vision for what is to come down the road in the future, and that ain't going away.
No, that's not going away, and I think you'll see an even greater benefit of that in the 2018 class because you can sell everything at once to 4 or 5-star kids. I don't know how many 5 stars he's going to get, but you're going to get a few snips.
The other thing I'd point out with that is you can better target the kind of guys you're looking for based on the type of production he knows he has in-house because I think that's a little bit of the unknown too is, looking at it. I know those classes coming behind as far are thin and are not, not well thought of. But that being said, I mean, there's a lot they can do, to get things fixed to their liking and they'll have control of that. And it starts with this class right now and what they can do in the short term. But I think long term, once they begin to figure out that, look at the secondary, that maybe some of these guys can play. They're everything that we think that, we need, that changes some things as far as, what they're looking for or even the fact that, that they've beefed up the recruiting department behind the scenes. I mean, how long overdue is that aspect? I mean, treating, the business aspect to that and what needs to happen as far as to be competitive and to give yourself an opportunity and to get the recruits talking about the Illinois program. I mean, you see all the social media images the way it is now. They are doing things that needed to be done that are being done by many other programs around the country. They are playing ball the way that they should be playing ball. That wasn't being done the last several years at all. So they're back in the game. They got name brand recognition up top, and it's all lining up very good. And now the other component to that is, what happens this year? If it turns out they look very good against North Carolina or something spectacular happens that nobody thought was going to happen, they're off and running.
Yes. Now, next year, and this is all under the presumption that next year, unless you literally add an all-star cast of JUCO kids, which I don't know if you want to do in the first place, trying to build a long-term success. We saw what Mike White did. I mean, you overload on JUCOs, and eventually that's going to probably end poorly for you. But
and then it's recently, too. I mean, they had to go in that direction with the staff, and you can see what happens, though, is I think everything gets a little bit out of balance with short-term, long-term in terms of how you develop that roster.
When it comes to the on-field component this year, which I think parallel tracks, to borrow a phrase from Mike Thomas, I think it actually does apply to this situation. You have the off-field recruiting efforts with the coaching staff and a recruiting department that is so above and beyond what you had the last 10 years. And I'll even go back to Ron Zook. That recruiting well dried up very quickly after the 2008 season when they didn't capitalize off the Rose Bowl, and then especially after 2009. You go 3-9, it's over. And all of a sudden, he's not getting those recruits, and the negative recruiting worked. But you mentioned it, even the social media component, even the graphics department. I mean, this is legit. This
stuff matters. I mean, I know people, it raises an eyebrow. This stuff really matters, and it's the way that you sell your brand across, the different platforms, especially with the recruits, and it gives you that visibility. So, it's nice to see. And I know, what can you take out of that? Well, it wasn't happening before.
No.
And you didn't see those types of images, and you didn't see the recruits connecting with the program in the manner. That stuff matters.
There's a brand, there's an identity, and I keep using that word identity, but it really does feel like finally I can go there in the lots before a game and I don't know how many things people should really have pride in. It's not like I personally have contributed to anything regarding the success or failures of Illinois football.
Don't be modest, Carp.
Well, thank you. But nonetheless, you would like to have an element of pride when you go over there. And I think in college football more than any other sport, there is that. The pageantry and everything that people talk about, there is something about a Saturday morning that even the last 5 years, beginning the first day of Tim Beckman's regime, which I remember was the super rainy Saturday against Bill Cubitt in Western Michigan, The defense looked good. Illinois, I think, won 17-7, but it was like the remnants of a tropical storm, and it just got things off to a bad start. And yet, every single game day Saturday, for the most part, I am excited about it until the inevitable, October swoon, and then you get November, and you just don't really care about it. But when it comes to this schedule, this is where I think it's interesting. I think the way that it's set up, no matter what, you are going to have intrigue going into late November, or at least going into those November matchups at home against Michigan State and Iowa. First things first, 2 weeks from tonight, I should say, we're going to know where this team stands after 3 non-conference games. Kind of an interesting way it sets up. You have Murray State to begin, FCS team, which you should win. Let's just call it a gimme. Hopefully it's not, we aren't sweating anything out today, and I don't think you will be. That all comes down then to North Carolina, which we'll see how they do today against Georgia, and Kirby Smart, their new head coach, and Western Michigan in week 3, which we'll see Western Michigan today against Northwestern, and I will mark it down as a win because that's the kind of game you just need to win, plain and simple. But would it be fair to say 2-1 non-conference, you walk out of feeling fine? Pretty good.
I think that's the most likely scenario, coming out of that. I think certainly a 1-2 would kind of, really, stop you in your tracks a little bit in terms of the, the atmosphere and sort of the idea that, this is going to be a lot more work than people think, which is going to be the case anyway. But I would just circle back to last year really quick. I mean, the amazing thing going back, if you look at last year, and it's almost like you forget about it, Cart. 4-1 to start last season.
After the Nebraska win.
4-1. So, I mean, they were off on a good start last year. They just had to win 2. All they had to do was win 2.
Got it at Purdue. Almost got it at Iowa. Could have gotten it home against Wisconsin. But here's the thing, to your point. At 4-1, and you look at the Iowa, Wisconsin, Purdue, Minnesota games. Now, they won that Purdue game, but Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, we are talking about a matter of a few plays that could have flipped that. And that can be said for a ton of teams. But I think it does speak to the fact that the talent was not bare on last year's team. This team has some talent, not quite as much as last year, but what I do think could offset that is just how old this team is. We're going to be talking about Illinois basketball in a bit and the benefit of having all these a couple 6-year players on that team. Well, it does matter. When you have a 23-year-old guy or a 22, 23-year-old guy as opposed, facing up against a 20-year-old, when it comes down to that fourth quarter and the wily veteran having to make a play, well, I'll put my money in that wily veteran every now and then more than I would an inexperienced sophomore or junior. So there is something to be said for this team wasn't far off last year. And, if there was, there's the WAR stat in baseball, one of those sabermetrics things that says a player is worth this many more wins than the replacement level substitute. Well, what would we put on Lovie Smith and his staff? A war for coaches. We'll find out at the end of the year, but I do feel like I've tempered my own expectations to the point where 5-7 seems what I always go back to, yet clearly it could be better than that. Things have to go right, but you could say that for a lot of teams too. I mean, best case scenario, this team can eke out 7 wins. They could eke out 8 in a miracle season, but 7 is actually feasible.
I would break it into 2 halves. So in the first 6, I think the best case scenario for that is a 4-2 start for this program this year. I think that's potentially likely. It very easily could be 3-3.
That's the non-conference, Nebraska, Purdue at home, Rutgers. At Rutgers.
And, then I think it becomes, okay, where do you find
the other two?
And it puts you in a similar position to where you were last year. If you're just asking me, and I know Sinclair was being very diplomatic in terms of, saying that, who they could compete against. And I think, again, like I said at the start, I think the consistency aspect and giving yourself a chance is so critical. And I think you will see them do a much better job of that this year, eliminating a lot of the dumb things from week to week that prevent you from having a chance to win. But that being said, if you're taking some games off the board that I think are least likely or less likely to happen, I mean, you'd probably start with North Carolina just through the firepower that they have. And then certainly, the Michigan game, the Michigan State game. I mean, I think those are 3 you might look at and say,
no,
those are in the column that's a stretch. So then, you're left with the rest from there. And obviously then you're dealing with factors of, at Wisconsin.
Iowa, November. I mean, here's the thing. You want to go into November somehow, some way with 5 wins. Ideally 6. I don't know how, but you could somehow scratch out 6 wins before November hits, because then you have Michigan State at home, at Wisconsin, Iowa at home, at Northwestern. Now, the Northwestern and the Iowa games to close out the year, if you go into those with 5 wins, I give you a shot. I give you a fighting chance in those 2 games. But here's how I kind of break it down. You got 4 must-win games. I think we'd agree on this. Murray State, Western Michigan, Purdue, Minnesota. 4-0. All home games, all very beatable opponents that you need to take care of. I would actually put North Carolina in that swing game department. And I have 4 of those. Reason being, it's the second week of the season. It is the post-North Carolina-Georgia game that's today and will be interesting to keep an eye on. I think there will be an inevitable letdown of sorts for a team like North Carolina. Come on, you just played Georgia on a neutral site game. That's what you've been preparing for all offseason. Now you have to travel to Illinois. Okay, well, we kicked their butt last year. We'll be fine. It's only natural to think that. Where Illinois, I think, will compete in that game. At Nebraska, we'll see with Mike Riley. The jury is still out on him, as you said, but that is a program.
They were the hard luck year of all time last season. Absolutely. With the way that their results are going. The one thing I would just say, Carp, though, is I think that Rutgers game is a little bit more attractive to me.
Oh, absolutely.
If we're picking than the Minnesota game. I think Minnesota, just from the consistency of their staff and the way that they kind of have an identity they've developed with Kill coming in there and what he has left. And I still think if you're looking for a comparison standpoint, we talk about the West being, an ability, to make a move, but I mean, Minnesota is still there, and they are very much, a team that can move it around a little bit. It was going to come after you, and so that is one that I still think I kind of circle and say that is a potential big swing game for me.
Oh, sure.
With how this season goes, because where you win that one, or whether Minnesota comes in here and plays really well and you don't. That dictates a lot the rest of the way, in my opinion.
Yeah, with the Minnesota thing, though, I think now you're fighting fire with fire. The same kind of template that they've used to win games, defense, run game, that's what you're going to try to institute down here. And I still think, if I look back to last year's game, eye test alone, and I know Tracy Claeys had just kind of taken over, Jerry Kill had retired by that point, but you looked better, you looked bigger, you looked faster. I think there was just more talent on Illinois. Being the home game and being what you even did 2 years ago to a Minnesota team that almost won the Big Ten West, that just seems to be a favorable matchup for Illinois that really should have 2 consecutive wins against that team. And Mitch Leidner, whatever. So my 4 swing games, North Carolina, at Nebraska, which I think will be an interesting game. Don't expect to win, but a possible swing game. At Rutgers is my big swing game. I think that could be the difference between 4 or 5 wins at that point, and then it really sets up an interesting rest of the way. And at Northwestern, you go into that game with 5 wins. That just seems tailor-made. Lovie comes in as the Bears coach. We're going to beat Green Bay. We're going to beat Green Bay. Well, he didn't go that with Northwestern. He's referenced them a few times. But that seems like the kind of thing that plays right into Lovie's hands. The 4 fat chance games I have, not going to happen, I don't think. At Michigan, Michigan State at home, at Wisconsin, despite the crazy schedule those guys have, and Iowa at home. I don't think you're going to get lightning in a bottle twice against Iowa, who, in all likelihood, are the favorites to win the Big Ten West. And they'll be competing for that division.
I think they are the favorite for the Big Ten West, certainly, with what they've done. And speaking of consistency, they pretty much bring it all the time and got it set the way they like. But
we saw 2 years ago what happened here, a November game, similar time of year, and they just ran for 300-plus yards. Do I see that happening? No. I see a more competitive game, but that's going to be an Iowa team competing for a division title.
Well, I know it's been talked about a lot this offseason. But that being said, I do think you have seen this template before. And in fact, it was really the last year you had sustained success in 2010. You had a Petrino offense in place. You had a running back that you could hand it to a ton. And you went ball control a little bit to help your defense. And you had an okay defensive squad.
And a really good defensive line.
And you had a wrecking ball named Corey Legit in the middle.
And a young Whitney Merciless, and 1 year off of his All-American year.
You got yourself a bowl win. But to me, that's the best case scenario. That if they can match that template with these pieces, and you've got a senior quarterback in place, then you can be in these games. You can be right there with Iowa. You can be right there at Wisconsin. So by the time you get there, and as you know, based upon scheduling and how things go up and down, things can completely change in perception.
Yeah,
we get 3 to 4 weeks in. So if you're looking at it, the way that this schedule is loaded, I like the fact that you still have a Purdue and Rutgers more forward in the schedule. Get on them early.
Yep.
Get your chance at them early. Because then by the time you get to the Wisconsins, the Iowas, and the Michigan States later, maybe you are playing better football. Maybe some of those programs do come back to you a little bit. Maybe you are right there. Maybe your confidence is at a different level.
If there's one thing I know about Darrell Hazel and his brand of Purdue
be ready.
football, they will be ready. I guess
you just don't walk in to Ross-Ade Stadium against that juggernaut, or invite them over here when they get off the bus.
Yeah. Well, heavy flashbacks to 2014 when they came.
You got to be ready.
When they came in here in 2014, about the same time of year, early October, and I thought effectively ended the Beckman era, but no. And then Illinois somehow got 6 wins and had beaten a couple weeks later. Minnesota, a ranked Minnesota team, came to town on homecoming.
Well, just think about Purdue. Purdue essentially did what, for the most part, Illinois has done. They just kept everything the same, even though you know it's junk.
Yeah. But think about that.
So you're not doing that anymore.
Well, that's true. But year three,
days are over.
Year three, you kind of did the same thing with Beckman, and no expectations going in. They stuck it out.
But
they don't have the talent.
They are status quo.
Yeah,
that isn't going to work. They're done. You know, they got to get new AD in place.
Well,
so there's decisions to be made there. But that being said, I mean, you look at it from the standpoint of, again, just to reemphasize where we are today, where we are now. Whole different world, isn't it?
It is.
Breath of fresh air. Drink it in.
And
unbelievable.
And while we're on the topic of Purdue, I think 45 minutes away you have their next head coach, Brock Spack, who will be there next year. And I think PJ Fleck would be another guy they should probably consider too. Not the traditional Purdue kind of guy, but I think that would actually probably be a pretty good fit over there. We got Dana Howard coming up next segment. We're going to do Around the World, the Big Ten, around 9:40, and then wrap the show up at 10:30 today. It is College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5.
Alto Vineyards has long been a leader in the Illinois wine industry, winning over 700 awards in national and international wine competitions in the last 20 years. Now, Alto Vineyards, along with SJ Broadcasting, present Music Among the Vines, East Central Illinois' premier summer concert series, held under the stars. Stop by Alto Vineyards each weekend throughout the summer and indulge in Illinois wines, premium beers, soft drinks, and light food items, all while experiencing the best music the area has to offer. For more details, visit altovineyards.net or call 356-4784.
This Saturday at Alto Vineyards Music Among the Vines, get ready for the sounds of Billy Galt. It's Billy Galt, live this Saturday at Alto Vineyards Music Among the Vines beginning at 7:30. More details on Music Among the Vines can be found online at altovineyards.net.
Hi, this is Rick Allen, founder of InformedAthlete.com. For over 25 years, I've advised athletes and parents about the NCAA, NAIA, and JUCO rules. If you're a high school or college athlete, or a parent or coach, we want you to know about Informed Athlete. If you have questions about college athletic recruiting, scholarships, academic eligibility, or transfers, for helpful information and to sign up for our free weekly newsletter, visit us online at InformedAthlete.com. That's InformedAthlete.com.
Check out the new Honda BMW of Champaign, formerly Twin City Honda BMW and still located in Savoy. These guys are crazy for used vehicles. Truckloads of pre-owned vehicles, 25 to 50% off the price of a similar new model. And not just Hondas and BMWs, cars, pickup trucks, and SUVs of all makes. Financing options on used cars as low as 1.9%. Just drive by Honda BMW of Champaign and you'll see from the street that this is a new dealership. Honda BMW of Champaign, online at drivechampaign.com. When you're heading home, Tay and J are on your way talking sports. Weekday afternoons 3 to 6 here on ESPN Radio 93.5.
College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5. Mike Carpenter with Steve Breitweiser. We've had Matt Sinclair on. We're going to do Around the World, the Big Ten here in just a bit. But right now we're going to head to the phone line here. And Steve, actually, I'm going to let you talk for a second because I got to fix my headphones.
You got to fix your headphones, yeah.
It's kind of annoying here.
I think we're showing some defensive bias here. Our guest lineup, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're about. You know, we know that when you look back historically, right, at the teams, you think about that 07 team, right? Man, they got a good defense there.
Really
that defense came alive. And we know that there have been periods, you know, when you've had that D, that has been the winning formula. So we know how important that is. And I think I get the distinct feeling. Your head ball coach here, Lovie Smith, he knows that too.
I think so.
He knows the importance of that.
And we're heading the phone line here with Dana Howard, Illini great, of course. And he actually joined me. Dana, you were on the show the day that Lovie Smith was hired. And 6 months later, finally, we're on game day. Does it seem real to you at this point that Lovie is about to coach his first game at Illinois?
Well, I guess a little bit. I mean, you always want it to happen, and now that it's here, it's like everybody wants to hell. We just need that first victory under our belt. Then from there, hopefully the kids will rise up and fight for Lovey, and like we thought they should have been playing the first couple years.
Dana, I had asked Matt Sinclair back in the 8 o'clock hour about Lovey's temperament, and Lou Tepper was your head coach, also known for being kind of a reserved guy. Does that personality lend itself better, you think, in 2016 than it did when you were playing, or is that a kind of temperament that no matter the era, that will register with players?
Well, Coach Tepper, he had a soft temperament, but trust me, during game day, he wouldn't use the choice words that a guy like myself would. So he had his way of motivating. But and I'm sure Lovey's the same way. He probably doesn't, the words that a guy like myself uses. But I'm sure when that adrenaline and game day comes around, he's going to get in those guys' faces and he's going to let them know, hey, it's do or die. You ain't here to, this mama's not here. You're a big boy now. Let's get this stuff done. He'll say it in a way that works and resonates with the guys, I'm sure. And but I think it's just the person who's giving the message. You know what I mean? It's different coming from some guys than it is others. But a guy like Love giving a message whether he uses his words or not. It's just that much better.
Hey Dana, Steve Breitweiser here. Got to ask about Lovey as far as taking this thing over, and now he's had plenty of time to get to know everybody, really make his evaluations, get his roster set the way he likes. What do you think his blueprint is going to be going forward as far as building this football program? I will begin to get some clues here today against Murray State with how things look on both sides of the ball, and I think that's the exciting part. But how do you see him kind of setting things up? Is it just as simple as, he's going to bring in guys that have good measurables and this is going to be like, what we saw with the Bears and on the defensive side of the ball, and it's going to be kind of, back to basics offensively?
Well, defensively, we all know that, he can pretty much plug in a little bit defensive game. The longer you're in the system, the better.
Tell you what, I think we have a bad connection there, so we'll retry Dana in just a bit. Cell phones, 2016.
Yeah, that's when you're bringing the truth
radio.
The way that Dana's bringing it. That's what happens with the cell phone connection, is it drops out. But I think the point is taken too. Like you get back to, you heard it here with Dana and with Matt, and just saying about the idea of the even keel way Lovey approaches everything. Certainly over the last since he's taken over. It's just it becomes sort of the identity of the football program and how things start to move forward.
So we'll try Dana here again. Sorry, Dana, it might be on our end as well. Yeah. Cell phone connections can get a little bit tricky, but we were just talking about the identity that Lovey's going to try to establish here. So do you think it would be easier with the kind of recruits that Lovey will be, from the Chicago pool, from St. Louis, from those areas, to build up a program that has that run-first defensive philosophy that we saw when he was with the Bears back in the mid-2000s?
Well, at some point, I think so. He's going to do what he can with the guys that he has, and like I said, it's going to be up to the guys to rise up to the occasion and just hey, you got a scholarship. It's time for you to play ball and do what you need to do. And it's a want to, not a have to. And I think if the guys have that mentality of knowing that they want to go out and play hard and play inside the means of the system that Lovey has, we're going to be all right. But, as far as offensively is concerned, obviously I'm not that type of guy because I'm a defensive guy, but it still holds true. The offensive coordinator, he has a vision of the type of quarterback he wants, the type of receiver he needs, the type that fits his offense. Now, do we have that? I'm not really sure, but I'm sure he's going to work with the guys he has in his stable, and all West Lawn has to do is, make the throws, occasionally use his feet to, elude a couple of tacklers and make some plays. That's what it's all about. I don't care where you come from, who you are. All you got to do is a want to and not a have to. You got to want to make plays. You got to want to go out there and give a second and third effort and give 150%. If these guys do that, I don't care if it's Lovey's guys, Coach Tepper's guys or Red Granger's guys. They're going to go out there and they're going to be successful.
Dana Howard joining us on College Game Day Live. Mike Carpenter with Steve Breitweiser.
You know, Dane, I got to ask about one of my favorite things thus far with the Lovie regime is their ability to go to the St. Louis area and get a couple commitments. They got Larry Boyd from Trinity Catholic. They got Tony Adams, St. Louis U. I mean, you just had the changeover with Missouri, so Barry Odom's now the coach. Pinkel's no longer there. It was trending down there last year, certainly, and who knows what will happen. You got the renewed enthusiasm with Lovie, and you got his not only name brand quality with the Bears, but also his time spent in that area when he was with the Rams. So to me, this seems like it's opening up a whole new world right there that Illinois has sort of been cut off from recently. But at the same time, it is one that you've looked at and said every year, why can't they get more of those guys out of the St. Louis area to come across and play?
Well, I mean, whoever the coach is, obviously I'm going to help him because I'm an Illinois guy through and through, and it's going to be no different for Lovie. I'm going to help him, but, we had some guys who, other than Zook, we had some guys who, just didn't know how to do it and just didn't have the swagger, I should say, to be able to come down here and get the key kids that he needs. I mean, you got a guy in Lovie who really, quite frankly, has the swagger, has the resume, and the kids want to be like, you know what, this guy can take me to the next level because he's been to the promised land. And no disrespect to Beckman or any other of the coaches. I mean, but they didn't have the pedigree, the resume to say that I've been to the promised land. I can take you there. I know how to get there. All you got to do is trust me and follow me. He has that. So anybody would, want to come and play for a guy that could take him to the next level. When I spoke to the guys at practice, I told them, I said, had I had a Lovie Smith as my linebacker coach or, the other guy that played with Tampa, I told him I'd run through a brick wall for him. I said, but I'd run through a brick wall for anybody anyway because that's the type of guy I am. I said, but you got to have that type of love for the game in order to be successful. And, I don't know if it resonated with the guys, but, I was just trying to keep it real and explain to them that, you got a guy here who, man, guys would have died for. I mean, played for it and went out and did what they had to do to make sure that we brought home a victory. So I think with a Lovie Smith, you'll see more of the St. Louis area, much more of the Chicago area, a lot more of the Indianapolis area. And we can get those three, we can be in the top 10, top 15 every year.
Well, then, Dana, you also have the potential Florida pipeline. Texas might open up in a little bit because Lovie's from down in that region. California because of Hardy Nickerson. It's pretty exciting as far as recruiting is concerned. And you mentioned being a top 15, top 10 program. Is there a current Big Ten program that you think Lovie can kind of use as a template, be it in Iowa, a Wisconsin, a Michigan State, that you think, okay, realistically, Illinois can be this consistently?
Oh, I can definitely see us being a Michigan State. I mean, what they're doing is playing great defense, and as you know, I mean, defense wins championships. Offense wins ball games. We all know that. But if you don't have a great defense, i.e., Lovie Smith with the Rams when he was in St. Louis, i.e., Lovie when he was with the Bears in Chicago, they had great defense, and just so happened the offense came along. So, if this guy can. Just those three that I said, the Chicago, Indianapolis, and St. Louis, he gets those three. Then if he just happens to get some good guys out of Texas and Florida, man, I mean, Michigan State we might be a little bit better than the Michigan State. But hey, I can't talk bad about them because they've done well the past 4 years. They've been in the top 10, top 15 every year, and if they can do it without a Lovie Smith, and we got a Lovie Smith, I mean, the sky's the limit for us.
Well, Dane, hopefully in a few years we're talking about an Illinois defense and comparing it back to that 1994 defense when it was you, Simeon, Kevin Hardy, John Holisek, all those guys. Appreciate your time as always, Dane, and hopefully we'll catch up with you later on the season.
Okay, you guys take it easy.
All right.
Carolina. Dana
Howard, Illini, great. You know the guy. And that 94 defense, I remember being over there for that Penn State game in the snow. Illinois, I think, took a 21-0 lead, and then Kerry Collins did his thing. And that was heartbreaking to watch because that team, I think, finished 8-4. They beat East Carolina in the Liberty Bowl. But the 4 losses they had, I think, were all kind of like Nebraska last year. They had 6 losses, 8 points or less. That team, I think they were all 7 points or less, those losses. They were not far away from being a great team. Kind of had to feel a little bit for Lou Tepper because, he did his job as far as what he knew defensively. But the one thing that does concern me, kind of comparing 94, that Illinois team, to what Lovie might try to build here, is remembering those Bears teams and the defense always being consistently good and yet the offense not having an identity. I do think it is different, though, when you get in the college ranks and you have an offensive coordinator that can recruit his guys. In other words, that kind of rotating. As a coach in the NFL, you're at the mercy of your GM. As the coach at the collegiate level, if you do your job recruiting, you can go out and get any sort of talent that you want to. And that's why the concerns I had with Lovie offensively, professionally, I don't quite have that with him here at Illinois.
Yeah. Why would you be? I mean, look, you're in upgrade land now, so it remains to be seen. I think the first step is you've got to bump up Illinois from the 60-ish, 70-ish recruiting class ranked in the nation to that kind of next tier. You'd like to see them more consistently, above the 40s, right?
40 plus, yeah.
Because that gets you back into where you probably should be anyway, for that matter. And we've seen that before, and you maybe even trend a little higher. I think the next question, though, is, with what they got going on, can they start winning some of those real battles for, the highly regarded talent that's out there? And that's going to take some time to kind of reestablish things and get them in there. But that being said, you get an Oladipo
over Michigan State. And we don't know. There were other components to that. Michigan State already had a good amount of defensive linemen in that class, so I think Oladipo saw the writing on the wall and knew that the opportunity was probably greater down here as far as playing time. But I don't think you're going to be ever consistently beating out Michigan and Ohio States. But going back to the initial thing we talked about at the top of the show, you're in the Big Ten West. You're talking now about beating the Iowas and the Wisconsins and, sure, the Michigan States like we just saw. I can see that happening regularly once they really get their feet down with the Chicago area, with the St. Louis area, and already beating out Missouri, coaching upheaval aside. Missouri as a program has been really good for the last 10, 12 years. That is not something that Illinois, even with Lovie Smith as head coach, that I expected him to come in immediately and make hay in that area where Illinois struggled so mightily to get anything going consistently. So that, I think, is a good indicator for what they can start doing. We see a couple of anecdotal examples of that now. I think we can start to see that become the trend, the new norm.
Well, that isn't a sort of like they've got the key and they've locked it up and it's never going to be open to anybody else ever again. They were on a hot streak. They had unprecedented success there with Pinkel. They may be in a downturn period.
Yeah,
quite honestly, it doesn't last forever. No program maintains a level of success forever.
Look at Michigan.
It's the way it goes. Oh yeah, it's taken years to get that back.
That was a 7-8 year stretch.
That's right, and so it's a confluence of events that is out there that might be working in your favor right now if you look at it from that standpoint. But again, they target people from the Chicago area to go after. I'd like to think they can be in those battles against Ohio State for select people, and I'd like to think that if they can, show that they've got this thing turned around again, somebody might think, I'm going there. And I don't have to go there.
The Pied Piper effect. You wonder who that first recruit, a la Juice Williams with Ron Zook, that kind of opened the floodgates for what he got then in the 06, 07 classes, which turned out a lot of talent. Wasn't able to maintain it with on-field success, but that is the other component here too.
How'd you feel when Martez Wilson said yes? You don't think they can get back to targeting those types of athletes, those types of guys, to say, come on down.
And you know what that does as well? When you start lining up recruits like that, and I don't know if they're going to be able to get that, unquestioned 5-star kid in this 2017 class. I think you're going to start seeing a few of those, maybe 2, 3 a class going forward. That might sound ridiculous, but I think Lovie can land that type of guy, but a lot of 4 stars. And when Dana mentioned the Michigan State thing, I threw out 3 programs that you could use as a template to Dana: Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan State. And probably in ascending order for what they've done in the last 10, 15 years. And Michigan State, I'm watching that game last night. They're 12th in the nation, kind of by default, because at this point, that is the kind of talent they've amassed. That's the kind of program they've built. You know what they are. And especially come November, they might look kind of ugly in September, October, but they have a template that works and always seems to come around when they play those big games. And I could certainly see that happening. And what Lovey doesn't have to deal with, again, I feel like I can't belabor this point enough. He doesn't have to deal with Michigan, Ohio State every year, let alone Michigan State or even a Penn State, which we keep waiting for James Franklin to kind of wake up and have the success.
Which I think he will. I think it's coming.
I think eventually.
It's taking longer than it should be. Carb, I don't know if you can see this over here, but I have a notepad. I've sketched a box on this pad, and I don't want to put any pressure on this staff.
Okay.
Because I'm just going to enjoy the ride, the renewal, the rebirth. No more Cubitt, no more Beckman.
Mm-hmm.
But I've written 18 class down on this sheet of paper.
I agree.
And here are my expectations for the 18 class. 2 5-stars.
Okay.
3 4-stars.
That's going to be more than that.
And then fill it in.
With 3 stars.
3 to 4 stars.
Yeah.
No pressure. That's what I expect. That is my expectations for getting this thing back going again. But I think they have to shoot big. I think they have to go for big wins. I think part of that momentum building aspect is getting in those recruiting battles and winning 1 or 2 of them and really showing. That's how you show you are back or we're going to be close to being back. That's how you do it.
I don't know if it's arrogance on my part, but I think they will win those recruiting battles. The ones they elect to really get into and say, we got a shot with this 5-star kid out of Chicago, and the offer list is this. And it might just be blue blood after blue blood. But I think it only takes one. I think truly it only takes one for another 5-star kid in that same Chicago area or the metro St. Louis area to think, okay, well, this actually is something legit. But the great thing about that 2018 class, they're going to be able to sell the idea of, okay, we're building a program long term. But in addition to that, and this I think will be the swing for a few guys, they're going to say not only that, but unlike LSU, Alabama, Ohio State, Michigan, you're going to play right away. If you are one of those really special 4 or 5-star talents, if you're a class of 18, listen, that 2018 Illinois roster, next year's rough. 2018, the jury is still out, but there's still going to be a lack of depth on that roster where you're going to have opportunities for these guys that want to play immediately. And Dana touched on this too, and I think this is big. When you look at the NFL connection, that's why I think Harbaugh is going to do. I mean, we could have predicted this anyways, that Harbaugh is going to have success at Michigan, but that he's going to have great success to the point of competing for national titles because people love that NFL connection, these high school kids. And Lovey looks like a path for some of these guys, especially defensively, to get into the NFL. I think defensively they will have no issues getting their guys, but the key for them in building a program, I still think you need great quarterbacks. Is Cam Thomas that? I don't know. He's kind of a project. Can they get that Juice Williams-like recruit? And I think if they do, unlike the Zook era, I think you'll actually be able to see them defensively. You'll be good, and then you'll get that not franchise quarterback, but program-changing quarterback that can really begin this whole process.
I also think recruiting is a style thing, and it's kind of that. It's a desire thing for some of these staffs. I think the desire to go and take it down to the wire and to be in the fight for some of the top recruits that aren't going to commit early, that are going to maybe, sway in the wind a little bit up to signing day. You got to have that ability to stick in on those and to want to be a part of that unit and be in those fights. And I think, you got to have that kind of, and Dana alluded to it, that swag. So he's got that. I think as a staff, they can do that. I think they might have to be selective initially with that because you can't, come up empty-handed out of that. But that being said, you haven't been in those recently. I think it opens up new ground as far as, what they can do. And if they can make some magic happen and get this thing out ahead, and keep in mind, too, that there's a lot of thought process that, this is a year because maybe next year they don't have the level of talent they have this year. Good things, Carp.
Yeah. That's
potentially good things.
That's Steve Breitweiser. I'm Mike Carpenter. We had Dana Howard just recently here on College Game Day Live back in the 8 o'clock hour. Matt Sinclair coming up after the break. Going to go with our traditional segment. A little bit later than usual, but that's okay. We're going to go around the world of the Big Ten. It is College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5.
Head out this Saturday and every Saturday to Urbana's Market at the Square, the area's largest farmers market.
Heading on down to the market Saturday.
The market has a bounty of Illinois-grown farm fresh fruits and veggies, meat, dairy, baked goods, arts, crafts, flowers, and more. Plus vendors selling Illinois wine and CU's best selection of food trucks.
Your friends are there at the market at the
Check out the online map and search for vendors and products at urbanaillinois.us/market. Come out this Saturday, rain or shine, and join in the fun of shopping local. 7 a.m. to noon, Illinois and Vine in downtown Urbana.
Make your life easier with quality equipment and service from Shambana Sales in Champaign. Shambana Sales carries Echo Power equipment, including string trimmers, blowers, and chainsaw. You'll find zero-turn Skag mowers and Gravely mowers, Tommy Gate lift gates, Boss snow plows, and Aaron snowblower. You'll see Econoline and American Hauler trailers. Choose from lots of used golf cars for sale or rent. Be sure to ask about street legal cars. Visit Shambana Sales today at 3310 North Madison, Champaign, just south of Olympia Drive.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-519-7796. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-519-7796.
You buy Community Credit Union for campus and community.
The Illini Visa Rewards Card is your community credit card.
It's my ticket for travel. My name is Mindy, and I gain points from my Illini Visa credit card. And I use the points for trips to see my grandkids in Colorado.
It's my ticket for gift cards. My name is Mark. I gain points from my Illini Visa credit card, and I use the points to buy gift cards as incentives for my employees when they achieve goals at the office.
The community has spoken, and they use the Illini Visa Rewards Card. The Illini Visa Rewards Card can be your ticket for travel, gift cards, and more. When you use your Illini Visa Rewards Card for purchases, you rack up points. Use your points to travel. Use your points for gift cards. Don't have an Illini Visa yet? Apply today at IlliniCard.org. That's IlliniCard.org.
Live, work, or study in Champaign County? Bank with the U of I Community Credit Union.
Community Credit Union for campus and community.
Hi, it's Stevie J. Start your day with me along with Diane Ducey, weekday morning 7 to 9 here on ESPN Radio 93.5.
It is College Game Day on College Game Day Live. I'm not good at these transitions, Steve. College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5. Mike Carpenter with Steve Breitweiser. Got to thank our sponsors, Shambana Sales, Kent Weeks, and all the guys over there tailgating right now in Lot 31 on a beautiful Saturday morning. And then our friends at Houlihan's hosted us last year, but for some technical reasons, just it's easier to be in the studio, and we can kind of fix things as we go.
Afternoon kicks, finally.
Yes, and
right?
Finally. And that is something, the Levy effect, which is so far-reaching, also includes kickoff times.
Yeah, they actually want this program back on TV later in the day.
But alas, Illinois right now, if you look in the Big Ten West, I guess people would probably predict them around 6th or 7th. Probably not 7th, that'd be Purdue, but around 5th or 6th when you factor into Minnesota, something like that. So there's so much more going on in the world of the Big Ten. And what we like to do each and every week on College Game Day Live is go around the world of the Big Ten East and West divisions in a segment we call, redundantly, Around the World. Dateline, Bloomington, Indiana, 6-7 finish. Doesn't indicate how close Indiana was to knocking off Michigan and Ohio State last year. They did beat Ron Turner and Florida International. Pretty good second half performance by Indiana on Thursday. Consecutive bowl trips for Kevin Wilson? I ask you that, Steve.
I think it's very likely. For that crew. I mean, they score a lot of points, and it just looks like they're going to pick up where they left off. I mean, a little bit different. Not maybe the level of proficiency if you watch the game against the FIU Panthers with Ron Turner.
Panthers, right? Yeah.
You know, you saw that it was close until they opened it up late. But that being said, I mean, maybe they're just happy with that. You know, they score some points, they cause some havoc, they beat some teams. It always seems like he's suspending guys. Have you ever noticed that?
It's true.
You know, especially at the start of the season, like Indiana every year, they always suspended like 5 guys for various. So I don't ever know what's going on over there, but. You know, I think they just kind of to me, I'd put them in status quo land where they will kind of be very similar, I think, to what they were last year. I know they've got some new pieces in the backfield, and that being said, I mean, I think they are kind of their identity now. We're going to go open it up. We're going to throw it around. We're going to go up tempo, and you're going to score a lot of points on us.
I can see 5 wins on their schedule. Already got the first one Thursday. Their last 2 games of the non-conference are Ball State and Wake Forest at home. They should win both of those. And then you have home games against Purdue and Maryland. So that's 5, right?
Yeah, I mean, they can, especially early, I think they are going to load up on the wins. That's what they did last year.
So then you also have games like at Rutgers. I could even put Nebraska at home. That's homecoming for them, and we saw what they did last year at home against an Ohio State and Michigan. I think they get to 6 wins again, and to their credit, you know, we talk about identity. They have it. Kevin Wilson, not the most likable fella, but I thought that last year...
Is he frumpy? Would you call him frumpy?
He's very frumpy, and a little bit clumpy. But I think that last year's team was actually fun to watch. I mean, Indiana was fun to watch. Even that game against Duke in the bowl game.
All right, they started off 4-0 last year, and then do you know what happened, Carp?
They won 2-6.
They got in a conference play. That's what happened.
Well, but again,
but they got the other 2.
How close?
They found the other 2.
How close were they to 4-4 with wins at home against Michigan and Ohio State? They were very close to being an 8-4 team. But I think
you say so.
They have a decent thing going over there, I think. For all things considered, Indiana football could be
He's
much
a
worse.
great offensive mind, that Kevin Wilson.
Going to my favorite place, Dateline, Evanston, Illinois, coming off a 10-3 season. Will Fitz avoid a letdown? Now, here's the thing, though. The opening 6 includes Western Michigan today. They'll probably get that, but interesting game nonetheless. Duke at home, Nebraska at home, at Iowa, Michigan State at home. So that's tough, but they have a lot of guys returning on defense, and that's kind of their bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, they front-loaded the schedule up. They can take care of it again this year. Going back to last year, that's what they did. Same thing. They very similar. But I don't know. You know what they do. I mean, this is the team you know who they are. They don't change their identity. You know what Fitzgerald brings to the table. They've got question marks as far as slotting guys in and trying to get certain levels of production that they're expecting. And it all comes down to that last game.
They were, yeah, you're right. They were a 7-win team last year, masquerading as a 10-win team. They had no pass game. They won the takeaway battle every single game. And, listen, a lot of that is, whatever your defensive emphasis being on takeaways, they've always had that at Northwestern, but there is an element of luck. If that goes away, if that well dries up a little bit, they are not going to get back to that 10-win thing. But I could see another 7-8-win season. They're in a good spot, and that defense, I don't want to say elite, but statistically last year they were elite. And you could argue about the merits of that schedule, but no matter who they played, they usually kept you, 14 points or less. And I see that again. Kind of not the most exciting team to watch, but I'll give Fitz credit. He has something good going on up there.
Of course, last year, too, they had the all-time outlier with that Stanford win.
Yes.
To start the season. That's still, you look at that still, and it's just hanging there.
You play the good teams early, like Illinois is doing with North Carolina next week.
Play them early.
Well,
you got a chance.
And you got a shot.
Chance, right.
Like Cincinnati a few years ago. How's Tuberville doing now? Is he still over there? I think they've struggled, haven't they? Dateline, Lincoln, Nebraska. Positive vibes after a bowl win against UCLA. They were 5-7, one of those exemptions. Granted, Illinois was not one of those exemptions. Last year an aberration, or is that the new normal for Nebraska? And more importantly, should they have fired Bo Pelini? I know I'm still talking about that a year later, but that was a 9-3 guarantee every year.
Yes, because I don't think that relationship was going to end well anyway, so letting that go on another couple years, so what? They moved on it. I really like Nebraska here this year to assert themselves kind of in the West. I think they can challenge up top. I don't think it was last year. You look at all the bad luck they have, but they have some pieces in place to get it done. And is the schedule that they have that difficult? No. I don't think it is.
It isn't.
I think it's favorable to them. They avoid some of the real problematic games cross-divisionally. So that being said, I look for Nebraska to be 8-win territory, maybe spiking up more than that.
Competing for the Big Ten West with Iowa?
I think so.
And this is where the next one we're going to go to. We'll skip Michigan here and do that in a bit. But Madison, Wisconsin, 10-3 last year, which they didn't feel like a 10-3 team, but that's kind of the program they are now. They can sneak out a 10-win year without anyone really noticing. But this year, this schedule is unbelievable for Wisconsin. LSU today, probably a loss, right? I think that's fair to say. At Lambeau Field. Their first 6 Big Ten games, this is where it's just crazy.
Yep.
At Michigan State. At Michigan. Ohio State at home. At Iowa. Nebraska at
There
home.
might not be anything left by the time they get to Nebraska.
I know. By the time they get to Nebraska, if you're 0-4, which is, I don't want to say likely, but possible, and then at Northwestern after Nebraska.
And then November 12th,
Illinois comes up
Illinois
against a battered and bruised Badger team. But that
again,
is
scheduling. We talked about it earlier. Look where Illinois gets them in the schedule.
Can I say this? The Big Ten office needs to do better than that. You cannot load up someone's schedule like that. You know who's going to be good. The best 3 teams in the Big Ten the last 5-6 years, who have they been? Michigan State and Michigan, Ohio State. Not even in Wisconsin's division. And I legitimately feel bad for them. That could be a team that's just as good as last year, and with last year's schedule, they'd repeat that same success. They're looking at maybe missing a bowl trip because I see those first 6 Big Ten games. I see LSU. I see a possible 5-7 year, and that's if they sweep all the games they should win.
Well, that's why I would lean Nebraska, because I think it's that Wisconsin-Nebraska scheduling difference this year. I think I'm seeing a lot of projections of 7 wins. I do think that's kind of where you almost see it, because you expect this to be so difficult for them to get through out of there unscathed. So, yeah. What is the Big Ten office doing to them with the schedule?
We'll do one more in the Big Ten West here. Iowa City, after a 12-2 season, they may be the favorites to win the Big Ten West. They basically return that entire team. Is this the second renaissance period of Kirk Ferentz? And what I mean by that is, look back to the early 2000s when he first got things going with Brad Banks, a quarterback. They made an Orange Bowl appearance. They actually had, I think, 3 consecutive double-digit win seasons. Is this what we're looking at with Iowa, or was last year truly an outlier?
His strength coach makes more than your head coach. That's all you need to know about the Hawkeyes.
Legitimately?
Look,
not my head coach.
Most. He's up there high. Look, I think the schedule's manageable for them. To me, they're in the driver's seat, and they bring that consistency of their approach. Nothing's going to change. You've been asking it for years. Why can't Illinois replicate the template that Iowa has put in place and develop some of the line talent and find some people here in the skill positions to get it done? But I think it's a very manageable schedule, you'd have to say.
Yeah.
By looking at it. I think if you start off with at Rutgers, that's nice, right?
Pretty nice.
That'll ease them into the Big Ten schedule. Northwestern at home.
When?
At Minnesota. Does anything scare you in the first 3 weeks?
No.
So if they get off to a good start there, and you would expect for them to take care of business in the non-conference portion of the schedule, they're rolling, and they're out in front, and then everybody's chasing them.
Big Ten West champs repeat?
I think so.
I
say likely.
Yeah. And they'll be here, of course. Illinois can play spoiler on November 19th. We'll see. I don't anticipate a win for Illinois, but the good thing about Iowa, when you do face them, the likelihood of them blowing you out, unless you're just a really terrible football team, that's not the style of play that they do. So I think it'll be interesting come November, after Lovie already has, 10 games under his belt with this team. If that run versus defense, you're basically fighting fire with fire at that point, and that might be a good old-fashioned cold weather 13-10 ball game. The old 3 yards in a cloud of dust.
I thought Illinois played them very well last year. I thought that was one of the games that, kind of in the midseason gave you hope there was something at the end that those guys could put it together. It just never materialized.
That's around the world of the Big Ten. Plenty of interesting first week matchups. So I think next week we'll actually have a pretty good idea about how some of these non-conferences are going to shake out for some of these teams. A game today, Northwestern, Western Michigan at 11 o'clock. I'm anxious to keep an eye on that, especially because we're playing PJ Fleck in a couple weeks. And why not? Wisconsin versus LSU. I just talked about how tough the schedule is. Wouldn't it be so Wisconsin to get a random upset win against befuddled Les Miles?
Well, it does not set up well, right? And then Dave Aranda's down there at LSU, the former defensive coordinator who knows everything they're doing. So, I don't think that looks really good. But that being said, interesting scene, right? First ever major college football game or big-time college football at Lambeau. So that's tune-in material later.
Absolutely. All right, so Illinois Murray State, 2:30 kickoff. We got one more segment coming up here on College Game Day Live, brought to you by our friends at Chambana Sales and Houlihan's. Mike Carpenter with Steve Breitweiser. We'll be right back. It is College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5.
We're mixing business with politics to give you the bigger picture on Fox Business Network, featuring dynamic political programming that has more people tuning in than ever before. Special reports from the team viewers trust: Bartiromo, Regan, Dobbs, and Cavuto. And from the debates right up to the election, expert insight and smart analysis you won't find anywhere else. For political coverage that's on the money, it's got to be Fox Business Network.
Weeknights, Kelly brings the heat.
Developing tonight, a Kelly File exclusive. This is breaking news. We're just getting this.
Inside today's most explosive stories.
That's not the way it was supposed to go down.
Getting answers and challenging the status quo.
Sir, it's a back and forth. I'm not just going to give you the platform for a soliloquy. Don't come on here and spit. I will leave that to you to decide.
Powerful, insightful, fair, and balanced. Megyn Kelly taking prime time to the next degree.
Join me for the Kelly File, weeknights at 9.
What are you all smiles about, man?
My favorite time of the season is back, baby. Football season.
Yeah, mine too.
And that means I get to use my favorite website.
Oh yeah, let me guess what that is.
No, not that. MyBookie.lv. It totally lets me get in on the action. And if you sign up now and make a deposit, you get a 100% bonus.
I think I'd like to get in on that action.
And it's mobile friendly, so I can pull it up from my phone anywhere. Even if I'm late and the game has already started, it's no problem. They've got live in-game action.
Yeah, but what happens when it comes time for a payout?
I never have a problem getting a payout. There's no hassles, no runaround, and they got the best customer service ever.
Sign me up.
Call 844-900-2387 or go to mybookie.lv. Sign up, make a deposit, and get a 100% bonus. If you use the promo code RADIO and make a deposit within the next 30 minutes, you'll get an extra 10%. There's no hassle, there's no fine print, and they've got the best customer service in the business. Only the biggest, only the best. MyBookie.lv.
With the summer's hottest days ahead, Chief Bauer Service Experts reminds you that if your AC system is more than 10 years old, it may be time for a replacement. Because if it fails, you'll get hot, and you might think about doing weird things to cool off, like building a fort inside the fridge. Instead, call Chief Bauer Service Experts and save up to $2,600 on a new Lennox home comfort system. Plus, make payments as low as $99 a month with approved credit. You'll save up to 50% on energy bills and have a written 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit chiefbauer.com.
Guidance, trust, protection, service. It's the mantra of GTPS Insurance. Finding the perfect solution for you, guiding you through the options, helping you through a claim, and adapting to your evolving needs. Since 1997, GTPS Insurance has provided coverage for your car, your home, your business, and your life. As an independent broker, GTPS Insurance Agency will shop around until they find the right coverage at the best price. Contact a GTPS Insurance agent today at 359-9000 or visit online at gtpsinsurance.com.
What will he say next? Hear him here Monday and Friday mornings from 7:30 to 8 with Brother Johnny and me, Stevie J, on ESPN Radio 93.5.
Just over 1 year ago, Mike Carpenter and Steve Breitweiser were preparing for yet another season of Tim Beckman-led Illinois football. Try as they might, they couldn't muster up any enthusiasm. Not even after trying Beckman's patented OSCE formula.
Our success equals the knowledge of being, the knowledge of being.
On one fateful Friday morning, Tim Beckman was relieved of his duties. While an inconsolable Illini Nation wept, Bill Cubitt provided strength and folksy rhetoric to ease the concerns of a success-starved fan base.
Well, it is what it is.
Then, it hit the fan. A cyborg who went by the human name of Mike Thomas was fired in November, and an administration littered with interim tags scrambled to give a sub-500 interim coach a 2-year contract.
I think Coach Cubitt is doing a great job.
These were the dark days. But as Gary Oldman said in that one Batman movie, the night is always darkest before the dawn. In came native son Josh Whitman on a galloping steed with a simple message.
We will win. It's important. That's what everybody's thirsty for. We don't get in this to come in second place. That's not our purpose.
And on Monday, March 7th, the young athletic director cemented his name in Illini lore by hiring Lovie Smith.
And we want to get to a place where we're competing for Big Ten championship yearly.
Now, after nearly 6 months of anticipation, kickoff is here, and the Lovie Smith era has officially begun.
time in the state of Illinois. Felt like I was really coming home. From my time up north with the Bears, I always looked at our university and great academic institution and wonder why we couldn't be a contender each year. Everything you need to have a successful program, we have.
It is College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5. Mike Carpenter with Steve Breitweiser, and it is the first game day where Lovie Smith is your head coach. It is a different vibe. It is a beautiful Saturday. I expected September 3rd to probably be miserable outside. This feels like a late September, chilly kind of morning, warm Indian summer sun. It's perfect for football, but more importantly, it's the first Saturday in a long time where I've walked into it without any implications about, well, whatever happens this year is going to affect what happens next year. We talked a little bit about this, about how the on-field success, I should say, could accelerate recruiting and the momentum associated with that, but that ultimately it's not going to affect the long-term future of this program one way or another, whether they go 5-7 or 7-5. I think ultimately Illinois will end up wherever they're going to end up with Lovie Smith. And not to say that this year is all gravy. I want to win games. I want to get to a bowl game, sneak into it somehow. But it is nice to kind of not have that added pressure as a fan wondering, well, what next? And that's something new and kind of refreshing.
It's just exhausting as a fan, right?
It's so exhausting. My God.
Do that. What bowl would you think they could sneak into? What would you like?
Let's go to Zaxby's
Quick
again.
Lane Bowl. Would you like that one?
Is Little Caesar still?
Foster Farms.
Where's that one at?
Isn't that the one in San Fran?
Was that the old Kraft 500?
Pinstripe.
I'd like that.
How about that for Lovie?
I would like to go to the Pinstripe
in
Bowl.
his inaugural season. Pinstripe, the Tax Slayer Bowl.
I would actually go to the Pinstripe Bowl. I've not seen the new Yankee Stadium yet. I would fly out there for that. I don't know. Which one seems most attractive to you, other than the Rose Bowl?
Man, if I'm just picking, other than the Rose Bowl, other than the Fiesta Bowl, the college football player.
I like that. At-large bid.
Man, give me either the Citrus or the Outback. Give me one of those suckers to start off with. That's what I say.
I remember
aim high, Carp.
In 2001,
anything can happen.
In 2001, when Illinois kept rattling off wins, and you get to November, and it becomes clear you will probably play a New Year's Day bowl game. And I remember thinking, before any idea of playing in a BCS game, which I would have been ecstatic with an Outback Bowl. 10:30 on New Year's Day every year. That's the first bowl game you get. Or the Citrus Bowl, now the Capital One Bowl. And that's at noon. And you get basically Big Ten number 2, Big Ten number 3.
Look at us with our bowl talk.
Well,
how about that, having a bowl talk? The one thing I would say to this is that, okay, you're sitting there, you're the bowl committee, you're thinking about things.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather have an excited Illinois fan base with Lovie Smith sitting at 6 and 7 wins come to your bowl?
Yeah.
Or go back to the usual suspects of Pat Fitzgerald, Northwestern?
You aren't taking Northwestern. They don't sell their tickets.
No, and I think so. If they can get there, I think it does open some things up for interesting, because I think you do have an attractive program and you have a name guy that you can sell in a larger media market. So I would also throw out, I do like the idea of the Music City Bowl.
I do. That's Nashville, right?
That would be Nashville.
I'd be down for that.
Let's, how about put me down for the Pinstripe or the Music City Bowl.
I like those two options. I would go to either.
And a College Game Day Live.
On location. Oh, my God. A College Game Day live from New York Steakhouse at Yankee Stadium? Can you? Oh, my God. I'd be in heaven. I'd wear a Yankees jersey, the Illinois bowl game. Would that be okay?
Sure.
Okay. Or maybe just a Yankees hat and an Illinois shirt.
Yeah, you can double it up. You can do unbutton the top and then just you got everything going on there.
I'm not kidding when I say you've legitimately got me even more excited for the season. That's 6-6, like Indiana last year. 6-6.
Look, if Indiana can go to a Pinstripe Bowl,
right,
this program can go to a Pinstripe Bowl. So it can happen. Excited about that in potential. And we've outlined the schedule. We think it is there in front of them.
There are paths. It's kind of like
there are ways there.
It's like looking at an electoral map and finding the path for whoever wins the presidency. That's what we're doing with the schedule, because you have 12 games, and I would say probably, okay, listen, we can take Michigan off the board. Not going to happen. I'll be there, but I'll consider it a victory if I walk out of Michigan Stadium and you lost by 14 or less. That would be a victory. But other than that, on this schedule, there are a few games other than Michigan and Michigan State that I would say absolutely no way. There's other games, slim chance, like a Wisconsin. I think Iowa still. And at Nebraska, that's scary. But this is where this non-conference schedule looms large. If you can somehow get out of a 3-0, and that's a tall order with North Carolina next week. But not to put the horse before the cart, or what, the cart before the horse, right? If you emerge next Saturday 2-0, I think it's okay then, depending on the performance and everything involved, to recalibrate expectations from where I'm at, the 5-6, to the 6-7 win thing. I don't see 8, even best case scenario, unless there's a lot of luck involved, but I can see past the 7. And, you know, that's just basically going off last year, too, where you had similar talent and weren't that far away from 7 wins, barring a few bad breaks or breaks that you didn't create for yourself.
I think if you go back to North Carolina last year, that was a game where the defense hadn't quite started to play as good as they did a little bit later in the season. They hadn't found their groove yet.
And you dropped 2 touchdown passes in the first quarter.
And you didn't help yourself out, and then it kind of just got away from you, early in that third quarter. That being said, I really did think going into that they matched it pretty well. I think it was also a reflection, and I think I said this last year following that game, I really felt the coaching staff kind of got outmatched there, and they just kind of stayed very basic, and it was just the kind of effort you watch on TV and you wonder, what have you guys been doing all week? I hope we see a lot less of that, with this staff, and I think you have a staff in place that isn't going to disappoint you from the standpoint of feeling that you're outmatched on a week-to-week basis. Some things I like to start off this season, just from the sheer fact of, if this team is going to be chasing a bowl game, I like the fact I think Wes Lunt is going to be throwing less passes this year.
Yeah,
he's going to be in less empty sets. They'll protect him, and they're going to do some things to make him maneuverable so that teams can't just, target him in his set spot when he goes to drop back. I mean, I like that. I'm at least open to the idea that if this wide receiving core is healthy, they can be functional enough to present some danger. They have some speed. It's just a matter of, again, if you run the ball more effectively, maybe these guys become a little bit more effective. I don't think they were in the previous scheme. It just wasn't happening for this group. And you had a lot of injuries last year, certainly with that. So just in general, you've limited injuries across the board leading into the season. I mean, you had the big ones, obviously, earlier on. Dudek and Brown, but maybe you get him back at
and that's
some
another
point.
factor.
And that's another thing hanging out there in October.
Yeah.
Can Dudek, return? If he does, man, big bonus.
Yeah.
Assuming he's at a, 80%, 90% level of health.
That's a hell of a mid-season acquisition right there. If you got him in time for it. He has the Nebraska game circled. That might be a long shot, but more importantly, because I don't know if you're going to win that game regardless, if you get him for a Purdue or even at Rutgers. I mean, I'll circle at Rutgers for that 6th, 7th game of the year for him to come back, and you have him for that stretch run where you'll probably still need another couple wins if you want a bowl game.
I like the fact that this offense acknowledges there are things called tight ends and that there are things called fullbacks. And they're going to use both of those.
The fullback was a big topic of discussion.
I honestly think, too, they can create some mismatches down at the goal line, and Lunt can have some bigger targets to go with. Go back to last season, what a struggle it was if that offense got inside the 20, trying to figure things out. They were so finesse. But more than that, I just don't think they had a clear play-calling direction. And I think it was kind of, it was always, think about how many tricks, or they were always trying to do something, to kind of, throw everybody off the side. They don't have to do that. Just line up and be stronger, play some football. What Luke Butkus and getting that group maybe to be a little bit more aggressive. And, it's a bigger group across the board. So, you gotta like that aspect. So, defensively, the front 7, Hardy Nickerson Jr., you plug in 112 tackles in that middle of your defense. I'm not worried about that front 4 and then what you got going on in the linebacker. And if they can be as good as everybody thinks they're going to be, that is going to take the pressure off your back 4. So all that is trending positive this year going into the season. What do I think we see today? I don't think you're going to see a lot. I think they should handle a team that's not a very good FCS team very easily. I think this could be a 40-10 game, something in that realm. It's not going to be difficult today. Get out, no injuries, ball control, pound it. Everybody feeling good about themselves coming off this one. Let's see the defense get a few turnovers, and let's leave it so that North Carolina doesn't see any more than they have to for week number 2.
I think that's basically best case scenario, but also a likely scenario if they just take care of business. Because these opening games, all you can really learn from them is how well was this team going to execute the basics. There's certain things that no matter the opponent, they're going to stay the same. Pre-snap penalties. that usually does not involve the opponent causing you to have a pre-snap penalty with a false start or an illegal formation, anything like that. So knock that out right away. A few things I want to see, basically a clean game when it comes to penalties. I would love to see one game where there's not one drop from a wide receiver. Now, that might be wishful thinking because you usually see a drop or two no matter who the team is. But if they can minimize that, I feel better going forward. And then I think most importantly, you touch on this as well, you need to be able to just run the ball with basically impunity today, right? Like, there shouldn't be anything stopping you, as you said, 300 yards. Well, I'd be happy with 250, whatever it may be. But what I want to see is, 5+ yards per carry against a team like this. That is what you should be doing against a Murray State. And do it 35, 40 times. You talked about Wes Lunt kind of limiting how many throws. I don't want to see him out there past the third quarter or even maybe midway through the third quarter. I'd like to get the backups in there. But look at what happened with Jay Cutler last year, as an example. Someone who was always maligned. You knew what you had in the arm, the occasional bad decision, mobility, obviously, that's different between Cutler and Lunt. But when you saw them last year, the Bears make an emphasis on running the ball and basically limiting the amount of mistakes that Jay Cutler could make, that made him that much more efficient of a quarterback. Wes Lunt needs to be efficient, but you also know he's got the big arm, and maybe once or twice a game, that play-action pass will come through for you, and you'll be able to get someone on a fly pattern or deep post. That is what I would like to see from that offense, and knowing that they're going towards that pro-style kind of thing with the Garrick McGee, as opposed to what Cubit was running last year, I feel a little bit optimistic that as the season goes on, they'll have the occasional game or two where that offense looks pretty good.
Maybe they can do a tip of the cap to the Ron Turner era and have a 7-step drop off the play action, like with John Butcher.
Those
beautiful.
Those are fun to watch, aren't they? They're fun to watch. They're scary, but they're fun to watch because there's that shared.
Take me back.
There's that shared anticipation in the crowd whenever you did see a Kittner or a Butcher do the 7-step drop, and clearly, okay, there goes Brandon Lloyd down the sideline. Everyone stands up, and maybe you complete 1 out of 5 of those, but you need to do that, especially if you want to run the ball. You're going to have to complete the occasional deep pass. You got to create space for yourself here because I don't know if that offensive line is physical enough when it comes to the North Carolinas and the Nebraskas, Michigan States to get enough push. You're going to have to just create that space through the passing game. They kind of feed each other.
Yeah, and if there are injuries there, I think all bets are off. I think then it gets interesting just because there's not a lot of depth. And they'll be juggling guys around and trying to figure out the best combination there. I think the thing interesting with Murray that I noted, I mean, they had a quarterback, Katie Humphries, who comes in for almost 4,000 yards passing last year. I mean, that was, I guess, led the FCS. So, I mean, that team, they're going to go up tempo. They're going to throw it around. I mean, that's what you can expect out of those guys today. So, from that standpoint, I mean, you kind of know what you'll get. But I mean, that defense will be tested at least by them putting it up in the air a lot.
And it's the part of the defense that probably needs to be tested.
Yep.
I think we know, and I don't want to call it a given, but the defensive line for sure we feel comfortable about. And there's depth there too, where if you did have an injury on the defensive line, hopefully not Smoot out of all guys because of how important he is to the success of this team. But if a D tackle goes down, that's fine. You got a rotation there. Linebackers, you feel a lot better about. When you get Hardy Nickerson Jr. in there and what he did out in the Pac-12 against, I would say, more high-octane offenses than what you see in the Big Ten, I think that transition to the Big Ten will be relatively easy for him. And then the secondary, that's the concern. So today you're going to see that on display. I wouldn't be surprised if in the first half you see Murray State get a touchdown, the kind of touchdown where the fans look at each other and think, oh no, well, what's this about? The key will be how quickly is that adjustment made? How quickly do they fix those relatively easily fixable mistakes? And this is where it goes back to the idea of how many wins does this coaching staff add to the team? And it's hard to quantify, but when you look at how thin that margin was between 5 and 7 and 7 and 5 last year, that I think will come into play this year against those sort of swing games that they just weren't getting done last year. So today is all about execution. How clean of a game is it? I think there is some concern, and it's hard to really take too much concern as long as you don't lose these opening games, no matter the opponent. But if you see a lot of penalties, if you see turnovers, no fumbles, no interceptions, not against Murray State, shouldn't happen. And if you have multiples, then that is reason for concern when a North Carolina comes into town and has studs on defense.
Dare I say no more sideline interference penalties?
I think we'll be safe in that regard.
Have we moved on from that?
I think so. You know what I'm looking forward to? Having watched the Bears for 8 years, they had the token sideline shot of Lovie Smith arms folded, looking up at the scoreboard. Very stoic, you know? Well, today we get to see that with an Illinois cap and an Illinois top. I don't think he'll do a visor. He'll do a cap. Real quick, uniform watch.
Let's retire the visor after what just happened.
I would agree with that. They're going classic today with the uniforms. Orange helmet, blue top, orange pants. You like that look? And more importantly, what's the look for North Carolina?
I'm glad you pointed that out, Card, because I think that is the most important thing always, you know, when what we analyze to begin with.
Yeah.
But orange, blue, orange is the correct home uniform.
Mm-hmm.
And in my opinion, should be the only home uniform, other than maybe a specialty situation.
Well, next week will be a specialty situation.
But well, yeah, I know. But I just orange, blue, and orange. That's a classic look. Like it.
What about Gray Ghost?
I don't dislike the Gray Ghost.
I like those uniforms.
Yeah, I think those are fine. But roll them out when you need to.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not against that. But that being said, again, if I'm just choosing the uniform combo here, they got the right one to start off the season with at home.
I think so. It's classic. And I think that it was interesting. On Monday, Keyshawn Vaughn was one of the players.
First, they didn't ask for my input.
They didn't? No, that's a shame. I think they should they should start doing that. On Monday, Keyshawn Vaughn was one of 4 players available. He made an interesting comment. You think of Lovie Smith, you think of discipline, but at the same time, it's not handed down in some loud manner. In other words, he just commands respect kind of by his aura and the cachet that he brings with him. But one thing that he does allow, and Keyshawn Vaughn was really excited about this, is they allow each player to utilize little things that they want to wear as part of their uniform. So in Keyshawn Vaughn's case, he's going to have one of those visor things on his helmet. He's excited about it. He says, you look good, you play good. I think there's something to that. And it's kind of a cool thing to look at with this coaching staff where they come in, something like the scooter thing, which was an interesting story back in the spring.
Got rid of them.
No more scooters, which is smart. It's a dangerous thing.
Did you ever check Craigslist to see if they were some deals?
The market was flush with them. You could get a scooter for about $55 if you checked on Craigslist back in April. But that was smart, right? And then something like this. You take away something, but at the same time grant a little bit of freedom back to these guys. That is, I think, the sort of professional mindset that Lovie probably developed in the NFL. Let these guys do their thing, but at the same time, when it comes down to it, they will fall in line. They will toe the company line, so to speak, and it will be fun, those little details today, where the reality becomes clear. That Lovie Smith is the head coach, will be, in all likelihood, for many years to come here, and there are certain things that will just become part of the normal game day experience at Memorial Stadium, and that will be my thing, sitting in there in that stadium and just the occasional shot of Lovie Smith on the scoreboard thinking, okay, well, I guess this is how it's going to be. It's taken me a long time to even get used to this idea that he's the head coach here.
But isn't it great?
It's great.
I mean, I hate to keep harking back, but go back to Beckman's debut season, 2-10.
Belief.
You're not going to see 2-10 this year.
No, you aren't going to see 2-10. I don't think.
And it's going to be not 2-10 with a trajectory pointing upward beyond this season. So, hey, that's in the past.
It's in the past.
In fact, I think we should get like a jar going forward this season. That because if we mention these names, I think we should almost fine ourselves.
Well, I have all these good Beckman drops, but I think I wanted to get them out of the way today. Like I said, compartmentalize the past, throw it out of there, not worry about it, because Lovie Smith is the Illinois head football coach, and it all starts today at Memorial Stadium. Steve, pretty good first show, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'll grade it in a couple days. I'll go back and try to put a score on it, but it was trending very high.
Yes.
Let's just say that.
College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5. We'll see you next week.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Next spring, I want my lawn to be the best lawn on the block.
I told Anthony if he wants the best lawn, he's going to have to start preparing this fall with Scott's Turf Builder.
Ace is the place that's 2 seasons ahead. Spoiler alert, the lawn ends up looking great.
Now through Labor Day, get up to $5 in instant savings on select Scott's lawn food. Ace Rewards members save instantly in-store. Selection varies by region. Store stock only. See participating stores for details.
QL1, you've been talking a lot about Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans lately. What would you say is the best reason to use it?
It's easy to use. You can get approved in minutes. It's convenient.
Hey, QL1, I asked for the best reason.
Oh, hold on. I wasn't finished. You can share your pay stubs and bank statements at the touch of a button so you get real numbers, not estimates. And
3, 2, 1.
Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button, get mortgage.
Rocket. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
My name is Justin Taylor, and I started JT Walkers with my family in 2008. We felt like the community needed a gathering place, somewhere people could go to have a good time, reconnect with friends, and enjoy sports. Some of our favorite things. I love seeing our customers' faces when they try our food for the first time, or when they drink one of our craft beers that we brew right next door. It's an honor to be a locally owned restaurant and brewery in Central Illinois. My name is Justin Taylor, and we look forward to seeing you at JT Walker's Restaurant and Brewery in downtown Mahomet.
The world at your feet. Take a look around, and you will see.
Locally owned doesn't mean little ideas. At Flooring Surfaces, we think big. That means a huge inventory of ceramic and porcelain tiles imported from around the world right here to Champaign. It means hardwood made to our high standards, offered at factory direct prices. And it means a big, beautiful showroom filled with the latest trends and fashions in flooring. Flooring Surfaces can help you change one room or the whole house with free design assistance, free measure service, and experienced staff and financing options available. We are a local company offering global fashions and a commitment to quality. See what Flooring Surfaces can offer you today at 401 East Mercury Drive in Champaign.
The world at your feet. Flooring Surfaces. The world at your feet.
Make your life easier with quality equipment and service from Shambana Sales in Champaign. Shambana Sales carries Echo Power equipment, including string trimmers, blowers, and chainsaw. You'll find zero-turn Skag mowers and Gravely mowers, Tommy Gate lift gates, Boss snow plows, and Aaron snowblower. You'll see Econoline and American Hauler trailers. Choose from lots of used golf cars for sale or rent. Be sure to ask about street legal cars. Visit Shambana Sales today at 3310 North Madison, Champaign, just south of Olympia Drive.
Hey guys, it's Mike Carpenter from the Tay and J Show, and this fall I'm teaming up with Steve Breitweiser for the 4th season of College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5. Brought to you by Houlihan's and Shambana Sales. Join Steve and I each home game Saturday from 8 to 10:30 as we break down the day's matchup with help from guests including former Illini Matt Sinclair. The Lovie Smith era has begun, and we'll have plenty of commentary and analysis to get you ready for kickoff. College Game Day Live, brought to you by Houlihan's and Shambana Sales. Each home game Saturday from 8 to 10:30, only on ESPN 93.5.
The Urbana Business Association would like to thank all their generous sponsors for helping to bring to life the Urbana Sweet Corn Festival, celebrating 41 years. The festival would not be possible without partnerships with the City of Urbana, Stevie J Broadcasting, Bud Light, Illinois American Water, CUMTD, and countless others. A special thanks also goes out to all of our wonderful volunteers. We couldn't do it without you. We look forward to seeing you all again next year. To keep up with all the happenings at the Urbana Business Association, make your way to the UBA. Visit urbanabusiness.com.
When you're heading home, Tay and J are on your way talking sports. Weekday afternoons 3 to 6 here on ESPN Radio 93.5.
Is to celebrate a lot through the first 2 months of the season for sure. They have about a 75% win chance in each of their first 7 games. There's a better chance of Ryan Lochte being named ambassador to Brazil than there is of Michigan losing before they get to East Lansing. The question is, do they have more than that? What do you expect from them?
I expect Michigan to play in the title game. I really do. I think they're a favorable schedule, especially early. They got a new defensive coordinator, Don Brown, who is special. They've got 8 guys returning on offense that average 31 points a game, and they got Jabril Peppers, who's the best all-around football player in America.
I agree.
I forgot Jim Barbaugh.
Yeah.
Got him too. He can coach.
He can coach. And I think that we all understand, despite all the other distractions, things off the field, he can coach. He has a tough schedule, though. I mean, he has to travel to East Lansing. He has to travel to Columbus. And they got Iowa on the road, too. So I think his work's going to be cut out for him. The expectations may be a year early. It seems like all the pieces are in place. You know, today we're going to see who's going to be the starting quarterback. I think he'll figure that position out because that's what he does as a coach. But, man, it may be a year early as far as expectations in the national championship game, Coach.
I don't think so.
Well, it's coming. We know that because of the way he's going to recruit, whether he's doing satellite camps or not. This Michigan football team is going to have one of the best defenses in the country. They're going to start off 7-0 because if you look at their schedule, then it starts, as Des said, they're going to go to East Lansing. They're going to go to Iowa City when it starts to get cold. They go to Columbus. I think their defense is where they expect them to be. I think if you look around, base it on your own standard at Michigan. Do you see Desmond Howard's at wide receiver? Do you see Leroy Horde and Tyrone Wheatley in the backfield? Do you see Elvis Gerback or Tom Brady at quarterback? You will eventually. It's not quite there. Can they still win 10 or 11? Absolutely. Are they still a top 10 program? Absolutely. Are they going to get better? I'm just saying in 16, I don't agree with Lee. They're not ready yet.
We'll see them coming up immediately following College Game Day. And Desmond referenced the quarterback issue at Michigan. And we expect against Hawaii today that it'll be Wilton Speight who beat out the Houston transfer John O'Korn. We are expecting that Speight will start. He led the game-winning touchdown drive against Minnesota last year in a tight game. And Coca-Cola continues to count us down to kickoff, including at the Horseshoe, where Ohio State opens against Bowling Green, where Urban Meyer got his first head coaching gig. You do know that Urban almost turned down that Bowling Green job. A good thing for him, he didn't do that. There's Urban back when he was leading the Falcons there. Ohio State.
That was a while ago.
6 wins against MAC teams have been by about 4 touchdowns, but now they're coming back to have to deal with replacing a lot of big-time talent as they open the season here against Bowling Green. So Ohio State's going to win the game. I mean, even with that, they're maybe the most inexperienced team in the country. Yeah. What can you learn from them today anyway?
I don't know if you can learn a lot. I want to watch the running game. I want to see Mike Weber, Curtis Samuels. I want to see those guys in the backfield. J.T. Barrett is a great quarterback. He's probably going to be a Heisman hopeful, too. Defensively, how do they replace Bosa? So I want to see what they do on defense. I don't know if you can learn a lot, though, from Ohio State by playing against Bowling Green, because they're supposed to go out there and dominate them. The only thing you can learn is if they don't dominate Bowling Green and look like Tennessee did against Appalachian State, then you're going to know, okay, they're reading their press clippings. They didn't take Bowling Green seriously. So other than that, I don't know what you can learn from them, especially if they go out there and dominate, because that's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, but they're going to key early game against Oklahoma.
Oh, that game, you can learn a lot about them.
That's right.
On the road,
especially if they're going to shoot for the national title.
Yep.
They got 6 starters coming back, but defense is very good. But Greg Schiano is one of the best hires of the year. He will coach the defense. And remember, never count out Urban Meyer and the Buckeyes.
You already did.
Yeah, against Michigan.
I'll just say this, in my opinion, with Ohio State. It's not about Bowling Green today, because I bet they'll give up some passing yards to the Falcons because of how often they throw the football. To me, this is really as much about Ohio State trying to improve offensively. As good as they were last year, remember, they struggled in Urban Meyer's offense to stretch the field vertically. 2 years ago, they were throwing the ball downfield to Michael Thomas and making big plays in their passing game. They didn't do it last year. So I look for, even with the inexperience, J.T. Barrett to stretch defenses horizontally and vertically with the passing game to create running opportunities for Mike Weber and Curtis Samuel. So I think Ohio State, people are going to be surprised when they tune in today at an early kick to see how athletic Ohio State is, despite being the most inexperienced team in the country.
We'll see how athletic they are against Oklahoma.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah. See that game coming up in a couple of weeks, a great non-conference matchup in September. How about this? On the first Saturday of the season, we have a final in from Dublin, Ireland. By the way, you know, Coach called a game in Dublin back in the 80s. Look at this.
Really?
Waning moments, under a minute to go. That is Diedrich Mills of the Ramblin' Wreck against Boston College, and that is the game winner.
Wow.
By the way, that's a conference game.
Yeah,
it is a conference game.
Georgia Tech's leading the ACC.
I picked BC to win the game.
There you go. You're all over it.
Wait, 3-point underdog.
Oh, there you
Push.
go. That helps. Aerial coverage today provided by Goodyear. Give every drive a few extra points with superior performance from Goodyear Tires, the official sponsor of the college football playoffs. Georgia Tech only won 3 games last year, off to a good start. Still tough on College Game Day. The task for Wisconsin is trying to find a way to stop Leonard Fournette. You have one job. That'll be part of it. And look at old Leonard right here. Does Wisconsin have anything to stop the LSU star? We'll see coming up in just a little bit.
Down the street.
You're listening to ESPN TV's College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Week one of the NFL season is here. A look ahead to the matchups and the latest fantasy advice with Field Yates. Monday at 8:30 Eastern on Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Gentlemen and ladies, start your engines. And when you do, does it get your old chassis out of bed in the mornings? Are you purring just right? Or like me, my engine sputters a bit, but I still get around just fine. Well, allow me to offer an invitation to open your garage doors, your barn doors, your farm pole barns, or your tents, and remove the tarps off your vintage chassis or collectible chassis or just your old chassis, and drive them down to Mahomet Christian Church on Sunday, September 11th, around 12 noon for an old-fashioned car show. We're calling for all vintage cars or trucks, all collectible chassis, or your car or truck in any restored condition to a friendly, fun-filled Sunday afternoon. First annual Mahomet Christian Church Car Show, 908 North Lake of the Woods Road, Sunday, September 11th, 12 noon to 5. For further information, please call Jim at 202-3749.
The world at your feet. Take a look around and you will see.
Locally owned doesn't mean little ideas. At Flooring Surfaces, we think big. That means a huge inventory of ceramic and porcelain tiles imported from around the world right here to Champaign. It means hardwood made to our high standards, offered at factory direct prices. And it means a big, beautiful showroom filled with the latest trends and fashions in flooring. Flooring Surfaces can help you change one room or the whole house with free design assistance, free measure service, an experienced staff, and financing options available. We are a local company offering global fashions and a commitment to quality. See what Flooring Surfaces can offer you today at 401 East Mercury Drive in Champaign.
The world at your feet. Flooring Surfaces. The world at your feet.
From executive producer LeBron James.
I need this, like yesterday.
Cleveland entrepreneurs get a chance to compete for their shot at success.
That will be a game changer for me and our business.
I believe your hustle is going to make this happen. We got work to do now.
It's hard work, but it's totally worth it.
Cleveland Hustles. Premiere episodes Wednesdays at 10.
Everybody can have great ideas, but you have what it takes in here.
Only on CNBC.
When your computer's not working, you're not working. Hi, this is Dan from Simplified Computers. Whether your computer is running slow, you have a virus, or it's just time for an upgrade, Simplified Computers is here to help with personal service you won't find at the big box stores. We can set up your wireless network, build, install, and maintain your business's server, or replace your hard drive. For over 18 years, we have served the Champaign-Urbana community with integrity and quality customer service. Call us at 352-5000. Simplified Computers, simply the best.
Hi, it's Stevie J. Start your day with me along with Diane Ducey, weekday mornings 7 to 9, here on ESPN Radio 93.5.
ESPN TV's College Game Day, airing now on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Great first weekend, and what a game in Arlington. Number 1 Alabama, number 20 USC, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 in LA. It's on the ESPN app, and watch ESPN as well. USC and Alabama have a rich history. Think about the 1970 game. All-white Alabama team at the time, though they had already recruited African-Americans. Sam Cunningham ran wild. He'll be the honorary captain tonight. The next year, Bear Bryant unveiled the wishbone. Alabama upset USC. And then in 1978, Alabama was number 1. SC beat them in Birmingham. Trojans and Tide shared the national title. And then Lane Kiffin, a decade on the USC coaching staff, now in his 3rd year as the Alabama offensive coordinator. And Lane Kiffin will go against his team coming up in just a little bit. You know, Nick Saban says he's a little surprised that Alabama is ranked number 1 considering what they've lost. And if you believe that football teams have to be strong up the middle, think about this. They lost a running back that won the Heisman Trophy. They lost their quarterback. They lost a first-round draft pick at center. They lost 2 starting defensive tackles, and their best inside linebacker also drafted in the top 2 rounds. But If that's the obstacle that Saban talks about all the time, the best way to overcome an obstacle is to have dudes. And Alabama has dudes.
Alabama back on top of the college football world. Another building block in this dynasty.
Coming off national championship is always a challenge to stay committed and focused on the things that have made them successful in the past.
A lot of the guys know how hard it is to win a national championship, and it can just really carry these young guys who just came in who don't know what it takes yet.
We're going to have a lot of new players that are going to have new roles on the team. You're always sort of anxious to see how does everyone respond to these roles.
We know what the expectation is now. We got that taste, we got that feeling, so everybody want to go do that again. Don't want to come up short.
But Max Brown and USC hoping to knock them off track immediately. Brown's going to get his first start tonight. He has been patient, highly touted guy, won a tight competition over the athletic Sam Darnold, who you'll also see tonight. But Brown's the starter. Clay Helton says this decision was the hardest one he's ever had to make. It's remarkable that these two teams will meet for just the 8th time and the depth of history Alabama and USC have between them. Each team owns wins when the other was ranked number 1. Trojans can do it for a second time tonight behind Clay Helton, who some wondered if he was a sexy enough hire. He's hashtag all about ball. That's what the Trojan boss is when he's wired.
Here we go, baby. Turnover Wednesday, let's go. You'll see me move around a bunch, try to provide energy, try to provide knowledge, focus on fundamentals and techniques. More downhill, right? What's the backer going to do when you come downhill first? You're going to trigger the wrist above the elbow. I like it. Ball secured. I really don't feel like I have a job. This is what I've always wanted to do in life. I love having fun with the guys. You let Gavin back out with the glasses? Hey, Mike, you see me come over service 2 yesterday. Touchdown started happening. Oh, my goodness. I can't wait to see this one. Here you go, you big hogs. Let's go. Come on, big horses. Branson, let's go.
Trojan left tackle Chad Wheeler's not going to start for Helton tonight. He's had plantar fasciitis. Not sure how much he'll play. Chuma Edoga is going to take over there. Probably the key matchup of the game, the USC offensive line against Alabama's front.
No doubt, and I'm glad you said that name that was replaced. That would have been tough for me to say. I think USC has the best offensive line in college football. So I think they have a huge opportunity against the most physical defensive line in college football, one of the most physical defenses, to see if they can run the football. USC's got everything on this O. I mean, Juju Smith's one of the best receivers in college football. Odori Jackson's a fun toy you get to throw in there and play around. So explosive plays should be had, and they have to be had on this offense, on this defense, Kirk.
You got Bama tonight?
I think yes. I think we're all going to have Bama, but yeah.
Okay. The thing that's interesting, I unfortunately can't make a call
in the game.
Calling the game, but I do think that USC is on its way back. NCAA sanctions behind them, as Reese said. Clay Helton, kind of a no-nonsense football coach, which is what I think they've needed. But the athletes that will be on the field tonight at the skill positions, if you're not familiar with them, may surprise you. And it starts in the backfield. They've got a couple guys. I love this sophomore, Ronald Jones, almost 1,000 yards last year. And if he finds a crease, he can pick up a lot of yards. Bama needs to be very sound with their gaps. How about Juju Smith-Schuster, maybe the best receiver in the country, 6'2", 220, can outfight you for a ball, but also as you see here, can lead people and be able to get to the end zone. Number 9, a guy to look out for. Here's an X factor here. Stephen Mitchell came in. I remember Lane Kiffin, who was recruiting him, and Sark, these guys saying this guy's a Reggie Bush type. He had an ACL coming in the summer of his freshman year. They say he's 100% back now. And as David said, Adoree Jackson, he's a starting corner, but he's going to probably get sprinkled in from time to time, and he can leave anybody on the field. So I really think that this is a team that has the ability on the perimeter. The big X factor is how will Max Brown, as a quarterback who's really never taken a meaningful snap in 4 years, Des, how will he do in this kind of setting with all the different looks he's going to get from Jeremy Pruitt and Nick Saban? To me, that's the whole key to the game on whether or not SC can move the ball.
Yeah, and I think that they don't have what you need to compete right now. I do think they're on their way back. I agree with you. But I think the SC, they don't have the personnel right now. There are only a few teams in the country that has the personnel to contend with Alabama, like LSU being one of them. And then outside of the personnel, you got to have depth. When you think Alabama football, you should think grinder, because that's what they do. They get you on that field, and they're going to grind you for 4 quarters. Although USC got excellent perimeter skill. I don't think they have anything in the trenches that's going to be able to contend with Alabama for 4 quarters because they're going to just grind them. They don't have the depth to keep up with Alabama's personnel. So I got Alabama winning too, Coach.
Alabama's going to be surprised by the SC talent.
Yeah.
They've got 10 guys returning on offense, all the skill people, and Max Brown, the quarterback, is a future pro. Listen to this, special note. USC is, in the first game of the season, away from LA, is 13-1. The game's in Dallas, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
USC is 13-1, first game of the season, away from LA. It's going to be closer than everybody thinks.
Yeah.
The Tide's going to have a tough game.
Yeah, I think they have their hands full.
That was one of those courses.
Just thought I'd mention it.
Blue liner.
Yeah.
And 2 wins USC has against Alabama away from home.
If they pull off an upset, that would shock
that would
college football landscape.
Pro-style quarterbacks have typically not fared well against Nick Saban and Alabama.
And we haven't even talked about
Probably
Lane Kiffin, these guys, how much that comes into play. And Clancy Pendergrass, who was his own defensive coordinator when he was the head coach at USC, now is back as the USC defensive coordinator going against Lane. Whistling on the sideline. Clancy, I know what you're up to.
Hey, it's week 1, Kurt. We got plenty of time.
I know.
This will be a close game.
I'm with you.
Closer than the experts think.
Yeah. USC is going to be without a couple of players, a couple of defenders, Osa Messina and Don Hill, not with the team. One sent home. The other was left in Los Angeles in the wake of sexual assault allegations. Neither have been charged. The issue involving both players. USC and Alabama tonight on ABC. Another Pac-12 team playing tonight as well. Arizona stepping out of conference to take on BYU. It's a game that certainly could set the tone.
Yeah, I think it's kind of one of these sneaky games here on week 1. Rich Rod, I think, wants to get back to winning football games the way he knows his team is capable of. So many injuries last year. I think this offense has a chance to score points. I knew Solomon comes back at quarterback. Nick Wilson's back in the backfield. I think that experience will give them a chance to put points up on the board. Taysom Hill is back. How old is he? 26 years
26. So, too old for Des. Des doesn't like that.
But you know what? This is one of those games where if you can get a win, it can really create, I think, some momentum. I'm going to go with Arizona. I think they find a way to get it done. BYU's got a new coach. Is the coach older than the quarterback?
I doubt it. Barely.
Close. I'm going with Arizona.
Good pick because the game is played in Arizona. I'm picking Arizona to win by a field goal. It would be more if it was played outside. It's the heat would kill them.
Yeah.
But 3 points. Arizona.
3 points. Taysom Hill is dynamic. He's fun to watch. He's been banged up. I think if he's healthy, I think he could be that playmaker to make a difference. I think BYU will beat Arizona. I think it's because of him and his playmaking.
I'm with David. I'm going with Taysom Hill. Yeah,
okay.
I think why not?
Okay,
I think he's gonna make a couple of plays, and
even though you don't like 26-year-olds playing college football.
I'm not a fan of that at all. But I know he went on a mission.
Yeah.
So okay, that's all right. So I got him in the close one on the road. BYU, big win.
2 years ago, LSU, Wisconsin, and Houston. And I'll tell you what, Wisconsin bottled up Leonard Fournette. Melvin Gordon gave Wisconsin a big lead, but LSU came back to win it 28-24. Fournette on that night was held to 8 carries and 18 yards in his debut. Things a little different right now. That uprising that threatened Les Miles' job last year, largely born from frustration over the offense. They may open things up, but they're still going to feed Fournette. Wisconsin returned 6 starters from a defense that averaged giving up 95 yards per game a year ago, but now Dave Aranda doesn't have that problem. He's with LSU, and stopping Fournette is now a major problem. He may come back with an edge over the way last season finished, his first time against Wisconsin as well. He is a handful for the Badgers this afternoon.
Leonard's a very special player. He can both attack you from a physical standpoint and a finesse.
Fournette on the pitch. Hurdles a defender. Runs over another one. Touchdown, LSU.
The size, the speed. I think he's certainly as good a back as I've ever seen.
Maybe the premier running back in college football.
Everyone knows who Leonard is, and people are starting to hear about Darius. But we have Nick Brousset, we have Darrell Williams. We have the best running backs in the country.
SEC versus a Big Ten, it's going to be a matchup that's downhill running, smash mouth football, and we're looking forward to it.
Well, This is what we have in store. The debut this season of Leonard Fournette. Look at these numbers. He led the nation, nearly 163 yards per game. Now, Leonard missed some time during camp. Had a sprained ankle. He said it was no big deal, and so did Les. He came back to camp and practice, about a week or so ago. Missed a couple of scrimmages. Probably not a big deal for him. What's a bigger deal is getting at least some semblance of balance from the LSU passing game. Brandon Harris last year, 4 times, David, completed less than 50% of his passes.
Yeah, and we've heard Brandon Harris the whole offseason, and we've heard about Leonard Fournette his whole career, even coming in. To me, it's guys not named Fournette and Harris for me. So look at the outside, guys. Trayvon Durrell, 6'2", 207 pounds. Watch it. This is Alabama. Watch him run by defenders. He's got elite speed. A playmaker on the outside. If you want to play man coverage, stack the box, he can beat him. Malachi Dupree, he's 6'4". Not only can he win jump balls, look at his strides. Once he starts to get going right here, he's 2 strides and he's going 5 yards. Again, another playmaker.
Is that 6 throwing the ball to him?
Yeah,
everybody said he can't throw, though.
And how about this? How about when 5 comes in for 7? Look at this.
Yeah.
This is Fournette's backup.
Yeah.
1, 2.
No, he's a beast. He's a
3, 4. He's built just like him. He's an elite back, too, that would start for most anywhere in the country. So I know it's going to be the Fournette show. We're going to talk about Brandon Harris, but they've got so many weapons all across the field that LSU's offense does.
No, they do. And defensively, they just brought in a new coordinator, Dave Aranda from Wisconsin. Now, this guy, he's so cerebral. The way he puts pressure on offenses just by bringing 4 guys. He doesn't have to bring an extra guy. Now, you marry that knowledge with the athletes that you got at LSU, I think you're going to have a monster defense. So that starts tonight against Wisconsin's offense, Coach.
What we need. You're listening to ESPN TV's College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Do you have a project of Jurassic proportions? Get new T-Rex tape. All weather, works longer, holds stronger. T-Rex tape is formulated with a super aggressive adhesive that gives it a better grip than standard duct tapes, so it can stick to the roughest, dirtiest surfaces around the house, on the job site, or outdoors. T-Rex tape is also made with UV-resistant material, which means it will stand the test of time, even in extreme weather. T-Rex, ferociously strong tape. Visit TRexTape.com to find a retailer near you.
When you make the switch to Pennzoil Synthetic Motor Oil, you're making the switch to next-level performance. You're making the switch to the modern synthetic, designed for complete protection, made from natural gas, not crude oil. So make the switch to Pennzoil Synthetics today and let the performance speak for itself. Get up to $50 off exciting experiences from skydiving to spa treatments with a qualifying Pennzoil oil change at participating locations. Visit Pennzoil.com/rewards. Offer ends 10/31/16.
College football lives here. North Carolina, Georgia at 4:30 Eastern, followed by Alabama, USC at 7:30 Eastern. Today on ESPN Radio. Dak Prescott will be starting for the Dallas Cowboys in Week 1. What are the expectations for the rookie QB? Mike and Mike ask his former coach Dan Mullen Monday morning when he joins the show at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Monday Night Football is back with a back-to-back. So take everything you love about Monday night and double it. Double the big plays.
Touchdown, Los Angeles.
Double the big names.
What an effort by Antonio Brown.
Double the football. It's a Monday Night Football doubleheader. Steelers, Redskins, and Rams 49ers. September 12th on ESPN.
ESPN Radio's College Game Day, live from Arlington, Texas, site of Alabama, USC. Today at noon Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Why should you play fantasy football with ESPN? Because ESPN has the #1 fantasy app. You can do it all right on your phone. Create your own league or join an existing one. Can't make it to the draft? No problem. Make all your picks right on the app and manage your team on the go all season long. It's fantasy football dominance right in the palm of your hand. Download the ESPN Fantasy app and start your league today.
Hey, it's Jeff Dickerson. Join me and Jonathan Hood as we react to the big weekend in college football.
That's Monday on the Dan Le Batard Show with Stu Gatz on ESPN Radio.
It's a high-stakes SEC-ACC showdown in Orlando. Early season contenders go head-to-head when Chad Kelly and the Rebels
Touchdown for Ole Miss.
take on Dalvin Cook and the Seminoles.
Dalvin Cook, and he's got another gear.
As their road to the playoff begins, the Camping World Kickoff presented by NHTSA. Number 11 Ole Miss versus 4th-ranked Florida State. Monday at 8 Eastern on ESPN and streaming live on the ESPN app and Watch ESPN.
Counting down to kickoff of the NFL season.
This is ESPN Rams reporter Alvin Gonzalez. The Rams' greatest strength lies in their ability to run the football, which is of course anchored by the boundless ability of their second-year running back, Todd Gurley. Their greatest weakness lies in the passing game. They were the worst in the league last season, then drafted Jared Goff, who still has a lot to learn.
The NFL kicks off every morning on Mike and Mike. 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Live from the Habib BPC Studios, this is WSJK Tuscola, Champaign-Urbana, your home for the St. Louis Cardinals.
This is ESPN TV's College Game Day, airing now on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Look at this great crowd here at Lambeau. Let's pick some super dogs. Big underdogs who we think have a great chance to win. Des, who's your super dog?
I'm going with Wyoming versus Northern Illinois. This is Craig Bowles' third season with Wyoming. And watch out for running back Brian Hill. They returned 17 starters. So I think Wyoming may cover, if not win.
I'm going to San Jose State over in Tulsa. Now, they got 15 starters returned and special quarterback in Kenny Porter.
You're going.
The big underdog.
Hey, you got a prop there. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah.
I got Western Michigan out of the MAC. The MAC always pulls off an upset. They can throw it around with Zach Terrell, Corey Davis. I got Western is going to beat Northwestern outright. Come on, Reese. You got to get
it. Street pulled rank and took the Broncos from me. So I will say Southern Mississippi's getting a touchdown. They got a new coach, Jay Hobson, former Ole Miss player, did a great job at Alcorn State. Southern Mississippi has a good opportunity to give Kentucky some problems. Time now for Saturday's selections, brought to you by Chevrolet, and we got a little help from a star.
Aaron Rodgers is like the coach's dream.
There's not a target on the field that he can't hit.
Rodgers, touchdown. Rodgers, the magician. He rainbows. Yes! If you're a Packer fan, count your blessings.
Chance of MVP from your people behind you, Aaron.
I love it. I love these people. I love these fans. I'm excited to be here, guys. It's a dream come true for me. I've watched you guys growing up for years.
We appreciate
you too. So
because I'm not as old as them. Right. Me neither.
I've been watching college football for a long time, so it's good to be here.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Aaron, opening up with the Jaguars. Let's get things started and do some picks now. We'll start with the game that's going to be played tomorrow night in Austin. Notre Dame and Texas. Desmond, get us started.
Well, I picked Texas to win the Big 12, so I'm going with Texas. I think too many distractions up there in South Bend with the off-the-field issues. I think that Texas will win a close one tomorrow night against Notre Dame. Aaron?
I'm going with Texas.
My man, good job.
I love the underdog, and also Mac Brown's not there anymore, so I can pick Texas again.
He's coming out swinging.
I know, right? Love this guy.
Looking for Darius deep.
Not so fast, Blue Eyes. I'm going inexperienced quarterback. Notre Dame wins the game. Notre Dame wins the game. Not so fast.
I thought I was going to be the oddball here, but I'm with you guys. I'm going Texas. Don't forget. Remember when they went up to South Bend last year? Not only losing the game, getting humiliated.
Exactly.
I think they've used that as motivation. I think they're a better team. Look out for Shane Buechele, that freshman quarterback.
Mm-hmm. All right, Kirk's not going to predict the next game because he calls it on Labor Day night between Ole Miss and Florida State. Desmond, who wins that game?
I like Dalvin Cook. I like Florida State's defense. I think they're going to win a close one versus Ole Miss. I think they're going to force Chad Kelly into a couple of turnovers. So I got Florida State in the close one.
I'm with you, Desmond. I got Florida State as well. I grew up a humongous Florida State fan watching Charlie Ward and Chris Wink and work and all those guys.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go with Florida State.
Way to go. Great pick. That was a great pick. Florida State's offensive line dominates the game.
Great pick.
Florida State. Great pick. That's a great pick.
Thanks, Lee.
All right, that game's prime time on Labor Day night on ESPN. Georgia, North Carolina this afternoon, one of the SEC-ACC matchups.
I like North Carolina to win this game. I think Georgia's going to turn the ball over a couple of times. I like North Carolina's defense to play well.
I like Georgia. Yeah. Marquise Williams is with us. No Marquise Williams, new quarterback. A lot of Chubb.
Good pick again. And you know why? They're playing in the Georgia Dome.
Exactly.
So you got to pick Georgia.
I'm going North Carolina. I'm with you, Des. I think people underestimate the athletic ability. A lot of receivers. They may have lost Marquise, but they have a quarterback this year, Mitch Trubisky. I'm going Carolina upset Kirby week 1.
I'm with you.
Upset.
I think North Carolina, too. Hey, what a late-night game on the plains of Auburn. Deshaun Watson and Clemson going in to take on Auburn.
Man, have you seen this kid, Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, he's good.
Phenomenal. Deshaun Watson, big over Auburn. I got Clemson.
I'm with you. I think he's got to be the front runner for the Heisman this year.
Definitely,
I watched McCaffrey last night. Fournette's a great player, but this guy's special. I've heard a lot of great things about him as a person, and his talent on the field is it's pretty evident.
All right, his special knots offense for all you guys. Auburn, all they've heard is preseason. Clemson. The SEC pride is going to win this game. Auburn is going to upset Clemson by outscoring them. Watch it.
I don't even know what to say. How do you follow that?
I know exactly.
I think the game will be close.
Yeah.
I do, because
Then
it's a
pick
dirt hair. I'm not picking Auburn. I'm not doing that. As long as number 4 is on the field.
Exactly.
I got Clemson.
We'll
I think it's close. You think it's big?
Yeah.
Big.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
I think it's big.
Right.
8 minutes
Auburn.
away on ABC, Oklahoma and Houston, Des.
I think Bob Stoops' group will get it done. I think they're going to beat Houston. It's going to be a very high-scoring game. I think Oklahoma's defense will prevail. I have the Sooners in a close one.
Olivia went to Oklahoma, so I have to choose
Done
Oklahoma.
deal. Done.
That's a good reason.
There you go. Be happy at home.
Baker Mayfield wins this one. Baker Mayfield from Oklahoma.
I think it's a shootout. I think Houston and Greg Ward will score, but I don't think they can stop Baker Mayfield and Samaje Perine. I think it's a shootout, but Oklahoma wins.
All right, one of the two SEC Pac-12 matchups. What about UCLA and Josh Rosen against Texas A&M?
This was the hardest game for me to pick. I'm going to go with Josh Rosen and UCLA, but it's going to be a hard-fought game, a close one. But I'm going to go with UCLA, but you can flip a coin for me on this one, but I'm going to go Bruins.
I'm going to go with the Baby Bears. Josh Rosen is a big fan of mustaches. If he's wearing one tonight, I think they win by 2 scores, if not just 1 score.
Okay. I'm going with UCLA because of the mustache.
The stash?
Yes. UCLA.
What that cowboy thing to the Packers.
You got to put that back up real quick.
Yeah, what was that?
Look at that.
What was that? What? Did you lose a bet? What was that?
That's Marlboro Man right there. I mean, they said that wasn't real. That's real.
Yeah, it's a real mustache, right?
It took him 2 days to grow that. Who's the game? What game are we doing?
UCLA.
You like the Rosen kid?
UCLA.
I'm going UCLA too. I got the Bruins.
All right, Herbie again, not picking USC Alabama. He'll call that game on ABC tonight, but you get to.
I think USC is on their way, but not the personnel to contend with Bama right now. So I have Bama in a really hard-fought game, but Bama pull away late against USC.
I can't pick USC, so I'm
why?
Because I got
tell us why.
Too many heartbreaks.
That game that year
was a great game.
One of the best college games I ever saw.
You guys were there.
We were.
Yeah, that was a great game.
Unbelievable.
No, I am excited about the Pac-12 now. We're not getting a lot of love out west, but I think Alabama's too strong, and Eddie Lacy told me to pick Alabama.
Yeah. USC's got some good skilled people. Alabama by a safety. It's going to be that close.
That close. At least full of picks today.
That's 8 o'clock tonight on ABC in prime time for Alabama and USC. Let's pick up the tempo just a little bit. What about Arizona and BYU?
You know, I was going to go Arizona, but I'm going to go with Taysom Hill and BYU. I think the Cougars pull it off.
I'm going to go with Taysom Hill and a strong pregame speech from former BYU alum Brady Papinga.
Oh,
wow.
Great.
You give me a
shout out. Fast, like Green Bay Packers quarterback. It's going to be played in Arizona, right?
Yeah.
Arizona wins it.
It's a neutral site.
No, that's all right. It's in the state of Arizona.
In the state of Arizona.
Right? Arizona.
I'm with you. I'm going Arizona. I think their offense will be better. And they were so injured last year. They bounced back. Go Cats.
Okay, I can't let you give a reason this time just to pick. Missouri, West Virginia.
Mountaineers.
West Virginia at home.
All right, clean sweep across the board. And, of course, the game that we have coming up here in Lambeau this afternoon will be LSU and Wisconsin. If you aim for the king, don't just wound him. Les Miles survived that coup attempt and perhaps coming back stronger. If his damn strong football team can help him enjoy the day at Lambeau, have a great day. That's what Les wants to do as he gets ready to open the season against Wisconsin.
The first game is really your first stamp and on how this season's going to be. So these guys are ready to roll.
We get to start the season off fast. I feel like we go up there and do all the little things well, then, we should be able to take care of business.
It's all about who really wants it more. That is the true foundation of who you are. And you always want to come out to a fast start. You never want to start a season 0-1.
They're going to challenge us in every way, special teams, defense, and offense. And, we're looking forward to the challenge.
I just feel like it's going to be hard-nosed football. Big Ten against SEC. Don't get any better than that.
That is the game that all of these people are waiting for. Uneasy is the head that wears the hat because love is conditional. If you're the head coach at LSU, win them all or they're coming after you. Who wins the game tonight, LSU, Wisconsin?
Listen, I think that Dave Aranda, the new defensive coordinator, his knowledge married with that player, the athletes that they have at LSU, that they're going to win big today over Wisconsin. I got LSU in the big one. The defense going to step up.
But the Lambeau Leaf and the MVP and the...
I mean, they don't even wear green, man.
Okay. Well, I just have enjoyed my time. I've never been to Green Bay. It's been amazing. Really admire and respect the Badgers, and I think they're growing. I think they're going to be in a good spot by the time they get ready for conference play. And I think this game is going to be physical and low scoring. I think the difference is going to be, after all the offseason discussion, Brandon Harris. Brandon Harris is going to make some plays, throwing the ball down the field. LSU finds a way, gets it done. Tigers. Aaron, what do you got, Aaron? Come on, kid.
I read somewhere that game day has been at 5 games between the Big Ten and SEC.
Okay.
And the SEC is 5-0.
Wow.
Streaks are meant to be broken. Wisconsin.
Come on. Great pick.
I love that.
That's great pick. All right. Hey.
Showing that.
All right. Let me tell you, I was so embarrassed last year. My record was 6-12 in mascot picks.
Wow.
6-12. Yeah. But this is a new year, and this year I'm trying. Okay, sweetheart. You know who's playing today?
I know who's playing. We got the Badgers and the Tigers.
Yeah.
You know what the Badgers' favorite food is?
I had no idea.
Tiger.
Earthworm.
Earthworm.
And you know what the Tigers like to eat?
Tigers love to eat meat.
No, sir. Cheese! Give me a hand!
How beautiful was that sound? It's been a while since we get to hear Lee Corso and the gang do their selections. About 9 months, to be exact. College Game Day is back, and so is College Game Day on ESPN Radio, built by the Home Depot. The 2016 season is here, and we are live in Arlington, Texas, at AT&T Stadium ahead of tonight's Alabama-USC showdown. But that's just one of many high-profile matchups. I am Doug Kazarian, alongside, again, Brad Edwards and Trevor Maddich, and we're in the heartland of the earthquake, a 5.6 magnitude this morning to get the season going for us, fellas.
I was asleep. I don't know about you. Trevor, I know Trevor was not asleep. You can guarantee that on a Saturday morning.
I think that's all the Alabama and USC fans thundering in. I'll tell you, coming in on the plane, people were sporting the colors, and they were looking at each other like, should we fight these people? Shake their hands? Ignore them? What should we do? I mean, the fan bases that are coming into this town for this game are severely fired up.
Yeah, I was worried that it was Trevor just going to the set of SportsCenter. You've been up since, 2 a.m.?
Oh, that's normal for me.
That's normal for you.
Yeah, normally I'm just getting in from 2 days ago at 2 a.m. today. So
we will be here for the next 7.5 hours, all day, getting you set on what's coming up tonight and some huge games, but also updating you on huge games throughout the course of the day. It's an unprecedented opening weekend in college football history. 4 games involving ranked teams, but also other high-profile matchups as well, Brad.
Yeah, absolutely. And the SEC has been criticized a lot in recent years for non-conference scheduling. But if you look at today's games, the majority of them feature an SEC team, and there are several more next weekend where SEC teams are playing what I would call losable games. And to me, that's all you can ask from these teams in the preseason, or not preseason, but the non-conference schedule, is to play someone who could beat you.
And we forget, 1 year ago in opening week, Stanford loses at Northwestern. We didn't think much of it going into the game. It was a significant loss because the Pac-12 champion ultimately had 2 losses, and we put 2 and 2 together. That loss to Northwestern in the opening week really prevented the Cardinals from going to the college football playoff.
But last year, Northwestern, I don't think was seen by the committee as a gargantuan, ginormous opening game for Stanford, whereas we have a lot of those kinds of games, and it'll be interesting to see what the committee does with the losers of these massive games today.
We will check in on all those games. We have reporters stationed at all the big games. They'll join us with live updates. Some familiar names to College Game Day on ESPN Radio will also join us. Ivan Maisel, Maria Taylor, Joey Galloway, and Stanford Steve, former producer of the show, will join us as well for a little chalk talk. You'll hear from both coaches of tonight's showdown in the Dallas area, Nick Saban and Clay Helton of USC. We'll update games with the scores of various games and also revisit some of our favorite segments, Heisman Eliminator, Would You Rather, and then Pretender, Contender as we look ahead to the rest of the college football season. We already have a touchdown in the one game that's already started involving ranked teams. Now that we're in the playoff era, what does a loss today against a quality opponent mean for the team's championship chances? That's straight ahead. College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
College Game Day is built by the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
Ball go way back. They belong together like crazy upsets and stadium flyovers, T-shirt guns and slow-mo cams, wildcats and flea flickers. Having a college football gathering without Dr. Pepper's like having a whiteout game without shirts. Basically, we wouldn't recommend it. So next time you have a tailgate, home gate, or whatever else kind of gate, grab some ice-cold Dr. Pepper to make your college football party one of a kind. Dr. Pepper, it's a college football tradition. Available at Walmart.
Summer's almost over, but we've saved the best for last. Labor Day savings are happening now at the Home Depot. Right now, save over $1,200 on an LG counter-depth stainless steel French door refrigerator. And save up to 30% on other appliance special buys while supplies last. Better hurry. Summer's not the only thing going fast. Nobody beats our prices, guaranteed. At the Labor Day savings event, now at the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. While supplies last, U.S. only. See store for details.
We're mixing business with politics to give you the bigger picture on Fox Business Network, featuring dynamic political programming that has more people tuning in than ever before. Special reports from the team viewers trust, Bartiromo, Regan, Dobbs, and Cavuto. And from the debates right up to the election, expert insight and smart analysis you won't find anywhere else. For political coverage that's on the money, it's got to be Fox Business Network.
In-depth, insightful, intelligent. Get it all. Tune in 10 a.m. Eastern to Sunday Morning Futures with Maria Bartiromo on Fox News Channel. Every Sunday, Maria's sitting down with the biggest players in Washington and Wall Street, asking the tough questions and bringing a new perspective on the nation's most pressing issues. Every Sunday, tune in 10 a.m. Eastern to Sunday Morning Futures with Maria Bartiromo on Fox News Channel. Don't miss it.
Alto Vineyards has long been a leader in the Illinois wine industry, winning over 700 awards in national and international wine competitions in the last 20 years. Now, Alto Vineyards, along with SJ Broadcasting, present Music Among the Vines, East Central Illinois' premier summer concert series, held under the stars. Stop by Alto Vineyards each weekend throughout the summer and indulge in Illinois wines, premium beers, soft drinks, and light food items, all while experiencing the best music the area has to offer. For more details, visit altovineyards.net or call 356-4784.
This Saturday at Alto Vineyards Music Among the Vines, get ready for the sounds of Billy Gull. It's Billy Gull, live this Saturday at Alto Vineyards Music Among the Vines beginning at 7:30. More details on Music Among the Vines can be found online at altovineyards.net.
Hi, this is Ashley Morgan, inviting you to join in on the fun at the Champaign County Humane Society's annual dinner auction, The Fur Ball, coming up on Friday, October 7th at the Hilton Garden Inn. This special evening features fabulous silent and exciting live auction items, plus the chance to win stunning jewelry from Champaign Jewelers and $500 cash from Napleton's Auto Park. And for the first time, we're having a vacation raffle. Only 100 tickets will be sold, and the winner gets to choose from a trip to one of 4 destinations: Punta Cana, Dominican Republic, Whistler, British Columbia, San Francisco, Sonoma Valley, or the Monterey Peninsula. The odds are in your favor. Don't let this chance to help the homeless animals of Champaign County pass you by. To purchase tickets to the Fur Ball or for the raffle, visit cuhumane.org or call 344-7297. Winner need not be present to win the raffle. The 2016 Fur Ball, Friday, October 7th at Hilton Garden Inn, is sponsored in part by this station's parent company, Stevie J Broadcasting.
Coach Mike Ditka is not just talking sports. What will he say next? Hear him here Monday and Friday mornings from 7:30 to 8 with Brother Johnny and me, Stevie J, on ESPN Radio 93.5.
Games, the biggest names. And you're home for up-to-the-minute scores every college football Saturday. College Game Day on ESPN Radio is built by the Home Depot. Along with Trevor Maddich and Brad Edwards, here's Doug Kazarian.
College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, built by the Home Depot. We are live in Arlington, Texas, ahead of tonight's showdown between 20th ranked USC and number 1 ranked defending champion Alabama. That's coming up tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern here at Jerry World. But plenty of action already underway. The 2 favorites in the Big Ten with some interesting starts to the season. First pass for Michigan intercepted as the Wolverines hosting Hawaii at the Big House. Ohio State on its opening drive, J.T. Barrett, pick 6. So the Bowling Green Falcons leading 7-0 at the Horseshoe. Now, probably the most intriguing game of the early games is a ranked matchup. Number 3 Oklahoma against 15th ranked Houston. And already the Sooners are on the board 7-0. But Cougars, coming off that Peach Bowl victory over Florida State, already in positive territory and threatening to score against the 3rd ranked Sooners. Now, fellas, obviously an exciting time. The most ranked teams facing one another in college football history in terms of an opening weekend. We have 4. But as we look ahead to the entire slate of games and really the rest of the season, my big thing is we don't know anything.
We don't.
We think we know stuff, but we really don't. A year ago...
What do you not know?
Auburn was 6th ranked team in the country a year ago, picked by some to win the SEC.
Some. They don't know anything, not us.
They finished unranked. Ohio State, first time in the AP poll era, unanimous number 1 team, and they don't even make the college football playoff, Trevor.
Well, yeah, but they only lost 1 game. It's like you say, well, okay, when they lost 6 games, they blew the whole season. No, that came down to a rainy day at home against a fired-up Michigan State team, and the ball bounced the wrong way a couple of times, and that was the only difference in Ohio State not making their own conference championship game or making the playoff and possibly winning it all with all those NFL players on that team.
But it is true that we don't know everything. Now, we get some of it right, but then there's a lot of it that we get wrong because there's so much turnover with college football teams relative to the NFL. And I know they have free agency and their stuff because of that, but with so many new pieces, it changes chemistry, it changes leadership on the team, and you just never know which team you're going to get, not only from one season to the next, but even from week to week within a season.
He is Brad Edwards alongside Trevor Maddich. I am Doug Kazarian. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, built by the Home Depot. And sometimes these coaches don't even know their own team. They don't even know who their quarterback's going to be maybe the next week.
Well, yeah, and I tell you, Jim Harbaugh said that he knew what his quarterback would be, but he wouldn't tell us. Well, Wilton Speight walks out there, and his first pass, what happens, Brad?
Picked off.
Wilton Speight rolls to the right. It's the easiest way to view the field, not have to read the defense. Don't throw an interception on the easiest call you could have. And what does he do? He's got a receiver running to the right about 10 yards downfield with a defender behind him and a defender falling back in front of him. So it was a receiver sandwich, basically, and Spate threw it anyway. It was picked off by the underneath guy. Not the way to impress your coach on your first pass.
But everybody knows Jim Harbaugh works magic with quarterbacks. That's his reputation, and it really has been everywhere that he's been.
Does he work magic, or does he just terrify them to the point that they don't make mistakes?
Either way, it works. Okay, but if you think back to last year's season opener, Jake Rudock looked very uncomfortable, made a lot of bad throws in that first game against Utah, but by the time the season came to an end, really over the second half of the season, he was one of the most efficient quarterbacks in all of college football. So it could be a slow start for Wilton Spate and that Michigan offense, but the good news for Michigan is their schedule is so easy for the first 7 games, they can afford to just kind of ease their way in at that position. All that matters is that he knows what he's doing by the time the second half of the season comes around. Most of the teams playing today don't have that luxury.
Yeah, Michigan a 40-point favorite at home against Hawaii. Now, you mentioned what he did with Jake Rudock last year. By the way, finished in the top 10 in total QBR. So that was a long way he came from that opening performance against Utah. And Jim Harbaugh, frankly, is the quarterback whisperer. Wilton Spate has bounced back.
Or the quarterback thrasher.
From that initial interception, the Wolverines have found the end zone. Spate, a touchdown pass for the redshirt sophomore. We'll likely also see John O'Korn, the redshirt junior transfer from Houston. Speaking of Houston, one of those teams that can't ease into the season like you mentioned Michigan can. 5 big-time games throughout the course of the day. We have you covered right now. Oklahoma and Houston squaring off in Houston at NRG Stadium. The Sooners scored on the opening drive, and Houston has responded with a field goal, so it's a 7-3 lead for Boomer Sooner in the first quarter.
I tell you, Oklahoma has got more talent top to bottom than Houston, but I went down to Houston this offseason and spoke with their head coach, Tom Herman. He talked about how the culture of toughness is what he wanted to build. And I'll tell you, the way that they practice, what they put those players through, they developed that toughness to the point that last year in the Peach Bowl on New Year's Day, Houston manhandled Florida State physically in beating the Seminoles in that game. So Oklahoma's got more talent, but they will know that they have been in a football game when they get on that bus to head back to the airport.
Oklahoma's first possession, effortless, just right down the field, and really what you'd expect for them picking up right where they left off offensively from last year with Baker Mayfield and those talented running backs. Houston's field goal drive was aided by a third down pass interference call. I think it technically was interference, but it's one of those that so often goes uncalled. So just watching the first possession for each team right now, I would say big advantage for Oklahoma in terms of the way the offense has looked on that first drive.
We mentioned the pick six by J.T. Barrett on the opening drive. He has bounced back, thrown a touchdown pass, so they are tied at the Horseshoe, 7 apiece with Bowling Green. By the way, that's the first time Urban Meyer is facing a school he used to coach. But as for the high-profile matchups throughout the course of the day, we have 5th-ranked LSU facing Wisconsin at Lambeau Field. First major college game ever at the cathedral of the NFL. Also, 16th-ranked UCLA at Texas A&M, another intriguing matchup involving an SEC squad playing out of conference. And then tonight's game, of course, USC and Alabama ranked matchup, as is another one on ESPN Radio, Georgia and North Carolina as the Dogs begin the Kirby Smart era.
I'll tell you, I think that this game is about North Carolina even more than Georgia. I mean, Georgia with Kirby Smart, new head coach, possibly a true freshman quarterback that might get into the game, Jacob Eason. He certainly is the future of that program. Is Nick Chubb, their running back, going to be healthy enough? To me, all that is mildly interesting. North Carolina is the story here. They have a chance to beat a blue blood program in the season opener and launch themselves not just into the conversation going forward of the playoff, but to start a dark horse candidate for their quarterback, Mitch Trubisky. They have all the tools to make all those things happen against Georgia today.
And that's not just a big game for North Carolina. It's a big game for the ACC. You've probably seen a lot of people preseason pick Florida State and Clemson both to make the playoff out of the ACC. And I think a lot of people nationally look at that as a 2-team league. It's just those 2 teams. Now, I think that's maybe a little bit misleading or uneducated.
Just a little bit?
Because Louisville is a really good team as well. But if North Carolina can win this game over Georgia, it gives them more credibility than I think making the conference championship game last year did. And that's the type of win that can help the ACC's case if Florida State and Clemson are both in position to be considered for the playoff at the end of the year.
That game coming up 5:30 Eastern on ESPN and also ESPN Radio. The next one after that, 20th-ranked USC against top-ranked Alabama. That's 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC. That is where we are live. Trevor Maddich, Brad Edwards, I am Doug Kazarian outside of AT&T Stadium for College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app built by the Home Depot. Earlier in the afternoon, UCLA, 16th ranked team in the country, facing Texas A&M. Kevin Sumlin, maybe on the hottest seat in America. We shall see. That's 3:30 Eastern, and then also at 3:30 Eastern on ABC is 5th-ranked LSU against Wisconsin, which should be a beautiful scene out there in Lambeau Field. Lambeau, with, at least for today, with an X at the end of it. So just a little tip of the cap to those from the Bayou. Straight ahead, now that we're in the playoff era, what does a loss today mean for the team's championship chances? Will they be rewarded for stepping up in competition, or will it always come down to the mighty loss column, 0 or 1 being the determining factor? Up next, which school has the most to gain and most to lose this weekend? Plus, we will hear from Nick Saban.
This report is brought to you by Bank of America, working with home design and DIY experts Ben and Aaron Napier. Fall is approaching and college football season is kicking off. Whether you're a current student or loyal alumnus, you can enjoy the big game day on a small budget with this tip.
My husband and I went to a football school, so fall brings back great memories. As Ole Miss alums, we love tailgating on the weekends with dear friends. To cut down on costs, we create a tailgate potluck to maximize our mealtime savings.
For all of our tailgate festivities, we love to use our Bank of America Cash Rewards credit card, so we earn 2% cash back at grocery stores and now at wholesale clubs. We also earn 3% cash back on gas for the first $2,500 in combined grocery, wholesale club, and gas purchases each quarter, and 1% on all other purchases. Now that's a win I can brag about.
For more information, visit bankofamerica.com/getcashback. That's bankofamerica.com/getcashback. I'm Taylor Purdie.
Do you think identity theft is only when someone adds charges to your credit card? It's actually when someone pretends to be you to open new accounts in your name or any number of bad things. LifeLock can help. We use proprietary technology to alert you to a huge range of identity threats. And if you have a problem, we have a team of U.S.-based specialists who will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. Membership starts at $9.99 a month, plus applicable taxes. Go to LifeLock.com and use promo code NEWS to get 10% off.
No matter what age, braces can give you that beautiful smile you've been hoping for. If you have crooked teeth or a misaligned bite, West Main Dental in downtown Urbana has a variety of treatments that can help straighten your teeth, including braces, Invisalign, and retainers. And right now, West Main Dental is offering $500 off orthodontic services. That's right, $500 off. Call today for a free consultation to get that beautiful smile you deserve. Mention this ad to find out how you can save $500. Some restrictions apply. See office for details. The staff at West Main Dental is well trained, and they're dedicated in making your orthodontic treatment a memorable and enjoyable experience. Let West Main Dental give you the smile that you deserve. West Main Dental in downtown Urbana, 607-1292, and online at westmaindental.com.
What are you all smiles about, man?
My favorite time of the season is back, baby. Football season.
Yeah, mine too.
And that means I get to use my favorite website.
Oh yeah, let me guess what that is.
No, not that. MyBookie.lv. It totally lets me get in on the action. And if you sign up now and make a deposit, you get a 100% bonus.
I think I'd like to get in on that action.
And it's mobile friendly, so I can pull it up from my phone anywhere. Even if I'm late and the game has already started, it's no problem. They've got live in-game action.
Yeah, but what happens when it comes time for a payout?
I never have a problem getting a payout. There's no hassles, no runaround, and they got the best customer service ever.
Sign me up.
Call 844-900-2387 or go to mybookie.lv. Sign up, make a deposit, and get a 100% bonus. If you use the promo code RADIO and make a deposit within the next 30 minutes, you'll get an extra 10%. There's no hassle, there's no fine print, and they've got the best customer service in the business. Only the biggest, only the best.
MyBookie.lv.
This is John Greenhut, and if your teeth are stained from coffee, tea, or smoking, Power Swabs is the answer. In 5 minutes, you'll see 2 shades whiter teeth, and in 7 days, 6 shades. Even better, there's no messy strips or trays that you'll have to leave in your mouth for an hour. Just swab your teeth for 5 minutes, and you're done. To try Power Swabs, call 1-800-679-0969. Your bright white smile will have your friends talking about how great you look. Try it risk-free. 1-800-679-0969. That's 1-800-679-0969.
Can't find the Cubs on TV? No problem. Listen to them on our sister station, Sunny 95.3. Champaign-Urbana's home for soft rock favorites from then and now, and Cubs baseball.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Doug Brown on this kickoff weekend in college football right now on ABC at NRG Stadium in Houston. Number 3 Oklahoma leads Houston by a score of 10-3. Joe Mixon with a 32-yard touchdown run for Oklahoma. In Columbus, Bowling Green and number 6 Ohio State are tied at 7. J.T. Barrett with a 47-yard TD pass to K.J. Hill. That was after he threw a pick six, a 63-yarder by Brandon Harris. And on ESPN, number 7 Michigan leads Hawaii 7-0 in the first quarter. Grant Perry catches a 12-yard TD pass from Wilton Spate. We've got number 1 Alabama and number 20 USC from Arlington, Texas coming up at 7:30 Eastern here on ESPN Radio. The game on ABC at 8 Eastern. As for Alabama's unsettled quarterback competition, here's Coach Nick Saban.
We have a plan for how we're going to play the quarterbacks in this game. And because none of them have played that much in the past, you never know how they're going to respond and react in a game like this. So this is going to be a for-now decision, whatever it is, to see how these guys do. We've practiced the plan, and, we have a plan for what we're going to do, and we'll play at least 2 guys probably in the game.
USC hasn't beaten a number 1 team since taking out Washington at the Coliseum back in 1984. Breaking news right now from the NFL with Teddy Bridgewater out for the season. The Vikings make a trade with the Eagles today to get quarterback Sam Bradford. In return, Philadelphia gets a first-round pick next year and a conditional 4th-round pick in 2018. Today is cutdown day in the NFL. All 32 teams have to get to the regular season limit of 53 players by 4 o'clock Eastern time. The Patriots will cut wideout Aaron Dobson. The Redskins cut defensive lineman Cullen Jenkins, who they just signed on Monday. Jenkins is still hoping to continue his career at age 35.
College football lives here. Number 18 Georgia, number 22 North Carolina at 4:30 Eastern, followed by top-ranked Alabama versus number 20 USC at 7:30 Eastern. Today starting at 4:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
College Game Day on ESPN Radio. Live today from Arlington is brought to you by Allstate. Are you in good hands?
This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio.
It's a little bit of the calm before the storm, although some tailgaters are out well before game time, but we see bands setting up and a lot of food trucks. What an atmosphere outside of AT&T Stadium as we are live in Arlington, Texas. I'm Doug Kazarian alongside Brad Edwards and Trevor Maddich. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app built by the Home Depot. So, unprecedented weekend in college football history. 4 games involving ranked teams. Opening weekend. Given the situation, it's time to play a little most to gain, most to lose. I'll start first, fellas. And I'm going with the obvious pick, and I say Houston. Because, as we've seen, each of the past 2 national champions have lost a game in September and been able to bounce back. But Houston, because they play in the American Conference, does not have that luxury of earning quality wins throughout the course of the season. They have a great opportunity today facing 3rd-ranked Oklahoma. Their really only other quality opponent, for the sake of the college football playoff, obviously every opponent, blah, 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 is quality. But when we're talking splitting hairs for the college football playoff, is Louisville in mid-November. That is why Houston, this is a potential play-out game. Not necessarily a play-in, but if they lose, they're done. But I think it's a valuable opportunity because of what they did last year. Tom Herman can say, it's a new era. We don't talk about what we did last year. We is in the past. We is only moving forward. But I do think the bias that comes from a group of 5 team is minimized because Houston went 13-1 last year, and the only lost game without their quarterback who was injured, Greg Ward, and they throttled Florida State in the Peach Bowl. So I think any bias that's there is minimized, or at least less, because of what Houston did last year.
Right, because what they did to Florida State. I mean, what if it's a close loss to Ohio State? Do you still think that doesn't get them enough credibility if they sweep the rest of the season
Oklahoma?
To get into the 4?
No.
But they play Louisville as well.
Not for the college football playoff. I think the other Power 5 teams will get the nod because of the schedule.
They just wouldn't have enough quality wins, is what it would come down to. So you think Houston is both, most to gain and most to lose?
That's what I would say. Now, Trevor, what about you? Most to gain, most to lose?
Well, I'll tell you most to gain. Start with North Carolina. North Carolina is sort of an afterthought, like you mentioned, Brad, in the ACC to Clemson and Florida State, and people are talking about Louisville as that third team there. But North Carolina returns most of their offense. Their quarterback is one of the guys that doesn't come back. Marquise Williams last year led that offense to 60 offensive records, 60 team records, and yet Mitch Trubisky, the guy that steps into his place now, might be better, might be able to stretch the field better with his arm, and he still runs the ball well enough. So the offense for North Carolina, I think, will be one of the best in the country. If their defense can get a little bit better, they've got a chance to make noise for the playoff. I mean, a couple of years ago, their defense was heinous. Last year, they improved from heinous to questionable. This year, if they can go from questionable to decent on defense with that offense, the way their schedule shakes out, they could explode onto the national stage with a big win over Georgia.
And by the way, to your point, North Carolina last year led the ACC in scoring, points per game. It was not Clemson. It was North Carolina.
And that's with the defense that didn't give them the ball back very much.
But
at least not a good.
So,
not
yes,
a good
significant improvements with new defensive coordinator Gene Chizik, but they did give up 645 yards rushing in the bowl loss to Baylor. So we'll see if Georgia, with Nick Chubb, can capitalize on that. Well, let's keep it moving. What's your most to lose then?
Most to lose is USC. They play Alabama here tonight. And USC, with their history, their tradition, their pride, has big opportunity to beat Alabama, but big danger as well, because Alabama, Brad, as you know, Alabama has a history of imposing crushing defeats on brand name programs in this game. This opener.
Yeah, and look, on top of that, a lot of different metrics look at USC's schedule as the most difficult in the nation. And if you get beat up and embarrassed here, and you still don't have an easy road the rest of the way, it could end up being a very un-USC-like season if it starts off on the wrong track.
And beat up, Brad's a great way to put it, because if there's a weakness on USC's team right now, it's depth in the defensive line. And Alabama will try to exploit that and just pound them for 4 quarters. They might get a couple of guys banged up on that defensive line unit, and if they do, that's part of the danger for USC today going forward, because their first goal is to win their conference.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Football Power Index, ESPN's FPI has rated the USC schedule the hardest in all of FBS. How about this for November? Oregon, at Washington, at UCLA, and then Notre Dame in 4 consecutive games. So, and how about the number 1 ranked team in the country to start the season? So that you're saying is most to lose.
Most to lose. But remember this, though. I'm not dumping on USC here. They do have skill players that'll be, as a group, more athletic and talented than anybody Alabama will face all year except maybe LSU. So they do have a way to make plays.
You can catch that game tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC, 7:30 p.m. Eastern right here on ESPN Radio. Part of the broadcast will be Ian Fitzsimmons, sideline reporter, and he spoke earlier with 5-time national champion Nick Saban.
Coach, as far as prep coming into this game, your impression of your squad so far?
Well, I think the players have worked hard, and we've had a good fall camp, and we got a lot of young players, a lot of guys with new roles on the team. You never know exactly how they're going to react till they get out here and play. Never know what the leadership's going to be like on your team until they actually get here and play, and you don't know exactly how you're going to respond to adversity until you get out here and play. So we're anxious to play the game. I think we're tired of practicing, and I think we're ready to play somebody.
When it comes to that leadership part, obviously a lot of that comes from quarterback. What determines in the game who plays when and how much?
Well, we've had a plan that we've really worked all week, in terms of how we're going to play the quarterbacks, and we really feel comfortable with their preparation. And it's the same thing, with these guys. None of them have really played that much. We don't know how they're going to play in the game. We know how they practiced, and that's what we have to base on the circumstance of the game. So, we'll just see how they do.
When it comes to characteristics, you're big on each team developing a new identity, heck, week to week for that matter. What characteristic are you hoping to see begin to develop in this particular game?
I think that people have an expectation for how we play at Alabama. I think it's always a challenge to get our players to buy into that in terms of the standard of toughness that we want to play with, kind of effort, kind of discipline to execute, all those things that I think have made us what we are, in the last 7, 8 years or whatever. So, but it's a challenge to see if these guys buy in, and when you have success, it's a little bit more difficult to get people to buy into the things that made them successful, and it'll be interesting to see how this group responds to that.
Coach, good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That is Nick Saban with our Ian Fitzsimmons. Ian will be on the sideline for tonight's broadcast of Alabama and USC, 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC and 7:30 p.m. right here on ESPN Radio. I am Doug Kazarian alongside Brad Edwards and Trevor Maddich. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app built by the Home Depot. We are live outside AT&T Stadium, taking you up to that game and, of course, updating you on action going on throughout the college football landscape. Michigan has found the end zone again, so they've bounced back nicely after that initial interception. It is 14-0 Wolverines over Hawaii at the Big House. But, Trevor, you were laughing a little bit at Nick Saban's interview. What did you think of his comments?
Well, no, I was laughing actually, not at Nick Saban. Nick Saban can beat me up, so right. I wouldn't have it. I was laughing at Jim Harbaugh. Okay. Because while Saban was talking, we're watching the game here, and Harbaugh was getting Wilton Speight ready to play, getting him fired up. Speight was standing in his uniform, the quarterback, in front of his head coach Harbaugh. Harbaugh was punching him in the chest, punching him in the shoulders, slapping him on both ear holes, and then back to punching him and just kind of getting him ready for the contact of football. And I'm thinking that's a quarterback beating physically another quarterback with his fists to get him ready to go. I thought it was fantastic.
Reading some of the pregame previews leading up to this game, Wilton Speight on Coach Harbaugh. Quote, not many people know what goes on in Coach Harbaugh's mind. He's one of a kind.
You know what? He is a quarterback in a defensive tackles mentality.
All right, moving forward, Brad, your chance for most to gain, most to lose.
I think you can make a good case for the Pac-12 having the most to gain today. Trevor talked about USC and all they have to lose, but if they were to pull the upset, if they were to beat Alabama, we know they have a really difficult schedule. Even if USC didn't go on to win the Pac-12, anyone who would beat USC from this point forward would gain instant credibility from having beaten the team that beat Alabama. And then on top of that, UCLA at Texas A&M today. If UCLA can go on the road into an SEC stadium, come out with a win, UCLA is a team that I don't think a lot of people are talking about. But not only do they have a lot of talent, they have one of the best quarterbacks in college football, they also have a schedule that, relatively speaking, is fairly friendly. They miss a lot of the best teams from the Pac-12 North, and UCLA is a team that I think could be a contender if they can come out of College Station with a win today. So I think the Pac-12 has a lot to potentially gain today.
That's a great point because a lot of people talk about conference power, which is the best conference. Pac-12, while it does not have an Alabama, many think that it is because it's so competitive and the deepest. And we saw Stanford, whether it be Christian McCaffrey in the Heisman voting, people thought East Coast bias, or Stanford being left out with a two-loss team because of just the parity out there in the Pac-12.
And then the most to lose, I think it's kind of self-explanatory. I'm going with LSU and Les Miles. We know what happened at the end of last season. If this one starts off on the wrong foot, it could go downhill in a hurry for LSU.
You think that Wisconsin can beat LSU?
No, I'm not saying that. But if it well, look, it's possible.
Of course
yes.
it is.
It's possible. You are the king of it's possible, Trevor.
I am the king of it's possible, and I'm telling you it is impossible.
Okay, LSU has no chance of losing on a neutral site to another Power 5 team.
Impossible.
Didn't they go to Syracuse last year and almost lose?
Did they win?
Thanks to Leonard Fournette, they did.
Okay, good.
All right, we have a score update as well. West Virginia has finally found the end zone, 10-0 lead for the Mountaineers. Unlike high school and the NFL, there's no preseason in college football, which makes, among other things, intriguing storylines with the quarterback, new quarterbacks. We will analyze those unique approaches of some national championship contenders. That's next. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
College football lives here. Number 4, Florida State. Number 11, Ole Miss.
4, here comes the blitz. Rosen.
Labor Day at 7 Eastern on ESPN and on ESPN Radio.
Why should you play fantasy football with ESPN? Because ESPN has the #1 fantasy app.
You can do it all right on your phone. Create your own league or join an existing one. Can't make it to the draft? No problem. Make all your picks right on the app and manage your team on the go all season long. It's fantasy football dominance right in the palm of your hand. Download the ESPN Fantasy app and start your league today.
The first full weekend of college football, and Mike and Mike are stoked. Don't miss the reaction Monday morning starting at 6 Eastern. College football lives here with Mike and Mike. On ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Monday Night Football is back with a back-to-back. So take everything you love about Monday night and double it. Double the big plays.
Touchdown, Los Angeles.
Double the big names.
What an effort by Antonio Brown.
Double the football. It's a Monday Night Football doubleheader. Steelers, Redskins, and Rams 49ers. September 12th on ESPN.
5 days until the NFL kicks off.
Blue 58! Blue 58! Go!
Now, Simeon's the quarterback of the present. Lynch is the quarterback of the future. So Sanchez is what?
Tradable. I think you can see that they'd like to see if they can work out some kind of a deal that gets them a draft choice or something, or gives them another place to go to just to see if that's going to work out.
The NFL kicks off every morning with Mike and Mike, 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Counting down to the final at-bat in Big Papi's career. 30 days left.
Are you sure we can't get you to do one more year?
Hey, you know what? Let's make sure we win the World Series this year. How about that?
David Ortiz's final swings and more, starting with Mike and Mike. 6 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Classic programs clash as an epic kickoff weekend continues tomorrow.
Holy cow!
Brian Kelly and the Fighting Irish begin their playoff pursuit in Austin as they take on Charlie Strong and the Longhorns.
How about that fight? Touchdown!
Primetime college football presented by Capital One. Number 10 Notre Dame versus Texas. Tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific on ABC. And streaming live on the ESPN app and Watch ESPN.
College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Built by the Home Depot.
Presented by Progressive Insurance. More independent agents sell Progressive Insurance than any other brand. Find an agent at Progressive.com. Now that's Progressive.
Here's a College Game Day scoreboard.
I'm Doug Brown, and on this incredible kickoff weekend in college football, let's get right to it. Number 3, Oklahoma leads 15th-ranked Houston 10-6 in the second quarter. That game on ABC. First quarter, 6th-ranked Ohio State already leads Bowling Green 21-7. J.T. Barrett is thrown for 3 touchdowns. On ESPN, second quarter, 7th-ranked Michigan leads Hawaii 14-0. Earlier today, an ACC opener played in the rain in Dublin, Ireland. Georgia Tech comes from behind in the fourth quarter to beat Boston College 17-14. Back to Doug, Brad, and Trevor in Arlington, Texas.
All right, Doug, thank you very much. Yes, we are live outside of AT&T Stadium ahead of tonight's showdown between 20th-ranked USC and number 1 ranked Alabama. Of course, that's just one of many games throughout this unprecedented weekend. So much excitement, obviously, with any weekend in college football, but all these ranked teams stepping outside of their conference and stepping up in competition. But let's keep it with the USC-Alabama theme. Now, we know the stats. Nick Saban, of his 4 national championships he's won in Tuscaloosa, 3 have come with a first-year starting quarterback. But in those openers, with those first-year starting quarterbacks, combined 3 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. So there are some growing pains, including last year. Jake Coker was not the everyday starter. In fact, he didn't come into that Ole Miss game until they were trailing 30-10. So Saban and Alabama got lucky last year. They needed Ole Miss to lose twice, and that opened the door for them to get into the playoff and win the national championship. But there is a risk factor even with the number one ranked team in the country, Brad.
Oh, yeah, and quarterback's not their only question on offense. I mean, they have a true freshman at right tackle. They have 3 or 4 running backs they'll use, and none of them really have any significant experience. 2 of them are true freshmen who will be playing in their first college game. And so Alabama has more questions than usual on that side of the ball. In the past, when they've had that first-year starter at quarterback, that's been one of their few concerns. But they have a bunch of them this year. And I think that's why choosing the right guy is so important for Nick Saban, because that quarterback is going to have to account for some of the other, I don't want to say deficiencies because we're talking about Alabama here. These guys have a lot of talent, but there is a learning curve. And if the quarterback is somewhat clueless himself in terms of what he's supposed to be doing, it's just going to make it that much worse.
Now, Trevor, you've played all 5 positions on the offensive line in the NFL.
Right.
So you know what you're talking about. As a lineman, when you know you're going to maybe even see 3 quarterbacks, if Nick Saban could use a third as well, how does that affect and impact, and don't give me the robotic, it doesn't, but how does that affect you on the line when you know you're going to have different cadences, different experience under center as well?
It doesn't. Actually, it does a lot. And the reason is that you don't know where each quarterback's going to be. You get used to, as an offensive lineman, you get used to where a quarterback will set up, how deep in the pocket he drops, how quickly he steps up in the pocket. When he bugs out and scrambles, where does he go? What does he like to do? How does he respond to what I do as an offensive lineman when I'm blocking? So it does matter. It's different. But Saban is not putting 2 guys in here and maybe 3 in this game just because he's trying to have a multiple quarterback system. He's doing it because he's got to see somebody play himself into the role. You mentioned that Coker didn't come in until they were down 30-10 against Ole Miss last year. Well, what happened was Coker started the first 2 games last year. Then in the third game,
Cooper Bateman.
That guy. Cooper Bateman came in, got sat down, and when Coker came in off the bench, he showed Saban and the team for the first time a grit and a fire and a determination that Nick Saban told me he had not shown up to that point in his time as an Alabama quarterback. So it was that won over not just the coaches, but the team. And you asked me about the offensive line. The offensive line will see a quarterback get hit in the mouth, get up with that fire and that determination that Coker showed only after he came back in against Ole Miss, and that's what won those guys over.
Getting back to tonight's game, though, and how it impacts this, we're not talking about opening up against some completely overmatched opponent. I mean, USC has enough talent on that field that if Alabama's quarterback play is not good, they could easily lose this game. And so that's a big concern for Alabama, in that they not only did they choose the right guy, but if someone starts to have success, you might have to deviate from your plan of playing more than one, because as long as the game's tight, if things are working offensively, you want them to keep working.
No, I think you don't deviate, Brad, from your plan to play more than one. I think you deviate from your plan to play only 2. I think the freshman, Jalen Hurts, if the other 2 quarterbacks are not moving the team, and if they're in danger of losing because the offense is stagnant and USC is scoring, I wouldn't be surprised to see Hurts go in there and start running around and electrifying things.
And he adds a different dimension because he's a dual-threat quarterback. But to both of your points, that's something that's often said by these coaches, is neither guy won the job. It's not like they didn't make the right decision, because there's no preseason like high school and the NFL has. Now, to a similar point, much different background, though, is Notre Dame tomorrow. Brian Kelly's going with 2 different quarterbacks who both pretty proven, if you think about it, at least some smaller sample size, in Deshaun Kaiser as well as Malik Zaire. And this is different because one's lefty, one's righty, so the spin of the ball is going to be different for receivers. The blind side on the offensive line, Trevor, is going to be different as well.
Well, a big part of that is the chemistry with the receivers, because they both have good arms, but they're different arms. Kaiser is an accurate thrower, but he puts more touch on the ball. Zaire is more of a cannon for an arm. He can throw accurately as well, but he's more likely to throw a heavy ball that's a bit harder to catch on the shorter route. So it matters for the receivers which guy's in there.
Brian Kelly knows 10 times more about quarterbacks than I ever will, but I still question, why do you want to do this in the first game? I recognize you have 2 proven quarterbacks. It's tough to name a starter. But still, I think this risks jeopardizing some sort of offensive chemistry. Like, if you start to build a little momentum, do you want to hurt? Look, we saw this. I mean, look, we're not talking about the same level of talent here, but on Thursday night, Vanderbilt scored 10 points, and then halfway through the second quarter, they changed quarterbacks. They never scored again the rest of the game. That's a concern. If something starts to work offensively, I don't know that you want to have this plan, all right, we're going to take this guy out and put someone else in.
Does the coach have a shorter leash, so to speak, on his own judgment in an opener like this? Like you said, you may have to go to 3 quarterbacks if you're Alabama or whatever it may be. How quick of a trigger does a coach have in the opener?
I don't think the trigger changes. I think this issue, though, with Brad that you mentioned, I think is a very, very good point. Why play both these guys in this circumstance? And the problem that you have here is they had a system in the offseason. I went there and visited with them. They told me at Notre Dame that these quarterbacks knew that the guy who lost the job, his attitude would have a lot to do with how this team went forward in terms of the entire team's attitude. But yet now, instead of letting them resolve it in the quarterback room, they're putting it all out onto the field with a 2-quarterback system, and I don't think I agree with that.
He is Trevor Matich alongside Brad Edwards. I am Doug Kazarian. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN.
Ice Cold Dr. Pepper and college football go way back. They belong together like crazy upsets and stadium flyovers, T-shirt guns and slow-mo cams, wildcats and flea flickers. Having a college football gathering without Dr. Pepper is like having a whiteout game without shirts. Basically, we wouldn't recommend it. So next time you have a tailgate, home gate, or whatever else kind of gate, grab some ice-cold Dr. Pepper to make your college football party one of a kind. Dr. Pepper, it's a college football tradition. Available at Walmart.
This Labor Day at the Home Depot, we're pouring more into paint. Right now at the Labor Day Savings Event, you can get $10 off 1-gallon cans and $40 off 5-gallon buckets of interior and exterior paints and stains. Take advantage of the best deal of the year. The most advanced paints that go on faster and easier. Now at the lowest prices. Come into the Labor Day Savings Event now. The Home Depot. More saving. More doing. Valid by rebate through September 7th, U.S. only.
Hey Siri, where's the best place to build a home in central Illinois?
Think Urbana.
Think Urbana?
If you're thinking about building, you need to think Urbana.
Thinking about building a new home? Think Urbana and save up to 60% off property taxes on your new home in the first 5 years. When you build in Urbana, you'll also be paying 0 sales tax on construction materials, and it's easy to qualify. Go to thinkurbana.com for details. Think Urbana is made possible by a collaboration between our local school district, city, county, park district, CUMTD, and Cunningham Township. That's thinkurbana.com.
With the summer's hottest days ahead, Chief Bauer Service Experts reminds you that if your AC system is more than 10 years old, it may be time for a replacement. Because if it fails, you'll get hot, and you might think about doing weird things to cool off, like building a fort inside the fridge. Instead, call Chief Bauer Service Experts and save up to $2,600 on a new Lennox home comfort system. Plus, make payments as low as $99 a month with approved credit. You'll save up to 50% on energy bills and have a written 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit chiefbauer.com.
VersaBar, a world leader in the development of heavy lifting solutions, is a proud sponsor of the Mike Ditka Show. VersaBar is also a proud supporter of the University of Illinois and the College of Civil and Environmental Engineering, the St. Louis Cardinals, and the Unity Rockets. To learn more about VersaBar, just go to www.vbar.com. That's www.vbar.com. VersaBar, the power of engineering delivered.
Lovie Smith and the Illini are ready for kickoff, and this year, Game Day Spirit will support them with a brand new team store in Grange Grove. Come visit the Fighting Illini team store located on the north side of the promenade in Grange Grove every game day this season for the best and brand new selection of Illinois apparel from Nike, Columbia, 47 brand, and more. Game Day Spirit has also introduced an all-new line of custom apparel not available anywhere else. The team store will be unveiled this Saturday, September 3rd, and it's an event you won't want to miss. As always, go Illini.
The Urbana Business Association would like to thank all their generous sponsors for helping to bring to life the Urbana Sweet Corn Festival, celebrating 41 years. The festival would not be possible without partnerships with the City of Urbana, Stevie J Broadcasting, Bud Light, Illinois American Water, CUMTD, and countless others. A special thanks also goes out to all of our wonderful volunteers. We couldn't do it without you. We look forward to seeing you all again next year. To keep up with all the happenings at the Urbana Business Association, make your way to the UBA. Visit urbanabusiness.com.
Hi, I'm Habib, and I have a personal invitation for you. Life is tough, and we ought to always look to the bright side, but that's hard. To help us out, I've invited best-selling author John Gordon to Champaign. His blockbuster books include The Energy Bus and The No Complaining Rule. The event is Tuesday, September 13th from 9 to 11:30 a.m. and tickets are selling fast, so buy yours today at thevirginia.org and join me for a terrific talk that will help us remain positive.
ESPN app and watch ESPN.
Live from the Habib BPC studios, this is WSJK Tuscola, Champaign-Urbana, your home for the St. Louis Cardinals.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Doug Brown. It's the first big day of college football on the scoreboard and on ABC. Number 15, Houston, has just gotten into the end zone to take the lead on third-ranked Oklahoma. It is 12-10 Cougars with an extra point attempt to follow. That game on ABC. In Columbus, late in the first quarter, number 6 Ohio State leads Bowling Green 21-7. 3 touchdown passes for J.T. Barrett. On ESPN, number 7 Michigan playing at home, no trouble leading Hawaii 28-0 in the second quarter. Later today, it's defending national champ and number 1 Alabama facing 20th ranked USC in Arlington, Texas. Clay Helton starting his first full season as the Trojans head coach.
What a great chance to be able to play the defending national champion, number 1 team in the country, one of the best head coaches in the history of our profession. That's why you come to SC. You come to SC to compete against the very best.
We'll have the game here on ESPN Radio starting at 7:30 Eastern. It's on ABC at 8 Eastern Time. An NFL trade today. The Vikings make a deal with the Eagles to get quarterback Sam Bradford. The Eagles will get a first-round pick next year and a conditional fourth-round pick in 2018. And when the season opens next Sunday against the Browns, ESPN's Adam Kaplan reports the Eagles will start rookie quarterback Carson Wentz if he has recovered from a rib injury. The U.S. Open continues right now on ESPN2. Scheduled to play later today, Serena Williams, Venus Williams, and Andy Murray.
As a do-it-yourselfer, you value craftsmanship. Same goes for cleaning. Quickie Bulldozer crafts expertly designed cleaning tools that simply get the job done. Quickie, real clean, made easy. Quickie Bulldozer products are available now at Lowe's and Lowe's.com.
Games, the biggest names. And you're home for up-to-the-minute scores every college football Saturday. College Game Day on ESPN Radio is built by the Home Depot. Along with Trevor Maddich and Brad Edwards, here's Doug Kazarian.
We are live in Arlington outside of AT&T Stadium, getting set for tonight's huge matchup. 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC, 7:30 Eastern right here on ESPN Radio. 20th ranked USC against top-ranked and defending champion, the Alabama Crimson Tide. Of course, much more action throughout the course of the day leading up to tonight, including right now over on ABC, the third-ranked team in the country trailing to 15th ranked Houston. Big game Bob on the ropes a little bit as the Sooners are trailing 13-10 in the second quarter, and Samaje Perine, the outstanding running back of the Sooners, has left the game with a shoulder injury. He is questionable to return. Obviously, a lot of time left in this one, but it was a top 15 matchup, and it's living up to the billing so far, Brad.
Yeah, look, Houston's offense has looked good so far. They have had the ball 3 times. They've scored 3 times. 2 of those possessions, they started around their own 10-yard line. And it's not like Oklahoma hasn't made any plays defensively. Oklahoma's put them in several third-down situations. And Greg Ward is just playing pitch and catch. This has not been a case of him using his athleticism, getting outside of the pocket, avoiding tackles, making plays that way. He's just standing in the pocket and delivering.
All right, for an update of someone who's actually there, let's go to Scott Harrison for an update.
Well, just moments ago, you're talking about Greg Ward Jr. He threw a 15-yard touchdown pass to Catalan to give Houston the lead right now. They're ahead 13-10. And Ward Jr. so far has completed 10 of 16 passes for 186 yards and 1 touchdown. Meanwhile, for Oklahoma, Baker Mayfield, 6 of 10 for 92 yards. Joe Mixon having a big day for Oklahoma. He's rushed 32 yards for a touchdown, also caught a 60-yard pass and set up a field goal. But the big news right now, Samaje Perine went off the field with a shoulder injury. We'll try to get an update as we get more information. 10:09 remaining here in the first half, and it is 15th-ranked Houston leading 3rd-ranked Oklahoma 13-10.
All right, that's Scott Harrison joining us via the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line. Sooners double-digit favorites, but this is a Houston squad that only lost one game all of last year, and that was when their quarterback was injured. They lost at the wrench against UConn. So this is not just your random group of 5 team. This is a strong Houston squad coached by Tom Herman, former offensive coordinator under Urban Meyer at Ohio State.
Yeah, it's interesting how Oklahoma's attacking them right now. The running game is getting stuffed. Samaje Perine, one running back, is already out of the game with an injury. The other running back, Joe Mixon, is being stuffed when he tries to run inside the tackle. So what they've been doing is throwing the ball to Mixon. And Mixon has got NFL wide receiver soft hands. His hands are that good. So I think that's a good plan B from Oklahoma.
Baker Mayfield on the Heisman radar, let's call it, has the Sooners moving 3rd and 4. We'll keep you updated on that game. Elsewhere in college football, Michigan all over Hawaii, as we would expect. 28-zip. Wolverines leading in the second quarter. This thing could get really out of hand for a Hawaii squad that's a 40-point underdog. Ohio State trailed 7-0 at the shoe, but then has restored order, so to speak, leading 21-7 over Bowling Green. It's Urban Meyer's first game in his career that he's faced a school he used to coach. Coming up tonight, USC and Alabama, one of 4 ranked matchups throughout this kickoff weekend. Of course, Clay Helton, now the USC head coach. He took over midseason after Steve Sarkisian was fired, had the interim tag removed late last season. So now Brad Edwards and I caught up with him and asked him, what does the full offseason of preparation mean for you before this Alabama game?
There's so many new head coaches that are out there, I think over 20, and I really feel like I got a very fast start because of being here for 6 years. You know, usually when you're a new head coach, you have to build relationships, you have to build trust, you got to identify personnel, how they fit in your schemes, recruit what you lack, and kind of being able to be here 6 years, I had all that. You know, I had the relationships with the kids and the trust. I knew exactly what needed to be recruited. I knew how the pieces fit, and was able to institute that both in spring and training camp. So it's a huge help. And then you get the opportunity to play Alabama and Notre Dame and a great Pac-12 schedule. You know kind of what you have to do in those training camps, and that's put good on good as much as you can to provide great looks for your players. So really feel like I got kind of the answers to the test, to be honest with you, and got a little bit of a head start.
Whether it's Lane Kiffin or Steve Sarkisian, we spent the last few years talking to USC coaches about handling the recent scholarship penalties. Mm-hmm. And you were there for all that. How close is the roster now to being where it needs to be?
It's very close. You know, I look up and I see the difference in, just looking at the 2 deep, and especially the offensive line, and being able to say, wow, there's 9 or 10 men that could go play for anybody in the Pac-12. I look at the depth at the wide receiver and the tailback position. And most importantly, I look at the service squads, the young kids that are out there now that aren't necessarily having to play, but can help you give great looks also. We were at 82 going into training camp, had the good fortune of putting 3 terrific walk-ons on scholarship too to get us to 85. Feel like we have enough talent and enough depth to compete with anybody that we play.
Playing in big games obviously is part of being at USC, but how do you feel about starting the season like this with a game against Alabama?
Well, what a great opportunity. I mean, I think anytime you get to play the defending national champ, number 1 team in the country, led by maybe the all-time greatest coach in the history of the game, one of them at least, you got a great opportunity to prove who you are. And we've kind of had a chip on our shoulder. We're very proud of what we accomplished last season, going through that adversity and making it to the Pac-12 championship game. But we lost that game to Stanford, and ever since then we've had a little bit of a edge, a little chip on our shoulder. And then having the opportunity to play a great team like Alabama kind of jump-starts your summer. These guys were working out on their own. They were running their own player-run practices during the summer. So hopefully those things will pay off for us early in the season here.
We're talking to Clay Helton, USC head coach, ahead of tonight's game with Alabama. Now, Coach, it's not just any team. It's the defending champion at Cowboy Stadium. Nick Saban on the opposing sideline. Tons of recruit and top-tier players out there in defense, and your quarterback is making his first career start. How do you get him ready to give yourself a chance to win this game?
Well, one, Max having the experience that he has, hopefully with 4 training camps, going being a redshirt junior, having been in some ball games and showed some poise. One of the things that you tell him is, buddy, this game's going to be about decision making. It's going to be about getting the ball out on time. It's going to be about accuracy. You don't have to win the game yourself. You're surrounded by great pieces of the puzzle. With your wideouts, your backs, your tight ends, you got a very solid offensive line. Don't put too much on yourself. Just make quick, accurate decisions. Get the ball out and get it to your playmakers. They'll do the rest for you.
Having new starters and new leaders always presents some questions in a season opener. What question are you most looking forward to having answered?
Well, I tell you, two. One, you just answered, just to see how the quarterback plays. I'm hoping he plays well because I think that's what really drives your football team no matter what level it is. I mean, at this level of college or the NFL, it's a quarterback-driven, league. And then the other is just a little bit of inexperience on the defensive front. I think our secondary is going to help us out there by the talent that's there with Adoree Jackson and Amon Marshall and our safeties, that they're going to be able to match up and provide us to load the box a little bit and help a young defensive front, inexperienced front early in the season. So those are probably 2 areas, how our defensive front plays and, how the quarterback plays.
Obviously, you'll know a lot more come game time when you see the players in person, but going off film from the players that played last year, how does the players on Alabama compare to the teams and players you've seen in Pac-12 play?
I think when I watch them, what stands out to you is they're extremely well coached. It jumps off the tape, and you would expect that from a Nick Saban team, both offensively and defensively. You don't see assignment bust, very fundamental technicians in the game, and it jumps off the tape. And then I really looking at the personnel they had last year compared to this year, I see a faster team, especially defensively. I see tremendous speed throughout, and then you look at offensively, and I think having a Ridley and a Foster, those 2 guys can fly, and so I see a faster team than what we looked at last year.
That's USC head coach Clay Helton joining us via the Shell Pennzoil Performance line. Of course, ahead of tonight's game, Trojans, 20th ranked team in the country, facing top-ranked Alabama, 7:30 Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, 8 p.m. over on ABC. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, built by the Home Depot. We are live outside Jerry World. I'm Doug Kazarian alongside Brad Edwards and Trevor Maddich. And Brad, it is interesting to see him because he's been around football a long time, Clay Helton. His dad, Kim Helton, actually was an assistant with Nick Saban back in the day. So Clay's been around football his whole life, and he knows a well-coached team when he sees it, and that's the first thing he mentioned when he said what he notices when he sees Alabama on tape.
Yeah, and he also talked about their speed defensively, which is something that 3 years ago you wouldn't have said about Alabama's defense. As good as they've been under Nick Saban, they haven't always been the fastest defense, but that's a change in philosophy they've had because of the difficulty that we saw them have 4 or 5 years ago when these dual-threat quarterbacks and these spread offenses really became in vogue. The other thing he talked about was the depth at USC and how they're almost back to being where they need to be. I think they are back on the offensive side in terms of the numbers. Where they're really lacking depth right now is on defense, and I think that's something that could show up when you get into the second half of tonight's game.
That's right. And when you talk about that speed, one place to watch for fans in this game is when USC has the ball, right tackle, Zach Banner. He is 360 pounds. He will probably be in the NFL. But right now, he's got to deal with guys like Ryan Anderson and Tim Williams, who will put Alabama's speed rushing off of that edge to see if he can move that 360 fast enough to cut him off at the corner.
Is Alabama going back to the playoff for the 3rd straight year? We'll have our Final Four predictions next. Plus, we did see a touchdown in Houston that may affect those predictions. We'll discuss those straight ahead. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
College Game Day is built by the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
This report is brought to you by Bank of America, working with home design and DIY experts Ben and Aaron Napier. Fall is approaching and college football season is kicking off. Whether you're a current student or loyal alumnus, you can enjoy the big game day on a small budget with this tip.
My husband and I went to a football school, so fall brings back great memories. As Ole Miss alums, we love tailgating on the weekends with dear friends. To cut down on costs, we create a tailgate potluck to maximize our mealtime savings.
For all of our tailgate festivities, we love to use our Bank of America Cash Rewards credit card, so we earn 2% cash back at grocery stores and now at wholesale clubs. We also earn 3% cash back on gas for the first $2,500 in combined grocery, wholesale club, and gas purchases each quarter, and 1% on all other purchases. Now that's a win I can brag about.
For more information, visit bankofamerica.com/getcashback. That's bankofamerica.com/getcashback. I'm Taylor Purdie.
We're mixing business with politics to give you the bigger picture on Fox Business Network, featuring dynamic political programming that has more people tuning in than ever before. Special reports from the team viewers trust: Bartiromo, Regan, Dobbs, and Cavuto. And from the debates right up to the election, expert insight and smart analysis you won't find anywhere else. For political coverage that's on the money, it's got to be Fox Business Network.
In-depth, insightful, intelligent. Get it all. Tune in 10 a.m. Eastern to Sunday Morning Futures with Maria Bartiromo on Fox News Channel. Every Sunday, Maria's sitting down with the biggest players in Washington and Wall Street, asking the tough questions and bringing a new perspective on the nation's most pressing issues. Every Sunday, tune in 10 a.m. Eastern to Sunday Morning Futures with Maria Bartiromo on Fox News Channel. Don't miss it.
U of I Community Credit Union for campus and community.
The U of I Community Credit Union family wants to help your family reach their goals. Our family knows it's all about our beautiful campus and growing our community because we live and work here just like you.
Hi, I'm Jamie, and I've been part of the credit union family for 5 years.
Hi, I'm Jeremiah, and I've been part of the credit union family for 1 year.
Come see us at our U of I Community Credit Union 5 Points branch in Urbana.
Become a part of our family, the U of I Community Credit Union family, where you and I reach goals together. Visit us online and learn more at uoficreditunion.org. That's uoficreditunion.org.
Live, work, or study in Champaign County? You should bank with the U of I Community Credit Union.
U of I Community Credit Union for campus and community.
The Urbana Business Association would like to thank all their generous sponsors for helping to bring to life the Urbana Sweet Corn Festival, celebrating 41 years. The festival would not be possible without partnerships with the City of Urbana, Stevie J Broadcasting, Bud Light, Illinois American Water, CUMTD, and countless others. A special thanks also goes out to all of our wonderful volunteers. We couldn't do it without you. We look forward to seeing you all again next year. To keep up with all the happenings at the Urbana Business Association, make your way to the UBA. Visit urbanabusiness.com.
Hi, I'm Habib, and I have a personal invitation for you. Life is tough, and we ought to always look to the bright side, but that's hard. To help us out, I've invited best-selling author John Gordon to Champaign. His blockbuster books include The Energy Bus and The No Complaining Rule. The event is Tuesday, September 13th from 9 to 11:30 a.m., and tickets are selling fast, so buy yours today at thevirginia.org and join me for a terrific talk that will help us remain positive.
Nobody plays more country music per hour than US 105.9, where they start every workday with 3 hours of continuous country. US 105.9 is a proud sister station to ESPN Radio 93.5.
The College Football Playoff Trophy presented by Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper, it's a college football tradition.
College Game Day on ESPN Radio.
We're live in Arlington, Texas, outside of Jerry World, ahead of tonight's matchup between 20th ranked USC and top ranked Alabama. I am Doug Kazarian alongside Trevor Maddich and Brad Edwards. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Fellas, I know you've been on other ESPN platforms, whether it's ESPN.com or just SportsCenter or College Football Live. You've given out your predictions already for the college football playoff, but This is the first time we get to do it since it's our debut show for the 2016 here on College Game Day on ESPN Radio. So, fellas, Final Four time. Let's look ahead. The three of us, particularly you two, we all have Clemson. Hard to go against the Tigers.
Hard to go, but they play at Florida State. I can't believe you two guys think that they're going to win at Florida State.
Imagine that.
Of course, I do too. I picked them, but yeah.
You know, look, if you saw the page on ESPN.com this week, all the ESPN experts, I think there were like 36 people, all their picks. Not only did almost everyone have Florida State winning the ACC and making the playoff, but more than half the people had Clemson winning the national championship. And I think that's simply a result of, if you watched last year's national title game,
right?
Deshaun Watson was so impressive against Alabama, it's hard to pick against Clemson just because he's on the field.
I went down and talked to Dabo Swinney this offseason in South Carolina, and he said that the theme for the offseason for them was don't beat Clemson. He put together a short reel of plays from that national championship game that Clemson failed to make that were not because Alabama stopped them. They were there to be made, and Clemson just failed to make them. And those were the difference in a 5-point loss where they scored 40 points on that Alabama defense.
Tonight they have a tough test. They're playing in the Plains, obviously, at Auburn. It's probably one of only, 3 games they'll be single-digit favorites. They're going to be playing Louisville at home later this season and then at Florida State, which is probably going to be a coin flip game. So even though they're a Power 5 team, they really only have 3 games where they could trip themselves up. So it's hard to go against them when they're led by, by the way, the Heisman Trophy favorite, Deshaun Watson, who Nick Saban has called the best college quarterback he's seen since Cam Newton. Another team you guys both have is Oklahoma. Now, the Sooners have scored. They've taken the lead. Houston's answered with a field goal. It's a 1-point lead for OU late first half. But you guys both have Oklahoma going back to the college football playoff.
I do, and part of the reason is that even though they lost a lot on defense, their offense this year should be exponentially better than it even was last year. Last year was the first year in the air raid offense under new offensive coordinator Lincoln Riley. And I talked to Riley in his office, too. I pretty much talked to everybody this offseason.
Yeah, Trevor's tour.
Yeah, I went down there to Norman, and I'm sitting in his office talking to him over the desk. And he explained that last year it took about half the season for the team to really figure out the offense and start to do it right. It took the coaches a while to figure out what the players could and couldn't do. And in the second year now that everybody knows each other and what to do, he expects a lot more of that playbook to get in at a much more efficient level.
Yeah, I kind of took Oklahoma by default almost. I like Oklahoma. I'm not crazy about them as a favorite because in recent years, I think most people have probably heard this over the last few weeks, they tend to underachieve when a lot is expected of them.
Wait, hang on. I'm writing this down. Brad Edwards says Oklahoma's are chokers.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I'm just writing that down.
But the thing that concerns me about Oklahoma is the possibility that they could lose more than one game, and even if they win the conference, they don't get into the playoff. Let's not forget, this is the last year the Big 12 does not have a conference championship game. So they won't have that 13th game, that extra game against a quality opponent that every other Power 5 conference champion will get. And the other thing about the Big 12 is I think the middle of that conference is really good. You know, I look at TCU, I look at Oklahoma State, Texas Tech. I think there are a number of teams in that conference that could beat Oklahoma in a given week, but I'm still going with the Sooners.
And, of course, Oklahoma, that landscape of the rest of the season could have changed today. Samaje Perine left the game with a shoulder injury. He's questionable return. We'll get an update from Scott Harrison later on as we try to uncover more information. But moving forward with our college football playoff predictions, guys, Trevor Maddich and Brad Edwards. So with Oklahoma and Clemson for both of you. Now it gets a little different. Out of the SEC, Trevor, you like Bama for the third straight year to go to the playoff.
I hate myself for that pick.
Why?
I hate myself. Well, because it's Alabama. Everybody picks Alabama always, right? But I look at their roster, and even with the changes that they'll have on offense, that defense, I think, is the best in college football. I look at the personnel of the starting 11 on Alabama's defense this year, and if you keep them together long enough to where they could all play into their third or fourth year in the NFL for the youngest guys, meaning the older guys are in their seventh or eighth year, this 11 would compete in the NFL as a group. And to me, I just can't get past that when I'm picking teams for the playoff. Yeah.
Now remember, it's not necessarily the 4 best teams. It's the 4 teams that will be picked by the committee, and sometimes schedule's a big factor.
Well, the committee does claim on paper that they're trying to pick the best 4 teams.
Well, I'll believe it when I see it. Now, I think Alabama is certainly one of the 4 best teams in the country, but they play USC tonight on a neutral field and then have 4 very tough games, and I assume, Brad, that factored into your prediction of picking LSU.
That's right. Everybody picks Alabama, right, Trevor?
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah.
That's why I hate myself.
Yeah, so I'm picking LSU. Now, the reason I'm picking LSU is not because I'm in love with LSU and really love their opportunity to have a great season. I think it's a possibility. But it's more a pick against Alabama, not because of anything specific about Alabama's personnel, but it's more just playing the odds. If the SEC is as good of a conference as we like to make it out to be in the national media, there shouldn't be any way that Alabama or any other team could take a first-year starting quarterback 3 years in a row and win that conference 3 years in a row.
Why not? They did it 2 years in a row.
That's right, and that's why I'm picking against them this year.
But they did it 2 years in a row. They proved they could do it.
The previous 2 years, Trevor, that first-year starter was a fifth-year senior. This year, it could end up being a freshman.
Sure.
And that's not to say that they still couldn't win, but I'm just trying to play the percentages here.
So you're saying that
they won't.
You're saying the 2 years in a row, it was a fifth-year senior who couldn't start for 4 full years, and they still won the national championship with that guy, and that's not enough for you to say that they can do it again.
And, of course, the other side to this, you mentioned it, Doug, the road schedule. Their easiest road game of the season is at Arkansas. Okay,
that's tough. By the way, Arkansas is a mean team.
Now, look, I know people after what happened Thursday night will say, "Well, at Tennessee, I mean, Appalachian State almost won at Tennessee." I've got a feeling Tennessee's going to be a different team by the time October rolls around.
They have 4 tough games, and then tonight with USC.
Well, at Tennessee, and at Ole Miss, who's beaten them 2 years in a row, and at LSU.
And one of them, I guess, exactly. Yeah. LSU will host that game this year, the matchup, and will be at Death Valley. And on top of that, in case you care, ESPN's Football Power Index favors LSU to win the conference, and Bama the third place finish.
Wow.
In terms of third best odds, I should say, to win the conference. Yes. Now, you each have a big curveball. I would say a big curveball for your 4th team in the playoff. Trevor, you're not picking one of the 2 favorites out of the Big Ten.
Oh, no, I'm picking the favorite out of the Big Ten.
Your favorite.
Yeah, oh, yeah, Michigan State. Listen, Michigan State will have one of the better defenses they've had there under Mark D'Antonio. Offense will be fine, but they get both Michigan and Ohio State at home. Last year, they won at Ohio State with a backup quarterback. I think Michigan State, under the radar right now, will win those home games.
All right, disclaimer, I had to make my picks for ESPN the magazine back in March. And because no one's had a significant injury, I refuse to change them now. So I'm sticking with my pick of the Big Ten being left out and Washington being the Pac-12 champion going to the playoff.
But if you could change,
if I could change, I would.
No, stop. Beep. We're not backpedaling.
No. Well, because if this is about the pride of March, then that's one thing. But if you would change, if you wouldn't get called out,
there hasn't been a significant injury. Washington's still the 14th ranked team in the country. So,
but Brad has had several months to put that considerable brain power to work.
Yeah, well,
to process new information about other teams.
Own it.
I would give stronger consideration to Ohio State today than I did in March.
Washington State is going to be.
By the
Washington
way, I am picking Ohio State. I am picking Clemson, and then my curveballs are Notre Dame and Oregon with no.
Oregon is. I haven't seen anyone pick Oregon to win the Pac-12.
Oregon's a strong pick.
Well, we'll see.
Notre Dame, you're out of your mind.
It's a roll of the dice. Let's just leave it at that. Okay. All right. He is Trevor Maddich alongside Brad Edwards. I'm Doug Kazarian. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Maria Taylor, host of SEC Nation, will join us next. How hot is the seat under Kevin Sublin? And what's her biggest takeaway from Tennessee surviving Appalachian State? She was there in Knoxville. That's straight ahead on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The Home Depot is covering more ground with big savings this Labor Day weekend. Right now, get Earth Grow Colored Mulch, 5 bags for just $10. Retain more moisture in your soil and give your yard a richer color that will last long past the holiday. Up to 12 months guaranteed. Get fewer touch-ups and more color with Labor Day savings on Earth Grow Colored Mulch. Now 5 bags for just $10. The Home Depot. More saving. More doing. Valid through September 11th. Limit 60 bags per customer.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm the foam finger your buddy's waving around your back seat. When it comes to distractions, I'm number 1. So get Allstate, where agents help protect you from mayhem. Like me.
Get more for your money with accident forgiveness from Allstate, which starts the day you sign up.
For a free quote, talk to a local Allstate agent today. Not available in all states. Feature is optional and subject to terms and conditions. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and its affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
College football lives here. Number 4, Florida State. Number 11, Ole Miss.
Number 4, here comes the blitz. Rosen, intercepted.
Labor Day at 7 Eastern on ESPN and on ESPN Radio.
Why should you play fantasy football with ESPN? Because ESPN has the #1 fantasy app. You can do it all right on your phone. Create your own league or join an existing one. Can't make it to the draft? No problem. Make all your picks right on the app. And manage your team on the go all season long. It's fantasy football dominance right in the palm of your hand. Download the ESPN Fantasy app and start your league today.
Counting down to kickoff of the NFL season.
This is ESPN Falcons reporter Vaughn McClure. The biggest strength for the Falcons is top receiver Julio Jones, who's one of the most dangerous players in the league. The biggest weakness, the pass rush, that finished last in the league with 19 sacks last season, but hopes to get a boost with the addition of Dwight Freeman.
The NFL kicks off every morning on Mike and Mike. 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Monday Night Football is back with a back-to-back. So take everything you love about Monday night and double it. Double the big plays.
Touchdown, Los Angeles.
Double the big names.
What an effort by Antonio Brown.
Double the football. It's a Monday Night Football doubleheader. Steelers, Redskins, and Rams 49ers. September 12th on ESPN.
The Cardinals and Pirates, both right in the middle of the fight for the NL wild card. And they go head-to-head in Pittsburgh on Monday. 3 Eastern on ESPN and on ESPN Radio.
It's a high-stakes SEC-ACC showdown in Orlando. Early season contenders go head-to-head when Chad Kelly and the Rebels take on Dalvin Cook and the Seminoles.
Dalvin Cook, and he's got another gear.
As their road to the playoff begins, the Camping World Kickoff presented by NHTSA. Number 11 Ole Miss versus 4th-ranked Florida State. Monday at 8 Eastern on ESPN and streaming live on the ESPN app and Watch ESPN.
Monday on Mike and Mike, complete reaction from the biggest opening weekend in the history of college football with Greg McElroy, Trevor Maddich, and Mississippi State head coach Dan Mullen. It's Mike and Mike starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Hi, Paul Feinbaum, Desmond Howard, and David Powell join me before number 11 Ole Miss and 4th-ranked Florida State Seminoles kick off on Monday night in Orlando.
The Paul Feinbaum Show, Monday at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC Network. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Doug Brown. The first big Saturday of college football this season, right to the scoreboard right now on ABC. In Houston, number 3 Oklahoma leads 15th-ranked Houston 17-16. That's late in the first half. Also in the first half, mid-second quarter, number 6 Ohio State leads Bowling Green 28-10. 4 touchdown passes for J.T. Barrett. And on ESPN, final seconds of the first half in Ann Arbor, no trouble for number 7 Michigan. They're rolling against Hawaii 35-0. Number 1 and defending national champs Alabama will play 20th-ranked USC later. Bama coach Nick Saban doesn't have a lot of experience at quarterback.
That's the reason that it's hard to sort of think that you have a crystal ball and you can look in it and say, because of these things, a certain person's going to play better. I don't know that. And sometimes you can be very risk-aversive in a situation like this, and maybe you don't find out. And maybe sometimes you try to find out, and that can backfire on you too. So there's no perfect way to do it.
Alabama and USC here on ESPN Radio starting at 7:30. The game on ABC at 8 Eastern Time. After losing Teddy Bridgewater for the season, the Vikings trade for a quarterback today, getting Sam Bradford from the Eagles. Philadelphia gets a first-round pick next year and a conditional pick in 2018. ESPN's Adam Kaplan reports if rookie quarterback Carson Wentz recovers from his rib injury, he will start the season opener for the Eagles. The Texans activate defensive end J.J. Watt off the PUP list today. That means Watt will be eligible to play in the opener against the Bears. He's been out more than a month after back surgery. Ravens tight end Dennis Pitta comes back to the practice field today for the first time in more than a month. He's been out with a broken finger on his right hand. ESPN's Pedro Gomez reports the Braves have interest in signing Tim Tebow to a minor league contract. The Braves were one of 5 teams that spoke with Tebow after a Tuesday workout in Los Angeles. Tebow hasn't played baseball since he was a junior in high school. He's been working out since May.
College football lives here. It's an ACC-SEC showdown between number 4 Florida State and number 11 Ole Miss, with both teams' sights set on the playoff. Number 4 Florida State, number 11 Ole Miss. Labor Day at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
College Game Day on ESPN Radio, live today from Arlington, is brought to you by Nissan. Innovation that excites.
This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio.
90 minutes into our first college football Saturday already. We have an upset brewing. Houston, a 1-point game with third-ranked Oklahoma. We'll get you out to NRG Stadium as soon as they reach halftime. I am Doug Kazarian alongside Trevor Maddich and Brad Edwards. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. We're going to be joined now via the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line by our good friend of the program, Maria Taylor. Maria, thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me back for another year. I thought you guys were going to dump me because I wasn't a reporter anymore. You thought I didn't have the scoop, so you just over me. I wasn't sure.
Exactly. Yeah, you're now big time hosting SEC Nation, but you got not just a promotion there, but you every time we checked in with you last year, you were at a Kentucky football game. No Kentucky football today.
I actually got a condo in Kentucky, Lexington, Kentucky, so when we do go there for Nation, I'll be ready to go. It was only Kentucky and Missouri. Those are my spots.
Right. Well, you're headed to College Station today for the Texas A&M UCLA matchup that a lot of eyes are keeping an eye on. It should be a great one. Now, Kevin Sumlin, probably his seat is hotter than anyone in the entire country. He probably needs this game, or at least a great season for the Aggies. What would you say? How would you assess the chances of Texas A&M pulling off the let's call it a rankings upset over UCLA, although they are favored out there in Las Vegas?
Yeah, I like it, a rankings upset. I don't care what, the odds are or what the FPI is telling you. A win for Texas A&M over UCLA is huge for Kevin Sumlin in the hot seat, and they're going to put it up all over everywhere and say it is an upset because no one is expecting them to do well. They kind of flew into the regular season with all of the off-season headlines that would say that this is a program trending downward. So if they come out and make a statement in their opening game, then it'll be a good sign for Kevin Sumlin. But it wouldn't be the first time that they pulled off a great win in a season opener. They beat Arizona State last year. A couple of years ago, it was South Carolina that they were taking down when Steve Spurrier is supposed to have the Gamecocks running really efficiently. And they start the season off 5-0 the last 2 years. I wouldn't be surprised if Kevin Sumlin manages to do it again. I think the question is, and when the hot seat gets hotter for him, is mid-season when they hit those lulls and there's a game that's within their grasp and they just can't hold on to it, or the fact that he's had all of these great recruiting classes and he has all of the toys and trinkets, but he can never really pull it all together and make it that well-oiled machine that you would like to see from a guy who has all that Texas talent.
Yeah, and a bizarre stat. Sumlin is 1-6 at home against ranked teams. Much better on the road and in neutral sites. Elsewhere in the conference,
crazy to think after watching Midnight Yell. I can't imagine that. The 12th man is on fire. How do you lose there?
Yeah, and then the brand new Kyle Field as well. So other SEC teams, obviously, in some other interesting ranked matchups. Let's go to Georgia, 18th ranked team in the country, and Grayson Lambert going for the Dogs. He is a senior. What do you make of him starting there?
I'm the Bulldog, right? Let's just be honest. So every time I talk about Georgia, I have to get real comfortable with that. I start there and let everyone know from the beginning. So my Bulldog heart says I'm perfectly okay with Grayson Lambert starting because I know that Jacob Eason is eventually going to unseat him as the starter for Georgia. Lambert, you can't hold anything against him. He had 10 wins, only 2 losses. He only threw 2 picks last season. There was a game when he went like 24-25, even though they were like nickel and dime passes. But I like what Kirby Smart is doing. I think he's protecting his freshmen. The last thing you want to do is lose a guy like Jacob Eason who has so much talent early to the mind game. So he wants to ease him in. The thing that couldn't happen is you start Jacob Eason, and then you have to take him out and put in Grayson Lambert. I think you never get a young kid back from something like that. It's better if he plays the hero. And right now, Kirby Smart is just trying to set him up for success. And you're going with the experience over potential. I'm totally cool with it. I think it's like the one thing that all coaches do. I wasn't surprised at all, but I will not also be surprised if Jacob Eason takes it over soon. Or if Nick Chubb just goes off and goes crazy, it doesn't matter at all, and we can just completely stop talking about quarterbacks if you want to when we talk Georgia.
Of course, Eason, the highly touted freshman now with the Dogs that Kirby Smart landed. We're talking to Maria Taylor, host of SEC Nation, joining us here, College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Thursday night, you were in Knoxville for that wild game between Tennessee and Appalachian State. Now, this is a Vol squad that actually received a first-place vote in the AP preseason poll. What happened there?
You know what's funny? We took off. We literally left Knoxville and flew to College Station. And when we left, Tennessee was down, and we're landing, and we're getting these overtime alerts, and we're like, what is going on at Tennessee? I think what happened was we saw Josh Dobbs playing at quarterback, and he was trying to answer some of the doubters, the naysayers, the questions that they had about him, whether or not he could get the ball downfield, if he could find some open receivers. We saw him kind of holding the ball a little bit longer than he usually does, and we saw him trying to make plays happen out of nothing. I mean, a fumble recovery for a touchdown with your quarterback fumbling it into the end zone is not the way that you want to get a win, but I think it's because there were some plays being forced. I think Jalen Reeves may have been going out early with a targeting call. I mean, that's your linebacker, that's your team leader that literally made a video for the team talking about the 25 points that they needed last year, and they could have completely been undefeated. And he goes out early in the first quarter. That really hurt Tennessee. And then I think when you're just going up against a triple option, something that you don't see that often or something that's a little bit different, App State played very well. They didn't have the same type of depth as Tennessee, but it didn't matter. They came in there believing that they were going to get the win. It was 9 years to the day since App State pulled off the win against Michigan. I think they were feeling that a little bit. In Tennessee, they almost got their hearts broken, but I think it's going to light a fire. I think it's exactly the scare you want to have. You want to have it early, and you want your team to know that you can win, pull off a win coming from behind at the end of the game, which is something Tennessee didn't do all last season.
Hey, a win over App State, a nail-biting win is a lot better than a loss to App State.
There you go.
That's all that matters right now. Maria, we appreciate your time. Travel safely to College Station. Enjoy the game out there. Should be a good one.
Thanks. Appreciate it, guys. Have fun.
All right, you too. That's Maria Taylor joining us via the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line, host of SEC Nation. I'm Doug Kazarian alongside Brad Edwards and Trevor Maddich. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by Progressive Insurance. We are live outside of AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, ahead of tonight's Bama-USC game. But, guys, obviously a lot of storylines out there in SEC country.
Yeah, I'm glad we got a chance to talk about the Tennessee game, even though it was 2 nights ago, because Tennessee looked so bad on the offensive line. It was just kind of jarring for a team that has such high expectations coming into the season. And watching them struggle against an undersized front of Appalachian State, I was wondering this, and I wanted to ask Trevor, because Trevor played offensive line in the NFL for 12 years. Trevor, the problems that Tennessee was having up front on offense, is that something that could easily be remedied with a couple of tweaks, or is this a greater issue that could plague them throughout the season?
No, it's hard to remedy this, Brad, because of the way it came down. What the defensive front line, the defensive line of Appalachian State was doing was driving forward with very low pad level at angles. And when you go at an angle like that, when you slant, it slows down the blocker. I mean, the Tennessee offensive line outweighed them by about 50, 60 pounds a man. But if you don't know where he will be, you tend to slow down. While the offensive linemen of Tennessee were slowing down to see what was happening, the defensive linemen of Appalachian State were driving with low pad level into the backfield. And that's the kind of thing that if anybody else does, they'll have success with it as well.
He's blushing. You're talking about line play.
Oh,
I know.
This is what he shows up for. We get a 7.5-hour show, and we probably spend 15 minutes talking about the offensive line.
He thought he was going to shoehorn it in, and here he is getting the the analytics guy to bring it up.
I teed him up.
I know, Brad. Listen, I'm proud of Brad. Brad is a great athlete in his own right.
That's true.
And for Brad to be looking inside, that tells me he's smarter than he even looks.
But look, I mean, you don't have to know a lot about football to watch that game the other night and be really concerned about Tennessee's future based on the way that line played.
He is Trevor Maddich alongside Brad Edwards. I am Doug Kazarian. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by Progressive Insurance. Right now, third-ranked Oklahoma trailing at halftime. How should the College Football Playoff Committee handle losses to quality opponents come Selection Sunday in December? We'll discuss that straight ahead. ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Home Depot. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
Watson back to throw again on second down. Down the far side of the field. Caught on the fly. 10-5. Touchdown. 29-yard touchdown pass from Deshaun Watson.
Are you ready? College football lives here. ESPN Radio.
Hi, Paul Feinbaum, Desmond Howard, and David Powell join me before number 11 Ole Miss and fourth-ranked Florida State Seminoles kick off on Monday night in Orlando.
The Paul Feinbaum Show, Monday at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC Network.
In New York, you got to deal with New York, where the noise is turned all the way up and the heat and pressure never quit. If you want to win this thing, you got to be the last one standing at the last major. The U.S. Open, now on ESPN.
College football lives here. Number 4, Florida State. Number 11, Ole Miss.
Here comes the blitz. Rosen.
Labor Day at 7 Eastern on ESPN and on ESPN Radio.
Counting down to the final at-bat in Big Papi's career. 30 days left.
Are you sure we can't get you to do one more year?
Hey, you know what? Let's make sure we win the World Series this year. How about that?
David Ortiz's final swings and more, starting with Mike and Mike. 6 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Hey, it's Jeff Dickerson. Join me and Jonathan Hood as we react to the big weekend in college football. That's Monday on the Dan Le Batard Show with Stugotz on ESPN Radio.
Classic programs clash as an epic kickoff weekend continues tomorrow.
Holy cow!
Brian Kelly and the Fighting Irish begin their playoff pursuit in Austin as they take on Charlie Strong and the Longhorns.
How about that fight? Touchdown!
Primetime college football presented by Capital One. Number 10 Notre Dame versus Texas. Tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific on ABC. And streaming live on the ESPN app and Watch ESPN.
Murphy pumps his fist. He rounds first base and he'll touch them all. This guy is unconscious. Wow.
This weekend, the hunt for October takes us to New York, where two NL East rivals go head-to-head.
Opposite lane. Cespedes.
While the Nationals sit high atop the National League standings, the Mets continue the fight for the wild card. The Nationals and Mets, today at 6:30 Eastern and tomorrow at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Built by the Home Depot.
Presented by Progressive Insurance. Now you can test drive Snapshot even if you have insurance with another company. See how much you can save before you switch.
Here's a College Game Day scoreboard.
I'm Doug Brown. Right now on ABC at the half in Houston. 15th ranked Houston leading number 3 Oklahoma 19-17 thanks to a Ty Cummings 47-yard field goal at the gun. Cummings 4 for 4 kicking field goals in that first half. In the second quarter in Columbus, final seconds of the second quarter, number 6 Ohio State leads Bowling Green 35-10. 4 touchdown passes for J.T. Barrett. on ESPN at the half. Number 7 Michigan rolling over Hawaii 35-0. Checking some other games on the ESPN family of networks. On ESPNU, early third quarter, Northwestern leads Western Michigan by a score of 7-6. On ESPN News, late second quarter, Purdue leads Eastern Kentucky 28-18. Back to the guys in Arlington, Texas.
All right, Doug, thank you very much. Yeah, we're outside AT&T Stadium ahead of tonight's Bama-USC showdown, 7:30 Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, 8 p.m. over on ABC for the visuals as well. Doug Kazarian alongside Brad Edwards and Trevor Matich. Few games at the half, as Doug was just talking about. The biggest, at least most intriguing one, is Oklahoma and Houston. The Cougars, out of the group of 5, the only group of 5 team that's ranked in the preseason top 25, leading at the break, Brad, 19-17.
Yeah, so 19 is an unusual score to have at halftime. So for people, just to let you know what happened, Houston has 4 field goals and 1 touchdown. They had the ball 5 times. They scored 5 times. And so the good news for Oklahoma is that they've held them to field goals most of the time. The bad news is that Oklahoma's defense is putting itself in high percentage situations, and they're not capitalizing and getting off the field. I just counted this up. Oklahoma in the first half defensively forced Houston into second and double digits to go 11 times. 9 out of 11, Houston ended up getting the first down anyway. 7 times they converted on third down and 5 yards or more. If you are the team that is supposed to have the better athletes, the better players, that should not be happening. Bob Stoops is about to pull his hair out.
And I think there'll be a halftime adjustment by Oklahoma to start throwing that ball deep down the field, off of bootleg action. What Houston's known for on defense is a hyper-aggressive style that blitzes and stunts and attacks that line of scrimmage and just dares you to throw the ball deep. Well, that's where Oklahoma has had most of their offensive success. Their second touchdown was actually one of those blitzes on 1st and 10. Baker Mayfield rolled out to his left, and he hit Malik Andrews wide open for a 64-yard touchdown. Now, that's the kind of offense that they'll need to play, because right now Houston is beating up Oklahoma at the line of scrimmage.
Well, Baker Mayfield, it'd be a good idea to keep the ball in his hands. He's 9 of 9 in the first half,
right,
with a touchdown for 180 yards. So they're doing well. Samaje Perine left with a shoulder injury, but fortunately he has returned, so he is healthy moving forward. But this is a Sooner squad that is replacing their leading receiver, Sterling Shepard. But so far, Mayfield perfect through the air. Tom Herman, hey, he lost 1 game last year. That's when Greg Ward, his quarterback, was injured. They went to a bowl game, beat Florida State in the Peach Bowl. Have eyes on the college football playoff this year. A win today would certainly be huge. He joined Tom Luginbill at halftime with the lead.
Coach, you were able to overcome some poor field position early there in the first quarter, but conservative in the red area. What changed the approach? Was it how you got a feel for this Oklahoma defense?
No, it was, to be honest with you, it was poor execution. We got to execute better in the red zone. Obviously, 3 field goals down there is not going to get the job done, but really proud of the way our guys handled that 2-minute situation, started really backed up, and we're playing really hard. Our defense is giving up some big plays. We'll get that corrected. We just got to keep hitting them and getting them off the field.
You played great run defense to this point. You're right. The big plays have come through the passing game. What's the adjustment on the back end?
Well, I think we got to get pressure on the quarterback, and I think when we blitz, we got to be sound in the run, but we got to get some pressure on him.
All right, thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
That's Houston Cougars head coach Tom Herman joining our Tom Luginbill as they are at the half over on ABC. Houston leads 19-17, 15th ranked Houston leading 3rd ranked Oklahoma. I am Doug Kazarian alongside Trevor Matich and Brad Edwards. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Progressive Insurance. Fellas, let's just spin this forward, not just the Houston-Oklahoma matchup. There's a lot of games throughout the course of this opening weekend. Great for the fans, but may not be good for some powerhouse programs that, if they lose, may have a significant disadvantage for them later on in the season. We saw it last year. Stanford lost the opener to Northwestern. They ended up losing a total of 2 games, and we joked about it because of the verbiage or whatever, but they would have essentially been better off playing Northwestern State and not Northwestern.
There's a reason that we have not seen a weekend like this in college football before to open the season, and that's because most coaches don't like to play really good teams because a lot of times there's rust when you come out and play a game for the first time in forever because there are no preseason games. Look at Tennessee on Thursday night. If they had played anyone who was just a little bit better than Appalachian State, they probably would have lost. And up to this point with the selection committee, it's only 2 years, small sample size, but they have yet to been put in a situation where they have had to make a statement as to how much how much strength of schedule really means to them. They've said it's important, but we don't know for sure that it is. And I'm kind of in the camp of I will believe it when I see it, that they put a 2-loss team in over a 1-loss team because the 2-loss team played a stronger schedule. So if the committee doesn't back that up at some point, we're going to stop seeing games like this in the opening weekend or even all of September.
In the case of Stanford or even Oklahoma today, a Power 5 conference has a tough enough schedule that's going to provide enough quality wins. Why challenge yourself like this if you're not going to avoid punishment down the road?
Right, well, the Big 12 and the Pac-12 play 9 conference games. The SEC plays 8. Now, truthfully, I think 8 is the right number. I don't think they should be playing 9 for that exact reason. And I think the committee will look at these games, a close-played loss, a well-played loss in one of these powerhouse games like we have tonight with Alabama-USC. I don't think the committee will see that as a tremendous negative. I think they'll look at the way they played, not the outcome, as long as it's close, and they'll give them credit for that strength of schedule because the committee would be hypocritical beyond belief to penalize somebody for a close loss in a tough non-conference game like this while they were hammering teams like Baylor for not playing teams like this in the
But how do you quantify it? It turns into a sliding scale. We see it Selection Sunday and March Madness as well.
How do you play? No, you can play it close.
Right, but losses the losses have to mean something as well. So I see the counterpoint. Trevor Maddich, Brad Edwards, I'm Doug Kazarian. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio. Straight ahead, the game that's sweeping the nation. Heisman Eliminator. We'll pick our Heisman choices. Straight ahead, ESPN Radio.
This report is brought to you by Bank of America, working with home design and DIY experts Ben and Aaron Napier. Fall is approaching and college football season is kicking off. Whether you're a current student or loyal alumnus, you can enjoy the big game day on a small budget with this tip.
My husband and I went to a football school, so fall brings back great memories. As Ole Miss alums, we love tailgating on the weekends with dear friends. To cut down on costs, we create a tailgate potluck to maximize our mealtime savings.
For all of our tailgate festivities, we love to use our Bank of America Card Cash Rewards credit card, so we earn 2% cash back at grocery stores and now at wholesale clubs. We also earn 3% cash back on gas for the first $2,500 in combined grocery, wholesale club, and gas purchases each quarter and 1% on all other purchases. Now that's a win I can brag about.
For more information, visit bankofamerica.com/getcashback. That's bankofamerica.com/getcashback. I'm Taylor Purdie.
Are you ready? A free trip to the most lavish resort out of this world. The most spectacular landscapes and majestic views ever imagined. Where all human pains, afflictions, worries, concerns, they'll all be gone for eternity. Oh, you're right. It will be heaven. Well, it is very simple. Start your journey today. The Lord opens His welcoming arms to greet you. And this week, visit His house. Attend church services of your choice. We have found the Lord at Muhammad Christian Church. Listen to the words. Jesus will guide you as to where you need to be. And for our friends in nursing homes or assisted living, please attend your weekly prayer services. It is that simple. Start your journey today. The Lord will put His arm around you and give you comfort. Take away all your problems, anxieties, and pains for eternity. Are you ready? The Lord has been expecting you.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than preparing for retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, I agree, and I'd like to help. I'm Edward Jones financial advisor Mike Kessel. Together we can give your long-term retirement strategy the attention it deserves. Experience the difference for yourself. Contact me at 217-352-0117. Straight Talk. It's how Edward Jones makes sense of investing. Member SIPC.
Hi,
Hi, this is Ashley Morgan, inviting you to join in on the fun at the Champaign County Humane Society's annual dinner auction, The Fur Ball, coming up on Friday, October 7th at the Hilton Garden Inn. This special evening features fabulous silent and exciting live auction items, plus the chance to win stunning jewelry from Champaign Jewelers and $500 cash from Napleton's Auto Park. And for the first time, we're having a vacation raffle. Only 100 tickets will be sold, and the winner gets to choose from a trip to one of 4 destinations: Punta Cana, Dominican Republic, Whistler, British Columbia, San Francisco, Sonoma Valley, or the Monterey Peninsula. The odds are in your favor. Don't let this chance to help the homeless animals of Champaign County pass you by. To purchase tickets to the Fur Ball or for the raffle, visit cuhumane.org or call 344-7297. Winner need not be present to win the raffle. The 2016 Fur Ball, Friday, October 7th at Hilton Garden Inn, is sponsored in part by this station's parent company, Stevie J Broadcasting.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-519-7796. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-519-7796.
Mike and Mike. 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN.
Live from the Habib BPC studios, this is WSJK Tuscola, Champaign-Urbana, your home for the St. Louis Cardinals.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Doug Brown on the college football scoreboard. A game right now at NRG Stadium in Houston, just underway in the second half. 15th ranked Houston leads number 3 Oklahoma 19-17. 4 first-half field goals for Ty Cummings, including a go-ahead 47-yarder on the last play of the half. At the half, number 6 Ohio State leads Bowling Green 35-10. 4 touchdown passes and a touchdown run for J.T. Barrett. And on ESPN at the half, number 7 Michigan rolling over Hawaii 35-0. Wilton Speight has thrown for 3 touchdowns. Later in Arlington, Texas, 20th ranked USC challenges number 1 and defending national champ Alabama. Clay Helton about to kick off his first full season as Trojans head coach, hoping to cut back on the Hollywood image.
It's about perfecting your game. It's about being a master of your craft. And so that's what we've gotten back to. You know, the hype's always going to surround us. That's what SC is. But it doesn't surround us when we're on the field. We have a job to do. And if we truly want to be the best at what we do and get back to a championship level, this is the route I think that we have to go.
Clay Helton on Russillo and Cannell, USC and Alabama here on ESPN Radio starting at 7:30 Eastern and on ABC at 8 Eastern. In the NFL, the Vikings make a trade today for a quarterback, getting Sam Bradford from the Eagles. He'll step into the void left by Teddy Bridgewater's knee injury. ESPN's Adam Kaplan reports the Eagles plan to start the season with rookie Carson Wentz if he's healthy. In the trade, the Eagles get a first-round pick next year and a conditional pick.
As a pro, you value craftsmanship. Same goes for cleaning. Quickie Job Site crafts expertly designed cleaning tools that simply get the job done. Quickie, real clean, made easy. Take advantage of special offers on Quickie Job Site products at the Home Depot and HomeDepot.com.
Marquee Award in college football, the Heisman Trophy. Who's leading the way to striking the pose and taking home the bronze statue this year?
Without further ado, the winner of this year's Heisman Trophy.
This is the Heisman Eliminator on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Yes, it is. We're back for more this season. Heisman Eliminator, fun game we do. It's like fantasy draft. We each get 2 guys. We'll draft them the first 2 weeks of the season, and then throughout the course of the season, we can add and drop. So it's kind of like fantasy meets poker, if you will. We'll play some 2-card draw on Heisman Eliminator, if you will. I am Doug Kazarian alongside Brad Edwards and Trevor Maddich. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Progressive Insurance. Coming up in 30 minutes, bottom of the hour, Joey Galloway is going to join us live from Bristol share his observations on this first college football Saturday. We're a couple hours in. Also, 1 hour from now, Stanford Steve of Sports Center with Scott Van Pelt is going to join us for a little chalk talk as we take a look at some of the games via the Las Vegas Sportsbook Prism. But right now it is Heisman Eliminator, fellas. I just tweeted out at Doug ESPN our very sophisticated and complicated and high-tech method of determining the order. We had some Sour Patch Cups involved, Sour Patch Kids rather, some solo cups, very complex. And Brad, you have the first overall pick in the Heisman Eliminator.
Last week, I had a college football fantasy draft, and I was fortunate enough in that one as well to earn the first pick. And I agonized for a good 2 seconds before I selected Deshaun Watson. And
don't go chalk. Do not go chalk.
Can you feel the agony
Have
right here?
some self-respect.
It's so difficult,
Do
Trevor,
not
but
choose Deshaun Watson.
I'm going to take Deshaun Watson.
I'm so disappointed in you, Brad.
Hard to fault you there. Nick Saban called him the best quarterback he's seen in college football since Cam Newton, who's,
and by the way,
the reigning NFL MVP right
and
now.
And also, by the way, that means he skipped over Johnny Manziel, who absolutely torched Nick Saban's defense twice.
That's a great point.
He said he's better than Manziel.
Well, he's certainly become a better NFL player.
Now,
Trevor.
Now, you mentioned solo cups and little gummy candies for the selection.
Yeah.
Okay, Brad won that. That's why he sold out and went chalk and took Watson. But why don't you explain for the people how I am number 2? Why am I number 2?
So you had the blue Sour Patch Kid, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, in baseball games where they do those 3-card Monty kind of fun
it's like
things.
the shell game.
The shell game.
From Price is Right.
Between innings, right? 3-card Monty if you've ever spent any time in Manhattan. So, and Trevor, you became the second because your blue Sour Patch Kid was picked.
Yeah, well, Brad picked first, and he picked up the red solo cup, and his green Sour Patch Kid was underneath it. I knew I should have eaten that green thing before he had a chance to do that. I was going to do it, but I didn't. So, I'm number 2. I'm picking Christian McCaffrey, Stanford running back.
Chalk.
He should have won it last year.
Really?
Yeah. He had over all-purpose yards. So, comparing apples to everybody else in college football that did what he did, running back, receiver, returner, all-purpose yards, he was 1,000 yards ahead of number 2. 1,000 yards ahead of number 2. If that's not the most outstanding player in college football, I don't know who is. So I've got him for this year, and that's my pick.
So you're saying right here in front of these Alabama fans that Derrick Henry was a fraud. Is that what you're saying?
Brad, I love it that you turned that back around on me. And I'm not saying he was a fraud. I'm saying that he should have come in number 2.
It's hard to argue with anyone who went to the
I respect that for Brad, by the way. Brad just turned, because I did that to him about an hour ago, and he turned back around and he threw that right back at me. I'm impressed with Brad.
Look at the finalists we had in New York City last year. You had Derrick Henry, who broke all sorts of records as well. SEC behind, Herschel Walker territory, right?
Right.
And then you have Christian McCaffrey, who's breaking Reggie Bush's records. And then Deshaun Watson, who's the best quarterback of a team that went undefeated in the regular season. So I can't fault you for saying so-and-so should have won, but I had no problem with any of those 3 winning.
What was Derrick Henry's yards per carry last year, Brad?
I don't even remember. You're asking me questions from last season?
Yeah,
not all situations are created the same, right?
Yeah, I don't mean to give you a gotcha question. Just to say, it didn't strike me as being an astronomical yards per carry that should be the thing that got him the Heisman.
But also, every defense they faced knew he was getting the ball. So I think in light of that, his yards per carry was pretty good.
Oh, nobody knew Christian McCaffrey was getting the ball.
Well, they had a senior quarterback who is the school's all-time leader in wins, so something to be said about Kevin Hogan being the quarterback and not Jay Coker.
Okay, well.
Look, I'm playing devil's advocate. It was a very interesting discussion last year. We don't have to revisit, but Michael Wilbon had an interesting point last year. He thought race played a role. He thought some of Christian McCaffrey's success on the field was diminished because he was a white running back. And also, I loved what Ivan Maisel said. It wasn't East Coast bias that hurt McCaffrey. It was East Coast bedtime. Because a lot of people weren't able to see him so late at night until really the last month of the season. But he performed at the Rose Bowl when the entire country was watching because it was the only game on television. But he is one of the favorites this year. You have McCaffrey, and that gives me the final pick of the first round. And I will also have the first pick of the second round next week when we do it. So I get the 3rd and 4th overall. So I'm going to take Leonard Fournette, which is funny because last year midseason he was the shoo-in, right? And here I'm getting him as the 3rd overall.
What will be different? He ran into a brick
Eliminator.
wall against Alabama and was penalized for it.
Well,
what do you think will be different this year?
Well, hopefully Cam Cameron will open up the playbook and not try to stuff Leonard Fournette between the tackles when they faced each other in Death Valley later on in the season. But
I don't think Leonard Fournette's Heisman candidacy rests on his legs. I think it rests on the quarterback, Brandon Harris's arm. I think that's what cost him a better shot at the Heisman last year.
We talk about Leonard Fournette struggling in the second half of last year. It was really just the Bama game. He still led FBS in yards per game, 162.8 yards per game. He still led the FBS, and he had the highest in the SEC since Herschel Walker in 1981. So
that's a pretty good average when you consider he had 31 in one game.
Exactly. So it was more the play calling. Look, I'll take Fournette as the third overall choice. I would have taken Watson if I had the option, but I didn't. So Leonard Fournette's my guy. And we'll do next week. We'll each have another round of picks, so then we'll each have two guys on our roster the rest of the season. And throughout the season, whether it be injuries or other performers, we will have the option to add or drop. And Brad, you won it last year, right? With
I've won it
Henry.
2 years in a row. I'm just throwing that out there. 2 years in a row.
You're jinxing yourself now.
I've got to get it in while I can.
He is Brad Edwards alongside Trevor Maddich. I'm Doug Kazarian. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, built by the Home Depot, presented by Progressive Insurance. We are live in Arlington outside of AT&T Stadium ahead of tonight's Bama-USC game. Fans starting to trickle in outside of our stage. It is a little after 1 p.m. Central Time. Kickoff a little less than 6 hours away. You can catch it right here on ESPN Radio. Also, 8 p.m. Eastern over on ABC. It's one of 4 games this opening weekend involving ranked teams, one of which is going on right now. Oklahoma, third-ranked Sooners, trailed at halftime, forced a punt by 15th-ranked Houston. Baker Mayfield converted a third and long. They're in positive territory, trying to retake the lead. And it's been kind of a game we kind of anticipated. Oklahoma a favorite by default, in large part because Baker Mayfield and that offense is such firepower. But it's also an Oklahoma defense that's been suspect over the years.
Yeah, they've had a hard time getting off the field here in the first half of this game. Houston had 5 drives. They scored on all of them, 4 field goals and 1 touchdown. 4 of those 5 drives were double-digit plays, and you're talking about an up-tempo Oklahoma offense that ran 23 plays in the first half. They haven't had the ball. And so they got what they needed to start the second half, which was they finally got off the field in a third and long situation. They got a sack on Greg Ward, and now Oklahoma's got a chance to answer.
But see, Brad, I think the solution for Oklahoma in the second half lies in your explanation of the first half. Houston scored all 5 times they had the ball, but only 1 touchdown. They weren't able to finish those drives, and they were 9, 10, 11, 12 play drives. Well, in college football, it's hard to do that often without something happening to get you off the field. And what happened to get them off the field with their first punt of this game and their first drive of the third quarter was a 3rd and 9. And on 3rd and 9, Greg Ward Jr. dropped back the pass, and Oklahoma sacked him. So they punted. That's more likely to happen during the course of a 12-play drive, so it's only an 8-play drive.
And in these big games, it may come down to a 3rd and short or a 4th and short conversion. That Clemson-Oklahoma playoff game that got away from the Sooners, they had 2 4th downs near the red zone that they didn't convert. Clemson did, and then the game was blown open.
Well, Oklahoma in the first half averaged more than 10 yards per play. Their quarterback did not throw an incompletion, and they were losing. And that is hard to do.
And they had the opening kickoff, too.
But here's what they're doing, though. They found out pretty quickly that Houston is as tough as advertised on their defensive front 7, was stuffing the running game inside. So what Oklahoma did coming out, halftime adjustment, first drive of the third quarter, they started throwing the ball on bubble screens to wide receivers, left and right. Don't try to attack that middle. Let's get them to spread out. Let's get those big guys inside to run sideline to sideline. And that's what they've been doing now.
He is Trevor Maddich alongside Brad Edwards. I am Doug Kazarian. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio. Keep you updated on some other games going on. It's not just the Houston-Oklahoma game. Michigan all over Hawaii as we expected. It's 42-0 at the Big House. Michigan's rival, Ohio State, trailed 7-0 thanks to a J.T. Barrett pick 6. But all order has since been restored. It's 35-10 Buckeyes. Second half underway. Barrett, who's actually from Texas, he has 4 touchdowns, 1 pick, so all things looking good for the former Big Ten Offensive Player of the Year. Straight ahead, Jamie Commons, a singer and songwriter, is going to join us. His work is featured throughout SEC Network and also other ESPN properties. He's going to join us on set live in Arlington as we're getting ready for Bama and USC. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, built by the Home Depot, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm the foam finger your buddy's waving around your back seat. When it comes to distractions, I'm number 1. So get Allstate, where agents help protect you from mayhem. like me.
Get more for your money with accident forgiveness from Allstate, which starts the day you sign up.
For a free quote, talk to a local Allstate agent today. Not available in all states. Feature is optional and subject to terms and conditions. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and its affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Your floors are under attack, from overwatered plants to overflowing dog bowls. But the Home Depot has new water-resistant Pergo Outlast Plus laminate flooring starting at just $279 a square foot. So you and your floors get to fight back with 24-hour spill protection that stands up to liquids for a whole day without causing damage. The next generation of laminate flooring is Pergo Outlast Plus, starting at just $279 a square foot, exclusively from the Home Depot. More saving, more doing, U.S. only.
We're mixing business with politics to give you the bigger picture on Fox Business Network, featuring dynamic political programming that has more people tuning in than ever before. Special reports from the team viewers trust: Bartiromo, Regan, Dobbs, and Cavuto. And from the debates right up to the election, expert insight and smart analysis you won't find anywhere else. For political coverage that's on the money, it's got to be Fox Business Network.
In-depth, insightful, intelligent. Get it all. Tune in 10 a.m. Eastern to Sunday Morning Futures with Maria Bartiromo on Fox News Channel. Every Sunday, Maria's sitting down with the biggest players in Washington and Wall Street, asking the tough questions and bringing a new perspective on the nation's most pressing issues. Every Sunday, tune in 10 a.m. Eastern to Sunday Morning Futures with Maria Bartiromo on Fox News Channel. Don't miss it.
No matter what age, braces can give you that beautiful smile you've been hoping for. If you have crooked teeth or a misaligned bite, West Main Dental in downtown Urbana has a variety of treatments that can help straighten your teeth, including braces, Invisalign, and retainers. And right now, West Main Dental is offering $500 off orthodontic services. That's right, $500 off. Call today for a free consultation to get that beautiful smile you deserve. Mention this ad to find out how you can save $500. Some restrictions apply. See office for details. The staff at West Main Dental is well trained, and they're dedicated in making your orthodontic treatment a memorable and enjoyable experience. Let West Main Dental give you the smile that you deserve. West Main Dental in downtown Urbana, 607-1292, and online at westmaindental.com.
The world at your feet. Take a look around and you will see.
Locally owned doesn't mean little ideas. At Flooring Surfaces, we think big. That means a huge inventory of ceramic and porcelain tiles imported from around the world right here to Champaign. It means hardwood made to our high standards, offered at factory direct prices. And it means a big, beautiful showroom filled with the latest trends and fashions in flooring. Flooring Surfaces can help you change one room or the whole house with free design assistance, free measure service, and experienced staff and financing options available. We are a local company offering global fashions and a commitment to quality. See what Flooring Surfaces can offer you today at 401 East Mercury Drive in Champaign.
The world at your feet. Flooring Surfaces. The world at your feet.
Coach Mike Ditka is not just talking sports. What will he say next? Hear him here Monday and Friday mornings from 7:30 to 8 with Brother Johnny and me, Stevie J, on ESPN Radio 93.5.
Brought to you by Barbasol. Start your day with Barbasol Shaving Cream. America's leader for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America. Close Shave Barbasol.
ESPN Radio's College Game Day.
We are back with you live in Arlington, outside of the Jones Municipal Hall, Cherry World. Bama and USC, top 20 match. Of course, the defending champion Crimson Tide are the top-ranked team in the country to open the 2016 campaign. Both teams will have first-year starting quarterbacks. That should be an intriguing storyline in of itself. And guys, one storyline we haven't really discussed at all is Lane Kiffin facing his former team and a head coach that he hired as his assistant in Clay Helton.
Yeah, it's a good story. It really hasn't developed because the Alabama assistant coaches aren't allowed to talk to the media except at the preseason and then before the bowl game. So there hasn't been anything coming out of Lane Kiffin this week about this. But, there are only a few players still left on the team who were recruited by Lane Kiffin, and so it's not a major factor, but it is an
Max
interesting
Brown
subplot.
being one of them.
Yep.
And it's not just any there's some other matchups, right? Wisconsin and LSU's former coordinator facing his old team. We have a former offense coordinator at UCLA now with Texas A&M. They're facing off today. But just the fact that it's Lane Kiffin, Trevor.
Well, that's the thing.
That's what makes it sort of headline worthy.
See, former Wisconsin and current LSU defensive coordinator Dave Aranda. Wisconsin likes Dave Aranda. I think that's probably the difference. I don't know if there's a lot of love lost between USC and Lane Kiffin right now, certainly not from the USC side. And that's part of the fun of this thing. And the thing that stood out to me, the way you described that, is you said that you mentioned that Lane Kiffin had hired current USC head coach Clay Helton to be part of his staff. So what you're saying is that the Lane Kiffin coaching tree is alive and well and growing.
Well, that's interesting you say that because Ivan Maisel wrote something for ESPN.com, and Ivan's in town. He's going to join us later in a few hours to discuss that this Clay Helton getting the official job, last year he was interim and then became the head coach at the end of the season, sort of closes the door of the Pete Carroll / Hollywood era at USC where there's the Paris Hiltons of the world involved and things like that. That's yesteryear. The Pete Carroll tree is gone, but you're trying to extend it because of the domino effect, if you will.
Well, I'm just making fun. Everybody talks about the Nick Saban coaching tree, the Urban Meyer, now the Lane Kiffin coaching tree, which to me sounds pretty goofy. But I think that what's happening at USC from a standpoint of getting back down to no-nonsense football, blue-collar style, it's a good change. It's a difference from what it's been. But I don't know that USC long-term will maximize the kind of kids that want to come there if they turn themselves into Michigan State. I think they need the glamour. I think they need the Hollywood. I think the high-talent, 5-star high school superstars that want to be college superstars come to USC in part because they can be Hollywood.
That's coming up tonight here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. That is Alabama and USC, 7:30 Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio and 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC. Elsewhere in Texas, in Houston right now, we have a potential upset in the making. 15th-ranked Houston leads 3rd-ranked Oklahoma. We are an extra point away from a 2-score lead. And what just happened was, we all remember the Iron Bowl from a few years ago, the kick 6, when Auburn returned a missed field goal at the end of regulation and returned it all the way for the game-winning touchdown. Well, this isn't midway through the third quarter, but it was the same situation. A 53-yarder by Oklahoma came short. A Houston player in the very back edge of the end zone caught it and took it to the house. The play is under review, but Houston, which was leading by 2, in danger of going down 1 with a field goal, now could be leading by 9, 2 scores, Brad.
Yeah, what was interesting about it is Oklahoma lined up for this 53-yarder, and then a timeout was called. The TV angle didn't show us whether Houston already had a guy back there before the timeout. The play-by-play here on the computer, online, says that Oklahoma called the timeout, but regardless, they came out to attempt the field goal again. Houston had the guy back there. They were reviewing to see whether, this is how close it was, to see whether his heel might have hit the back of the end zone and gone out of bounds as he caught that ball. But it looks like he was in bounds.
And Houston does get the extra point to go up 9. And this is a play that could literally change a college football season.
I mean, that's huge. Oklahoma, and we're midway-ish through the third quarter. That field goal goes in. Oklahoma retakes the lead. And now, as you said, they're down 2 scores. And so I don't think there's any way around the fact that either Houston's going to win this game easily or it's going to come down to the wire. It's hard to believe at this point that Oklahoma could run away with it.
Well, Oklahoma had better not let this thing turn into what it is right now, which is Houston having the bigger plays. And even though it's on special teams, that's a big play. Oklahoma's in this game right now because of big plays they've made on offense. They better make sure that the big plays are on their side of the ledger only.
And, guys, we talked about it earlier in the most to gain, most to lose. We said, or at least I did, Houston had the most to gain today because if they win this game, then they have Louisville mid-November, and if they run the table undefeated on the heels of last season, they have a legitimate case. Now, they have to win those games convincingly, I would say, not some nail-biters in the American Conference, but they'll have a legitimate case for the college football playoff.
Yeah, one thing that helps the Houston here is the way the schedule sets up is that the Louisville game is, as you pointed out, mid-November. So it's not like they would play 2 good games in September and then they play teams the rest of the way that no one's giving them any credit for. They have a chance for another measuring stick game relatively late in the season. And then the ideal scenario for Houston is that Oklahoma goes on to have a really good season. Louisville ends up being a really good team. And then best case is that in that American Conference Championship game, they draw an opponent who is also ranked in the top 25. And if they can get all that, I think they at least have a chance.
They definitely will have a chance, but it's going to be hard to make a case against them if Oklahoma, let's say, wins the Big 12.
Especially if Oklahoma wins the Big 12. Because any given year, at least one Power 5 conference championship will be left out of the playoffs. 4 playoff spots, 5 Power 5 conferences. Last year, the Pac-12 was left out. If Houston beats Oklahoma and then runs the table and makes the playoff, then at least 2 Power 5 conference champions will be left out. There will be much wailing and gnashing of teeth.
But, guys, we talked about this. Oklahoma has a hard schedule, right, in the Big 12, relatively hard Power 5 conference schedule. And don't forget, in a couple of weeks, they're hosting Ohio State. So they're going out of conference to play Ohio State, a top 10 team, and Houston, based on the rankings, the top 15 team. So what kind of reward are they going to get when the ultimate goal is to go to the playoffs?
Well, here's the thing. What if they sweep and their only loss is Houston? Houston's undefeated. Then I think the committee should see this game as a playoff game, and they should put Houston in over a one-loss Big 12 champion Oklahoma.
Look, it's a lot of hypotheticals. This is just one game, and, hey, it's not even over. Yes, Baker Mayfield and Oklahoma have plenty of time. In fact, they've just completed a pass cross midfield, so we're a quarter and a half away, although we may have a turnover now. So a lot of football left out there at NRG Stadium, but it just shows the magnitude of this weekend as we're going to get you set for LSU, Wisconsin at Lambeau Field, UCLA, Texas A&M out in Kyle Field. Of course, USC, Alabama tonight at Jerry World, where we are live here in Arlington. I am Doug Kazarian alongside Brad Edwards and Trevor Maddich. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, built by the Home Depot, presented by Progressive Insurance. Straight ahead, singer-songwriter Jamie Commons live on set. You're probably familiar with his work on the SEC Network and other ESPN properties. He's going to join us here live on the opening Saturday of the 2016 college football season.
College Game Day is built by the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
This report is brought to you by Bank of America, working with home design and DIY experts Ben and Aaron Napier. Fall is approaching and college football season is kicking off. Whether you're a current student or loyal alumnus, you can enjoy the big game day on a small budget with this tip.
My husband and I went to a football school, so fall brings back great memories. As Ole Miss alums, we love tailgating on the weekends with dear friends. To cut down on costs, we create a tailgate potluck to maximize our mealtime savings.
For all of our tailgate festivities, we love to use our Bank of America card Cash Rewards credit card, so we earn 2% cash back at grocery stores and now at wholesale clubs. We also earn 3% cash back on gas for the first $2,500 in combined grocery, wholesale club, and gas purchases each quarter, and 1% on all other purchases. Now that's a win I can brag about.
For more information, visit bankofamerica.com/getcashback. That's bankofamerica.com/getcashback. I'm Taylor Purdie.
Sports Center at night. It's time to unwind.
Hey, what's up? My name is John Butchergross.
Hi, John. We start, as we do every night, with the best thing I saw today.
We've got it from here.
Yeah, roll the tape. We waited too long. Let's go. You want to do your highlights, or you want to just keep heckling me? This is pretty good. I don't know. I'll do the highlights.
Because you deserve to end your day on a highlight.
Number 1, Bryce Harper. What a savage.
I can see this a few more times. All right, go home now. Good night, everybody.
Sports Center at night. Every night. 11 p.m., midnight, and 1 a.m. Eastern. Only on ESPN.
ESPN Radio. The biggest names in sports come here.
He is the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He is Ben Roethlisberger. Give us a sense of what your expectations are as you head into this season.
Offensively, we want to be the best offense in the world. You know, we set goals for ourselves, and that's, you know, Coach Haley puts it out there for us. He wants our goal to be 30 points a game and be the most dominant offense and control the ball and not turn it over. And we have a lot of weapons.
Mississippi State, under their head coach Dan Mullen,
Coach Mel, you're replacing Dak Prescott. You said Nick Williams is going to start at quarterback for your team, replacing that 3-year starter. Why Nick Williams to take and fill those big shoes?
Oh, you must have missed out on that joke because we have two Nicks and a Will Damian, two Nick Dion, Nick Fisher, and Damian Williams.
That's why I asked the question. I knew you have the answer.
You always have to have more than one quarterback ready to go.
Talking to the biggest names in sports. ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Monday on Mike and Mike. Danny Cannell, Trevor Maddich, and Greg McElroy will all look back at a huge opening weekend in college football. Plus, they'll preview the Monday night showdown between number 4 Florida State and number 11 Ole Miss. And how will Dak Prescott handle the pressure of starting for the Dallas Cowboys? Mississippi State head coach Dan Mullen will discuss his former QB and what he expects in life after Prescott. It's all Monday on Mike and Mike, 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
20 years ago, I was just a little girl. I didn't know I'd average 20 points.
You bet!
I didn't know I would grow to be 6'9". I didn't know I'd become an all-star.
Sarasi for the bucket and the foul.
But what I did know is if I could do what they did, I could be a pro. Watch me work.
The 20th season of the WNBA continues Tuesday with Minnesota versus LA at 10 Eastern on ESPN2.
Monday on Mike and Mike, complete reaction from the biggest opening weekend in the history of college football with Greg McElroy, Trevor Maddich, and Mississippi State head coach Dan Mullen. It's Mike and Mike starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Hi, Paul Feinbaum, Desmond Howard, and David Powell join me before number 11 Ole Miss and 4th-ranked Florida State Seminoles kick off on Monday night in Orlando.
The Paul Feinbaum Show, Monday at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC Network. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Doug Brown, right to the college football scoreboard. A great game right now on ABC in Houston. The number 15 Houston Cougars lead third-ranked Oklahoma 26-17. The Cougars get the first score of the second half. Brandon Wilson, a 100-yard return on a field goal miss, although he took it from the back of his own end zone. Houston leads 26-17. On ESPN, number 7 Michigan rolling, leading Hawaii 49-0 in the third. Also in the third in Columbus, number 6 Ohio State leads Bowling Green 49-10. J.T. Barrett with 5 touchdown passes and a touchdown run. In Seattle, first quarter, 14th-ranked Washington leads Rutgers 10-0. On this kickoff weekend in college football, we've got number 1 Alabama and number 20 USC from Arlington, Texas. Coming up at 7:30 Eastern here on ESPN Radio. The game on ABC at 8 Eastern. As for Alabama's unsettled quarterback competition, Coach Nick Saban.
We have a plan for how we're going to play the quarterbacks in this game. And because none of them have played that much in the past, you never know how they're going to respond and react in a game like this. So this is going to be a for-now decision, whatever it is, to see how these guys do. We've practiced the plan, and, we have a plan for what we're going to do, and we'll play at least 2 guys probably in a game.
USC hasn't beaten a number 1 team since taking out Washington at the Coliseum back in 1984. With Teddy Bridgewater out for the season, the Vikings make a trade with the Eagles today to get quarterback Sam Bradford. In return, Philadelphia gets a first-round pick next year and a conditional pick in 2018. The Eagles plan to go with rookie quarterback Carson Wentz to start the season if he is healthy. Today is cut-down day. All 32 NFL teams have to get to the regular season limit of 53 players by 4 Eastern. The Patriots will cut wideout Aaron Dobson. The Jets will cut corner D. Milliner. And the Ravens will cut former Navy quarterback Keenan Reynolds. They hope to get him on the practice squad. First baseball game of the day is at Wrigley Field, and they are underway in Chicago. The Giants have a 1-0 lead in the first.
We kick off the first Sunday of the season with an NFL doubleheader. First, the Jets host the Bengals, followed by the Colts and Lions. Coverage begins at noon Eastern next Sunday on ESPN Radio.
It's rose season, and 1-800-Flowers has amazing deals on fresh rose bouquets. Whether it's her birthday, anniversary, or simply just because, surprise her with 24 beautiful multicolored roses for only $29.99. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN.
College Game Day on ESPN Radio.
.2:30 Eastern out here in Dallas, Texas area. I am Doug Kazarian alongside Brad Edwards and Trevor Maddox. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, built by the Home Depot and presented by Progressive Insurance. We're going to get you continuous updates of that upset brewing out there in Houston. Cougars up 9 with the ball in the red zone, picking up another first down as the third-ranked Sooners are on the ropes and then some in the final minutes of the third quarter. Pretty much other ranked teams cruising so far on this opening Saturday of the 2016 football season. Michigan up comfortably 49-0. Ohio State 49-10 over Bowling Green. Now we're joined on set. It's not every day you have a guitar and basically a performance group on set with you here in the College Game Day ESPN Radio set. And we're welcoming Jamie Commons, whose work you might recognize from the SEC Network and other SEC platforms. Jamie, thank you for joining us, man.
Well, thanks so much for having me, yeah.
All right, so you, just like we did, we came from Bristol, as did you.
Yeah, Bristol, England, yeah.
Oh, yes.
A little different.
So we're from Bristol, Connecticut. You're from England. So just talk about how you became, your music became connected with ESPN and college football.
Well, I mean, it seems to be something that's happening quite a lot with just, I guess, the sound I'm coming up with. It seems to be work really well with sports in general. So this latest song, Glory, that's on the network is just seemed to work for American football. So I get to come along and do opportunities like this. It's amazing.
Now you have a musical ear and eye that we don't. How does it work for football?
Well, I mean, my music's based in blues music. I'm that classic English guy obsessed with American blues music. Coming over here, and we try to update the sound on it, and get more of a heavy hip hop kind of feel to it. So I guess that the soul of the blues, and then the heaviness of the harder beats, kind of just somehow, I guess.
That you say somehow, but that's what I'm saying. So you're not a diehard football fan, but does it make sense that it works to you as someone who has a musical understanding?
Yeah, I mean, I want it to be as kinetic as possible and as hard-hitting as possible. So, I mean, I guess that makes sense together. But yeah, I mean, I am a football fan as well, though. I watch the Super Bowl every year.
Yeah.
In England.
And you've lived in Chicago as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
You spent some time, but you've never been to a college football game. Tonight will be your first.
Oh, I'm so bloody excited! It's going to be amazing. Yeah, I literally can't wait. I don't want to put any more pressure on the players, but they might win a fan over here today, so there's a lot on the line for them out there.
It should be a great one. Alabama and USC coming up tonight, 7:30 Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, 8 p.m. on ABC.
Well, you talk about the music, then the blues and the hard-hitting music, the drive of that beat, and that works for football. But the lyrics have to work as well. Tell me about how you write your lyrics and why those fit so well with sports, and not just football, but Olympics as well.
Well, I guess, the song I'm going to play in a little bit, I wrote for the BBC Olympics kind of program they were running. And I don't know, I suppose I'm always trying to be, inspire with the lyrics, try and be uplifting with it, it's a lot easier to write a negative song and be, super mean and sad and all that kind of stuff. So I'm always trying to make it uplifting and, look into the future or whatever. So I guess that works with the ambition of sport and, and everything that comes with it.
People who follow sports, most of them are aware of the passion that people in other countries have for soccer. And the fans are over the top in that. And they get out of hand a lot. And I've heard it said many times that the American sport that most closely gets to that is college football because of the passion of the fans. During your short time in Chicago, were you around people where you got a sense for just the energy that they have, the enthusiasm for college football?
Well, I'm a massive Manchester United fan, which is a soccer team.
I'm a Chelsea fan, so there we go.
Well, we won't talk
We'll
about
have it
that.
out right after this.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I remember going to tailgates with my buddies' dads and stuff and that kind of thing. And yeah, it's almost on a different level than the soccer, really. Because I mean, the soccer is obviously the passion's there, and it's everyone's really lively. But this whole day, having a whole day out mentality is just so. We should definitely learn off it. It's amazing. I mean, coming out here, and obviously there's people here already, and
we're 5.5 hours from kickoff as well. Now, do they have these updates in the EPL? We're not going to Wembley Stadium. We're going to NRG Stadium for an update. We have another score by the underdog. Let's bring in Scott Harrison via the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line.
And, of course, Houston making the most of their opportunities. You guys were talking about how a missed field goal was returned 100 yards for a touchdown by Brandon Wilson. That's the fourth time in his career he has returned a special teams touchdown. Well, then the ball is fumbled away near midfield by Oklahoma. And what happens? The Cougars march 51 yards down the field. It's capped off when Tiger McCloskey catches a 2-yard touchdown pass. And again, it is now a bigger lead. Again, the touchdown throw by Greg Ward Jr. 2:15 remaining here in the third quarter. Houston now ahead of Oklahoma, 33-17.
So third-ranked Oklahoma down by 16. Now, last year we saw them come back at Tennessee, down 17-3, I believe was the score. So we've seen Baker Mayfield work some magic, but the Sooners are running out of time. This could be a huge feather in the cap for Houston with its pursuit of the college football playoff. We're back here with Jamie Commons, whose music you'll recognize on the SEC Network and other ESPN platforms. I am Doug Kazarian with Brad Edwards and Trevor Maddich, College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. And Jamie, you have your guitar. I'll shut up.
Might as well play.
Yeah,
all right.
Exactly.
All right, this one's called Not Gonna Break Me. Oh, wait, I'll get it. Yeah, there you go. All right.
Ever come this far just to let this go? I need to know from you, yeah. I need to know from you. Is it cold outside? Living on your own. I need to know from you, yeah. I need to know from you. If it's all the same, I wanna play your game. Not gonna break me. Not gonna break me. Not gonna break me down. Not gonna break me this time around. Not gonna break me. Not gonna break me down. Not gonna break me this time around.
All right. Got a crowd on hand for it as well.
Now, what was that about? Who's not going to break who and why?
Well, on the off chance my girlfriend's not listening, so I don't know. I wouldn't know.
Oh, you wouldn't know.
So it's about an ex.
That's possibly.
It's funny, as Adele said about her album from years ago. She said that most of those songs were about, to quote her, rubbish relationships.
Yeah.
And drove her to the heights of musical excellence.
There you go. Heartbreak equals money. That's what we learned.
That's Jamie Commons. You'll be performing on that stage adjacent to us, right?
Yeah, not too long.
All right.
So just one quick word of advice. If anyone says to you, roll tide, you just say roll tide back to them. That's all you have to say.
Or if someone says fight on, you just say fight on. And those are the two teams playing tonight.
Okay. All right, I'm going to mess that up.
Just repeat what they said. Repeat what they said.
Or a nod and a smile will do.
Brilliant. Thanks. Great for the
Jamie, thanks. Congratulations on all your success.
Yeah,
we appreciate you joining us and being part of the SEC Network and ESPN. And enjoy your stage out there. Enjoy your first college football game tonight as well.
Thanks, man. Thanks so much for having me.
All right, that's Jamie Commons joining us here on College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Baker Mayfield in Oklahoma not going away quietly. Mayfield has the Sooners approaching midfield. Final minute of the third quarter as we have some other kickoffs just underway. We're approaching 3 o'clock here, 20 minutes to the hour. Joey Galloway is going to join us live from Bristol with his observations on this brewing upset with the Sooners and Cougars, and also look ahead to the rest of the action on this opening Saturday of kickoff weekend. That's straight ahead, College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
College Game Day is built by the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Next spring, I want my lawn to be the best lawn on the block.
I told Anthony if he wants the best lawn, he's going to have to start preparing this fall with Scott's Turf Builder.
Ace is the place that's 2 seasons ahead. Spoiler alert, the lawn ends up looking great.
Now through Labor Day, get up to $5 in instant savings on select Scott's lawn food. Ace Rewards members save instantly in-store. Selection varies by region. Store stock only. See participating stores for details.
QL1, you've been talking a lot about Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans lately. What would you say is the best reason to use it? It's easy to use. You can get approved in minutes. It's convenient. Hey, QL1, I asked for the best reason. Oh, hold on. I wasn't finished. You can share your pay stubs and bank statements at the touch of a button so you get real numbers, not estimates. And 3, 2, 1. Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button. Get mortgage. Rocket.
Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
From executive producer LeBron James.
I need this, like yesterday.
Cleveland entrepreneurs get a chance to compete for their shot at success.
That will be a game changer for me and our business.
I believe your hustle is going to make this happen. We got work to do now.
It's hard work, but it's totally worth it.
Cleveland Hustles. Premiere episodes Wednesdays at 10.
Everybody can have great ideas, but do you have what it takes in here?
Only on CNBC.
Alto Vineyards has long been a leader in the Illinois wine industry, winning over 700 awards in national and international wine competitions in the last 20 years. Now, Alto Vineyards, along with SJ Broadcasting, present Music Among the Vines, East Central Illinois' premier summer concert series, held under the stars. Stop by Alto Vineyards each weekend throughout the summer and indulge in Illinois wines, premium beers, soft drinks, and light food items, all while experiencing the best music the area has to offer. For more details, visit altovineyards.net or call 356-4784.
This Saturday at Alto Vineyards Music Among the Vines, get ready for the sounds of Billy Gull. It's Billy Gull, live this Saturday at Alto Vineyards Music Among the Vines beginning at 7:30. More details on Music Among the Vines can be found online at altovineyards.net.
Your mission is to grab a group of family members, friends, or coworkers and join the Eastern Illinois Food Bank during Hunger Action Month for Operation Orange, the food bank's 12-hour repack event. Report for duty on September 23rd. 2-hour volunteer shifts run from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Operation Orange will feature a kids zone hosted by ShambanaMoms.com, where kids ages 5 to 13 can volunteer with their parents. T-shirts and bags for all volunteers will be provided, along with food, activities, games, music, and fun around the clock. To reserve your volunteer spot for Operation Orange, visit eifoodbank.org.
When you're heading home, Tay and J are on your way talking sports. Weekday afternoons 3 to 6 here on ESPN Radio 93.5.
It's College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, built by the Home Depot.
Presented by Progressive Insurance. More independent agents sell Progressive Insurance than any other brand. Find an agent at Progressive.com. Now that's Progressive.
Here's a College Game Day scoreboard.
I'm Doug Brown on ABC right now, going to the fourth quarter. Number 15, Houston leads third-ranked Oklahoma 33-17. Houston did all the scoring in the third quarter. Greg Ward Jr. throwing his second touchdown pass, a 2-yarder to Tyler McCloskey. Elsewhere in Columbus, number 6 Ohio State rolling, leading Bowling Green 56-10 in the third quarter. In the fourth quarter on ESPN, number 7 Michigan leads Hawaii 56-0. And in Seattle, 14th ranked Washington leads Rutgers 24-0. That's now in the second quarter. Jake Browning has thrown for 3 touchdowns, 2 of them to John Ross for the Huskies. Now back to Doug, Brad, and Trevor holding the fort in parking lot 4 in Arlington, Texas.
Doug, thank you very much. We're joined by some of our closest friends out here at AT&T Stadium. What an atmosphere we have brewing, and we're still over 5 hours away from kickoff at Jerry World. Number 20 USC and top-ranked defending champion Alabama. That's 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio, 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC. As Doug mentioned, over on ABC right now, Oklahoma trailing by 16. Some trickery nearly netted them a touchdown from around midfield, but it fell incomplete. So we'll keep an eye on that game. Early moments of the fourth quarter, but it's a game that could have serious implications on the college football playoffs. Speaking of which, let's go out live to Bristol and welcome in Joey Galloway via the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line. Joey joined us every week last year, and we're looking forward to his doing the same this season. Joey, thanks for taking the time, man. I know it's a busy Saturday.
Yeah, no problem, guys.
All right, Joey, first things first. Let's talk about this game in Houston. What are you seeing out there between Oklahoma and Houston?
Houston's just starting to impose their will. This is 2 turnovers now in the last couple drives for Oklahoma, another fumble. And this Houston team just keeps moving the football. They just have to hold on for this. It's going to be interesting. If they could knock off Oklahoma, do we start talking about Houston with the possibility of getting to the playoffs?
Joey, at the moment, are you more impressed by Houston or unimpressed by Oklahoma?
I've been unimpressed by Oklahoma. They've had a couple chances to make plays. They fumbled the football. Those are the kind of things that'll hurt you no matter who you're playing. And Oklahoma, we expected them to come out, start fast. They're returning so many guys, especially on the offensive side of the ball. They haven't been able to run it very well. They just have not looked like we expected Oklahoma to look.
Joey, there's some more massive games on the greatest opening weekend in the history of college football still to come. What games are you most excited to see?
It'll be interesting to see what Alabama does again, coming into the season without a quarterback, which hasn't seemed to bother them the last 3 seasons. And so they do it again. And we'll just see. We know they can reload at every other position. It'll be interesting to see what they do with the quarterback position this season.
Joey, one of the high-profile games today is 5th-ranked LSU at Wisconsin at Lambeau Field, the site of where TV's version of College Game Day was this morning. Les Miles ended last year on the hot seat, and we're probably going to hear those rumors again this season, especially if he can't get over the hump and beat Alabama. What does Les Miles have to do today and the rest of the season, do you think, in order to gain more stability with his position?
Give Leonard Fournette the ball 40 times. He'll be fine. The talks of firing Les Miles are absolutely ridiculous. They were ridiculous last season. Again, this season, it would be crazy. He's done such a nice job at LSU. Today is the game when you get out there and you hand it to Fournette 40 times. You want to get Brandon Harris going some also. They're going to need him to make some plays, especially when they get into the SEC schedule. He's the key. If he can make some plays and manage the game, then LSU will have a chance to be a team that we talk about at the end of the season.
Joey, I've heard a lot of different opinions over the last couple of weeks about Auburn. Some people think that they could be a 9-win type team. There are others that think they're really going to struggle again. What's your take on the Auburn Tigers, and specifically as it applies tonight, how competitive are you expecting that game to be against Clemson?
Maybe the most difficult team to read. Everyone expected Jeremy Johnson to play great at quarterback last season. That fell apart. So they're a team, again, and we talk about this in the SEC a lot, that there aren't any real great quarterbacks there. Chad Kelly probably being the best quarterback in the SEC. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with the quarterback position. If they can get that together, Miles on offense is explosive. And they had defensive issues last season once again, with Muschamp there. Defense does not look very good at times. So that's just a hard team to read. And when you're trying to find yourself, I don't think Clemson's a team you want to open up with.
Joey, the SEC is out there putting themselves out with tremendous non-conference games this week. And the Big Ten's playing them, the ACC, the Pac-12, and outside of Clemson playing Auburn. When you look at matchups like UCLA, Texas A&M, USC, Alabama, LSU's playing Wisconsin, North Carolina's playing Georgia, which of those teams do you think has the best chance to strike a blow against the mighty SEC for their conference?
North Carolina. To beat Georgia. Again, we don't know what Georgia's going to be. If Nick Chubb comes back healthy, we understand that they will maybe one of the best running back tandems in the entire country with Sony Michel and a healthy Nick Chubb. But they have quarterback issues also. And so, you look at a team like that, at some point in time in these games, North Carolina, your quarterback's going to have to make a few plays for you. If they can run the ball and be successful, but look for North Carolina to have a chance to knock off Georgia.
Joey, we really appreciate your taking the time. It's obviously an exciting time, so that's why we want your insight and your opinion and your analysis. But I know you're busy out there in Bristol, and we'll see you next weekend because we'll be back in Bristol next week.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Joey Galloway joining us via the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line. Don't forget to tweet us on the 1-800-Flowers Twitter feed. I am Doug Kazarian alongside Trevor Maddich and Brad Edwards. This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, built by the Home Depot. Brad, I thought that was a great question. Are you more impressed with Houston or more unimpressed with Oklahoma? I'm actually a little bit of both. I was a big Houston believer last year. I thought some of the times when you see these group of 5 teams, they don't just look the same. They passed every eye test a year ago. They were fast, well-coached, and they definitely took it to teams like Florida State. But they're winning this game, clearly.
Oh, absolutely.
In all facets. But Oklahoma's disappointing as well.
I had someone ask me earlier this week, do you think this could be similar to the situation where back in 2009, Oklahoma opened up right here across the street from us at Jerry World against BYU, and BYU pulled the upset? And I said, no, I don't think it's the same situation. I don't think Oklahoma, coming off of the national championship game that year with the returning Heisman winner in Sam Bradford, took BYU seriously enough. I didn't think that would be an issue today because of what Houston did last year, especially the way they beat Florida State in the bowl game. And then also, I felt like Oklahoma had plenty of bulletin board material with a number of people around the country talking about how when they're highly ranked to start the season, they always underachieve. I thought the combination of that would have Oklahoma focused. And look, maybe they are focused. Maybe that Houston is just that good, or maybe Oklahoma's not as good as they were last year. But whichever way you want to spin it, this is an impressive performance by Houston.
Brad, it's funny you say focus because I drove down to Tallahassee to visit Florida State this offseason, asked them about losing to Houston in the Peach Bowl. I thought maybe they'd say, well, they just weren't quite as up for Houston as they might have been for a bigger name team. They said no, they were focused. They had a good week of practice in that final week leading up into that game. Florida State was ready. They told me 2 things stood out. One, they mentioned Greg Ward and said, man, that guy's a stud. And I'll tell you, for that kind of props coming from Florida State, who knows their way around great athletes, that's great praise. And the other thing was that Houston just physically pushed them around. And both of those things are happening to Oklahoma now, just like they happened to Florida State in the bowl.
The day started with an earthquake around 750 miles throughout the state of Texas. A Houston win will certainly send shockwaves throughout college football. See what I did there, guys? Straight ahead, Stanford Steve's going to join us. A new segment of Chalk Talk. Straight ahead, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This Labor Day at the Home Depot, we're pouring more into paint. Right now at the Labor Day savings event, you can get $10 off 1-gallon cans and $40 off 5-gallon buckets of interior and exterior paints and stains. Take advantage of the best deal of the year. The most advanced paints that go on faster and easier. Now at the lowest prices. Come into the Labor Day savings event now. The Home Depot. More saving. More doing. Valid by rebate through September 7th, U.S. only.
Ice Cold Dr. Pepper and college football go way back. They belong together like crazy upsets and stadium flyovers, T-shirt guns and slow-mo cams, wildcats and flea flickers. Having a college football gathering without Dr. Pepper is like having a whiteout game without shirts. Basically, we wouldn't recommend it. So next time you have a tailgate, home gate, or whatever else kind of gate, grab some Ice Cold Dr. Pepper to make your college football party one of a kind. Dr. Pepper, it's a college football tradition. Available at Walmart.
The Dan Le Batard Show podcast.
I just don't understand how, like, the BET Awards or the TV One Awards don't roll out a Rick Astley, just like as a surprise.
Everyone would be high-fiving in the front row.
There it is.
It'd be like a Chappelle Show skit.
There's Rick Astley. He does exist.
Do you want more from the Dan Le Batard Show? Download the podcast right now on iTunes or on the ESPN app.
The right time with Bomani Jones.
I feel bad for James Harden on this one because I feel like we wouldn't be doing this to James Harden if Steph Curry hadn't messed the game up for everybody beforehand. Because after Steph's wax shoes came out, and don't you come tell me about, man, they sold a whole lot of pairs of those wax shoes. That don't make them no whacker. But once that came out, we now just waiting on anybody to come out with the wax shoes. We here for you. And if you're not on Nike, nobody's giving you the benefit of the doubt. It is so crazy how hard we are now on people's shoes. What about those Kobe's that look like an Audi or whatever kind of car it was that he put out? Those big old giant Kobe's. Can you imagine if they had come out now?
Okay.
How about this? How about I buy some Kobe's for your son?
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Hope you got it in a solid box. That's what it'll be.
The Right Time with Bomani Jones. Weekdays from 4 to 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on demand at ESPNradio.com.
Garoppolo goes 4-0 and lights it up. You think Brady's going, oh, man.
No.
He's still considered one of the 2 or 3 best at the position. So I don't want to hear about week 5. There's almost no scenario that exists where I believe Garoppolo's in the mix in week 5.
Right, but I think there is a scenario where Brady's future becomes very clouded next year, not this year.
Okay. For this year, I think we're completely on the same page.
Russillo and Cannell, weekdays on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Why should you play fantasy football with ESPN? Because ESPN has the #1 fantasy app. You can do it all right on your phone. Create your own league or join an existing one. Can't make it to the draft? No problem. Make all your picks right on the app. And manage your team on the go all season long. It's fantasy football dominance right in the palm of your hand. Download the ESPN Fantasy app and start your league today.
Counting down to kickoff of the NFL season.
This is Sarah Barshoff, ESPN Texans reporter. The Texans' biggest strength is their front seven, led by 3-time Defensive Player of the Year J.J. Watt and inside linebacker Brian Cushing. Their biggest weakness right now is their unproven offense. Aside from DeAndre Hopkins and Lamar Miller, no other skill position players have produced at a high level before in the NFL.
The NFL kicks off every morning on Mike and Mike. 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN.
Live from the Habib BPC studios, this is WSJK Tuscola, Champaign-Urbana, your home for the St. Louis Cardinals.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Doug Brown on the college football scoreboard on ABC. 15th ranked Houston leads number 3 Oklahoma 33-17. That's with less than 11 minutes to play now in Houston. Number 6 Ohio State rolling, leading Bowling Green 63-10 in the fourth quarter. On ESPN in the fourth quarter, 7th ranked Michigan rolling, leading Hawaii 63-3. In the second quarter in Seattle, 14th ranked Washington leading Rutgers 24-0. Later today, it's defending national champ and number 1 Alabama facing 20th ranked USC in Arlington, Texas. Clay Helton starting his first full season as Trojans head coach.
What a great chance to be able to play the defending national champion, number 1 team in the country, one of the best head coaches in the history of our profession. That's why you come to SC. We come to SC to compete against the very best.
We'll have the game here on ESPN Radio starting at 7:30 Eastern. It's on ABC at 8 Eastern time. An NFL trade today. The Vikings make a deal with the Eagles to get quarterback Sam Bradford. The Eagles will get a first-round pick next year and a conditional pick in 2018. And when the season opens next Sunday against the Browns, ESPN's Adam Kaplan reports the Eagles will start rookie quarterback Carson Wentz if he has recovered from a rib injury. One baseball game underway today. The Giants lead the Cubs 1-0 in the third inning at Wrigley. The U.S. Open continues right now on ESPN2. Serena Williams, a straight-set winner today. Among the players scheduled later, Venus Williams and Andy Murray.
As a do-it-yourselfer, you value craftsmanship. Same goes for cleaning. Quickie Bulldozer crafts expertly designed cleaning tools that simply get the job done. Quickie, real clean, made easy. Quickie Bulldozer products are available now at Lowe's and Lowe's.com.
time to pick some winners.
I like this kind of party.
This is Chalk Talk on College Game Day.
Oh, what's a little football without a little game within the game? Chalk Talk time as we look at these games through the prism out there in the desert. Welcome into College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, built by the Home Depot, presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm Doug Kazarian alongside Brad Edwards and Trevor Maddich. And when we're talking chalk, we're going to go out and welcome back Stanford Steve to the program, former producer of the show.
Gentlemen, how we doing?
We're doing well. How are you doing? 3 hours in, we have a major upset in the making. How are you doing out there?
Oh, I'm watching Fordham's offense plummet in front of Navy's defense. Trying to hang on, getting 26.5 points, but it doesn't look good right now.
That's right. That was a pick you gave on your new podcast with Chris Felica, the Bear from Game Day. You guys are behind the bets, part of the ESPN Chalk, ESPN.com Chalk page. And, yeah, you're sweating out a Fordham game on opening weekend. What's up with that?
Yeah. Assessing the FCS versus the FBS, probably not the best of my picking earlier this year. But plenty else going on right now, as you guys have been covering all day.
Yeah, they all pay the same, though, as we know. Now, let's talk a little bit about this Oklahoma-Houston game. This Cougar squad is a team you love because you have a close relationship with Tom Herman. You've backed Houston for a long time.
Yep.
You and a lot of us thought Oklahoma would win this, but here we have a double-digit dog leading by double digits, ready to pull off the upset.
We do, and I know what you guys are doing. Trying to keep an eye on every game, but in the parts of the game that I have watched, and is basically almost all of it, Houston's offense is better than Oklahoma's. And Ward has been unbelievable on third down, but the weapons he has, the throws he's made, these receivers are as good as anything on Oklahoma's roster.
Yeah, it's no doubt. So last year we each gave out 3 picks against the spread. We're going to tweak it this year now that we have you on board for a little chalk talk. Mm-hmm. Brad and I are going to do one, and you're going to do one, and we're going to have some fun with it. I'm going to go straight square central, coming out of the gates with the squarest pick of them all. I'm laying the 8 with Clemson. I know it's bad, but nothing else jumped out at me, so I'm taking which I think is the best team in the country, laying the 8 on the road in the Plains. Okay,
that just feels to me just like Ohio State last year, playing a true road game, coming off, as great of a year as they possibly had. Obviously, they fell short in the national title game. But I see what you're saying. I mean, talent alone, that Clemson receiving corps should be the best in the country. Hey, you want to take a favorite? Go ahead.
Yeah, the squares are right sometimes, right? I'll take the square pick. Brad, you're going sharp on us, I think.
Well, here's the thing. There were a lot of games played on Thursday night and Friday, more so than a normal week. So there's not as much left to choose from.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to Sunday night, and I'm going to take a team that a lot of people wouldn't think about taking if they watched last year's game between these two. I'm going to take Texas. I think they're going to beat Notre Dame. There are a couple reasons for this. One is that I expect Texas to be improved, especially offensively. I think that they have a quarterback in Shane Buechele who's going to be a lot better fit for what they're trying to do. I think the offensive line is going to be better. And then I'm not real sure about Notre Dame's plan. I'm definitely not sure about Oklahoma. I'm not sure about Notre Dame's plan to play 2 quarterbacks, and it could be disruptive to their offensive flow, even though we know both guys are good. And I've got to admit, I'm a little bothered by the off-the-field stuff that Notre Dame had a couple weeks ago. It kind of hints that maybe they're not completely focused going into this game. So I'm taking Texas outright as the underdog to beat Notre Dame.
You get the candy. You get the 3.5.
Yeah, I'll take the 3.5.
To make this interesting, first of all, I'm only doing this segment weekly if Trevor is annihilating a burger or a steak or a rack of ribs as I'm talking right now. So if I could get some evidence to that, I'd appreciate it. Sure, but I'm going to make this easy, Brad. I'll take Notre Dame. I'll lay the 3.5. I love the idea of these 2 quarterbacks playing for Notre Dame. It just tells me that both of them are too talented not to play. And in a prior history, we had Brian Kelly on the show with Scott the other night. I don't trust anyone in the country more with quarterbacks than Brian Kelly. I mean, he juggled Tony Pike and Zach Collaros almost to a national title appearance with Cincinnati a couple years back. I think he's done a great job recruiting. I think they're as deep as they ever have been as a program. I just think I love Brian Kelly in this situation. I'm glad to see Notre Dame finally taking a true road game. Now, if we could get Alabama to finally do it, that'd be nice to start a year once. But I like Notre Dame in this situation. I think they're more talented, and I'm still not sold on this Texas offense.
All right, it's good. We start out the year 3 picks, and one of us is guaranteed to lose.
And one of us,
better way to start it off for the fans.
One of us is guaranteed to win as well.
That's true.
Now, Steve, of all these stuff you're doing now, I mean, you've left College Game Day on ESPN Radio in the back burner. Do you kind of miss it a little bit out here?
Oh yeah, I mean, come on. I Thursday night or out in the town with Brad, there was nothing better than that.
Hey,
seeing what kind of. More people are Googling happy hour wings, and Brad's Googling best ice cream sundaes.
Steve, I have not been to In-N-Out Burger since you left the show. That was our thing, and I'm not going to turn on you and do it with someone else. All right?
Well,
In-N-Out Burger is just me and you.
Well, you're only hurting yourself on that one.
That's true.
Well, you're off to big-time things. So TV, Stanford Steve joining us. We appreciate it. We look forward to a little chalk talk every Saturday throughout the course of the season as long as Trevor is annihilating a burger.
Exactly. And we'll actually be on tonight. We're following Clemson-Auburn, so stay tuned to ESPN tonight.
All right, yeah, SVP with SportsCenter with SVP later tonight. And Stanford Steve, a little chalk talk. Have fun. Listen to the podcast with the Bear. Those two guys putting on a good show as well as on the ESPN.com chalk page.
Thanks, guys.
All right,
have a good one.
You too. That's Stanford Steve joining us for the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line. Now, Trevor, this is where we go tools of the game, and we want you to break down this as well.
Well, first of all, I will say that there is not a hamburger left to be found in the state of Texas. I ate half of them. The other half fled the state in terror. So Stanford Steve is absolutely right. I can annihilate a burger if I want to. But I will tell you this Texas-Notre Dame game looks on tape to be a fantastic matchup. And there are interesting things that are happening. Remember last year, Notre Dame ran through Texas's defense as if it didn't exist, right? And since Malik Zaire will be playing and he's healthy at quarterback, he was the starter in that game. And his running was something that Texas couldn't handle. I don't see any difference in this game. I think Texas has improved on defense, but if they're going to be successful, they need to have their freshmen now, defensive linemen, step up and play very well. And I think in a big opener against a brand-name team like Notre Dame, with an outstanding core running game, offensive line, Josh Adams at running back, etc., with Malik Zaire back there when they need him to run, to me it seems hard for Texas to be able to do much better.
Now, Trevor, we've talked about this in the past, and you sort of take the video game approach because you went all out every single game. But it is human nature to look past certain opponents, if you will. We saw Tennessee and Appalachian State. One team's going to be flat. We see it on all times. Brad touched on it. There may be a component of Notre Dame that's a little confident after thumping Texas a year ago 38-3. What variable do you think presents itself in that capacity?
Well, I think the issue with Notre Dame is having 6 players arrested and some degree of dismissal or suspension. And the big key is their free safety, Max Redfield. Now, he was a veteran guy who was expected to start, and he's been dismissed from the team after being arrested on a gun charge. And so they're putting in a 6th-year graduate transfer from Cal, Avery Sebastian, to play that spot. You'll lose a lot of capability there. Nothing against Sebastian, but Redfield's a much better player. And the thing about Texas, when you talk about tools of the game, that I expect them to do is to see if Sebastian is able to cover those tall Texas wide receivers deep down the field when Shane Buechele at quarterback starts scrambling around and things break down. That's where I think Texas will attack. That's the tool I think they will use to overcome what should be a grinding ball control attack by Notre Dame.
I do feel better about my pick now that Trevor is on Stanford Steve's side, because we know one thing we learned last year, Trevor is not very good at picking against the spread.
I'm horrible at picking against the spread.
So I feel better. Now,
but I didn't tell you who I'm picking, though. I didn't say who I'm picking.
You just
I gave you
like
2 tools.
Notre Dame.
No, I gave you 2 tools. One for Notre Dame to win, one for Texas to win.
Oh, you didn't say you like Notre Dame to win the game?
I didn't say that yet.
Okay.
All right, well.
Pick Notre Dame by a field goal, Trevor. That way you're kind of hedging.
So that's
one leg on each side of the fence.
That's Trevor's tools of the game on tomorrow night's game, but tomorrow night can wait. We got some great games throughout the rest of today, including 2 3:30 kickoffs, UCLA and Texas A&M, and also LSU and Wisconsin from Lambeau Field. We're going to break those down straight ahead, but that was Trevor's debut of Tools of the game. So that's next. College Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Tools of the Game on College Game Day is built by the Home Depot. More saving, more doing.
This report is brought to you by Bank of America, working with home design and DIY experts Ben and Aaron Napier. Fall is approaching and college football season is kicking off. Whether you're a current student or loyal alumnus, you can enjoy the big game day on a small budget with this tip.
My husband and I went to a football school, so fall brings back great memories. As Ole Miss alums, we love tailgating on the weekends with dear friends. To cut down on costs, we create a tailgate potluck to maximize our mealtime savings.
For all of our tailgate festivities, we love to use our Bank of America card Cash Rewards credit card, so we earn 2% cash back at grocery stores and now at wholesale clubs. We also earn 3% cash back on gas for the first $2,500 in combined grocery, wholesale club, and gas purchases each quarter and 1% on all other purchases. Now that's a win I can brag about.
For more information, visit bankofamerica.com/getcashback. That's bankofamerica.com/getcashback. I'm Taylor Purdie.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Next spring, I want my lawn to be the best lawn on the block. I told Anthony if he wants the best lawn, he's going to have to start preparing this fall with Scott's Turf Builder.
Ace is the place that's 2 seasons ahead. Spoiler alert, the lawn ends up looking great.
Now through Labor Day, get up to $5 in instant savings on select Scott's lawn food. Ace Rewards members save instantly in-store. Selection varies by region. Store stock only. See participating stores for details.
You buy Community Credit Union for campus and community.
The Illini Visa Rewards Card is your community credit card.
It's my ticket for travel. My name is Mindy, and I gain points from my Illini Visa credit card. And I use the points for trips to see my grandkids in Colorado.
It's my ticket for gift cards. My name is Mark. I gain points from my Illini Visa credit card, and I use the points to buy gift cards as incentives for my employees when they achieve goals at the office.
The community has spoken, and they use the Illini Visa Rewards Card. The Illini Visa Rewards Card can be your ticket for travel, gift cards, and more. When you use your Illini Visa Rewards Card for purchases, you rack up points. Use your points to travel. Use your points for gift cards. Don't have an Illini Visa yet? Apply today at IlliniCard.org. That's IlliniCard.org.
Live, work, or... Hi, it's Stevie J. Start your day with me along with Diane Ducey, weekday morning 7 to 9, here on ESPN Radio 93.5.
Only about 4 weeks left in the regular season for the St. Louis Cardinals, still holding that final wild card spot in the National League. The Cardinals try and build a little bit more space between the three teams chasing them for that final wild card spot and that first spot for the wild card in the National League. Welcome into the Amarin pregame show. Alex Ferrario with you inside Cardinals Nation over here at Ballpark Village. Beautiful weather here in downtown St. Louis. Even better weather out in Cincinnati, Ohio at the Great American Ballpark, where the Cardinals kick off Game 2 of this 3-game weekend series against the Cincinnati Reds. As we all know, the game last night didn't go the way that the Cardinals would have hoped.
Oh, with the sign and from the stretch. Here's the pitch to Suarez. Ground ball, base hit, game's over. That went right through Brandon Phillips' legs, just to the third base side of second. An RBI hit for Suarez, and the Cardinal closer, Sonwano, suffers the loss as the Reds win 3-2.
So that's the bad news. The good news, though, the team that's ahead of the Cardinals in the final wild card spot, the San Francisco Giants, a game and a half up on the Cardinals. They did lose yesterday to the Chicago Cubs 2-1. The even better news, the three teams chasing the Cardinals, the New York Mets, the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Miami Marlins, all three of those teams lost yesterday. Mets courtesy of the Washington Nationals, Pittsburgh courtesy of the Milwaukee Brewers, and the Marlins courtesy of the Cleveland Indians. So the Cardinals, as we sit, 2 games ahead of the Mets in that final wild card spot, 2.5 up on the Pittsburgh Pirates, and 3 games up on the Miami Marlins. But with that 3-2 loss, that was our Central Bank of St. Louis replay, your hometown bank of the St. Louis Cardinals. So we go to this afternoon. It'll be Jaime Garcia on the mound for the Redbirds going up against Dan Straley. Jaime, though, boy, he has had 3 tough outings in his 3 last starts, 16 earned runs for the Cardinals lefty through 16 innings of work. He's also struggled against Cincinnati Reds, and he struggled on the road this season. We'll look a little deeper into that with our pitching matchup a little bit later on the Ameren pregame show. On the opposite side, the Reds sent Dan Straley to the mound, a 4-year vet in Major League Baseball, as he's seen the Cardinals once this season. 1 game he started. He came out of the bullpen in the other. He did 6 innings of work against the Cardinals earlier in the month of August, giving up 2 runs and his team picking up the win in that start. So it'll be an interesting matchup this afternoon, and we take a quick look at the starting lineup for the Redbirds. Matt Carpenter will lead things off at first base. Jed Jerko batting second at short. Brandon Moss batting third in left field. Stephen Piscotty in right. Randall Grichuk in center. Johnny Peralta at third. Greg Garcia gets the start this afternoon at second base, and Alberto Rosario behind the plate to give a day off for Yadier Molina. Do want to remind you that you can follow Cardinals baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. You can stay up to the moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at-bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. We got a lot to get to this afternoon on the Ameren pregame show. As always, we'll hear from manager Mike Matheny as he sits down with John Rooney. We'll have the first word from the broadcast booth in Cincinnati with John Rooney and Rick Horton. Mike Claiborne checks in with Jen Langosh to talk a little Cardinals in this playoff push. And we'll also take a look in the Monsanto Farm Report on a couple teams in the Cardinals minor league affiliate still pushing for their playoffs in the minor leagues. It's the Ameren pregame show. Alex Ferrario with you inside Cardinals Nation. We'll take a quick break and be back with more. Dan McLaughlin checks in next on the Ameren pregame show on the Cardinals Radio Network.
This Mettler Fitness Tip is brought to you by the Mettler Center, located at Windsor and Duncan in Champaign.
Set realistic goals. Big goals take time to achieve. So if you are interested in weight loss, set a 6-month goal for yourself. Aim to lose 10% of your body weight in 6 months. For a 200-pound person, that would be 20 pounds. For a 300-pound person, that would be 30 pounds. To keep the weight off, the loss should be gradual, just a half a pound to 2 pounds per week.
If you need quick advice on a fitness topic, go to MettlerCenter.com and click on Ask an Expert.
My name is Justin Taylor, and I started JT Walkers with my family in 2008. We felt like the community needed a gathering place, somewhere people could go to have a good time, reconnect with friends, and enjoy sports. Some of our favorite things. I love seeing our customers' faces when they try our food for the first time, or when they drink one of our craft beers that we brew right next door. It's an honor to be a locally owned restaurant and brewery in Central Illinois. My name is Justin Taylor, and we look forward to seeing you at JT Walker's Restaurant and Brewery in downtown Mahomet.
All right, 1 down, 6 to go. Dry cleaning, pick up the kids. Holy shnikes, I forgot to go to First Bank.
Congratulations, Mary Winston. Your to-do list just got shorter.
Wait, what? Me?
That's right. First Bank now has mobile deposit. Just open the First Bank app, snap a picture of the check, and your deposit is done.
That was so easy. Mobile deposit is awesome.
With First Bank mobile deposit, it's app, snap. That's a wrap.
Do you always talk like this?
Yes, I do. First Bank, member FDIC.
There's a time for work, there's a time for play. There's a time to do things you don't do every day. There's a place to go for tools and machines, and people with knowledge about these things. We've been here since 53 to meet your rental needs. When the time comes, we're the place for everything. Rental City.
My UMB player to bank on this afternoon is going to be Brandon Moss. Boy, he has been phenomenal on the road this season. His long ball has been impressive. And batting in the 3-hole in place of Matt Holliday, who's still on the disabled list, Brandon Moss has come through big for the Cardinals this season. So Brandon Moss, who's batting .258 with 25 home runs this season, he is going to be my UMB player to bank on for this afternoon. let's hand things off to Dan McLaughlin. If you haven't got a chance to catch up any of these speaker series that Dan does along the season for the Cardinals, boy, he's had some great guests. You look back recently, he had the 2006 roundtable with David Eckstein and Randy Flores and Jim Edmonds. He did one with Stephen Piscotty. But we take you back to when Dan did one with the Cardinals Hall of Famer and the Hall of Fame manager, Tony La Russa.
Great Moments in Busch Stadium History is presented by White Castle. Throughout the years, you may have heard about them. We've had an evening with Cardinal greats. These evenings give Cardinal fans a unique look into the individual and the era in which they played or managed. This particular night featured Tony La Russa, the Hall of Famer. He took us back to 2011. That year, the Cardinals played the Phillies in the NLDS. And as we all know, David Freese became a postseason hero. But it almost never happened. La Russa was driving to the ballpark for Game 3, was ready to sit the struggling Freese, until Mark McGwire, the Cardinals hitting coach, convinced him to play him. McGwire had detected a flaw with Freese with his front foot.
That's the one tweak that he made, hitting ABC. And Dave started getting base hits, MVP of the next two, because McGwire said that to him. And a PS to that is, in the same cage area, when they were working on that, Alan Craig heard that. So in the World Series, if you listen to his interview, when he got the pinch hit against Ogando, he said, he beat me with a fastball, and with 2 strikes, I got my foot down quick, lined right to right field. And then he hit a couple home runs, as you remember. Now, this is all about the players and their great talent, but a coach is very, very important to get guys back on track, or to give them something mental or mechanical. And the long story is, had not Mark straightened him out, if he had another bad game, we'd have gone a different way.
And we all know what happened after that. Freese went on a tear, became the MVP of the National League Championship Series, the MVP of the World Series, and a hometown hero. Great Moments in Busch Stadium History, presented by White Castle. White Castle's new X menu is bringing the heat with ghost pepper cheese sliders and mutant loaded fries. Brave the X menu anytime. For a limited time, only at White Castle. For the Cardinals Radio Network, I'm Dan McLaughlin.
All right, Dan, thank you, sir. Let's go to our Missouri Farm Bureau Insurance Saves leaderboard. Currently, for the Cardinals, it's tied for saves. Sung Won-Oh with his 14th save of the season. Trevor Rosenthal also has 14 saves, who's on the disabled list still. So that's the 2 closers for the Cardinals this season with 14 saves. Leading Major League Baseball, Juris Familia of the New York Mets with 44, and Kenley Jansen right behind him with 40 for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Again, that's our Missouri Farm Bureau Insurance Saves leaderboard. We are Missouri Farm Bureau Insurance, and if you're a Missourian, we're for you. Stick around, because when we get back on the Amarin pregame show, we're going to check in on the Monsanto Farm Report. Teams for the Cardinals minor league affiliates still pushing for the playoffs. There's still a little bit of season left for those teams. We'll check in on who's in the playoffs, who's pushing, and who's been eliminated. That and my DraftKings pick coming up next on the Amarin pregame show. Alex Ferrario with you on the Cardinals Radio Network.
At Welk Resorts, they offer the ultimate San Diego, Palm Springs, Cabo San Lucas, Lake Tahoe, and Branson vacation experiences with spacious villa-style vacation rentals and premier vacation ownership opportunities. Interval International, a major worldwide vacation exchange organization, has honored Welk Resorts with premier status. Stop by one of their marketing booths located inside the stadium today to secure your discounted getaway package. Welk Resorts.
You're at the ballpark each and every day, crouching down, catching heat, all but invisible. Your job lacks glory and limelight, but offers plenty of aches and pains. Truth is, somebody has to be the hero, and somebody has to prepare him for it. So keep on, bullpen catcher. We've got you covered. Ace brand braces, supports, and elastic bandages. Available at Walgreens.
Hi, it's Corey with Max Twin City Recycling. We pride ourselves on giving the area an outlet to recycle and get paid for their unwanted metals. We're taking our community focus a step further with our Recycling for a Cause program. Each month, Max Twin City will choose a different local charity to feature in an effort to raise money for those causes. Visit maxrecycling.com for a complete list of program details.
At Body and Soul, they take pride in giving you the perfect fit for your athletic shoes. Their team of experts will help you in selecting the style that fits your purpose and your feet. Body and Soul has offered the best prices and best quality for more than 30 years. And they aren't just shoes. Whether it's walking, running, swimming, or biking, or whether it's for you or the whole team, visit Mike or Jed and their experienced staff at Body and Soul, Route 45 Savoy. Call 356-8926 or visit soulsports.com.
Hello, this is Shane Coulter of Country Arbors Nursery. Country Arbors Nursery is home with a giant $5 mum. You simply won't find a nicer mum anywhere for only $5. And this year we added a super giant mum in a 5-gallon pot that's only $15 if you buy 3 or more, half the price of other stores. But let's not forget what we do best, trees and shrubs. We're fully stocked with tens of thousands of large trees and shrubs to help you fill all your landscape needs. And all our trees are on sale. Take 20% off any tree you buy from Country Arbors this week. So come out to Country Arbors Nursery or go to countryarbors.com for more information and directions.
328-2424. Tapman's Towing. 24 hours every day. Tapman's Towing. 328-2424. Tapman's Towing. 328-2424. Tapman's Towing. 24 hours every day. 328-2424. We have pull and we're hooked on you. Tapman's Towing.
Here's a high fly ball, deep left field for Gritchick. He leaves the yard this time. Just missed a pitch the first time up, but hits a home run to left field. 2-0 Cardinals, as Gritchick has hit his 20th home run of the year.
Yeah, and Randall Gritchick's going to be my DraftKings pick for this afternoon. He's batting in the 5-hole this afternoon against the Cincinnati Reds, but what's more impressive is what he's done post-All-Star break. We already know he's been called up and down a lot for the Cardinals this season, but if you look at the significant change from pre-All-Star break when he was slugging .425 and his OPS was .712 compared to post-All-Star break and 113 at-bats, he has 10 home runs, 20 RBIs, his slugging percentage is .602, his OPS is .873. Randall Gritchick has been impressive since the All-Star break has finished, and he's going to be my DraftKings pick for today. As always, you could go to DraftKings.com and use promo code Redbirds to play for free. That's Redbirds at DraftKings.com. Play for free today. All right, I mentioned the Monsanto Farm Report. We check in on a couple of teams as they're continuing the push for the playoffs. First off, AAA Memphis Redbirds. Looks to be they are eliminated from the playoffs, sitting with 63 and 76. They are in the final spot in the standings in the Pacific Coast League of the American Southern. For AA Springfield Cardinals, they are still pushing for the playoff, only 3 games back of the Arkansas Travelers, of the Los Angeles Angels minor league affiliates, but they were the first half division winners in AA Springfield. We go to the Florida State League current standings, where we look at the Palm Beach Cardinals. They are pretty much eliminated from the playoffs for single A high class, and also the Midwest current standings for the Cardinals. As we look at Peoria Chiefs, they're still eliminated from the playoffs, 11.5 games back. 2 other teams to pay close attention to: the State College Spikes for the Cardinals, New York Penn League standings. They are in first place, 9.5 games up on the second place team, so pretty impressive as they have clinched their playoff spot. And finally, you look at Johnson City Cardinals, low class A. They have competed for a playoff spot, 2.5 games up on the second place team. So Johnson City Cardinals will be headed to the playoffs. Again, that's our Monsanto Farm Report, proud supporter of America's farmers. Do want to remind you that you can join us at the Ballpark Village for Purina's Better Together Pet Adoption Days on September 8th and 13th. It's over at Busch Stadium. Head to Ford Plaza prior to the games to meet adoptable furry friends from Gateway Pet Guardians and Helping Strays. Get your tickets today at cardinals.com/pet adoption. So when we get back on the Amarin pregame show, we'll head out to the Great American Ballpark where John Rooney, Rick Horton are standing by. We'll get the first word from the broadcast booth and get their thoughts on this afternoon's Game 2 of the 3-game series. It's the Amarin pregame show. Alex Ferrario with you inside Cardinals Nation at Ballpark Village. We head to Ohio next on the Cardinals Radio Network.
Cardinals
Cardinal Baseball and the Muni. The Muni and Cardinal Baseball, two St. Louis institutions and Cardinal Nation favorites. And one thing they have in common is the St. Clair County Transit District. For decades, the St. Clair County Transit District has been providing services to and from all Cardinal home games. And I'm here to remind you that the St. Clair County Transit District continues to provide affordable, comfortable, convenient, and safe services to all Friday night performances at the Muni. For details, go to scctd.org.
Your vehicle's comfort doesn't just come from the inside. That's why the new Mastercraft SRT Touring Tire was designed to provide their most comfortable and quiet all-season performance. Comfort that comes from the SRT Touring's state-of-the-art tread compound and design, not to mention the confidence of enhanced handling in wet and dry conditions, increased light snow traction, and improved tread wear. It's the new Mastercraft SRT Touring Tire. Master the road.
Visit Trucks Deluxe today.
It's time for the Honda Summer Clearance Event at your Central Illinois Honda dealers. And time to get up and go and get amazing clearance lease and finance rates. Your Central Illinois Honda dealers have an incredible inventory, so it's time to fall in love with a new Honda. Check out the completely redesigned Civic or a gorgeous new Accord. Plus, what's not to love about Honda's hot SUV lineup? The HR-V, CR-V, and Pilot, all with clearance savings. Right now, well-qualified buyers can get 0.9% financing on the 2016 Honda Accord or CR-V. What are you waiting for? You can't beat the value of a Honda. With Honda Sensing Safety, Apple CarPlay, or Android Auto, you have all the technology you want available. And a rear-view camera is standard on every Honda model. The competition doesn't compare. The Honda Summer Clearance Event is time for you to fall in love with a new Honda. Hurry in for 0.9% financing on Accord and CR-V. Get up and go to your Central Illinois Honda dealers. Visit centralilhondadealers.com. See dealer for financing details. Financing offer ends September 6th.
At Awesome Machine Sales and Rental, we want to be the only place you think of when it comes to renting equipment. From skid steers, man lifts, and concrete buggies to concrete vibrators, floor sanders, and drywall lifts. Awesome Machines realizes that your time is money and that you want good quality equipment at a great price. We are still getting new equipment in, and we're still looking to make your rental experience easy and hassle-free. Simply awesome. Awesome Machines Sales and Rental. Route 45 in Savoy, Route 36 in Tuscola, and online at awesomemachines.net.
Guidance, trust, protection, service. It's the mantra of GTPS Insurance. Finding the perfect solution for you, guiding you through the options, helping you through a claim, and adapting to your evolving needs. Since 1997, GTPS Insurance has provided coverage for your car, your home, your business, and your life. As an independent broker, GTPS Insurance Agency will shop around until they find the right coverage at the best price. Contact a GTPS Insurance agent today at 359-9000 or visit online at gtpsinsurance.com.
Bright sunshine, a few cotton ball clouds in the area. We're in Cincinnati for the middle game of a 3-game series between the Cardinals and Reds. And last night it came down to the last at bat. And the Cardinals have lost 3 of those in this ballpark this year.
Cardinals gave too many chances to the Reds. They got out of a couple of bases loaded situations, but could not escape the third. And it was a game where the Cardinals really didn't get their normal offense going, and particularly the late offense, which has been a big part of this team. They just couldn't seem to solve the Reds' bullpen, and their starter also did well, DeSclafani. So it was a tough day for the Cardinals' offense, and really a good start for Alex Reyes, but unfortunately the Cardinals came up on the short end. Be nice to pay him back here this afternoon.
Joey Votto didn't play last night with a sore neck. He's in there today, and against Jaime Garcia, a .381 average, 5 doubles, a homer, 7 RBIs, and 7 bases on balls. But, Rick, he's doing that against everybody right now.
He really is. Over 500 on-base percentage since the All-Star break, which is ridiculously good. And, when you're hitting .381 against a particular pitcher, it's amazing how good your neck feels when you wake up in the morning. And, he's not going to be fooled by Jaime. He's really got good plate coverage. And, Garcia's been up and down, John. Let's face it. There are times where he's a world beater, and you think, wow, nobody can hit Jaime Garcia. And that's why he gets those 10 victories. But he also has 10 defeats. And in some of those defeats, he's just lost. And so we hope that Jaime shows up with his command today. And it's a team that he's pitched very well against in the past.
Well, the Cardinals have Jaime Garcia on the mound. It's Dan Straley, the former Oakland A's and Houston Astros pitcher who was up and down 3 times last year, didn't pitch all that much at the big league level, but here he is with double figures in wins.
A 10-game winner, and there are times where they say he's their best pitcher. There are times where they say it's DeSclafani and times that it's Straley. So Cardinals are not going to have an easy time against him. They did not really fare well against him when they've seen him in the past, and they really limited experience. So it's going to be a guy they don't know very well. But the key really is still going to be Jaime Garcia. If he has a good start, the Cardinals will be in it, and then they'll have to patch their bullpen together the best way possible to finish it off.
Well, I hope someone is a little sharper the next time out.
He did not look good here yesterday. The first time that I saw him look like his arm was fatigued, he was throwing the ball up in the zone, missing by 1.5 feet on his fastball. The velocity was down to about 90-91, which was 4 or 5 miles an hour off. His slider was spinning, so it just was not the Sunwano that we've seen. And you might just chalk it up to, well, it was just a bad day. But you just hope that doesn't linger, and next time he gets a chance to pitch, he's right on time.
Well, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood here in Cincinnati. Won't you be my neighbor, Alex Ferrario?
Well, it feels like it here, John. Probably the exact same weather. The sun is out, a couple of clouds in the forecast, but it does feel like fall baseball is underway with the weather that we have here in St. Louis and out in Cincinnati. That was the first word from the broadcast booth. It was brought to you by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully. Dream fearlessly. More to come with John Rooney next as we get back on the Amarin pregame show. He sits down with Mike Matheny to get the manager's chat for this afternoon's game. It's the Amarin pregame show. Alex Ferrario with you inside Cardinals Nation at Ballpark Village. We're getting closer and closer to the start of today's game. Reds, Cardinals, Jaime Garcia, Dan Straley, all coming your way in just a bit on the Cardinals Radio Network.
What's the cardinal rule of summer in St. Louis, son?
Cardinal baseball, Dad.
That's right, pal. A weekend of Cardinal baseball.
We can't sleep in the stadium, Dad.
The Marriott St. Louis Grand has us covered, bud. Just blocks from the stadium.
Awesome, Dad.
And our room package comes with discounted game tickets.
Super awesome, Dad.
Super duper awesome, son. Let's do this.
Yeah!
9 innings, 1 memorable outing. Get in the game at Marriott.com/Cardinals.
Hey Cardinals fans, Ozzie Smith with an important gas safety message from Amarin, Illinois. If you smell natural gas inside your home, be smart and play it safe. Avoid turning off or touching anything that can cause a spark and get everyone outside safely. Once everyone is out of harm's way, then call Amarin, Illinois. A gas journeyman will respond at no charge anytime, day or night. Amarin, Illinois. Energy at work.
When your computer's not working, you're not working. Hi, this is Dan from Simplified Computers. Whether your computer is running slow, you have a virus, or it's just time for an upgrade, Simplified Computers is here to help with personal service you won't find at the big box stores. We can set up your wireless network, build, install, and maintain your business's server, or replace your hard drive. For over 18 years, we have served the Champaign-Urbana community with integrity and quality customer service. Call us at 352-5000. Simplified Computers, simply the best.
When your car breaks down, you realize just how much you need it. And when it breaks down, Beaumont Alignment Plus steps up. For routine maintenance like brakes, oil changes, tune-ups, batteries, and tires, you can count on Beaumont Alignment Plus. Bigger issues including alignment, suspension work, starters, alternators, transmission requires specialists. So get to know Beaumont Alignment Plus for your vehicle repairs. With locations on Bloomington Road and Denison Drive in Champaign, you're never far from the help you need. It's good to know that quality service is still affordable at Beaumont Alignment Plus.
The ribeye has the best, the greatest steak in town.
If you're looking for Champaign-Urbana's great steak place, it's the Ribeye Restaurant. Still with their famous salad bar and their delicious seasoned fried shrimp and delicious grilled chicken entrees. The Ribeye Restaurant, 1701 South Neal Street in Champaign. For reservations, call 351-9115.
The ribeye is the best. We're the one, the great one steak place.
It's all about the best beef, the best pork, and of course,
the sausages.
At the U of I Meat Sales Room. If Coach Ditka lived in CU, I'm sure he'd buy his meat from the U of I Meat Sales Room. The beef is great, the pork is great, but
the sausages
are delicious. Smoked sausage, Italian sausage, Polish sausage, and even brats. It's all fresh, locally produced, and locally grown. Visit the U of I Meat Sales Room near the corner of Lincoln and Florida in Urbana.
Sausages.
And for that, it's time to head back out to the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, Ohio, where John Rooney and Mike Matheny standing by for the Manager's Chat, brought to you by Webster University.
Mike, was it a case of just one too many walks from the bullpen last night?
Yeah, we were in trouble quite a bit, but Alex had a great start. Limited his walks. I thought he did a great job of showing his versatility and an ability to adapt and change. He was high in the zone with his fastball, which is something we saw a lot of the reports in the minor leagues as well, kind of overthrowing a little bit. And his previous start, he had to use his off speed so much to get him out of jams, but he controlled counts with his fastball yesterday, which was an overwhelming fastball at times, and the changeup was a wipeout pitch. And I thought he was pretty good with his curveball, and that curveball is just going to get better too. I think that's going to be a very good strikeout pitch for him as he progresses. But a very good start from a young pitcher who made the changes that he needed to, and we got in a little bit of trouble and we weren't really able to work out of it, and the bullpen just had trouble keeping the free bases from happening, and those eventually are going to cost you.
When Scott Schebler tied the game with a base hit, it was on a changeup, and I thought it had a lot of the play, but seeing the replay, it looks like he hit a pretty good pitch.
Yeah, it was a pretty good pitch, and it had a couple bounces before it even got through the infield. One of those that you know is hit pretty good, but you're hoping that we have somebody there, and kind of had guys shifted around knowing that changeup might be there, more of a pull pitch. So one of those that you hate to see, because that was the one that tied the game, and Alex got out of it with a tie, and we were really trusting the fact that we believe our bullpen would keep us there and our offense would get something going, but had trouble really putting it together. The back end of Cincinnati's bullpen is much improved.
And you have Yadier Molina getting a break from the lineup today, the day game after the night game.
Yeah, just whenever we can get a day, and always just kind of monitoring how his body's feeling. And there's days when you think that, just after an off day a couple of days ago, but he's very good at evaluating when he feels right and when his body's barking and not responding extremely well. And we love the way he's swinging the bat, and we can get a day here and there. We feel like that might be something we can continue the rest of the way.
And like Votto last night, that's a good bat to have off the bench for the St. Louis Cardinals with Yadier, the way he's swinging.
Yeah, off the bench as a hitter, and also realizing if we get into a tight game, he's somebody that can come in and make a difference behind the plate. So we like what he's doing. He's in a nice spot. He's worked hard, but he's trained to be in this spot that he is right now. He's worked so hard in the winter, and his diet and his regimen in the weight room, so he can be strong once we get to September, and it's working out well for him.
The numbers for Jaime Garcia are overwhelming against the Cincinnati Reds, and I know you're hoping he recaptures some of that magic.
Yeah, we've all seen it. I think anybody who pays much attention to our club has seen Jaime really good, and then other days when the ball just flattens out, and there's really nothing that we can do to kind of predict how that's going to play. So we'll just give him the ball and watch him do his thing, and hopefully he gets into a good rhythm. And when he does, it's going to be a lot of fun for us to witness, and we need to get some offense going.
Good luck, Mike.
Thanks, John.
Manager's Chat brought to you by Webster University. To get a deeper look at the Cardinals, we hand things off to Mike Claiborne next, who sits down with MLB.com's Cardinals beat writer, Jen Langosh. It's the Ameren pregame show. Alex Ferrario with you. Almost first pitch on the Cardinals radio network.
Steve with Safelite Auto Glass.
So you think all auto glass companies are the same? Well, they're not. Nobody makes it as worry-free as Safelite. Safelite emails a photo of the technician, so you know who to expect and how soon. And Safelite's one-of-a-kind True Seal technology places the new glass in perfect position. Schedule now to get the Safelite advantage.
Just go to safelite.com or call 800-800-2727. Safelite's a proud partner of your St. Louis Cardinals.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Now up to bat, it's, wait, who's that? That's the Baconeer. He's been called up from the farm team and has some great stats. Today's pork has 6% less fat, with 6 cuts considered lean and the tenderloin extra lean.
Boy, they've really trimmed the fat in 20 years. You'll get tender, juicy pork when you grill it like a steak to medium rare or medium.
And that's a home run, folks. A tasty home run.
Brought to you by Missouri Farmers Care and the Missouri Pork Association. Check them out on Facebook and follow Missouri Farmers Care on Twitter.
Are you sick of spending thousands of dollars a year on smoking? Sick of coughing every time you get up in the morning? Well, try Vapors E-Cigs LLC, offering the best e-cigarette kits, liquids, accessories, and refills. Using an e-cig gives you the freedom to enjoy smoking again without all the guilt and the odor. Stop into Vapors E-Cigs LLC and find out how they can help you quit smoking. Find Vapors E-Cigs in 3 convenient locations: 1903 North Neal Street, Champaign, 2 East Main Street in Danville across from the courthouse, and now open at 620 East Champaign Avenue in Rantoul.
Meetings large or small, the Hawthorne Suites by Wyndham in Champaign can accommodate them all. The newly renovated 9,000 square foot banquet space can accommodate all your events. Let the Hawthorne Suites by Wyndham be the location of your next wedding, conference, workshop, or anything in between. The dedicated staff take care of every detail of your event to make it memorable and hassle-free for you. For special offers on weddings, rehearsal dinners, and showers, call a representative now at Hawthorne Suites by Wyndham, 398-3400. Leave the planning and execution of your special event to the team at Hawthorne Suites by Wyndham.
Check out the new Honda BMW of Champaign, formerly Twin City Honda BMW, and still located in Savoy. These guys are crazy for used vehicles. Truckloads of pre-owned vehicles, 25 to 50% off the price of a similar new model. And not just Hondas and BMWs, cars, pickup trucks, and SUVs of all makes. Financing options on used cars as low as 1.9%. Just drive by Honda BMW of Champaign and you'll see from the street that this is a new dealership. Honda BMW of Champaign, online at drivechampaign.com.
Tired of the same old boring summer? Brighten your break when you fly Champaign-Urbana. Multiple daily connections to amazing summer sights. Sunrises in Maine, sunsets above the Florida sand, coast to coast and around the world right from home. Find your summer flight starting at iFlyCU.com. Fly Champaign-Urbana. Travel pain-free.
Jennifer Langosh is with MLB.com. She does a very nice job for them. And by the way, we missed you on that last road trip. They brought the B team in, and we missed you. But it's good to have a chance to visit with you now. Speaking of road trips, the Cardinals are on one. Have you been able to figure out why this team has the home woes that they do compared to how they play on the road?
I wish I had great theories for you, Mike. We've talked, maybe Mike Matheny kind of bought into this theory that maybe the power that the Cardinals have shown showcases better on the road than it does at Busch Stadium, which can oftentimes be a pitcher's park. But also you look at the pitching ERA on the road much better than it is at home, which is a little bit surprising if, again, you're pitching in a bigger park. So I don't know, but I think as we look ahead to what the final month of the season may bring for the Cardinals, I think one of the biggest keys for this team if it wants to play into October is fixing things at home. Obviously, this road trip gives them an opportunity to continue their exceptional play on the road, but when they get home, they're going to have to play better. You know,
it's amazing when we talk about this home field advantage. You almost say to yourself, hey, if you're going to be in the wild card, you want to be the second wild card because they have shown they can go anywhere and play anybody at any time.
Yeah, it is interesting because you kind of look at, okay, they're fighting for that top wild card so they can play in front of their home fans, but is that really advantage? I don't know. I mean, you'd still like to think in October, when push comes to shove, that this team would play better at home, and I would think you would like your chances there. But certainly they've shown an ability to go into hostile environments, not have a problem there. I think the series coming up later in September against the Giants on the road is going to be a very good litmus test for this team. How can they play in that ballpark? Because that might be where they show up for a one-game wild card in October.
One of the things about this season, the injury bug, and they've been dealing with it since spring training, much like they did last season. Mm-hmm. Have you been able to separate the differences between last season and this season and how the injuries have affected this team and how they responded?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that some of their best play of the season has come here in August. This last homestand being the exception. But you look at what this team did shortly after losing Matt Holliday, for instance. They got on as good of a roll as they've had all year, which is very similar to what we saw last year, where it seemed like when things got down, everybody else picked it up. I think the difference last year, though, in them being able to sustain things better through the injuries was their pitching, their starting pitching. And that for them was a consistent kind of factor throughout the year. This year, that's been very much up and down, and through that, they haven't been able to kind of keep the traction going that they've been able to generate from time to time. But you're right, it's been a theme of the last 2 years. Last year, they took all those injuries and still won 100 games. This year, it's been a much more difficult road.
And we've seen so many unique situations where players have been shut down. Last week, Mike Leake has shingles. And I was talking to John Mozeliak, and I said, have you ever written that down anywhere since you've been in management? And it just doesn't happen. But as I look around, there's so many teams that are having late season injuries, the very key players. And I was talking to Curtis Granderson about it, and he seems to think it's a combination of travel, schedule, just the physical fitness of players, that maybe some of these guys are wound a little too tight. So with all that said, do you think everybody's got to step back and take a look at how they approach the game of baseball in 2016?
Yeah, I absolutely think that's a factor, and it's one of the reasons why you hear a lot of players talk about, going into this collective bargaining agreement, trying to work for either a shorter schedule, less games, or more off days. I mean, it is a grind, and I can tell you, there's just somebody who travels with the team. I'm obviously not on the field playing and exerting myself physically every day, but it's tough over the course of the 6-month season, plus you add in spring training. These guys these days, too, the work they do in the off season is so much more exerting than it used to be generations ago. So, yeah, and that was really one of the Cardinals' kind of reasons behind building the team the way they did over the offseason, going out and adding depth with a guy, say, like Jed Jerko, bringing back a Brandon Moss. They wanted to have options because their intent was to give guys more days off. Now, it hasn't necessarily played out that way because of injuries precluding some of those rest options. But, yeah, I think as we go forward, I think in the future we're going to see players play fewer games. I think we're going to see them to be more intentional about taking days off. And you talk about other teams dealing with injury. I found it fascinating about a week ago. I saw that the Dodgers put their 27th player on the disabled list this year. That is a major league record for a season, and there they are in playoff positioning as well.
And that guy may be manager of the year, Dave Roberts, because of it. When you think about the injuries, the Puig situation, everything else, and they're in first place, it's amazing. All right, it's a Saturday. We're talking about Cardinal baseball. Are we playing in October?
I think they will. Now, whether they play more than one game in October, I'm not really ready to make that bet.
At least one in October.
I think so. And, as we just kind of went through, all these teams in the wild card race have their own issues. Yeah. I mean, we talk and we dissect the Cardinals' issues because we're here and we see them under a microscope every day. But the Pirates have their issues. The Marlins without Giancarlo Stanton have their issues. Obviously, the Dodgers with all their injuries and the Giants underperforming in some ways. Every team is vulnerable out there, so you just have to get there. The Cardinals' schedule in September, I think, is very favorable. Again, playing a little bit better at home might help their chances.
Jennifer Langosh, MLB.com. Thank you. Always good to see you.
Thanks, Mike.
As Mike Claiborne says, in terms of October playoffs, stay tuned because it's going to be an interesting one. We'll take our final break on the Amarin pregame show. When we get back, we'll look at Jaime Garcia's struggles on the road, and we'll get you set for first pitch. Amarin pregame show back for the final time on the Cardinals Radio Network.
Why Sievers Equipment? Because the purchase of equipment is a major investment and comes along with an ongoing customer service relationship. And who you buy equipment from is as important as the brand of equipment and customer support you invest in. Sievers Equipment Company is a third-generation family-owned business with 45 years of experience in customer service in the industry. For more information on their family of brands, products, and services, go to SieversEquipment.com.
Hi, this is Charlie Brennan for Rattler Pest and Lawn Solutions, the official pest control partner of your St. Louis Cardinals. Rattler has been family-owned and operated since 1956. They've been protecting my home for over 10 years. When I call my Rattler technician, he comes out within 24 to 48 hours to solve my pest problems. No matter what's bugging you, Rattler has the solution. To schedule your free, no-obligation inspection and estimate today, visit Rattler.com.
It's getting hot out there, and Chief Bauer Service Experts reminds you to tune up your home's air conditioning system before you need it most. Because if that system fails and you get hot, you may think about going to weird lengths to cool off, like napping with your head in the freezer or building a pool in the living room. Help prevent breakdowns and call Chief Bauer Service Experts for $41 off a precision tune-up. Regularly $120, now only $79. You'll also save up to 30% on energy bills and keep your system running at its best all year long. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit chiefbauer.com.
Why miss a word when you don't have to? Right now, bring in any brand hearing aid for a free inspection and cleaning by hearing aid professionals at Audibel Hearing Aid Centers. With your appointment, you also get a free 8-pack of premium batteries. That's a $70 value. Audibel Hearing Aid Centers in Champaign, Danville, Gibson City, Monticello, Tuscola, and Arthur. Visit GetHearingHelp.com. That's GetHearingHelp.com to set up your appointment today. That's GetHearingHelp.com. Audibel. You should hear what you've been missing.
The last time we elected a president, only 57.5% of registered voters showed up. It's hard to get everyone to do anything. So when 93% of us all do something, well, that's something. Every week, 93% of Americans listen to the radio, and they're all voting with their wallets every time they make a purchase. If you run a business, let a radio campaign tell your story. See how at StevieJay.com. That's StevieJay.com, or by calling 367-1195.
Sure, we've been called a mom and pop store. We take it as a compliment. After all, we are family owned and operated with 2 generations actively involved, and 5 of our team members have been with us for around 20 years each or longer. We run our business with old-fashioned customer service as our foundation, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Add our great selection of hand-picked mattresses, all proudly made in the USA at guaranteed lowest prices, and we're sure you won't find a better deal anywhere. Visit us and experience the Illini mattress difference today.
Well, I mentioned Jaime's struggles his last 3 times out, but his road woes have been worse. He's got a 5.37 ERA, 4-3 on the road this season. He's given up 36 earned runs. Teams are batting .310 against Jaime. But the good news, he's had some success against Cincinnati this season. We'll see if he can continue that once again this afternoon against the Reds. Trying to build on that wild card lead. Cardinals, Reds are in action up next. John Rooney, Rick Horton have the broadcast next on the Cardinals Radio Network.
Tired of the same old boring summer? Brighten your break when you fly Champaign-Urbana. Multiple daily connections to amazing summer sights. Sunrises in Maine, sunsets above the Florida sand, coast to coast and around the world right from home. Find your summer flight starting at iFlyCU.com. Fly Champaign-Urbana. Travel pain-free.
Rosati's Pizza is so good, it simply couldn't stay in Chicago. From their daily slice special, which includes a drink and a slice for only $5, to deep dish Chicago-style pizza, wings, pasta, and more. Hungry for lunch? Hungry for dinner? Looking for a place to take your Little League team after the game? Think Rosati's Pizza in Urbana. Rosati's Pizza, 701 South Gregory Street, Urbana. Call 328-2334. That's 328-2334 or myrosatis.com.
Law Enforcement Official of the Month brought to you by Hickory River Smokehouse. There's nothing better. Hickory River, 1706 North Cunningham in Urbana. Every month we celebrate law enforcement. Our Law Enforcement Official of the Month is Matt Rivers. Matt, how are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
Sergeant Rivers of the Urbana Police Department. He and his wife Christy, we introduced at the Law Enforcement Appreciation Banquet last Thursday. You started PSA. What is PSA?
It's the Police Support Association, and we're going to be here in Champaign County.
What are you going to do?
We are going to do a number of things, but we have 3 primary goals. One is to promote and enhance the quality of life for police officers in the county. We also want to promote and enhance the lives of their families. And then third is going to be support the community as police officers and community members and do a number of outreach projects and service initiatives.
We appreciate what you do, and congratulations on being the Stevie J Broadcasting Law Enforcement Official of the Month.
Thank you very much.
Very happy to have Sergeant Matt Rivers in our studio from Urbana Police Department. Terrific guy, as you heard.
Hanging a high fly ball.
Get up, baby. Get up.
It's a gunner.
Oh, yeah. St. Louis Cardinals baseball is brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. By your quality Ford dealers, the official vehicles of the St. Louis Cardinals. By Snooks, nourishing Cardinal fans since 1939. By AT&T, mobilizing your world. By Shelter Insurance. Find an agent near you at shelterinsurance.com. For your auto, home, life, and renter's insurance needs, we're your shield, we're your shelter. By Explore St. Louis. Learn more about all the great things to do in St. Louis by visiting ExploreStLouis.com. By Central Bank, the hometown bank of the St. Louis Cardinals. By Country Bob's, the signature sauce of your St. Louis Cardinals. By the Painting and Decorating Foundation. By Central Missouri's beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Plan your vacation at funlake.com. And by Sonic Drive-In, your slush headquarters, where we serve up an icy rainbow of refreshing fun all summer long. Now, St. Louis Cardinals baseball.
Welcome to St. Louis Cardinals baseball from Cincinnati, Ohio. It's Great American Ballpark, and it's the site for Game 2 of a holiday weekend series between the Cardinals and the Reds. Cincinnati won Game 1 here last night, 3-2, with a bases-loaded single by Eugenio Suarez in the ninth inning off of Cardinal closer Soon Won Oh. This is Ricky Horton. I'll be alongside John Rooney for a very rare 4:10 start here in Queen City, and that's 4:10 Eastern Time. Joey Votto back in the lineup for the Reds. He's been a handful since a horrible start in the month of April. He's up over 300. He has 22 home runs on the season. Also playing today is Red center fielder Billy Hamilton, who stole 3 bases here last night. On the Cardinals side, Randall Grichuk hit home run number 20 last night, and he is now one of 4 Cardinals to reach that number. All 4 in the lineup, in the middle of the lineup for the Cardinals here today. We hope you're enjoying the start of your Labor Day weekend. Let's have a look at our starting pitchers here this afternoon, brought to you by Missouri Farmers Care. Join the conversation on how today's food is grown and raised at MissouriFarmersCare.com. The Cardinals go with Jaime Garcia. He has an overall record of 10-10 with a 4.46 ERA. He has been terrific against the Reds in his career. In fact, they think he's one of the best pitchers they face year in and year out. He's 11-4 against Cincinnati, but his last 3 times out, he has given up 16 runs in 16 innings. Really struggled with his release point. We'll see if he can find it here today. He has a career record of 62 and 42 overall. Dan Straley is a 6'2 right-hander. Came up to the big leagues with the Oakland A's, also pitched with the Cubs and the Astros, and he's having a good season. He's 10-7 with a 3.92 ERA. His last time out, he got beat around pretty badly by the Los Angeles Angels, who hit 4 home runs against him in just 2 2/3 innings, gave up 8 hits and 7 runs overall. But prior to that, Straley had 8 starts in a row with 2 or fewer runs. So he can be very tough. Again, 10-7 overall. Straley and Garcia, the pitchers. We'll have the starting lineups for you next.
Rosati's Pizza is so good, it simply couldn't stay in Chicago. From their daily slice special, which includes a drink and a slice for only $5, to deep dish Chicago-style pizza, wings, pasta, and more. Hungry for lunch? Hungry for dinner? Looking for a place to take your Little League team after the game? Think Rosati's Pizza in Urbana. Rosati's Pizza, 701 South Gregory Street, Urbana. Call 328-2334. That's 328-2334 or myrosatis.com. Are you sick of spending thousands of dollars a year on smoking? Sick of coughing every time you get up in the morning? Well, try Vapors E-Cigs LLC, offering the best e-cigarette kits, liquids, accessories, and refills. Using an e-cig gives you the freedom to enjoy smoking again without all the guilt and the odor. Stop into Vapors E-Cigs LLC and find out how they can help you quit smoking. Find Vapors E-Cigs in 3 convenient locations: 1903 North Neal Street, Champaign, 2 East Main Street in Danville across from the courthouse, and now open at 620 East Champaign Avenue in Rantoul.
Check out the new Honda BMW of Champaign, formerly Twin City Honda BMW, and still located in Savoy. These guys are crazy for used vehicles. Truckloads of pre-owned vehicles, 25 to 50% off the price of a similar new model. And not just Hondas and BMWs, cars, pickup trucks, and SUVs of all makes. Financing options on used cars as low as 1.9%. Just drive by Honda BMW of Champaign and you'll see from the street that this is a new dealership. Honda BMW of Champaign, online at drivechampaign.com.
For the best high school football coverage this fall, tune into JT Walker's High School Sports Showcase on US 105.9. With 10 regular season games plus playoff coverage, JT Walker's High School Sports Showcase features Central, Centennial, Urbana, Mahomet, Unity, St. Joe, Monticello, and St. Thomas More. For a complete schedule, visit country1059.com. That's country1059.com. JT Walker's High School Sports Showcase, this fall on US 105.9.
Welcome back to Cincinnati. A very bright, sunshiny afternoon here in the Queen City. Very few clouds in the sky, and the crowd still filing in for Game 2 of the 3-game series. And the Cardinals hoping to avenge their loss here last night. I promised our lineups, and I will deliver on those right now. Our AAA Insurance starting lineups. First for the Cardinals, who are 70-63 overall. They are 7-6 against the Reds this season. So 7 games over 500 for the Redbirds. They've lost 2 straight, and here's their lineup. Matt Carpenter will lead off and play first base. Jed Jerko is 0 for his last 9. He'll play shortstop and bat second for St. Louis. Brandon Moss, 0 for his last 12, will be in left field, so we need to get those 2 guys going here today. And it'll be Stephen Piscotty in right field, and you're going to get kind of the the deal here. He's 0 for his last 10, so you add those numbers together, and the Cardinals need to get some production in the middle of that lineup. Randall Grichuk has been swinging the bat well. He'll be in center field in bat 5th. Johnny Peralta is the Cardinals' third baseman. He hits 6th. Greg Garcia has hit .520 in his last 9 games. He'll play second base and bat 7th. Alberto Rosario will do the catching here today and bat 8th, so that means no Yachty or Molina in the lineup. Yachty homered here yesterday. In fact, he had homered in back-to-back games before taking the day off here today. We may see him late. Who knows? Jaime Garcia will pitch and bat 9th for the Cardinals. Garcia with a record of 10-10. So the Cardinals have Carpenter, Jerko, Moss, Piscotty, Grichuk, Peralta in the middle, followed by Greg Garcia, Rosario, and Jaime Garcia to round out their lineup. Derek May has the lineup card for the Reds. He is leaving home plate. Our umpires are standing there. We've had the exchange of cards. Ted Barrett's the crew chief. He'll be at third. Will Little at second base. Angel Hernandez at first. And Lance Barksdale has the plate here today. Billy Hamilton will lead off for the Cincinnati Reds. He's an exciting player. 3 stolen bases yesterday. Zach Cozart plays shortstop and bats second. Joey Votto back in the lineup. He'll play first and hit third. Adam Duvall's the left fielder. He hits cleanup, followed by Eugenio Suarez and Jose Peraza, the second baseman. Tucker Barnhart will bat 7th. Tyler Holt plays right field and will bat 8th. And Dan Straley, 10-7, will pitch and bat 9th. Hamilton, Cozart, Votto, Duvall, Suarez, Peraza, Barnhart, Holt, and Straley. First pitch coming up next.
The Cooper Tire Take the Money and Ride event is back this fall. Whether you're ready to tailgate or take a scenic drive, you can get the right tires and a reward of up to $70 with the purchase of a new set of 4 qualifying tires. It's the perfect way to get your car ready for the season and score up to a $70 prepaid card by mail when you purchase a new set of 4 all-terrain Discover AT3s, pavement-gripping Cooper Xeon RS3 G1s, or other qualifying Cooper tires. Visit a participating dealer or CooperTire.com for details.
Visit Neil Tire today. Congratulations, St. Louis, on both your exceptional teams. While the Cardinals continue to take on the competition, St. Louis's own Siteman Cancer Center at Barnes Jewish Hospital and Washington University School of Medicine received the National Cancer Institute's highest possible rating of exceptional. Siteman is leading the nation in translational research and offering patients access to cutting-edge treatments and clinical care. To learn more about Siteman and what this rating means, visit siteman.wustl.edu. Let's continue to cheer for both our exceptional home teams.
Fabic Cat is the Caterpillar dealer for Missouri, Southern Illinois, Wisconsin, and Upper Michigan. Fabic Cat serves the hard-working, let's-get-it-done people that improve the quality of life in your community. From cat machines that help maintain infrastructure and support farmers to aerial lifts and emergency power generation, Fabic Cat supplies essential products that help make progress possible. If you've got work to do, you need to know Fabic Cat. Learn more at FabicCat.com. Fabic Cat is a proud sponsor of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Any Joe Schmo knows Geico will work to save you money on car insurance. But since money talks, why not just ask the savings?
That's me, Joe's Savings. I'm not literally $1 million, but I feel like it. Why? Because when Joe switched his car insurance at Geico.com, his monthly rate went down and the savings went up. Now he uses the handy Geico mobile app anytime to check out his policy perks. Talk about a win-win and 2 thumbs up. Man, I wish I had thumbs.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Today's first pitch brought to you by St. Paul GM Country, a family-owned and customer-friendly dealership with a huge selection of Chevys, Buicks, GMCs, and Cadillacs at St. Paul. Everyone leaves happy. Carpenter's ready, and so is John Rooney.
Dan Straley is ready, Rick Horton. Here's the windup and the first pitch of the day from Cincinnati, Ohio. A swing and a foul ball that goes out of play off to the left. 4:10 Eastern Time. 79 degrees and very low humidity. Straley, the former A's pitcher, former Astro, delivers outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. As Rick told you, Lance Barksdale is calling balls and strikes. And the crew chief, Ted Barrett, straddles the third baseline. Will Little is at second. And at first base, Angel Hernandez. Here's a swing and a foul ball back to the screen. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Carpenter comes in batting .282. 17 home runs, 58 RBIs, a 1-for-4 game with a strikeout here last night, in a game the Reds won 3-2 in the last at bat. The windup by Straley in the pitch. Carpenter swings and he drives it into right center field. Billy Hamilton back near the wall, makes a running catch and then runs into the Budweiser sign. Carpenter hit the ball toward the end of the bat and didn't get enough of it to get it past Hamilton.
Good at bat, though, for Carpenter. And when you think about Dan Straley, he's the opposite of Jaime Garcia. He does not get ground balls. He's a fly ball pitcher. He's given up 24 home runs this season, despite having a good record, especially here at home. But expect some home runs today. Jaime Garcia has given up 20 of his own.
Well, 4 home runs the last time out on Monday against the Angels out in Anaheim for Straley. Here's a swing and a high fly ball left field. That's back to the track. It's a gunner. Jed Jerko goes after the first pitch, and he hits his 18th home run since the All-Star game, his 25th of the year, and the Cardinals have a 22-game home run streak as Jerko touches them all in the first inning.
That was a towering fly ball that Jerko hit, and he has now tied Brandon Moss for the team lead at 25.
The Cardinals have scored 3 runs in this series, all on solo home runs. Molina, Grichuk last night, Jerko today. Now Brandon Moss. Moss takes a pitch down the middle for a strike. Brandon is 0 for his last 12. That home run for Jerko breaks an 0 for 9. The pitch by Straley. Breaking ball, low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Moss's average is under 260. He's at 258 with 25 home runs and 61 runs batted in. The 1-1 pitch. Popped up. It's on the left side of the infield. Only one fielder over there. Suarez, the third baseman, makes the catch in on the grass. And Moss is 0 for his last 13. Here's Stephen Piscotty, who's trying to break an 0 for 10. New flavor at Ted Drew's, the Cinecrunch Concrete. Ted's vanilla custard mixed in with the right amount of pecans and cinnamon. Both locations are open right now on Chippewa and on Grand. As Ted says, it really is good, guys and gals. 87 years, Ted Drew's frozen custard. A swing and a line drive fair past Votto down the right field line. Piscotty will take the turn, and as the ball is bobbled, Piscotty moves for second. He's safe. He made an infield slide to the infield side of second base. He had the shortstop. Actually, it was the shortstop Cozart who was over there reaching to the outfield side of the bag. And once the ball was bobbled by Holt, Piscotty took an extra base. That's a single and an E9.
Well, the Cardinals are going to be swinging at the first pitch. That's clear in this game, as we've seen a very aggressive approach with the Cardinals lineup against Straley. That's going to be an error on Holt, allowing Piscotty to get to second base as he fumbled it. But alert base running and, as you mentioned, a very adept slide by Stephen Piscotty to the infield side of the bag.
I thought Stephen was going to be out, Rick, because he came to a dead stop before picking it up again and advancing towards second base. But the slide to the infield side of the second base bag got him the base. A lot of teams aren't teaching sliding anymore. Here's a swing and a high pop-up foul by Grichuk going after the first pitch. That goes back and out of play. But wherever Piscotty learned to slide, he learned well. But I've had some people tell me that various teams don't even practice it in spring training.
Think they had a class in that at Stanford?
If they did, he aced it. Piscotty off to a lead at second base.
Like everything else.
The pitch. Up and in. Well, Mark Marquis is the dean of the baseball program there that has produced quite a few major league players. And one of my favorite all-time, Jack McDowell, who donated the money for the lights they have there at their field in Palo Alto. Here's a tap foul by Grichuk. That went spinning in the air and bounced off his batting helmet. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Grichuk is trying to pick up his buddy, Stephen Piscotty, from second base. This is what the Cardinals failed to do last night. After getting a run and then getting in position to get another one, they didn't add on. 2 home runs, and that was it. The Reds tied it up with a 2-run 6th and won it in the 9th inning. 1-0 Cardinals in the first today against Dan Straley, who gave up 4 home runs to the Angels, lasting only 2 2/3 on Monday. 8 hits, 7 earned runs, a walk, 3 strikeouts, 4 homers, 62 pitches for Straley in the worst outing of his major league career. Piscotty leads at second. The pitch, Grichuk fouls it off the end of the bat.
Well, he hasn't thrown a lot of pitches yet in this inning, but a lot has happened. Carpenter very nearly had a double or perhaps a home run to the right center field that Billy Hamilton ran down. Jerko homered. Moss swinging early, popped it up, and then Piscotty getting a base hit to right. So he is definitely a guy the Cardinals don't want to allow a deep count. They want to jump on him as soon as they can.
1 ball, 2 strikes. A look to second. The pitch to Grichuk. He rips it foul into the seats. That hit somebody off to the left. Somebody got smoked by that line drive, and they're going to need a little help there. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count on Grichuk. Cardinals open play today. 2 games better than the Mets. 2.5 over Pittsburgh. 3 over Miami. 5.5 over Colorado for the number 2 spot in the wild card race. And the Cards are a game and a half behind San Francisco for the top spot. A swing and a miss. Grichuk goes for a high fastball and strikes out. But the Cardinals got a run on a Jerko home run. 2 hits, an error, and 1 left. We played a half inning. The Cardinals have a run, and the Reds are coming to bat at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati.
Remember our first Cardinals game with Dad?
How could anyone forget the game-winning home run in '85?
Oh, and remember, before every game, Mom would run to Schnucks and grab all our favorite snacks and load up our backpacks.
Yeah, I think Mom was just as excited to find a good deal at Schnucks as Dad was about a Cardinals victory.
What a pair. Oh, hey, do you remember the game when Dad started tossing peanuts to strangers and they started catching them in their caps?
That is one of my favorite memories of Dad.
Cheers to Dad.
To you, Dad.
Schnucks, nourishing Cardinal fans.
She's beautiful.
Yeah, but what's wrong with her feet?
You mean the cement shoes? Well, she's an insurance agent for one of those companies that don't give their agents freedom to shop around for the best plans.
She should have become a Trusted Choice independent agent.
Totally. Go get him, Lisa.
Trusted Choice independent agents are free to shop multiple providers to find you a better plan. That's the freedom Trusted Choice agents have that others don't. Find your local agent today at TrustedChoice.com. Trusted Choice, free to do what's right for you.
Tom, my girlfriend wants a unique, branded designer engagement ring. Does Shane Company carry them?
Well, Jake, there's no such thing as a branded designer ring that's unique. Those designers sell thousands of the same styles year after year. Half the jewelers in town offer those same brands, so there's nothing unique about them.
Well, she just wants a ring none of her friends will have.
Okay.
You know, unique.
Then come to Shane Company. We design most of our rings ourselves and sell them in very limited numbers and only in our stores. So ours really are unique.
Huh, okay.
At Shane Company, you won't pay a 40% markup to cover those branded designer names. That's the premium they force their jewelers to pay just to use their name, a name that adds no value whatsoever to the ring. Instead, you can put that money into a larger center diamond, and that's something she and all of her friends will notice.
Glad I asked.
Now you have a friend in the jewelry business. Shane Company.
Jaime Garcia has a run to work with, and over his last 3 starts, he's 1-2, working 16 innings, giving up 21 hits, 16 earned runs, 5 walks, and 14 strikeouts.
So rough the last 3 times out, and rough often in the first inning this season. 30% of the runs, John, that he's given up this year, he's given up in the first inning.
Here's Billy Hamilton, a right-handed batter, ground ball to the shortstop. Jerko has it and throws him out. 1 pitch, 1 out. There's a very good start for Jaime Garcia, who's 1-0 against the Reds with a high .497 ERA, starting for the 3rd time this year against them. Lifetime, he's 11-4, a 3.65 earned run average. This is game 22 and start number 20 against the Redlegs.
Best ground ball percentage in the National League belongs to Jaime Garcia. The 3rd worst ground ball percentage is Dan Straley.
Dan Straley gave up a home run, nearly gave up 1 to Carpenter, but Jerko tagged him, and it's a 1-0 game. Here's strike 1 over the outside corner to Zach Cozart. Cozart was 1 for 2. He was on with 3 walks and scored 2 runs last night. The pitch to him, fouled out of play off to the right. Don't miss the Baseball Hall of Fame tour at Ballpark Village. Had a chance to go through that on the last homestand. And you have from now until September 11th to stop by Ballpark Village out in the parking lot and see rare artifacts. A one-of-a-kind IMAX movie will get you started and a whole lot more. You'll have a great time. The pitch inside, it's 1-2 on Cozart. And you can get in for as little as $10 if you bring a used Cardinal ticket or a ticket you have for the upcoming homestand or any of the remaining home games. Visit HallOfFameTour.com for more information. The pitch is in the dirt, but you can take selfies with great players, put yourself in great moments. There's so many interactive exhibits there, as well as the artifacts, and a lot of videos you can take in and see some uniforms, caps.
You'll be glad you went. Worth the trip.
Here's the wind and the 2-2 pitch for Cozart. He rakes it foul off to the left. Our game today is brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. You have the holiday weekend, and it's there through September the 11th. We had a chance to tour that the Friday, the first day of the A's series. The number of Cardinal employees and some VIPs invited for the day, and we had a great time. A swing and a miss on a turnover pitch moving away. That was a fastball that had some screwball-like action to it, striking out Zach Cozart.
When Garcia's right, the ball moves, and the location isn't quite as important as the movement is. If you'd say which matters the most, for him, it's movement.
Rosario goes out there, Rick, and said, "What was that?"
I didn't have enough fingers for that one. I don't know what I don't know what you thought I called, but I don't know what that pitch was. It worked though.
It had an afterburner to it. Now Joey Votto bats for the first time. He had a neck spasm that kept him out of the game last night. I think if they really needed him, he would have been in there late in the game. But as it turned out, the Reds won with one out in the ninth inning. Since the All-Star game, a .423 average with 8 home runs. A swing and a miss. Votto facing Jaime Garcia with 2 outs and nobody on. Votto was 16 for 42 with a homer and 7 RBIs over the years against Jaime. The pitch goes low.
Anybody that's ever had a stiff neck or a sore neck knows that you might feel better the next day, but maybe not quite 100%. I'll be interested to see just how comfortable Votto is at the plate the day after.
Here's the windup and the 1-1 pitch. Votto hits it under Jaime's glove to the shortstop, Jerko, playing behind second. And Jerko throws out Votto. 2 ground ball outs and a strikeout. And after 1 in Cincinnati on the Jed Jerko home run, the Cardinals lead 1-0.
It's all about the best beef, the best pork, and of course,
the sausages
at the U of I Meat Sales Room. If Coach Ditka lived in CU, I'm sure he'd buy his meat from the U of I Meat Sales Room. The beef is great, the pork is great, but
the sausages
are delicious. Smoked sausage, Italian sausage, Polish sausage, and even brats. It's all fresh, locally produced, and locally grown. Visit the U of I Meat Sales Room near the corner of Lincoln and Florida in Urbana.
Sausages.
Meetings large or small, the Hawthorne Suites by Wyndham in Champaign can accommodate them all. The newly renovated 9,000 square foot banquet space can accommodate all your events. Let the Hawthorne Suites by Wyndham be the location of your next wedding, conference, workshop, or anything in between. The dedicated staff take care of every detail of your event to make it memorable and hassle-free for you. For special offers on weddings, rehearsal dinners, and showers, call a representative now at Hawthorne Suites by Wyndham, 398-3400. Leave the planning and execution of your special event to the team at Hawthorne Suites by Wyndham.
Tired of the same old boring summer? Brighten your break when you fly Champaign-Urbana. Multiple daily connections to amazing summer sights. Sunrises in Maine, sunsets above the Florida sand, coast to coast and around the world right from home. Find your summer flight starting at iFlyCU.com. Fly Champaign-Urbana. Travel pain-free.
Hey guys, it's Mike Carpenter from the Tay and J Show, and this fall I'm teaming up with Steve Breitweiser for the 4th season of College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5. Brought to you by Houlihan's and Chambana Sales. Join Steve and I each home game Saturday from 8 to 10:30 as we break down the day's matchup with help from guests including former Illini Matt Sinclair. The Lovie Smith era has begun and we'll have plenty of commentary and analysis to get you ready for kickoff. College Game Day Live, brought to you by Houlihan's and Chambana Sales. Each home game Saturday from 8 to 10:30 only on ESPN 93.5.
Dan Straley throws a curveball in for a strike, and Johnny Peralta leads off the second inning with the Cardinals on top in this game, 1-0. Here's Straley with the kick and the next pitch. Peralta swings and misses an off-speed offering. 0-2. Johnny was 0 for 2 with 2 walks last night. He was thrown out at the plate trying to score on a double by Greg Garcia. They play him to pull on the infield, straight up in the outfield. The corner outfielders give up the lines. Here's a swing and a miss, and Peralta strikes out. He just doesn't look right at the plate.
Well, he's had some at-bats where he's been overmatched, and that was one of them. 0 for his last 7 now, as you mentioned, but he was really out of it in that at-bat. He was way behind on the fastball to strike out off the plate.
Now Greg Garcia. Garcia is 8 out of 23 against the Reds in 2016. He had a 3-for-3 game, including 2 doubles. First time he's had 2 extra base hits in a game in his big league career. Infielder out of the University of Hawaii. The pitch. And that's outside for a ball. Friday, September 9th, relive one of the most memorable moments in baseball history. That night, 30,000 fans 16 and older will receive an Eddie Gaedel bobblehead. The pitch in the dirt all the way to the backstop. The Eddie Gaedel bobblehead commemorates his historic plate appearance for the Browns in 1951, and it's yours courtesy of Maryville University. Visit Cardinals.com/promotions and get tickets. Big deep breath. Now Straley with the pitch. Outside.
I didn't get my Eugenio Suarez bobblehead today, did you?
No, I didn't either.
I thought they would have brought those to us as we got off the bus, on the team bus. I was a little
Hand
surprised.
them out.
Yeah.
Here's ball 4 low. Straley walks Garcia. Alberto Rosario is getting a start today. It's like Mike Matheny told us on his pregame show. There are days where Yachty feels, you know what, I need a day here. And when Yachty tells Mike Matheny that the Cardinal All-Star Platinum and Gold Glover needs a day, he means it.
Yeah, normally it goes the other way, or I've seen it go the other way, where Mike will see something in Yachty's playing, whether it's maybe a little slow on blocking balls or maybe a little slow with his bat speed, that he'll make the decision for him. But I think he does a good job of self-evaluating, too.
Rosario takes a fastball right down the middle. 700 minor league games before playing 17 at the major league level. This is game 17, where Rosario batting .226, 2 doubles, 3 runs scored, and 2 RBIs. He hit .281 at Memphis this year. He swings and misses a slider off the outside corner. It's 0-2. No homers and 13 RBIs. All of his years, all of his time in the minor leagues, played for 12 different teams in the minors, various levels. He hit .239, 14 home runs, and 210 RBIs.
You surprised they're giving him so much room on the right side?
Rosario swings and hits the ball down the right field line. On the run, Tyler Holt. He gets over there, makes the catch in foul territory. Garcia bluffs a move towards second. Well, he hit the ball of the air in that direction for out number 2. Before Jaime Garcia bats, let's pause for station identification on the Cardinals Network.
Live from the Habib BPC Studios, this is WSJK Tuscola, Champaign-Urbana, your home for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Relax and reconnect with family and friends at the beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Visit funlake.com. Here's Jaime. Garcia swings and fouls it into the catcher's mitt. Barnhart fires the ball right back to his pitcher, Dan Straley.
Jaime's average 40 points above his career average this year at the plate. I think he's getting more comfortable, has had some very good at-bats, and has driven in 4 runs.
He has 2 career home runs. He swings, pops it up, foul, back and out of play. 0-2 on the Cardinals pitcher. Well, I remember one of his home runs went to the second level in right field in Milwaukee.
Yep, I remember that one too.
2 home runs, 16 RBIs, a 149 batter for his career through 268 at-bats. Uniform number 54 on the road gray jersey. The Cardinals wear the blue caps and helmets for this series. Way outside, fastball from Dan Straley, 1-2 on Jaime. If Jaime can get on here, he'll get Matt Carpenter to the plate. Greg Garcia walked with 1 out, and Greg is over at first base now with 2 outs. We're in the top of the second inning, 1-0 Cardinals. The pitch in the dirt, knocked down by Barnhart. The ball rolls out in front of the plate. Garcia isn't going anywhere. Barnhart throws a new ball to the mound. The Reds are wearing their red jerseys and caps, home white pants. Cardinals with the road gray uniforms. Cardinals across the front of the jersey with the birds on the gold bat. Numbers in red, outlined in navy blue, along with the names on the backs of the jerseys. Number 54, Garcia, waits for a 2-2 pitch. Straley brings it in, a swing and a miss. A fastball strikes him out. 2 strikeouts in the second for Straley, 3 in the game. We go to the bottom of the second in Cincinnati, 1-0 Cardinals.
Sure, you can catch the Budweiser Clydesdales at Busch Stadium on opening day and occasionally in October. But on any given day, you can get up close and personal with them at the Anheuser-Busch Brewery. Stop by one of our signature tours, explore our historic brew house, and enjoy one of our world-renowned beers in the beer garden. Book an exclusive brewery experience today at BudweiserTours.com. Enjoy responsibly. Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Base hit for Captain Cornelius. He's been creaming the ball. He's got a sweet swing. Hey, speaking of sweet, did you know only 1% of the corn produced is the sweet corn you see in the store? Really? Yep, the rest is field corn, used for livestock feed, ethanol, and exports. Think the captain's in line for the MVP, most valuable plant. Corny, Rick. Really corny.
Cheer on Captain Cornelius as he races to the plate at Friday night home games. Brought to you by Missouri Corn Growers and Missouri Farmers Care. Check them out on Facebook and Twitter.
My spine was curved 82 degrees. This is how I used to stand. When I first came to Shriners for my spine surgery, I was really nervous. Surgery is very scary, but everyone here was super nice. They were like family. Now my back is straight. I'm 3 inches taller, and no more pain. Nobody knows bones, and kids like Shriners. I'm Leela Moody, and this is my Shriners.
Make us your Shriners, too. Just give us a call at 800-850-2960.
Do you hear that racket? That is the sound of 7 scientists at Exxon and Mobil, thinking, working. Listen, they're discovering the precise combination of 7 key ingredients in new Synergy gasoline that helps you get better gas mileage. These science folks sure know how to party. Shh. Sorry. New Synergy gasoline from Exxon and Mobil. Energy lives here.
Fuel economy claims are compared with gasoline meeting minimum government standards. Results will vary. Visit Exxon.com or Mobil.com for details.
Jaime Garcia just finished his warm-ups. He made the last out, so he had all the time necessary to get ready. Facing the Reds here in the bottom of the second, and the Cardinals lead 1-0 on a Jed Jerko home run. Drury Hotels is teaming up with the Cardinals to help kids. For every Cardinals win, Drury Hotels will donate $1,000 to Cardinals Care. Proudly family-owned and operated, Drury Hotels has been a member of our St. Louis community for over 40 years. Adam Duvall, an all-star this year for the Reds, leads off. 29 home runs, 84 RBIs, drove in a run in the game here last night. Garcia, the second baseman, is playing behind second for Duvall, who takes strike one from Jaime Garcia. Brault at third, Jerko at shortstop, Garcia at second base, and Carpenter at first. Garcia has been nursing a sore knee, and the Cardinals have been happy with the way Jerko has handled the position at shortstop. So Greg is playing at second today. The pitch. Just off the outside corner, 1-1 strike on Adam Duvall, the former San Francisco Giants outfielder.
I don't think there's any question that the Cardinals miss Aledmus Diaz. He brought more range to that position than Johnny Peralta is going to give you. That's why he's playing third. Jerko doesn't have a lot of range either, and, of course, Garcia with the bad knee.
Here's a foul out of play to the right, headed toward the upper deck. Pretty good crowd on hand for this late Saturday afternoon game. The Cardinals and Reds are playing for the 14th time. The Cardinals are 7-6 against the Reds, a team with 56 wins and 77 losses. Jaime nods yes to the sign, the 1-2 pitch. Duvall takes strike three, a fastball on the outside corner. I'm not sure Duvall saw that pitch at all. He's in the shadows, and Jaime is in the bright sunshine.
Well, Jaime's the type of pitcher where you have a hard time seeing it anyway. The late movement can be very confusing, but when it's moving late in the shadows, you expect him to get a nice number of strikeouts, and he's had a couple already. Jaime's road ERA, 5.37 this year, yet when he's right, it doesn't really matter. You can throw a lot of numbers out the window. When he's right, he's right. When he's wrong, it's going to be a long day for him.
So he's better pitching in a ballpark than on a road.
Right.
Very good. The pitch on the way, and that's a strike on the inside corner to Eugenio Suarez. Suarez drove in the winning run in the game last night. Ground ball that went up the middle right through Brandon Phillips' legs. Phillips was about 10 feet toward third base, and he hurdled the ground ball and then joined the celebration as the Reds won 3-2. Garcia breaks contact with the rubber. And Rosario will go through the signs again for the Cardinal starter. Jaime comes in 10-10 with a 4.46 ERA. Suarez looks at a fastball high, 1-1. Piscotty plays a few steps toward the right field line. Grichuk is straight up in center and way off the left field line, Brandon Moss. The 1-1 pitch. Ground ball headed up the middle. Jerko gets to it, moving to his left, and then dropped it. Trying to get the ball out of the glove, he dropped it for an E6. When Jerko got to the ball, I had a feeling it wasn't going to be an easy play getting the out.
His footwork seemed a little off, and he does get the error, and that's error number 7 for Jerko. He fielded the ball fine, but then once he had to make the transfer from glove to hand, it just didn't work. And Jerko had plenty of time to throw out Suarez because he hit the ball hard on the ground. And you know you're going to get a lot of action when Jaime Garcia pitches. Now Jerko hoping for another ball to be hit to him so he can make up for it by starting a double play.
Here's one of the top young prospects in baseball, Jose Peraza. And Peraza looks at strike one. He's at second base. Many believe he's the shortstop of the future here. From what the folks around these parts have seen, they love him.
Runs well. Really good fielder.
He played in 71 games at Louisville. The pitch on the way. A swing and a line drive base hit to right field. First and second with one out. And Tucker Barnhart coming to bat. The tying run, reaching on an error, is at second base now.
So what you hope for Jaime Garcia is he's able to translate the mechanics that have worked well in the first 4 batters of this game before the error, really the first 5 batters, including the error, where he was really keeping the ball down with good movement, that mechanics and that release point translates to him working out of the stretch, John. It doesn't always work that way for him.
First and second for the Reds and one out. The infield at double play depth. The pitch, Barnhart takes inside ball one. Barnhart bats right-handed here where he hits .216 compared to .269 left-handed, but batting right-handed against Garcia. A lead at first base for Jose Peraza. At second, it's Suarez. From the stretch, a look to second, now the pitch. Barnhart hits the ball past Jaime, right to the second baseman Garcia, flips to Jerko, on to first, a double play. 99.99 to Cardinals care from American Equity Mortgage. A 4-6-3 double play ends the Reds' second. Ricky has the third when we come back, 1-0 Cardinals.
A Budweiser, America, and Florida-Georgia line.
Budweiser's putting America right on the front of their label this summer.
That's a pretty powerful thing.
America in my hands is knowing what I want and getting after it. All we ever wanted to do was play music, so we went for it.
America isn't just chasing your dreams, it's doing whatever it takes to make your dreams come true.
That's right. I still remember our first big show. Budweiser's in the air and hearing the crowd sing our song. Still gives me goosebumps.
There's nothing like it. That's when it really feels like America is in my hands.
And when I'm holding an ice cold Budweiser that says America on the front.
That too. Cheers.
This Bud's for you.
Enjoy responsibly. Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
When the Cards win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Cardinals win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at papajohns.com using promo code CARDSWIN. That's right, 50% off your total online order the day after every Cards win. All you have to do is enter promo code CARDSWIN at papajohns.com. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your St. Louis Cardinals.
Hi, I'm Rick Horton, and I just wanted to tell you about all the good times brewing at the historic Anheuser-Busch Brewery. You can go behind the scenes at the brew house and meet the Budweiser Clydesdales on one of our signature tours. And with a selection of world-renowned beers and seasonal brews on tap at the Beer Garden, it's the first place to go before the first pitch. For more about our one-of-a-kind brewery experiences, visit BudweiserTours.com. Enjoy responsibly. Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Gorgeous day here in Cincinnati. 1-0 Cardinals, top of the third. Matt Carpenter, the Cardinal leadoff batter, will lead off in the inning. He flew out to deep center field to get things going here today. Facing Dan Straley, 10-7. The shift is on for Carpenter. First pitch high for a ball. Carpenter, Jerko, and Moss for the Cardinals. Jerko got the Cardinals on the board in the first with his 25th home run. He's on deck. Next delivery to Carpenter is a breaking ball for a strike, 1-1. Carpenter with 17 home runs and 58 RBIs, most of that production out of the leadoff spot. Times he's hit third in the lineup, but he seems to like it better when he's first. Off-speed pitch low, 2-1. Cardinals begin play a game and a half behind San Francisco. Really, everybody lost in this wild card race yesterday. Next delivery is high. So that's good news, but it's also something that makes you wonder what would have happened had the Cardinals won. It would have been a much nicer day. They would have picked up another game on the Giants. But it's still a long way to go. 29 games left. Fastball misses high, according to our home plate umpire, Lance Barksdale. Straley wanted that. So Carpenter is aboard via the walk. He's done that a ton of times this season. That's walk number 69 for Carpenter. He leads the Cardinals, and he's in the top 10 in the National League in that department. So Jerko will bat with Carpenter aboard and nobody out in the Cardinals' third.
On the Dobbs Tire and Auto Center scoreboard today at Wrigley Field, they're in the bottom of the seventh. The Cubs bat with the Giants leading 3-2.
We will watch that game for you as we go along. Game of interest. Ground ball to short, one hopper. 6-4-3. Taylor-made double play. Jerko again swinging at the first pitch. Hit it hard, but right at Cozart. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the St. Louis Cardinals, LLC, and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be
disseminated
without the express written consent of the
St. Louis Cardinals.
Brought to you by Brown and Crouppen,
a
great
law
firm. Brandon Moss, 0 for his last 13 now, but he could get another run on the board with one swing of the bat. But it won't be that pitch as he takes the off-speed pitch right down the middle, strike one.
That's not the way we rehearsed the disclaimer for about an hour before the broadcast.
I went off script there, didn't I?
You did just a little bit.
Well, sometimes you have to do that. Change up, misses outside, 1-1 to the Cardinals slugger, who now owes Ched Jerko a home run. Jerko just tied him. You can't have that. Nice friendly little competition. Next pitch misses low, 2-1. To Moss. They have the shift on for Moss, as most teams do. Off the line at third, way off the line, is Suarez, the third baseman.
The Improv just called. They want to talk to you.
Strike at the knees. Well, I get that from my son, who does improv out in L.A., and he's teaching me stuff.
So he taught you to go off script.
He did. I've been off script my whole life, John, as you know. At times, at least.
What script?
The 2-2's fouled back. When you're left-handed, you're off script. It's just the way it is.
Well, you make plans, life gets in the way.
Yeah. One great thing about baseball is it's not scripted. It is our reality show. It's happening live, and you just don't know what's going to happen today with Cardinal baseball. Curveball misses low. 3-2. And as Red Shanedeans likes to say, you'll see something every year you've never seen before. And Red's been around a number of years, He's our favorite. Love seeing him at the ballpark. I have great respect for him. 3-2 pitch. It's hit hard down the right field line, but it hooks foul. So you'll see a play like we saw yesterday, which I believe was a ground out 5-1, as the third baseman was on the right side of the infield. The pitcher had to cover first on a ground ball with the shift. So it was a ground out 5-1. I don't recall seeing that before. And what will we see today? Maybe a Moss home run into the Ohio River? Not on that pitch. It's a walk to Moss. Straley was very careful with him with 2 outs and nobody on, and that brings in Piscotty. Be nice to get Piscotty going. He did get a base hit his last time up, and that broke an 0 for 10. But get him back to driving the baseball. He leads the club with 73 RBIs.
When he usually breaks out, Ricky, he has a big day. It's not one hit, maybe 2. It's usually some extra base hits, 3 or 4 RBIs, and then he's going for a while.
You're right about that. Ground ball up the middle. A little half swing is handled by the second baseman. Perazo steps on the bag to force Moss there. So Piscotty bounces out. The Cardinals get a couple of walks in the inning. They strand a runner. They've stranded 3. Go to the bottom of the third inning. Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. It's 1-0 Cardinals.
With the summer's hottest days ahead, Chief Bauer Service Experts reminds you that if your AC system is more than 10 years old, it may be time for a replacement. Because if it fails, you'll get hot, and you might think about doing weird things to cool off, like building a fort inside the fridge. Instead, call Chief Bauer Service Experts and save up to $2,600 on a new Lennox home comfort system. Plus, make payments as low as $99 a month with approved credit. You'll save up to 50% on energy bills and have a written 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit chiefbauer.com.
328-2424. Tapman's Towing. 24 hours every day. Tapman's Towing. 328-2424. Tapman's Towing. 328-2424. Tapman's Towing. 24 hours every day. 328-2424. We have pull and we're hooked on you. Tapman's Towing.
Hi, I'm Habib, and I have a personal invitation for you. Life is tough, and we ought to always look to the bright side, but that's hard. To help us out, I've invited best-selling author John Gordon to Champaign. His blockbuster books include The Energy Bus and The No Complaining Rule. The event is Tuesday, September 13th from 9 to 11:30 a.m., and tickets are selling fast, so buy yours today at thevirginia.org and join me for a terrific talk that will help us remain positive.
The Urbana Business Association would like to thank all their generous sponsors for helping to bring to life the Urbana Sweet Corn Festival, celebrating 41 years. The festival would not be possible without partnerships with the City of Urbana, Stevie J Broadcasting, Bud Light, Illinois American Water, CUMTD, and countless others. A special thanks also goes out to all of our wonderful volunteers. We couldn't do it without you. We look forward to seeing you all again next year. To keep up with all the happenings at the Urbana Business Association, make your way to the UBA. Visit urbanabusiness.com.
Jaime Garcia back to work, bottom of the third inning. He's allowed just 1 Reds hit through 2. He'll face 8-9-1 in the Reds lineup. And Tyler Holt swings at the first pitch, hits it down the right field line. A long way to go for Piscotty, and it carries over his head and bounces over the wall for a ground rule double. Piscotty didn't seem to play that ball very well. He came in and then went back, and the ball just drifted over his head. There's some breeze blowing out to right, and we'll call that a fly ball double. I'm not saying it would have been an easy play for Piscotty, but he didn't look very comfortable with that ball into the right field corner. Just kept drifting on it. We've come to expect Stephen Piscotty to catch everything. Really good outfielder, but that one didn't work. Dan Straley, well, let's just say he's not a very accomplished hitter, but he has bunted well. And he shows bunt and takes a strike.
Why would he do that?
I don't know. Matt Carpenter is breathing down his neck. And
he's 0 for 43 for his career with 9 sacrifice bunts all this season.
And a bunch of strikeouts, too, right? 32 or so? Or like
34 for his career.
34, so roughly 75% of the time he strikes out. He squares this time, and He does bunt, but foul. And I'm sure he'll bunt again. So he'll do one of the two things he does best, sacrifice bunt or a strikeout. Billy Hamilton comes down to talk to him, says, look, you're 0 for 43. Get this bunt down. I read his lips. I'm looking for a bunt here. Doesn't matter what I'm doing. Matt Carpenter is, and so is Johnny Peralta. They are in close again. Straley squares. And the pitch from Garcia is bunted foul, so Straley strikes out. Third strikeout for Garcia.
I didn't see Holt go back and tag up.
No, he didn't. We had that yesterday, didn't we? We actually had that with 2 outs. We had somebody tag up yesterday. But today is not yesterday. That's a good thing because Billy Hamilton had a good yesterday. He steps to the plate. He was on base 3 times, stole 3 bases, but as you pointed out, John, he didn't score any runs. So he created a lot of havoc, but they couldn't drive him in, but they did prevail here in game 1 of the series. The Reds did 3-2. Hamilton, a better hitter from the left side, will bat from the right side against Garcia, who has his sign and delivers a breaking ball right down the middle, strike 1. Cozart will bat next.
The Astros are 1-1 at the Rangers in the top of the third. And our old buddy Eric Nadel, Hall of Fame broadcaster for the Rangers, sent me an email. If there's an extra Eddie Goodell bobblehead, he'd like one.
Oh, good. Nice.
The Cardinal promotions, they draw attention.
They do.
From everywhere.
Megan does a great job with those, doesn't she? Fly ball to center. And it's handled by Grichuk. He backpedaled a couple steps. Holt not able to advance. So an F8 is out number 2 for Cincinnati in the third.
Now, Ricky, doesn't the movement of Jaime's pitches just change everything for a batter?
It really does. And when he's right, that movement is extraordinary. And they've got to keep their hands back. They can't overcommit because when you overcommit, you're committing to the wrong spot. The late movement in particular, not just movement, but the late movement of Garcia is up among the league's best in my mind. And so when he is right, when he has that working and it's just a feel for him, he's almost unhittable. Chris Carpenter used to say the best stuff on the staff. Off-speed pitch is low, I guess. Garcia peers in to Lance Barksdale as if to say, are you sure about that? Like it did catch the bottom of the zone, but ball 1. To Zach Cozart, who struck out in the first. Joey Votto looms on deck. Garcia would like to get his man here and have Votto lead off the inning. Next pitch is hit down the left field line, and it's fair. Over the head of Peralta into the corner. Holt will score as Cozart trades places with him. He's aboard at second base now. With an RBI double, we are tied at 1. Just a looping liner over Peralta's head. Didn't hit it hard, but found a good spot. And we'll see if the Cardinals are careful with Votto here. Weekends Only brings you the biggest selection at the best price this weekend with special Labor Day deals. Come in to test Rest, a mattress made with the same quality as the big brands, but at a Weekends Only price. Visit a store near you or shop online at weekendsonly.com.
Well, the Reds are doing something the Cardinals failed to do last night, and that's mix in a few singles. Put some hits back-to-back.
Back-to-back hits in this inning. That ball in the dirt.
Well, they had 2 doubles this inning, but last night they put the singles back-to-back in the 9th inning and put the game away. The Cardinals have been hitting home runs, but they just haven't been doing much else on this road trip.
Players like to talk about bunching, and managers do, actually more than players, about bunching your hits. If you bunch the hits, and you always love to say, John, keep the line moving, but that's the same thing. You bunch hits in an inning, good things are going to happen. You pick up a run or 2, you put a crooked number on the board, and all of a sudden you've got something, and you've got some pressure on the other team. Votto can supply some more pressure at the plate, and that pitch misses inside. 2-0 to Votto. Votto has walked 94 times this season. Only Goldschmidt for the Diamondbacks has walked more. And Votto has 25% of the walks that the Reds have received as a team. They are next to last in the National League in walks. They are free swingers, but not Votto. 2-0 pitch, breaking pitch, outside 3-0.
Doesn't he make about 25% of the payroll?
He does. Well, there are some in Cincinnati that would like to see him walk less and swing more. But he believes that on-base percentage is what he's paid for, as opposed to RBIs. Great baseball discussion on that subject. 3-0 is high for a ball. Votto walks for the 95th time. So with first base open, Garcia careful with Votto. That's his first walk of the afternoon. And it brings in Adam Duvall, who was a strikeout victim in the second. He was caught looking, and that was strikeout number 136 on the season for Duvall, who's had a nice year, 29 homers, 84 RBIs. But he is prone to the strikeout. So some stress for Garcia here in the third inning. He's already given up a run. We have a tie game, 2 runners aboard, and a home run hitter at the plate in Duvall. Cardinals outfield is playing straight up for Duvall. Infield shades him to pull a bit. First pitch is fouled back, and he had a pitch to hit. Woo! Glad he missed that one. Up in the zone, and Duvall was ready for it and just got underneath it. Duvall, the former Giant, has found a home here in Cincinnati. Garcia set, and the pitch fouled back again. Another healthy cut by Duvall. Garcia not fooling him in this at-bat, but does have an 0-2 count. Shadows still playing a bit of a role here, as the shadows from the light standards have made their way onto the field, and there's 4 of them that start down the third base line and go out towards right field and create little pockets of shadows that the hitter and pitcher need to deal with, both in the sunlight now with shadows in between. Garcia backs off after coming set, and he's going to want a new sign from his catcher, Alberto Rosario. Spelling Yadier Molina here today. Cardinals with Molina, Pham, Wong, Adams, and Hazelbaker on their bench. Yachty has the day off and has deserved it. And the next pitch is a bit low, curveball. Good break on that delivery from Garcia, but Duvall did not offer. And it was blocked by Rosario. Crowd filling in a little bit better than yesterday. Yesterday we had just over 21,000. I believe we have 23,407 approximately today. See how close I am on that. Jaime has his sign from Rosario, who sets up inside to Duvall, and the pitch is a called third strike on the inside corner. Garcia had a fastball that cut the inner half, came back over the inside corner, and he catches Duvall looking for the second time today. Off to the fourth. We are now tied at 1 in Cincinnati.
Hey, son, we paid your first and last month's rent on your new apartment.
That is so awesome.
Uh-huh.
And we got you this.
A shelter renter's policy?
Helps cover your stuff if the place catches fire.
You know, or is broken into.
Helps cover your computer, TV.
Fancy schmancy bicycle.
So they'll help me replace stuff.
That's the idea.
Have fun, son.
I thought he'd never leave.
Whew, that makes 2 of us.
See shelter insurance agents Rhonda Mitchell in Champaign or Vicki Frank in Monticello.
What's the cardinal rule of summer in St. Louis, son?
Cardinal baseball, Dad.
That's right, pal. A weekend of Cardinal baseball.
We can't sleep in the stadium, Dad.
The Marriott St. Louis Grand has us covered, bud. Just blocks from the stadium.
Awesome, Dad.
And our room package comes with discounted game tickets.
Super awesome, Dad.
Super duper awesome, son. Let's do this.
Yeah!
9 innings, 1 memorable outing. Get in the game at Marriott.com/Cardinals.
Remember our first Cardinals game with Dad?
How could anyone forget the game-winning home run in '85?
Oh, and remember before every game, Mom would run to Schnucks and grab all our favorite snacks and load up our backpacks.
Yeah, I think Mom was just as excited to find a good deal at Schnucks as Dad was about a Cardinals victory.
What a pair. Oh, hey, do you remember the game when Dad started tossing peanuts to strangers and they started catching them in their caps?
That is one of my favorite memories of Dad.
Cheers to Dad.
To you, Dad.
Schnucks, nourishing Cardinal fans.
Fans, Sunday, September 11th, the Cardinals face the Brewers, and it's the Cardinals Beverage Stoneware Coaster Giveaway presented by Coca-Cola and Schnucks. The set includes 4 ceramic Cardinals coasters. 30,000 fans ages 16 and older entering with a ticket will take home these beverage coasters that are the perfect addition to any table, desk, or even man cave. That's September the 11th. Tickets are available at cardinals.com/promotions.
Randall Grichuk swings at the first pitch, lines it into left center field, and it's down. Hamilton runs it down. Grichuk's going to try for 2. Strong arm from center, and he is safe at second base. A good throw from Hamilton, but another good slide from a Cardinal runner going into second base as Grichuk hit the inner part of that second base bag and has a leadoff double. Grichuk is swinging the bat well lately. Hamilton, an outstanding outfielder, got it in quickly, and Grichuk just snuck in to the second base bag. Johnny Peralta will now bat. That's Cardinals trying to get that lead back. It's 1-1. We're in the 4th inning. Straley delivers home. Curveball is a strike to Peralta, who was backing out on that delivery. Johnny's having trouble seeing the ball today.
17 of the last 19 hits. Extra base hits for Grichuk.
Just not getting any singles, is he? We'll take it.
I'll take the doubles and homers.
I agree. Swing and a foul back. Much better cut there by Peralta. Straley tried to get him on the outside corner. Be nice if Johnny could at least move the runner over for Greg Garcia, who has reached safely 5 straight times. He's in the on-deck circle. Cardinals have not really been manufacturing runs lately. It's been home run or not. In fact, it's been solo home run or not lately. Inside move from Straley. And back safely is Randall Grichuk. He's being held pretty closely there by Peraza. It was shaded up the middle on Peralta. Next delivery, inside for a ball. Grichuk does run well. He has 3 stolen bases. You wouldn't expect him to go here, but on a base hit, he should score. Takes his lead. Pretty good lead. And the pitch home to Peralta is a call, 3rd strike. Again, backing out on the breaking ball. He is caught looking, and Peralta has now struck out twice today. 6 is a serious number, because any size drink at On the Run is 50 cents the day after the Cardinals score 6. And now you can get even more deals with the On the Run app. Download it today at ontherunstl.com. You earned it. Garcia walked in the second. RBI opportunity for him here. They plan to pull on the infield. Pickoff attempt is wide at second base on Grichuk. That was Cozart covering.
And a bad throw by Straley.
And Billy Hamilton took a few steps in to back that up very alertly in case that ball got away. Always a place to go on the field. That's the best way to teach somebody to play defense. You've always got something to do. Slider is outside for ball to Garcia, 1-0. Straley throws a fastball, slider, curve, and change, the basic 4. But he has used quite a few more breaking pitches today than Garcia throws. Fastball, now a pickoff attempt at second by the catcher. Everybody trying to get Grichuk. But he's safe. Let's pause for station identification. You're listening to the St. Louis Cardinals Baseball Network.
Live from the Habib BPC studios, this is WSJK Tuscola, Champaign-Urbana, your home for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Reds very intent on keeping Grichuk close at second. Pitch delivered high to Garcia, 3-0. With first base open and Alberto Rosario on deck. There's one out for the Cardinals. They're batting in the fourth. Cardinals have dropped 2 straight games and are now 16.5 games. Hard to believe I'm saying that. 16.5 games behind the Cubs. They knocked it down to 8 at one point? Maybe 7? About a month or so ago, but the Cubs have been red hot. 3-0 pitch is high, so very careful with Garcia, and he's now reached base 6 straight times, this time via the walk. And the Cardinals have 2 runners aboard for Rosario.
That's 4 walks now for Straley. He has to pay for something at some point, doesn't he?
Somebody has to pay. It's another time-honored baseball traditional saying. There are many. Some of them make sense, some of them don't, but we keep saying them all anyway. This is what baseball players do. I'd say the saying that's been around the longest is when you get on an elevator and whoever gets off at the second floor and you're on like number 9, 10, or 11, you say, take the stairs. I think Ty Cobb used to say that. Swung on and hit the center, hit deep. Hamilton is back to the track, and he makes a great play over his head. And Garcia's going to have to scamper back to first, and he's out. A terrific play by Hamilton. He got it in quickly, and Garcia was reading double, and he very nearly passed Randall Grichuk. So he had to re-tag second, make his way back to first, and did not get there in time. Terrific defense by Billy Hamilton and the Reds. So the double play ends the inning. Well hit by Rosario, but no luck for the Cardinals. On to the bottom of the fourth, 1-1.
Only one city has a lineup that packs as much excitement as the St. Louis Cardinals. River City Casino and Hotel. And now you can score everything you love with River City's Cardinal Baseball Hotel and Ticket Packages. Packages include a luxury hotel room plus 2 Cardinals tickets and start at $147. So come follow up a Cardinals victory with some big wins of your own at our casino. This is River City, the best city in St. Louis. Visit rivercity.com for details. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-BETS-OFF.
Everyone knows St. Louis is a great city to visit, but you live here, so you know the Lou inside and out. Like the perfect angle for photos under the arch, or the best recipe for gooey butter cake. And while you've been asked where you went to high school a billion times, no one asked if you're watching the Cardinals tonight. Because, duh.
And now you can get up to 50% off Cardinals tickets by filling up with 8 gallons or more at participating Phillips 66 stations. Phillips 66, proud to be here.
Visit a participating station or go online at cardinals.com/Phillips66 for full details. While supplies last, tickets must be purchased by 9/29/16.
Say you have a medical emergency. Should you choose urgent care or the ER? If your condition isn't life-threatening, a visit to Mercy Urgent Care could be a more convenient option. Our 9 area locations are open 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and are staffed by experienced Mercy physicians and advanced practitioners. Learn when you should choose urgent care. Visit mercy.net/STLcare. Visit mercy.net/STLcare. At Mercy, your life is our life's work.
Hello, I'm John Rooney. From a high-rise overlooking home plate to a home on the lake. If you have a home in Missouri, Farm Bureau Insurance is for you. Whether it's a farm, ranch, rental, remodel, vacation, or income property, Missouri Farm Bureau offers broad coverage and flexibility to insure your home and that everything in it is protected. Because it's your home. And like Missouri, there's no place like it. Wherever you live, if you're a Missourian, Missouri Farm Bureau Insurance is for you. To find an agent near you, visit MOFB.com.
Bottom of the fourth inning, Cincinnati, a terrific play to end the top of the fourth. A long fly ball off the bat of Alberto Rosario took Billy Hamilton back to the track, and near the wall he jumped and made a fantastic grab, turned around, got it into the second baseman Peraza, who doubled off Greg Garcia, who had already rounded second base and was right behind Randall Grichuk, ready to score if that ball would have dropped. So Billy Hamilton saved a couple of runs, and it's strike one from Garcia to Eugenio Suarez, who reached on an error in the second inning. That was by Jed Jerko. Each team with a run and 3 hits. Fastball high from Jaime. Came off that one a bit, 1-1. Each team with an error as well. Holt, the right fielder. Jerko, the Cardinal shortstop. Sinker misses outside, 2-1. Did have good movement on it. Suarez, Peraza, and Barnhart for Cincinnati in the 4th inning. Jaime ready and swinging a foul. Late swing. And a nice play by a fan who popped it into the air and made the catch on the second try. Very nicely done. And now he's shaking his hand. Ouch. But he's got a souvenir. I hope it was worth it. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. He strikes out Suarez. Garcia would strike out number 5 as he blew that one by him up in the zone. Don't miss the Cardinals Care 6K run presented by Anthem. It'll be on Sunday, September 18th. The race route is throughout downtown St. Louis and will finish on the field at Busch Stadium. For more info and to sign up, go to cardinals.com/6K. Jackie Joyner-Kersey will be on hand. And a very special race benefiting area kids through Cardinals Care. Olympic gold medalist Jackie Joyner-Kersey, one of the best female athletes in the history of the planet Earth. Ground ball to third, and very easily handled by Johnny Peralta. He throws out Peraza, who's become a dangerous hitter in this Reds lineup at the age of 22. That brings on Tucker Barnhart, who bounced into a 4-6-3 double play to end the second. He's had a good history against Garcia. Not a lot of Reds can say that. Votto can, and he can. Barnhart 4 for 9, now 4 for 10 against Jaime, including a home run. Switch hitter batting from the right side. Rosario, the catcher, sets up outside. Swing and a foul off the foot of Barnhart. And Jaime trying to get another ground ball. He's been very good at that. Only one out in the air in this game. That was Billy Hamilton that came in the third. 2 outs, bottom of the 4th inning. Reds batting on a beautiful day in the Queen City. Fastball's a strike, a high strike, but it counts, 0-2. Slight breeze blowing out to right. Very clear day. Feels as if you could see forever here. Very little humidity, as John told you. Just a delightful day. Breaking pitch low. 1-2.
I believe that's Forever Kentucky, right across the bridge.
I told you I could see forever. Can you see that? Yeah, I could see that. Can you see those people over there? The other side of the water?
It's so beautiful we can see Kentucky.
That's right. Can you see what movie's playing over there, John? Fastball outside.
Not quite.
Not quite.
The building's in the way.
Really is a clear day, though, and the sun is bright. Sky is blue. Grass is green. And we've got baseball for you. Hope you're enjoying your Labor Day weekend. 2-2 pitch is blooped over the head of Garcia into right field. A base hit with 2 outs for Barnhart. And he's now aboard for Tyler Holt, who doubled into the right field corner to get things going for Cincinnati in the 3rd inning. In fact, it was a fly ball double that I thought Piscotty might catch. Just seemed to take a funny route on it. Again, he's normally very good with his range and right, but it was not to be. Holt has not homered this season, has 8 RBIs, but he scored in the 3rd inning. And that's the Reds' run. Cardinals' run came in the 1st. Jerko's home run. 1-1. First pitch to Holt, swing and a miss. He was trying to homer there. Big cut, came up empty. Holt's been a pinch hitter for the most part for the Reds, and as a team, the Reds have hit .206 with no home runs and 13 RBIs. And if you've been following the Cardinals, you know that's been their strong point. They're hitting .347 off the bench. Pickoff to first, not in time, with 14 home runs and 40 RBIs. And to give that some perspective, there's only one other team in the National League batting better than .250 pinch hitting. So it's normal to hit .220, .230. Cardinals hitting .347. The only other team that's doing well in the pinch, the Colorado Rockies. They're over 300 as well. Fastball outside. And that's going to be a fun series. Next road trip, the Cardinals will go to San Francisco, Colorado, and Chicago. I say next. It's the last road trip. At least as far as the regular season is concerned. Hoping for some October road trips, as always. Next delivery, a good pitch, but just misses low. As Rosario points his glove back to Garcia as if to say that was a nice pitch, just didn't get the call. 2-1. Cardinals head to Pittsburgh from here and will play Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Important games there. Well, they're all important when you've got 29 left and you're in a race. Garcia set and delivers home. Off-speed pitch, outside corner for a strike. Garcia has it floating in there today. Using his changeup more today than we've seen it lately. The changeup really works when his release point is right. The 2-2 pitch, it hits him. Or did it? Started to run to first base. Now he's coming back. I don't know how it didn't hit him. Ball in the dirt. It was at the feet of the hitter, Holt, who jumped out of the way of it. Curveball just missed his foot. Thought it hit his foot. He acted like it hit his foot, but he's still standing at home plate. Okay. In the fantasy camp, when you get hit, you can refuse taking first base. You say, no, I want to hit. I came to this camp to hit. I didn't come here to be hit. But I don't think you can do that in the big leagues. The 3-2 pitch to Holt is a one-hopper to short. Jerko has it. He's going to have to throw to first with the runner on the move. He throws out Holt. And the Reds strand a runner in the fourth inning. That's their third. John Rooney will have the fifth for you. We've got a close ball game here in Cincinnati. It's Cardinals 1, Reds 1.
Awesome Machines Sales and Rental has your party covered this summer. Awesome Machines has inflatable games to entertain kids from 5 to 65, including Hoop Shoot and 7 different bounce houses. Need tables and chairs? Awesome Machines has those too, including different seating options to fit your needs. Cotton candy machines, popcorn machines are sure to keep the kids happy, and everyone's summer favorite, the snow cone machine, will keep your guests cool and refreshed during the summer heat. Awesome Machines Sales and Rental, your summer party headquarters. Route 45 in Savoy, Route 36 in Tuscola, and online at awesomemachines.net.
Rosati's Pizza is so good, it simply couldn't stay in Chicago. From their daily slice special, which includes a drink and a slice for only $5, to deep dish Chicago-style pizza, wings, pasta, and more. Hungry for lunch? Hungry for dinner? Looking for a place to take your Little League team after the game? Think Rosati's Pizza in Urbana. Rosati's Pizza, 701 South Gregory Street, Urbana. Call 328-2334. That's 328-2334 or myrosatis.com.
Check out the new Honda BMW of Champaign, formerly Twin City Honda BMW and still located in Savoy. These guys are crazy for used vehicles. Truckloads of pre-owned vehicles, 25 to 50% off the price of a similar new model. And not just Hondas and BMWs, cars, pickup trucks, and SUVs of all makes. Financing options on used cars as low as 1.9%. Just drive by Honda BMW of Champaign and you'll see from the street that this is a new dealership. Honda BMW of Champaign, online at drivechampaign.com.
The last time we elected a president, only 57.5% of registered voters showed up. It's hard to get everyone to do anything. So when 93% of us all do something, well, that's something. Every week, 93% of Americans listen to the radio, and they're all voting with their wallets every time they make a purchase. If you run a business, let a radio campaign tell your story. See how at StevieJay.com. That's StevieJay.com, or by calling 367-1195.
A revolution in higher education is challenging the status quo. Maryville University is leading the way. Offering more than 90 degree programs, Maryville empowers students to find their voice, then connect for success. Maryville, many connections, one you. The pitch outside to Jaime Garcia. He'd like to connect on a base knock right here and open up the Cardinal fifth inning of a 1-1 game. The pitcher, then Carpenter and Jerko. Straley's pitch, low, 2 balls and no strikes. Straley wanted to walk Garcia. That would be all right.
He's had a few of them already, hasn't he?
So far, he's been able to get away with 4 walks, not a 1 scoring. The 2-0, a swing and a miss. 2-0 fastball, 89 miles an hour. He's not overpowering. Straley gave up a home run to Jed Jerko, the game's second batter. Then the Reds tied the game in the 3rd inning with 2 doubles. Garcia sends a flare foul out of play off to the left. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Cubs are batting in the bottom of the 8th at Wrigley with the Giants leading 3-2. The Reds and Cardinals are 1-1 here in the top of the 5th. One more game in this series, then the Cardinals play 3 at Pittsburgh. And they finally get to come back home. The 2-2 pitch, Garcia takes it down the middle, strike 3. 5 strikeouts to 4 walks for Dan Straley. When the Cardinals return to Busch Stadium, they'll be playing the Milwaukee Brewers 4 games and the Cubs for 3. Then they'll play 4 at San Francisco, 3 at Colorado, an open date in Chicago on the 22nd, then 3 against the Cubs the 23rd, 24th, and 25th. And I have a feeling that game on the 25th is going to be a game of the world. Probably, right now it's listed as a day game, but can be moved to a Sunday night game.
Good chance of that.
Here's a pitch in for a strike to Matt Carpenter.
And I have a feeling they're all going to matter the last couple weeks of the season, too, and it's going to be really nipping. Nobody's really running away with the wild card here in the National League.
The 1-strike pitch. Carpenter gets under this one, sends a high fly ball left center field. Looking up to the bright sunshine, Duvall makes a one-handed catch.
One other thing I noticed, John, when you look at the National League earned run average, the top 8 teams in the National League are the 8 teams that are in it. And so you think pitching doesn't matter? I mean, really true in the National League. Now, the American League, it's not so true. Baltimore having a great year, but they're not pitching that well collectively. Of course, they play in a bandbox.
If they were, they'd be at the top of the division.
They would be. But National League, it's all about pitching. Best 8 teams have the best 8 ERAs.
Here's a curveball strike. Jed Jerko homered, then grounded sharply into a double play. 1 out of 6 in the series with the home run. Jed takes a breaking ball up and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. 10 home runs in the month of August for Jerko, and he has hit 18 since the All-Star break. Jerko swings, grounds it to the second baseman, Peraza. Peraza throws him out. We go to the bottom of the 5th, halfway through the game in Cincinnati, 1-1.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
We finally agreed on a paint color, so I know what I'm doing this weekend.
Ace is the place when you're the labor on Labor Day.
Don't miss Ace's big Labor Day weekend paint sale. Now through Monday, buy a gallon of our best, Valspar Optimus, get 150% off. Buy our best value, Clark and Kensington, get 150% off. Only at Ace. Offer valid at participating stores on Valspar Optimus and Aspire, Clark and Kensington, and Royal Brand Paint. Sale gallons must be of equal or lesser value. Limit 2 per household while supplies last. See store for details.
Pack up for paradise with the Apple Vacations Diamond Deal, offering incredible values and savings for Cardinals fans. 4 nights of unlimited luxury at Dreams Tulum Resort and Spa start from just $979, including round-trip nonstop air, resort transfers, all meals, drinks, and taxes. Call your favorite travel professional or visit applevacations.com today. Prices per person based on double occupancy for select departures starting October 28th, including air on Frontier from St. Louis and taxes and fees including September 11th security fee. See applevacations.com for baggage charges. Subject to availability and change. Restrictions apply.
In the bullpen with Central Bank and the Birds on the bat.
There's something you should expect when you play the Cardinals.
What's that?
You're gonna see red.
Yeah.
Make them see red with free Cardinals checking. Sign up and score an exclusive Stan Musial bobblehead, 2 game tickets, and more. Visit CardinalsChecking.com or stop by any Central Bank location.
Central Bank.
The hometown bank of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Restrictions apply. 1 offer per household. Incentive available while supplies last. See bank for details. Member FDIC.
Remember our first Cardinals game with Dad?
How could anyone forget the game-winning home run in '85?
Oh, and remember, before every game, Mom would run to Schnucks and grab all our favorite snacks and load up our backpacks.
Yeah, I think Mom was just as excited to find a good deal at Schnucks as Dad was about a Cardinals victory.
What a pair. Oh, hey, do you remember the game when Dad started tossing peanuts to strangers and they started catching them in their caps?
That is one of my favorite memories of Dad.
Cheers to Dad.
To you, Dad.
Schnucks, nourishing Cardinal fans.
Want a great deal on Cardinals tickets? Then fill up at Phillips 66 with 8 gallons or more now until September 29th. You'll receive up to 50% off on a pair of tickets to a Cardinals home game. For more information, visit cardinals.com/Phillips66. The Reds lead off with their pitcher Dan Straley here in the bottom of the 5th, taking ball 1 low from Jaime Garcia. Straley tried to bunt his way to a sacrifice and fouled off strike 3 for a strikeout. Here's a pitch taken low, so his attempt to advance Tyler Holt failed, but 2 batters later, with 2 down, Zach Cozart doubled to the left field corner, tying the game. Straley takes a strike, 2-1. Straley is 0 for 41 with 33 strikeouts. That's this season. The pitch fouled off and almost hit Billy Hamilton in the on-deck circle. Hamilton points to Straley, hit it out there. And Straley going, I've been trying my whole professional life.
Pretty funny.
Now on 2-2, the pitch. Strike 3 called. Straley has struck out twice, and that gives him 34 strikeouts for 2016, 36 for his career.
I think it was safer for all involved for him to just take that last pitch, don't you?
Now Hamilton can walk to the plate without being dizzy. That ball went flying over his head 4 or 5 feet, but it didn't take long to get to the screen. So Hamilton settles in, a ground out and a fly out today. 2 out of 6 in the series. Switch hitter batting right-handed against Jaime Garcia, who pitches with 1 out. Hot shot, base hit, left field.
Here we go.
He found an opening in between Jerko and Peralta.
And how many seconds before we see him attempt to steal second base? It won't be long. They say a minute and a half, he's gone.
He has 23 career stolen bases against the Cardinals, the most against any team.
Well, he's going to try to steal his way to second, try to steal an extra run, and he stole a couple of runs from the Cardinals defensively in the 4th inning when he grabbed a ball in deep center field that was hit by Rosario. Could have been 2 Cardinal runs.
1 on, 1 out for Cozart. Cozart doubled the last time up, struck out in the 1st inning. A move to first. Hamilton is back on a 1-hop throw by Jaime Garcia. That was another thing. Jaime's last start, and I like your line, Rick, his best sinker was to first base.
Well, he threw one there, and fortunately Carpenter was ready for it. I wouldn't say he's at the point of having the yips on those throws, but let's just say he's uncomfortable with them at this point. And he tried to half throw that ball. He just let up on it, and the ball just went into the dirt, and Carpenter dug it out. And that's something that is only going to make Billy Hamilton bolder.
Hamilton takes a good lead. The swing, ground ball to third, under Peralta's glove and down the left field line. Hamilton's going to make third base, into second base with a double. Cozart. The Cardinals have very little range on the left side of the infield with Peralta and Jerko, and it really showed up on that ground ball.
And that really hurt there that Peralta could not knock the ball down. He has good hands when he gets to the ball, but really a ball hit just a couple of feet to his right, and he just couldn't get the glove down in time to knock it down. It was hit fairly sharply by Cozart, who now has 2 doubles in this game, but you have to find a way to knock that down, keep it in the infield, at least have runners at first and second, maybe just get the out at first. And unlucky for Garcia, if that ball is hit 2 feet to the right, it's a double play, and he's out of this inning.
Votto is going to get an intentional walk here. That's his second walk today. And the second walk for Jaime Garcia, an intentional walk in the works here. With Rosario standing up, and there's ball 1 high and outside. Let's pause here for station identification on the Cardinals Baseball Network.
Live from the Habib BPC studios, this is WSJK Tuscola, Champaign-Urbana, your home for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Ball 2 is high and wide. Rosario extends the glove hand. There's ball 3 outside. One more, and Votto will join Cozart and Hamilton on the bases with Duvall coming up, and then Eugenio Suarez after that. And perhaps Jaime can get a double play ball from Duvall, who is grounded into 6. There's ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Seems like the Cardinals have been under the gun from the 6th inning on last night. Jaime worked a 3-up, 3-down first inning today. Got a double play after an error and a single in the second, but gave up 2 doubles in the third for a run. A 2-out hit to Barnhart in the 4th. And with 1 out, Hamilton singled. Then Cozart hit a ground ball. Peralta couldn't get a glove on it. It went down the left field line. The double for Cozart, his second of the day, his 28th of the year. Votto walks, loading them up. And here is Duvall. The table is set for him. And Jaime's hoping the table is set for a second ground ball double play in the game. The pitch in the dirt, smothered by Rosario, ball 1.
2 things the Cardinals have been this year is good on the road. That's number 1. And they've also been good 7th inning and beyond. But last night, neither of those things worked for the Cardinals as the Reds were able to get all those rallies. They had 2 runs in the 6th inning and then had the bases loaded after that, finally scoring in the 9th. And so we're getting close to that part of the game now where it should be and has been the Cardinals' part of the game, but it wasn't last night.
Jaime Garcia is on the hot seat. The bases are loaded, 1 out. The 1-0 pitch coming up here for Duvall. A swing and a foul ball. Oh, that was a swing and a miss. He didn't touch it. The ball got away from Rosario. Hamilton scores. Rosario couldn't handle the pitch. It got away from the Cardinal catcher, and the Reds lead 2-1.
I wonder if Rosario was crossed up on that delivery from Garcia. They're talking about it on the mound right now, and just don't know whether he was expecting one pitch and got a different one. It was a slider, and we originally thought it was tipped. It still looks like it was tipped as I watch it on the replay. The ball just rode in and sailed on Rosario, so a costly mistake.
Second and third now for the Reds with 1 out, and they lead 2-1. And Straley has walked 4 batters and hasn't paid for 1 of them. The Cardinal offense hasn't been able to follow up those free passes with much of anything. Now the infield plays in tight, second and third. The pitch, swing and a ground ball to the shortstop. Jerko comes home in the rundown. Zach Cozart. The throw goes to Johnny Peralta. Then on to Jaime Garcia, who applies a tag. And back to second base, Joey Votto. Votto wasn't able to advance to third with all the action between third and home. Duvall is out is on base at first, but there is an out with the fielder's choice. 6-2, 5-1 on the out of Zach Cozart.
Cardinals get the out. That's the good news, but they're really going to have to do some work on their rundowns. That has not been a strong point of this team. I think some of it has to do with the slow foot speed of the infielders involved. If you've got to have your pitcher get in the middle of a rundown and make the tag finally, that's too many throws. You've got to get it done in 1 or 2 throws, not 2 or 3.
Joey Votto's on second, Duvall on first, and here's Eugenio Suarez. Hamilton singled with 1 out, and he came in on a pitch that got away from Rosario. Was that ruled a pass ball? It was ruled a pass ball. The pitch, low ball 1 to Suarez. Hamilton scored. Cozart went to third, and Votto down to second base. Now Votto was on second, Duvall at first, after Cozart was out on the rundown, leaving on contact on the ground ball to Jed Jerko. Jerko to Rosario, to Peralta, then to Jaime Garcia for the tag. Here's a curve that rolls away from Rosario, and the runners advance to second and third.
That'll be a wild pitch. That was in the dirt. Rosario tried to block it, and it is ruled a wild pitch. On the pass ball, I watched another replay of it, and I wonder whether Rosario was just trying to frame the ball better. But as I look at that wild pitch, Rosario was not expecting that to be a curveball either. He was actually framing a fastball and did not adjust to block that ball in the dirt. Not that it would have been an easy play anyway, but I think he was crossed up for a second time in this inning.
Eugenio Suarez with a 2-0 count, and the base hit could drive in 2 more. It's already 2-1 Reds. 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th inning. From the stretch, Garcia pitches. Low and in, a breaking ball for ball 3. And Jose Peraza, the rookie, waits on deck. Peraza's 1 for 2. But all the pressure has been on Jaime Garcia from the 3rd inning through 2 outs here in the 5th. The runners lead at 2nd and 3rd, and the 3-0 pitch. Strike called, 3-1. Bottom of the 9th, the Cubs bat. The Giants lead 3-2. Right here, the Reds lead 2-1. The Reds are trying to pull even in the season series with the Cardinals at 7 games apiece. In a series that over the past few years has been dominated by the Cardinals. Here's a tap foul at home plate, 3-2. 3-2 with 2 down and runners at 2nd and 3rd for the Reds.
If Garcia can get out of this inning with just giving up 1 run, it's going to feel like a victory. Because there's been a lot of action, a lot of pitches, a lot of movement on the bases, a lot of pressure that you mentioned. A pitch here, and it's just a 1-run deficit through 5.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Suarez has reached on an error and struck out today. The 3-2 pitch, a swing and a miss. He's gone on a pitch in the dirt. That's 7 strikeouts for Jaime Garcia. And the Reds scored the go-ahead run on a passed ball. We go to the 6th, 2-1 Reds.
Hey, Cardinals fans, Subway Restaurants invites you to play along with the Subway 6th inning special. At today's game, when the Cardinals score in the 6th inning, they'll reveal the secret word for you to text to 782-929 to score a great deal from Subway Restaurants. It's the 6th inning special, only from Subway. Limited time only. Participation may vary. Message and data rates may apply. 10 messages per month maximum. Messages may be auto-dialed from Subway Restaurants. Consent not required to buy goods or services. Terms and conditions and privacy policy at Subway.com. Customer may opt out of receiving messages.
Hi, I'm Dan Deerdorf.
And I'm Bob Costas.
Thanks to your ongoing support, SSM Health, Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital, has been providing exceptional health care for 60 years.
The Dan Deerdorf Emergency and Trauma Center was made possible in part from gifts by thousands of donors throughout our community.
To all children, regardless of their family's ability to pay.
Join us in celebrating the 60th anniversary of Cardinal Glennon. You can make your gift today at glennon.org.
I'd like to tell you about your hometown tire team, the Independent Tire Dealers. These St. Louis Independent Tire Dealers are all locally owned and operated. They're family businesses that want to make you a customer for life. They've been part of St. Louis for decades. Plus, the Independent Tire Dealers have over 20 brands of tires to offer you at competitive prices. There are over 50 locations in the St. Louis area. You can find your dealer at itdroll.com or call 877-ITD-ROLL.
Hey, Cardinals fans, Family Sundays are back at Busch Stadium.
Way back, deep left center field, it's a gunner!
Buy a ticket to select Cardinals Sunday home games this season and receive a free Coke and a hot dog courtesy of Hunter, the official hot dog of the St. Louis Cardinals. Enjoy time with your family while enjoying a St. Louis tradition. Look for Hunter brand hot dogs at Schnucks, Shop and Save, and Deerbergs all season and make every day a family day with Hunter. Check out Cardinals.com for more information.
Leading off for the Cardinals in the 6th inning, it's Brandon Moss, and the Reds are up 2-1. Moss hasn't done anything so far on the road trip. 0 for 1 today with a walk. The pitch is taken low for a ball. On the road trip, Moss is 0 for 13. Straley working with the lead for the first time in the game. The pitch. A high strike call to Moss on 2-0, 2-1. Edward Jones telling you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. Straight talk, honest conversations. It's another way Edward Jones' 13,000 financial advisors make sense of investing. Here's a breaking pitch, high and outside a ball. 3-1 for Moss with Piscotty on deck. Moss is looking to break out, looking for a go pitch here on 3-1. They have 3 fielders on the right side. He takes ball 4 way high and outside. That's twice Moss has walked, and that's 5 walks given up by Straley and he's leading 2-1 in this park, in this small, cozy home run hitter's ballpark. Stephen Piscotty, a base hit and a force play ground ball, 1 for 2. That's 1 hit in his last 12 at-bats and 4 out of his last 25. Stephen has seen his average drop to 274. He has 20 home runs, 73 RBIs. Straley has been giving up home runs. Pitch outside, ball 1. He gave up 1 to Jerko in the first inning. That's 25 allowed in 160 innings. A leadoff walk to Brandon Moss. Bill Miller, the first base coach, says something to Moss, who walks off to a lead. Votto is holding there, and the infield is a double play depth. The pitch by Straley, a foul ball back to the screen, and Piscotty had a pitch to hit. The Giants finished off the Cubs 3-2. The Giants had a 1.5 lead over the Cardinals for the top wild card spot. Now it's 2. The Cardinals are looking up at the Reds here in the 6th inning. Cincinnati 2-1.
It was Bumgarner and Arrieta in that game. You can't get a better matchup than that. Bumgarner had 10 strikeouts.
Pitch a little bit low. 2-1 on Piscotty. The Cardinals and Reds tomorrow. We're on the air at 11:15 in the morning. High noon, Rick will have the lineups. Around 12:10, we'll get to the first pitch. And then afternoon game in Pittsburgh on Monday. The Cardinals play Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday along the Allegheny River at PNC Park. Move to first, back safely Moss.
High noon, you've been watching too much Gunsmoke. Is that when you said we start tomorrow? High noon?
Never enough Gunsmoke. Never enough Bonanza. Never enough F-Troop.
I actually agree with you.
The 2-1. Oh, fouled back, and Piscotty had a fastball right up about a letter high. Fouls it back to the screen. 2-2.
He's close, isn't he?
I hope so. Because if he gets hot, he could carry the team right on through September. Get Aledmys Diaz back in and get his timing back. Randall Grichuk has been getting his share of extra base hits. That could bode well for a Cardinal offense that's trying to get the line moving. Straley from the set. Pitch number 75 for him. Piscotty hits it hard. Diving play by the shortstop. Cozart keeps the ball from going to left field. Piscotty lines out. The Reds have made 2 big defensive plays in this game, slowing down the Cardinals.
Piscotty was on his front foot when he hit that ball, but he hit it right on the nose, and Cozart just had to lay out between his shortstop position and the third baseman, and really a sure-handed middle infielder. Cozart's a outstanding defensive player. They miss him when he's not in the lineup.
Here's Grichuk. Grichuk doubled to left center field in the 4th inning. Then the Cardinals couldn't move him off second base. That's the inning where Rosario hit the ball over Hamilton's head, but Hamilton ran it down. A swing and a miss by Grichuk. Hamilton ran it down, jumped, made the play, and then threw back to the infield, doubling up Garcia at first. Garcia misread it. Thought that was going to be well over Hamilton's head and get down for extra bases. But Hamilton caught the ball. Greg had to retrace his steps, tag second, and was thrown out by a wide margin at first. Pitch bounces in the dirt. Moss took 2 steps toward first, but after hitting Tucker Barnhart's chest protector, the ball died in the grass in front of home plate. 1 ball, 1 strike on Grichuk. Chris Maloney goes through the signs over in the third base coach's box. Moss leads at first. Piscotty lined out. Grichuk is waiting for a 1-1 pitch from Dan Straley. Straley, a 27-year-old. The pitch. Inside. Straley lives in Springfield, Oregon. 6'2", 220 pounds. A major league record of 23-20 with the A's, Houston, now Cincinnati. 10 of those wins this season. 10-7, and he's leading today 2-1. Despite walking 5. Grichuk takes a pitch in the dirt. 3-1.
Throws a ton of off-speed pitches. I didn't realize that when we saw him last. The first time I saw him was out of the bullpen, and he did have that start against the Cardinals, but he is throwing well over 50% off-speed pitches in this game.
Straley kicks away at the dirt in front of the rubber. Straley lasted only 2 2/3 on Monday, a loss at the Angels. He gave up 4 homers, throwing 62 pitches. He's ready for pitch number 80 today in the 6th. Grichuk swings and pops it up. Goes into short left field. The shortstop Cozart is under this one, dances with it, and makes the catch. 2 outs. It's up to Peralta, who has not looked good at all at home plate today, striking out twice.
Now 0 for his last 8. The Cardinals have had a few guys on 0-fers. Jerko broke his with a home run in the first inning. Piscotty broke his 0-fer with a base hit in the first inning. But Peralta's now up to 0 for 8.
Blake Wood, hard thrower, warms up in the bullpen for the Reds. Johnny Peralta settles in. Straley with the pitch. Peralta checks his swing and takes outside. Johnny 0 for 2 with strikeouts today. He's 0 for 4 in this series. 2 walks and 2 Ks. Barnhart puts down an inside target. The pitch by Straley. It's in the dirt. Bounces off Barnhart's chest protector, but stays close to home plate. And Moss will hold on at first base. Moss drew a leadoff walk in the 6th inning. The Cardinals have had the leadoff man on 3 times, but have not been able to move the runner when getting the leadoff man on. The Redbirds have had 1 runner reach third and then come on in. That was Jerko's home run. Since that home run, Piscotty made second base. So did Grichuk. The pitch is taken for a ball. 3 balls and no strikes on Peralta. Hitting room on the right side of the infield with Peraza, the second baseman, playing up the middle. The 3-0 pitch to Peralta. Ball 4 way upstairs. 6 walks. And Straley's leading 2-1.
Hard to imagine. The Cardinals had trouble with walks, as we mentioned last night, and eventually it got to them. Straley hasn't had to pay for it yet. He is throwing about 40% strikes in this game. When you throw 65 to 70% of your pitches for strikes, you're having a fairly good control day. If you get 70 or more, that's outstanding. But he's at less than 50, somewhere around 40% of his pitches in the zone. That's hard to believe that he has a 2-1 lead this late in the game.
Mac Jenkins, the pitching coach, walks slowly to the mound. He has about 7 seconds to talk to his pitcher. Booker T and the MGs, Green Onions.
You know, Mac
playing over the PA system.
Mac's going to have to walk a little faster if he really wants to get a longer message in. Because it really starts when the pitching coach leaves, and he had a slow walk to the mound. And you're right, he had 7 seconds left by the time he got out there.
Well, there's Greg Garcia. Greg has been on twice with walks and an error in judgment on the long drive to center by Rosario. Garcia was doubled up at first base. That double play ended the 4th inning. The pitch, Garcia takes a strike. Greg is 8 out of 23 against the Reds this season. 3 for 3 in this series, 2 doubles, 2 walks. The pitch by Straley. Inside, a slider blocked by Barnhart. New ball thrown to the mound. 1 ball, 1 strike. With 2 outs in the Cardinal half of the 6th inning. Maybe, just maybe, Greg Garcia can make Straley pay for 1 or 2 of those walks. Peralta is not at all fast at first base. Moss, about average speed at second. The pitch. Taken high for a ball.
Mention again, the Cardinals have some options off the bench. Colton Wong, Matt Adams, and Hazelbaker from the left side. 3 really good pinch hitters this year in terms of their numbers. And Yadier Molina and Tommy Pham from the right side. So a bunch of options. Sokolovich getting loose in the Cardinals bullpen.
That's in the event. Garcia gets on. Alberto Rosario's on deck. Then the pitcher's spot. 2 outs in the 6th inning. The Cardinals trail by a run. Moss is the tying run at second base. The 2-1 pitch. Garcia takes a strike on the inside corner. 2-2.
And Blake Wood is up again for Cincinnati. So bullpens are going to matter in this game, and the bench may. Whose will be better?
Greg Garcia, deep knee bend. Chokes the bat just a bit, wearing the gray batting gloves. Holds the bat high over the left shoulder. Straley with the sign, now time called. Garcia thought Straley took a little too much time trying to get the sign for the 2-2 pitch. Moss walked, he's at second. Peralta walked, he's at first. 2 outs in the Cardinals' 6th inning, and the Reds are up by a run. The Reds have out hit the Cardinals 6-3. The pitch, Garcia takes outside 3-2. The runners will be going on 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 out. Alberto Rosario on deck. Greg Garcia levels the bat over the plate. Straley has struck out 5. He has walked 6. The runners lead. The runners go. The pitch inside. Garcia takes a walk. And Straley has walked. The base is loaded. And here's Alberto Rosario. And Rosario is going to be facing Blake Wood in all likelihood. Here comes Brian Price. Here comes the pitching change brought to you by Goodwill. Give hope, give local, give Goodwill. We will be right back.
Hey Cardinal fans, now is a great time to get a quote for auto insurance through AAA. Our competitive rates could save you hundreds of dollars a year. Switch your homeowners too, and you could save even more. AAA Insurance. So easy, so smart, so switch. For your free quote, call 855-QUOTE-AAA. Visit your local AAA branch or go to AAA.com. That's 855-QUOTE-AAA. Some restrictions apply. You must qualify for any discount. AAA Insurance is provided to qualified AAA members by affiliate AAA insurers.
Hey Cardinal fans, if you're looking to cheer the Birds on to another championship season, you're going to need to pregame like a champion. Before every home game throughout the season, the Hall of Fame Club at Cardinals Nation Restaurant and Bar will be hosting the official St. Louis Cardinals pregame party. 2.5 hours before every home game, the party gets started with all-inclusive drinks, a championship-level buffet, and live entertainment. Get your tickets at cardinals.com/pregame. The Hall of Fame Club at Cardinals Nation is changing the way St. Louis pregames.
The St. Louis Cardinals Hall of Fame, presented by Edward Jones, is proud to announce the induction class of 2016. Congratulations to Chris Carpenter and Joe Torre, winners of the 2016 fan vote. Joining them as the newest inductees are former player Terry Moore and former executive Sam Braden. On August 27th, we honor these men as the 2016 Hall of Fame class at the annual induction ceremony presented by Edward Jones in Fox Sports Live at Ballpark Village. For more information, go to cardinals.com/HOF.
This is Julia Rowe from Busch Stadium Special Events. We like to say that Busch Stadium is a place where dreams come true both on and off the field. We specialize in unique and memorable experiences that you can have at Busch Stadium all year round. It's weddings, dinners on the field, a party in the clubhouse. We can accommodate any type of event, large or small, casual or elegant. Think about Busch Stadium for your next event. Find out more at cardinals.com/events.
Ricky Horton, you've been impressed by Blake Wood out of the pen for the Reds.
Yeah, he throws hard. He's becoming more of a late-inning guy for them. And the last time we saw him, he was throwing mid to high 90s, and we did not get very many good swings at Blake Wood. He's been, again, used more in late situations. Inning appearance number 59 for him. 62 innings. He has 63 strikeouts. And a key situation for him here. He does, on occasion, walk some batters, Johnny. He has 33 walks in 62 innings. And that's a few too many. And the Cardinals would just as soon add one more to that list and get Rosario on base and bring up Matt Adams, who's in the on-deck circle, to bat for Jaime Garcia if we get to that spot.
Well, Sikolovich is warming in the bullpen. And here's Rosario, put a good swing on Straley the last time up, but it led to a fly out and a double play. Here's a ball chopped over the pitcher right to the second baseman. The throw goes to first. Rosario is out, and the Cardinals leave the bases loaded. And Dan Straley walked 7 batters, not a one of them scored. We go to the bottom of inning number 6, 2-1 Reds. On Friday, September 9th, the Cardinals face the Brewers. That night, fans, you have a chance to take home baseball history. 30,000 fans ages 16 and older entering with a ticket will receive an Eddie Goodell bobblehead commemorating his historic plate appearance for the St. Louis Browns in 1951, courtesy of Maryville University. This is sure to be a great addition to your bobblehead collection. That's Friday, September 9th. Tickets are available at cardinals.com/promotions. Cardinals Baseball. Tradition meets today.
Cardinals fans, whether you're watching the game in the stadium or at home on DirecTV, you can play along with the action on the field with Cardinals Fan Play, powered by AT&T. What is Fan Play? Fan Play is a mobile game bringing you closer than ever before to Cardinals baseball. All you do is visit cardinals.com/ATT and get your game card. There are 9 plays of the day on each card, and you get a new card every game. When your team makes a play, you get a point. Make all 9 plays, and you get 10 extra points and a trip to the leaderboard. Every time you play, you increase your chance of winning great prizes like autographed merchandise, tickets, and even a flyaway trip to see your Cardinals on the road. Why should the Cardinals be the only ones who get to play on game day? Now fans can too, with Cardinals Fan Play powered by AT&T. Visit cardinals.com/ATT and play today. No purchase necessary. Must be at least 18. Message and data charges may apply. See rules for details. Void where prohibited.
AutoZone presents Smooth Driving. Worn shocks and struts can leave your car taking a nosedive. So keep it safe and smooth with a trip to AutoZone and take the ups and downs out of driving. And right now, buy 3 qualifying Gabriel shocks or struts and get the 4th one free by mail-in rebate. So visit your local AutoZone. With over 5,000 locations, the right supplies and good advice are just around the corner, so you can fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See store for restrictions and details.
The Cardinals did not get to the number 9 spot in the order, so Jaime Garcia comes out to open up the bottom of the 6th, with the Reds leading 2-1. And a frustrating day for the Cardinals offense. 7 walks for Dan Straley, and not one turned into a run. Here's a pitch outside for a ball. Now you might think, okay, you're playing at AT&T Park or even Busch Stadium, where it's a very fair ballpark for home runs. But in this place, the Cardinals just didn't get to Straley after he walked batters. And 3 were left on when Wood got the last out on Rosario. Here's a strike into Jose Peraza. 2-1 Cincinnati. The Cardinals run on a home run by Jerko. Here's a high fastball, ball 2.
Well, this will be Jaime's last inning. Like to see him finish strong. He's given up a couple of runs, and he got out of a situation last inning where it could have been worse. Just 1 run in that inning. Like to see a nice quick 1-2-3 inning for him. Finish strong.
Here's a ball outside. Peraza has a 3-1 count.
You know, I wondered if Straley's walks had something to do with the free-swinging Cardinals in the first inning. They were jumping on him, and then he started to nitpick a little bit, and maybe afraid of the extra home runs, he started issuing the walks.
He got away with them. Here's a swing and a foul by Peraza.
And as you said, you normally don't get away with them.
Peraza at Louisville, 71 games. He had 281, 15 doubles, 3 triples, 2 homers, and 21 runs batted in with 10 stolen bases. He's played second and short here for Cincinnati. Most of the time he played shortstop at AAA. Foul ball back to the screen. It's still 3-2 on Jose Peraza. Peraza, a right-handed batter, runs very well. He gets back into the batter's box. Rosario puts down the target. The pitch by Jaime Garcia. Foul ball back to the screen, and the beat goes on here. Jose Peraza was in the Braves organization. Signed by the Braves as a non-drafted free agent in July of 2010. Then sent to the Dodgers. The pitch. Peraza lays off a high fastball, and there's ball 4. Jaime Garcia has walked his 3rd batter. One of those an intentional walk, Joey Votto. Votto is the other 2 walks, has the other 2 walks issued by Garcia. And here's Tucker Barnhart.
Among the Cardinal starters who've been here for most of the season, so I would not include Luke Weaver in this comment because his would be worse, but Jaime Garcia's run support, the lowest among all the Cardinal starters, just 4.3 runs per game. Carlos Martinez gets 5.4 runs per game on average, so quite a big difference between what the Cardinals do offensively behind Garcia this season and some other pitchers.
Move to first base. Peraza is safe. Jose Peraza taking a good lead off first base. Jaime looks over there, throws over there again. Join the official Cardinals away game watch party at Ballpark Village September the 7th. The first 500 fans will receive a gray baseball hat. Visit STLBallparkVillage.com for the list of dates and giveaways. Garcia's first pitch to Barnhart, batting right-handed, and that's a high fastball. That prompts a visit from Rosario. Let's pause here for station identification. Again, already? This is the Cardinals Baseball Network.
Live from the Habib BPC studios, this is WSJK Tuscola, Champaign-Urbana, your home for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Along with Ricky Horton, I'm John Rooney. Jim Jackson is our producer-engineer. The pitch is swung on, grounded foul, wide of third, and Peralta playing on the line got to that one, but it's a foul ball. Peraza, the runner over at first base, has 13 steals in 16 attempts.
We understand the last time that a Cardinals opponent pitched a game against them and walked 7 or more batters and was able to pick up the victory was in 2006. Doug Davis with Milwaukee walked 8 on a game there, and that actually happened at Busch Stadium. So very odd that Straley has the 7 walks and is leading at the time.
Here's Barnhart bunting up the third base line. It is going to roll. It's still rolling along the line, staying on the line. That's a foul ball. It just went foul, and that's when the Cardinals jumped on it.
Wow. That was rolling.
It looked like it was going to die on the line.
Oh, my.
While still spinning, though, it took a left-hand turn, and then the Cardinals touched it in foul territory.
And it almost made it all the way to the third base bag, too, and it was the last spin at the last minute. You could see a seam. It just rolled a bit to the right and couldn't have been fouled by more than an inch, but the Cardinals alertly picked it up when it was in foul territory. That was crazy.
Barnhart with a 1-2 count. On deck, it's Tyler Holt. Pitch number 86 coming up for Jaime Garcia. He's on the downside of a 2-1 score. The Reds scored the go-ahead run on a pass ball. Moved to first base. Low throw picked by Carpenter, and back in standing, Jose Peraza. So Straley went 5 2/3, 3 hits, 1 earned run. He walked 7, struck out 5, gave up a home run, and threw 90 pitches, only 48 in the strike zone. And he's leading 2-1. The runner goes. The pitch is swung on and missed. The throw to second base. Not in time. Stolen base number 14 for Jose Peraza. He had a good jump on Jaime Garcia. Barnhart strikes out. 1 away, and Tyler Holt is up with a runner in scoring position.
Well, the one thing about the Reds getting a walk is that walk can turn into a double. The Cardinals, when they get walks, they're walks.
It's station to station.
And that's one of the differences between this Cardinal team and some other teams. We saw the Milwaukee Brewers have what they can do once they get a base runner aboard. Now, they're not having a very good season either. Cincinnati, you don't want to trade places with them, but it does give you another option offensively when you've got somebody who can take a walk and turn it into something more.
Will Little called the play, and here's Mike Matheny coming out to have a word with the home plate umpire Lance Barksdale. Will Little pointed that Peraza's foot was still on the bag, and we'll see if the Cardinals decide to challenge this.
I wonder if there may be something about interference at home plate too. That's another thing that a manager sometimes will question is there some contact potentially with the hitter on the catcher who's trying to make the throw. So there's the throw at second, then there's what happened at the plate, and the umpires are actually chatting about it right now.
Well, we're getting a look at second base at Peraza. Boy, it looked like he was off the bag.
Very close. Boy, I don't know. At least there's some thought about it.
And here comes the manager, Price, out of the dugout. Are they sending Peraza back to first base? The umpires did not have to go to a replay. They talked it over. And we're looking at the entire play now, the strikeout. Did the bat hit?
Yep, there's the interference we talked about. The
hit
bat,
Rosario.
The bat hit the catcher Rosario on the backswing.
It was on the backswing while he's trying to throw to second base. So they are sending Peraza back to first base. It's a strikeout, no stolen base.
Oh, there's a break.
Runner at first, one out, and Tyler Holt up. So no steal for Jose Peraza. As he was sent back to first by the crew chief, third base umpire Ted Barrett.
And no argument from the Reds. They got that call right. And it was interference not to play at second.
But it looked like the play at second.
It was close, too. I agree.
Here's Holt. Runner goes. The pitch is a ball. The throw to second. Stolen base now. That didn't take long.
So the end result is that Peraza just got more exercise.
That's it. So stolen base number 14. Good this time. No interference. Tyler Holt with a 1-0 count. He has a double and a run scored today. Been a tough day behind the plate for Alberto Rosario. Jaime Garcia looked to second with Peraza dancing off the bag. He breaks for third. The pitch, a ball, the throw. He is out at third base. The pitch was ball two, but Rosario got a strong throw over there. And with Peraza sliding head first, he may have come off the bag, and he was tagged out by Peralta.
Yeah, there's no argument there, and I think that is what happened. I think he came off the bag because I believe he beat the throw to third. He got another good jump, and an odd slide by Peraza, whose hand just came off the bag, and Peralta continued the tag. But when he dove, his hand got caught underneath it. He's lucky he didn't get hurt on that head-first slide. Very awkward slide for Peraza. He's out, but he appears to be healthy at least. Break for the Cardinals.
Now 2 outs and nobody on. Tyler Holt with a 2-0 pitch coming his way, and that's ball 3, 3-0. DeJesus is batting in the number 9 spot. When Wood came in, he took over the number 5 position.
Picture a head-first slide with both hands out, but one of the hands gets stuck, and that's what happened to him. So it got stuck, and then he ended up rolling over top of that hand and never got to the bag in time, and then came off it.
Ball 4 low. 4 walks for Garcia. Now DeJesus is coming up. Ivan DeJesus batting for the first time in this game. He started and played first base last night. Votto was out with a sore neck. DeJesus had a single and a walk, going 1 for 3. 2-1 Cincinnati. The Reds have batted a long time in the 5th, and they've been up there a while, even though they've only had 4 batters come to the plate here in the 6th. Crowding the plate, Ivan DeJesus. Now time called. DeJesus is batting .233, 1 home run, 19 RBIs. He's playing third base now with Suarez out of the game. The pitch. Strike on the inside corner from Garcia. Jaime Garcia has walked 4 and struck out 8. He has given up 2 runs, their earned runs. The Reds have 6 hits. Garcia from the high set, moved to first base. High throw, back safely. Tyler Holt. Holt has 4 steals and 7 attempts.
He might try it.
The Reds took the lead on a passed ball with the bases loaded in the 5th inning. The Cardinals haven't scored since Jerko homered as the game's second batter. The pitch. Way high and outside, back to Rosario. He caught it on a carom off the backstop, but couldn't get a grip on the ball to make a throw. That was an airmailed wild pitch, the second of the game for Jaime Garcia, and his 7th of the year.
I just wonder whether his attention was still on the runner at first base, because that ball went way over the head of Rosario. You just don't see Jaime. You don't see very many pitchers miss by that much. May have just slipped out of his hand, too. It could have been a breaking ball. You know, Jaime likes to go to the dirt, the rosin, the dirt, the rosin. And maybe didn't have a good feel.
Now from the stretch, the pitch, a swing and a ground ball to third. Peralta has it. He throws in time to retire Ivan De Jesus Jr. No runs, 2 walks, a caught stealing, and a man left on. Rick Horton has the 7th when we come back, and the Cardinals are still down 2-1 in Cincinnati.
It's all about the best beef, the best pork, and of course,
the sausages
at the U of I Meat Sales Room. If Coach Ditka lived in CU, I'm sure he'd buy his meat from the U of I Meat Sales Room. The beef is great, the pork is great, but
the sausages
are delicious. Smoked sausage, Italian sausage, Polish sausage, and even brats. It's all fresh, locally produced, and locally grown. Visit the U of I Meat Sales Room near the corner of Lincoln and Florida in Urbana.
Sausages.
Are you sick of spending thousands of dollars a year on smoking? Sick of coughing every time you get up in the morning? Well, try Vapors E-Cigs LLC, offering the best e-cigarette kits, liquids, accessories, and refills. Using an e-cig gives you the freedom to enjoy smoking again without all the guilt and the odor. Stop into Vapors E-Cigs LLC and find out how they can help you quit smoking. Find Vapors E-Cigs in 3 convenient locations: 1903 North Neal Street, Champaign, 2 East Main Street in Danville across from the courthouse, and now open at 620 East Champaign Avenue in Rantoul.
Meetings large or small, the Hawthorne Suites by Wyndham in Champaign can accommodate them all. The newly renovated 9,000 square foot banquet space can accommodate all your events. Let the Hawthorne Suites by Wyndham be the location of your next wedding, conference, workshop, or anything in between. The dedicated staff take care of every detail of your event to make it memorable and hassle-free for you. For special offers on weddings, rehearsal dinners, and showers, call a representative now at Hawthorne Suites by Wyndham, 398-3400. Leave the planning and execution of your special event to the team at Hawthorne Suites by Wyndham.
Hey guys, it's Mike Carpenter from the Tay and J Show, and this fall I'm teaming up with Steve Breitweiser for the 4th season of College Game Day Live on ESPN 93.5. Brought to you by Houlihan's and Chambana Sales. Join Steve and I each home game Saturday from 8 to 10:30 as we break down the day's matchup with help from guests including former Illini Matt Sinclair. The Lovie Smith era has begun and we'll have plenty of commentary and analysis to get you ready for kickoff. College Game Day Live, brought to you by Houlihan's and Chambana Sales, each home game Saturday from 8 to 10:30 only on ESPN 93.5.
It has not been a smooth game, but it's been a close game. 2-1 Cincinnati, top of the 7th inning. Plenty of walks in this one. The Cardinals 1 run on 3 hits. Cincinnati 2 runs on 6 hits. And it's strike 1 of the pinch hitter, Jeremy Hazelbaker, who will bat for Jaime Garcia. So Garcia's afternoon is over. 6 innings, 6 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned, 4 walks and 8 strikeouts for Garcia. Hazelbaker, then the top of the order, and Carpenter. Swing and a miss on a pitch down and in from Blake Wood, who came on in relief of Dan Straley in the 6th inning. And he had inherited a bases-loaded situation and got Alberto Rosario on 1 pitch to bounce out. Matt Adams had been in the on-deck circle. Now Hazelbaker is there. And he looks a little uncomfortable at the plate on that last swing. Hope he's all right. Does a little house cleaning around the plate. The 0-2 pitch is outside for a ball. Hazelbaker has been a very good pinch hitter, as we've mentioned. 10 for 31 on the season. Been very effective. Has a wide stance from the left side. Has been pretty good with 2 strikes. The 1-2 pitch is a called third strike, and he doesn't like it. Pitch down in the zone, and he felt it was too low. But it's a strikeout for Blake Wood and the top of the order in Carpenter. Discover indoor go-karting at Pole Position Raceway in St. Louis. Everyone over 48 inches tall, groups large and small, are welcome to get behind the wheel and race with a need for speed. Find other fun activities in St. Louis at ExploreSt.Louis.com. So our starters walked 11 batters between the two of them. Pitch low and in makes Carpenter dance a little bit. Ball one. 4 walks for Garcia. Dan Straley walked 7 in 5 2/3 innings through 90 pitches, and yet he's the pitcher of record on the positive side as of now. Cardinals batting in the 7th, 2-1 Cincinnati. Game 2 of a 3-game series. The Reds took the first one last night. Set up outside for Carpenter, and he takes a strike down the middle to even the count at 1-1.
You pointed out all those walks, but not one has turned into a run today.
For either pitcher. That's bizarre.
In this park, very, very unusual.
You're bound to see unusual things watching a baseball game. Swing and a miss on a slider down and in. That is a sharp delivery from Wood. He's throwing that right down towards the front knee of the left-handed batter, and it's cutting off the plate and going downward, and Carpenter swung over top of that one. As we mentioned, he's become a force out of the Reds' bullpen, and Mike Matheny said it before the game, their bullpen's gotten better. He's right. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, same pitch. Carpenter strikes out, and he doesn't look that badly very often, but he was really overmatched in that at-bat. 2 strikeouts in a row for Blake Wood. And that brings in Jed Jerko, who's been the Cardinals' offense today. Homered very early in this game. Jumped on the first pitch he saw from Dan Straley and hit a towering fly ball down the left field line. I mean, it was way up in the air. The question was it long enough and fair enough? And it was both. It's only 328 down the left field line here at Great American Ballpark. And it's a very nice venue. Joy being here. Slider misses low to Jerko. 1-0. He also bounced into a double play and bounced out again. And the Cardinals running out of time here. They're in the 7th, trailing by a run. Miguel Sokolovic will have the bottom of the 7th in relief of Garcia, who cannot get a win unless the Cardinals do something with 2 outs. Slider's a strike to Jerko. 1-1. Jed broke an 0 for 9 with that home run. And the Cardinals collectively are in a little bit of a drought here as far as hits are concerned. They're getting a few home runs. They got their streak extended. Slider low to 22 straight games. Only 5 off the Major League record now. 5 more games with a home run. Again, more important to win games.
I'd trade the home runs for wins right now,
no
Rick.
question about it.
An 11-10 record in the 21-game streak leading up to today.
Kind of like both, though, wouldn't you? Slider low, 3-1. But a lot of the home runs have been solo shots, too. I think that's the big issue.
And many of the strikeouts on this road trip, the Cardinals have gone for pitches well out of the zone.
Jerko ahead in the count here. I suspect he'll be picking out a small zone and letting loose on this 3-1 pitch. Here it comes, and a swing and a miss. Straley fooled him with a slider. I think he read that as a fastball and came off it a bit. And now have to go into protect mode. The outfield is deep for Jerko, the infield straight up. Shadows covering the infield now and most of the outfield except for center field and towards left. The 3-2 delivery to Jerko is bounced foul. Watch out in the Cardinals dugout as it hits off the top rail and bounces into the stands. Pretty nice crowd here. Again, it's been a sloppy game because of the walks. Yet we've seen some interesting plays and some good plays, especially the play that Billy Hamilton made. Saved 2 runs and really is the difference in the game right now. Billy Hamilton and his glove and then his arm to get a double play. The 3-2 pitch in the dirt. And he walked Jed Jerko with 2 outs. And how about that? Another walk. 12th walk of the night. And Brandon Moss can make him hurt with that one. If he gets a hold of it, Moss certainly capable Jerko and Moss both with 25 home runs to lead the Cardinals. Moss has walked twice, and he's popped up. But a very inviting right field porch here at Great American Ballpark. Just 325 down the right field line, and the power alleys are short here. Moss digs in. First pitch is a called strike on the inside corner. Cardinals batting in the 7th, trailing by a run. Each team has left 7 runners on. Jerko is the Cardinals runner at first base, and he's got a short lead held on by Votto. 3 Reds on the right side of the infield. Swing and a miss at an off-speed pitch. So Brandon Moss in the hole. Blake Wood has shown very good off-speed pitches, and he's throwing mid-90s. That was a changeup to Moss, who sees a lot of those. Teams like to throw him changeups. But you better not hang it. 0-2 to Moss. Next pitch, swing and a miss. They got it. Moss strikes out, and the Cardinals strand their 8th runner. Time for the dirt cheap 7th inning stretch. It's 2-1 Cincinnati.
A Budweiser, America, and Florida Georgia Line.
Budweiser's putting America right on the front of their label this summer.
That's a pretty powerful thing.
America in my hands is knowing what I want and getting after it. All we ever wanted to do was play music, so we went for it.
America isn't just chasing your dreams, it's doing whatever it takes to make your dreams come true.
That's right. I still remember our first big show. Budweiser's in the air and hearing the crowd sing our song. Still gives me goosebumps.
There's nothing like it. That's when it really feels like America is in my hands.
And when I'm holding an ice cold Budweiser that says America on the front.
That too. Cheers.
This Bud's for you.
Enjoy responsibly. Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
All right, Wilsons, bring it in. We've got the Cardinals game this weekend, but let's score some extra fun in St. Louis. Let's hear some chatter. Who's up? What do you say now, kids? Let's go to
the Science Center.
Canicorn. How about your brother? Have a look now, kid.
Lamar Sculpture Park.
Attaboy. Keep it going.
The Butterfly House.
There we go now. Bring him home, Dad.
The National Blues Museum.
Hum, baby. That's a winner.
St. Louis is more than a baseball town. Catch all the fun at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
Remember our first Cardinals game with Dad?
How could anyone forget the game-winning home run in '85?
Oh, and remember, before every game, Mom would run to Schnucks and grab all our favorite snacks and load up our backpacks.
Yeah, I think Mom was just as excited to find a good deal at Schnucks as Dad was about a Cardinals victory.
What a pair. Oh, hey, do you remember the game when Dad started tossing peanuts to strangers and they started catching them in their caps?
That is one of my favorite memories of Dad.
Cheers to Dad.
To you, Dad.
Schnucks, nourishing Cardinal fans.
7th inning stretch this Labor Day weekend was brought to you by Dirt Cheap. Stretch out your wallet with all the money you save on all your favorite beer, liquor, and wine at Dirt Cheap. Miguel Sokolovic is first out of the Cardinals' pen in relief of Jaime Garcia, who went 6 innings, gave up 6 hits and 2 runs, walked 4, struck out 8. And Sokolovic has been very good lately. And he has the bottom of the 7th inning and the top of the order in Billy Hamilton. First pitch to Hamilton is a bunt attempt, but it's foul. And handled by Rosario. 4 strike 1. Sokolovic, very important to the Cardinals a year ago in maybe an understated way. I don't think a lot of people realize just how good his numbers were. 1.82 ERA. He was 4-1 out of the bullpen in 28 games for the Cardinals. So part of their bullpen success and the playoff possibilities, and he was certainly a part of it. Swing and a miss on a changeup, and that is Sokolovic's best pitch.
If I can tell you this, Rosario's day got a whole lot better with the change of pitchers because he could not handle Jaime Garcia's movement today. He didn't look comfortable at all.
He sure didn't. Sokolovic, much different to catch. 1.23 ERA in 5 appearances with the Cardinals. Another changeup misses low. And Sokolovic usually around the plate. He's not an overpowering guy. He's only given up 1 hit in 7 1/3 innings with the Cardinals. And last time out, he had a very important outing. And he picked up a victory. Working from the set position, facing Hamilton. And the pitch is bounced back to the mound. You better hurry. Nice play by Sokolovich, but he throws it away. And the runner, Hamilton, runs into our first base umpire trying to get to second base. As Carpenter was going to get the ball beyond the first base bag, Angel Hernandez and Billy Hamilton were doing a little dance. He ran right into him, and he wasn't able to advance to second base. So Sokolovich does not get an error on a play where he was trying to make a terrific play and just threw it up the line on an off-balance throw trying to get Hamilton, and Hamilton just collided with the umpire who was trying to make the call at first base and basically tackled Billy Hamilton. How about that? So that's a break for the Cardinals. Hamilton gets an infield hit.
That's Angel on the infield.
Very good. Yeah. Normally in the outfield, isn't he? I bet he tries to steal. Sokolovich set, not going, and a strike to Zach Cozart.
He could have put second base in his back pocket on that pitch.
Well, it's just not a matter of if, it's when with Billy Hamilton. He loves to run. 57 stolen bases on the year. And they're going to try to run on Sokolovich and Rosario, I'm sure of it. They've got a one-run lead already. They're going to try to manufacture something here. Sokolovich set and a quick throw to first. And Carpenter does not look very comfortable handling pitchers' throws at first base. Notice that. You really have to be ready over there. They're trying to pick him off, and they're often going to throw it 80 miles an hour or more. Can't really get your full velocity on a pitch there, but not very easy to handle that. In fact, it's interesting. Carpenter has his glove on his knee instead of his glove in a fielding position. And not a lot of experience at first base, but Matt Carpenter, certainly a smart player. He's holding Hamilton aboard there. And Sokolovich comes set. Holds it for about 3 seconds. Everybody gets nervous, and they call time. And the fans boo. Cat and mouse game going on here with Sokolovich, Hamilton, and Rosario now out to talk to Sokolovich. Boy, I missed the attendance by a long shot. A much bigger crowd than I thought. Or maybe I just forgot to count a whole section. My numbers were way off. 31,118.
That's tickets sold.
Tickets sold, okay. I guess the 8,000 not here that I guessed. Hamilton has his lead. Conversations are over. And another pickoff attempt and a close play as a little stutter step from Hamilton, and he almost didn't get back in time. A leadoff infield single by Hamilton. He created stress on Sokolovich, who threw the ball away at first base. He has a much bigger lead now. Watch out. He's going. And he's not, but the pitch out might not have made a difference anyway. So you pitch out, and Hamilton guessed right. He's got the kind of speed that even if you pitch out, he still might steal it. They wouldn't pitch out again, would they? I think Hamilton's thinking they wouldn't, so I'm thinking he's going here. Same lead, 1-1 count. Cozart at the plate. And the pitch home. There goes Hamilton. The throw to second base is not in time. Umpire had to wait there to make the call as Hamilton almost slid off the bag.
If Garcia had kept the glove down, they may have been able to get the out. But he took the glove off, then put it back down on him.
He is so fast. He is really fun to watch play. And he'd certainly be more fun if he was a Cardinal. But you have to admire the speed of Billy Hamilton. Let's pause for station identification. You're listening to the St. Louis Cardinals Baseball Network.
Live from the Habib BPC studios, this is WSJK Tuscola, Champaign-Urbana, your home for the St. Louis Cardinals.
No challenge from the Cardinals. It is a stolen base. And Kozart is ready for the next delivery from Sokolovic. And it's popped up. Sokolovic, a big pitch there, is able to get Kozart to pop up to short. Jerko squeezes it, and Hamilton's not able to advance to third. That could be a big pitch in this inning with Joey Votto coming up. As Votto comes up, Mike Matheny comes out to the field. And that's going to mean a pitching change. Matheny with a slow walk to the mound. And he does go to his bullpen. This pitching change brought to you by Ace Brand Braces and Elastic Bandages. Visit acebrand.com or on Facebook at Ace Brand. We'll be right back.
See the game in style with Cardinals all-inclusive tickets. All-inclusive tickets for the 2016 season are on sale now and features some of the best views Busch Stadium has to offer. Plus, complimentary food and drinks. They start as low as $55, and there are several options to choose from. Check out the UMB Champions Club, Legends Club, Bank of America Club, and more. All-inclusive tickets are on sale now. Get yours today at cardinals.com/all-inclusive.
This is Ashley Brown from Cardinals Authentics. Did you know that we offer real-time items like game-used baseballs and bases directly from the field during a game? Or autographed memorabilia from current players, alumni, and the Hall of Famers. It can all be found at Cardinals Authentics. Cardinals Authentics. Take home a piece of the game. To purchase, call 314-345-9851 or visit us at cardinalsauthentics.com. From our field to your home.
How can you spend a Sunday in St. Louis without a home Cardinals game? How about brunch day at Cardinals Nation? You can enjoy our popular home run Sunday brunch, including a prime rib carving station, omelets made to order, chef's selection of breakfast, lunch, and dessert items, plus bottomless mimosas and Bloody Marys. After brunch, head into the Cardinals Museum on us. When there's no home game Sunday, there is always brunch from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Cardinals Nation. For reservations, visit cardinalsnation.com and bring your appetite.
Hey, Mike Shannon here. Have you ever wanted to make a difference, but you just didn't know how? Well, let me tell you about an organization that I support. It's Goodwill. You can make a difference just by donating to Goodwill. Goodwill never asks for your money. They just want your stuff. They turn your donations of clothing and household goods into jobs for people with disabilities. There's a Goodwill in every neighborhood. Visit mersgoodwill.org. Give hope, give local, give Goodwill.
Key moment in the game, Dean Kekeffer facing Joey Votto. Billy Hamilton aboard at second base. First pitch is popped into center field. Long way to go for Grichuk. He's on the move, and he slides and can't make the play. The throw goes to third. Nobody covering second. And that's going to be a double for Votto, a bloop double to center field. Grichuk tried to make the play on the dive right between Grichuk, Jerko, Garcia, and Piscotty, all four converging on it, but it's a tough luck double as far as Kekeffer is concerned. Votto hit that off the end of the bat, and that's a break for the Reds.
That's the way his season is going.
And with both middle infielders headed into shallow center field, there was nobody covering second base, so Votto was able to advance. Not sure who should be covering there. Perhaps Kekeffer. I don't know. He needs to be backing up third. Just a rare play. You don't see it very often. But that's going to result in a situation where the Cardinals are going to have to walk Adam Duvall with first base open. The intentional walk. Another walk in this game. We've had so many I can't count them anymore. And the pitcher's spot is due up next. And Ramon Cabrera is a switch-hitting catcher for the Reds, and he is in the on-deck circle.
13. 13 walks.
I told you I couldn't count that high, but I knew you could. So thank you, John.
I had to get a hold of Archimedes.
Hey, we'll see him in Pittsburgh, won't we? Archimedes, Caminero are one of our favorite names. So Cabrera will pinch hit. Don't miss Outdoors Night presented by Bass Pro Shops at Busch Stadium on Thursday, September 8th. Again, only 14 home games left, so please get your tickets now. Fans purchasing the special theme ticket to the Outdoors Night will receive a unique Cardinals camo t-shirt. Get your Outdoors theme ticket now at cardinals.com/theme. So Kekeffer allows a bloop double and an intentional walk to Duvall. An infield hit for Hamilton. So the Reds really haven't hit the ball hard this inning, but they find themselves with the bases loaded and just one out. And the pinch hitter Cabrera, who's going to hit from the right side against Kekeffer, and he takes strike one on the inside corner. He was backing off the plate. Can't believe that was a strike. Peraza will hit next. There's just one out in the seventh. Cardinals trailing by a run. The Reds looking to add on here in the seventh inning. Kekeffer has other ideas. The one-strike pitch is a little bit low, 1-1. Kekeffer is not overpowering, but he has been effective. Game number 16 here at the big league level, and he's only walked 2 batters in 14 innings. So his command has been pretty good. One of 3 left-handers the Cardinals now have in their pen. Kekeffer and Rosario working. And the pitch is a base hit to right field. At least one run's going to score, make it 2 as Votto rounds third. He's heading home. And the Reds have added to their lead. They now lead 4-1. A pinch hit single by Ramon Cabrera has given the Reds some padding. The hardest hit ball in the inning results in 2 RBIs and another pitching change. This pitching change brought to you by Goodwill. Give hope, give local, give Goodwill. We'll be right back.
Cardinals fans, don't miss the Cardinals Care 6K run on September 18th. This one-of-a-kind event starts at the Stan the Man statue, runs through the streets of downtown, and finishes on the field inside Busch Stadium. You can run for fun, compete for top finisher recognition, or bring the family for the 1-mile fun run. Either way, join Olympic gold medalist Jackie Joyner-Kersee for the special run that benefits kids in St. Louis through Cardinals Care. For more information and to sign up, go to cardinals.com/6K.
There's been a lot that's changed in baseball over the last quarter century. There's one guarantee you can take to the bank as Cardinal Magazine enters its 25th season. In an age of 5-second photo impressions and 100-character rants, Cardinals Magazine remains committed to bringing you things that never go out of style, bringing you compelling stories, celebrating history, preserving timeless photos, and bringing to life the personalities that make this franchise special. Issue after issue, Cardinals Magazine delivers the most in-depth and far-reaching coverage of all things Cardinals, and doing it with the substance and style that have connected with readers of all ages year after year after year. Make this season special for the Cardinals fans in your life with a subscription to Cardinals Magazine. Start one today for only $35 by calling 314-345-9000 or visiting cardinals.com/magazine.
Cardinals fans, if you're looking to make the most out of your game day experience this season, come down to the Hall of Fame Club at Cardinals Nation Restaurant and Bar before every home game for the official St. Louis Cardinals pregame party. The all-inclusive party starts 2.5 hours before every first pitch. It includes live entertainment, adult beverages, soft drinks, and a championship-level buffet to get you fueled for the game. Official pregame party tickets are limited and on sale now at cardinals.com/pregame. It's the Hall of Fame Club at Cardinals Nation.
Third pitcher of the inning for the Cardinals is Jonathan Broxton. He will face Jose Peraza. 2 runners still aboard for the Reds. They've already scored 2 in the inning. Duvall is the runner at third, and the pinch hitter, Cabrera, who delivered a 2-run single, is at first. Peraza runs well. And Broxton is set for him. But first, a throw to first, and Cabrera is back safely. Cabrera delivered a knockout blow here in this inning, a 4-1 Reds lead. They've now out-hit the Cardinals 9-3. It's really been the Reds' day so far, despite the 7 walks by the starter, Dan Straley. That is a big part of the story so far. Broxton is set, and the pitch home is a bunt attempt down the first base line, and it's going to be foul on a safety squeeze. Peraza just trying to put the ball in play to score Duvall, who has to head back to third. Cardinals have not made plays in this game. There's a ball down the third base line that got under the glove of Peralta, which would have helped Jaime Garcia. Sokolovic threw a ball away in this inning with Billy Hamilton at the plate. That has opened the scoring up. And the plays have been made by Cincinnati, especially Cozart, the shortstop, a diving play in the middle of a rally, and Billy Hamilton may be the game changer in center. Next pitch is a called strike to Peraza, who has reached base safely twice. He has singled and walked, stole a base. In fact, he stole the base twice. Also bounced out in this game, but he stole the base, and there was catcher's interference, so they sent him back, so he just went ahead and stole it anyway on the next pitch. Good young player. It's from the right side against Broxton. It'll be a hard guy to double up. 0-2, and here it comes. He's jammed, and he fouls it past the first base coach, Freddie Benavides. Cardinals outfield is shallow for Peraza. Does have a couple of home runs, but really a contact, gap-to-gap type hitter. Again, he's just 22. And the Cardinals need something good to happen here to give him a chance. Trailing by 3 in the 7th. Cardinals bullpen faltering here in this inning so far. Broxton trying to stop the bleeding. And the 0-2 pitch is a swing and a miss. He strikes out Peraza. Good slider. Last time we saw Broxton, he was sharp. And a good start here this evening. Cardinals will have Piscotty, Grichuk, and Peralta in the 8th. Try to get something going against the Reds bullpen. Blake Wood pitched an inning in a third. We assume he's out of this game. Well, he is. He got pinch hit for. If he stays in, it'll be illegal. Blake Wood had 3 strikeouts in that inning in a third. Pitched very well.
Is that one of the new proposed rules changes?
Yeah. Just stay in if you want to. Slider low. Wait, some of the new proposed rules changes are just as silly as that is.
They really are.
I don't know if I'm going to get a vote for that. In fact, I know I'm not. But we can all have an opinion. It is America. And it is baseball. It's our sport. Please don't change it that much. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Another sharp slider from Broxton. His slider's good this week. He had a rough stretch, John. 2 or 3 games in a row. He just could not get the slider to break. The fastball was off a mile an hour or two, and it just was not easy for him.
And he couldn't command the fastball.
No, he could not, but looking much better. Trying to get out of the inning, facing Tucker Barnhart, who has bounced into a double play, singled and struck out. 2 runners aboard, and the pitch to Barnhart is fouled off.
Well, if Broxton could pick up the pace, he might help stabilize a very bumpy bullpen.
Cardinals bullpen, I was just checking this too. They have a chance. They're not far off being the best earned run average of any bullpen in the National League. Even now, they're 4th, but they're not far off the leader, and that surprised me a bit. But there have been such good stretches, but lately it hasn't been, so I think it sticks out. It'd be nice to restabilize the Cardinals bullpen. 1-2 pitch, runner going, and it's fouled down the right field line. So Cabrera was taken off on the 1-2 pitch.
Well, he got those little legs moving, didn't he?
I did not think he would be a runner. That surprised me. Cabrera has a stolen base in 2 attempts. Reds just like to run, period. With a runner at third and 2 outs, I just wouldn't think he'd go. But
he's listed at 5'8". I don't think so.
Me neither. Here he goes again. 1-2 pitch is hit hard to center field, but Grichuk's going to make this play. He goes from shade, the sun, back to shade again to retire Barnhart. But the Reds strike here in the 7th inning. They pick up 2 runs on 3 hits in the inning. They strand 2 runners. John Rooney will have the 8th for you. It is now 4-1 Reds.
Rosati's Pizza is so good, it simply couldn't stay in Chicago. From their daily slice special, which includes a drink and a slice for only $5, to deep dish Chicago-style pizza, wings, pasta, and more. Hungry for lunch? Hungry for dinner? Looking for a place to take your Little League team after the game? Think Rosati's Pizza in Urbana. Rosati's Pizza, 701 South Gregory Street, Urbana. Call 328-2334. That's 328-2334 or myrosatis.com.
Tired of the same old boring summer? Brighten your break when you fly Champaign-Urbana. Multiple daily connections to amazing summer sights. Sunrises in Maine, sunsets above the Florida sand, coast to coast and around the world right from home. Find your summer flight starting at iFlyCU.com. Fly Champaign-Urbana. Travel pain-free.
Check out the new Honda BMW of Champaign, formerly Twin City Honda BMW, and still located in Savoy. These guys are crazy for used vehicles. Truckloads of pre-owned vehicles, 25 to 50% off the price of a similar new model. And not just Hondas and BMWs, cars, pickup trucks, and SUVs of all makes. Financing options on used cars as low as 1.9%. Just drive by Honda BMW of Champaign and you'll see from the street that this is a new dealership. Honda BMW of Champaign, online at drivechampaign.com.
The last time we elected a president, only 57.5% of registered voters showed up. It's hard to get everyone to do anything. So when 93% of us all do something, well, that's something. Every week, 93% of Americans listen to the radio, and they're all voting with their wallets every time they make a purchase. If you run a business, let a radio campaign tell your story. See how at StevieJay.com. That's StevieJay.com, or by calling 367-1195.
We invite you to follow Cardinals Baseball live with the MLB.com at Bat App. Stay up to the moment with Game Day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and a whole lot more. Download the MLB.com at Bat App, the #1 app for live baseball for your phone or your tablet. Michael Lorenzen comes on to pitch. He's been pretty good the last couple of outings against the Cardinals. A scoreless 8th inning last night as he retired Carpenter on a foul out to the catcher, Jerko on a pop-up to the second baseman, and Moss was out on the shift, third base in short right field, to the pitcher covering. And here's strike one. Stephen Piscotty is 1 out of 3, lined out to short the last time up. 1 out of 7 in the series, a base hit to right in the first inning. The pitch, Piscotty swings and misses, 0-2.
We've mentioned it a couple of times, John, but the Cardinals really are catching the Reds at a time where their bullpen is at its best. They have really found some combinations that have worked, and they put a couple of starters in their bullpen, including this guy, Lorenzen, and he is flourishing.
Piscotty rifles it into right center field. Moving over, the right fielder Holt cuts it off and holds Piscotty to a long single. A good stroke there and a base hit, 2 out of 4 for Piscotty. Randall Grichuk comes to bat. If the Cardinals could get the line moving, they can still come back in this game. But the way it has gone to this point, Rick, the 4-1 score feels like 40-1.
Well, it really does. It's been, a sloppy game in a lot of ways, so it just feels like the game is over, and it really isn't. The Cardinals have done this so many times this year where they come back late, and maybe Piscotty got something going there. It's not going to be easy to do, but certainly possible.
Here's Grichuk, a double and 3 at-bats today. He has 20 home runs, 51 RBIs. The pitch by Lorenzen, a fastball, inside corner, 92 miles an hour, strike one.
It's one thing that power does. It keeps you in games. Yes, a lot of the home runs have been solo shots lately, but if you can get some guys on, then pop one, then you're back in it.
Johnny Peralta waits on deck. A good lead for Piscotty at first base. From the stretch, Lorenzen's pitch, a swing, and it's popped up Foul down the right field line. Votto over by the crowd, runs out of room. Wonder if that guy with the red shirt is on over there that got in Votto's way the last time we were here.
Yeah, Votto kind of pushed him a little, or what did he do? He
grabbed it and said, hey, that's a red shirt. You're supposed to be for us.
And he went over and apologized later. I have a feeling there was some, there was some influence for him to do that, which I think was the right thing to do. And he and the fan made up, and it was all good.
0-2 on Randall Grichuk. Piscotty single to right center field. The pitch, Grichuk fouls it just to the left of Ricky Horton. 0-2 on Randall. He struck out in the first inning. Doubled his 21st double of the year in the fourth, and the Cardinals didn't move him off second. They'll pop up to the shortstop in the sixth.
See me trying to protect Marty Brenneman there?
Great effort. Here's a pitch up and in for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He appreciates the effort.
I'm sure he does.
Were you using the iPhone charger with your iPad?
I was. Mixing and matching.
Here's the 1-2 with a runner on. Grichuk swings and misses a slider that was in the dirt. He strikes out. 1 out in the 8th for Johnny Peralta. Peralta walked the last time up. He struck out in the 2nd and the 4th. Lorenzen from Orange County, California. The third pitcher of the day, Dan Straley, walked 7 batters and got away with every one of them. He left with a 2-1 lead. Now he's in line for a win as the Reds are up 4-1. Moved to first, diving back without a tag, Piscotty. Piscotty singled for only the 4th Cardinal hit, and Steven has 2 of those. Jerko, a home run. Piscotty off to a lead. And the pitch as a ball to Peralta pops away from Barnhart. So the Jerko homer, a double for Grichuk, and 2 Piscotty singles. And plenty of walks. 8 Reds walks, and not one has turned into a run. A frustrating day for the Cardinal offense. The pitch by Lorenzen, grounded to third. The throw to second, out. On to first base, out. Double play. We go to the bottom of the 8th, 4-1 Cincinnati.
Guidance, trust, protection, service. It's the mantra of GTPS Insurance. Finding the perfect solution for you, guiding you through the options, helping you through a claim, and adapting to your evolving needs. Since 1997, GTPS Insurance has provided coverage for your car, your home, your business, and your life. As an independent broker, GTPS Insurance Agency will shop around until they find the right coverage at the best price. Contact a GTPS Insurance agent today at 359-9000 or visit online at gtpsinsurance.com.
It's all about the best beef, the best pork, and of course,
the sausages
at the U of I Meat Sales Room. If Coach Ditka lived in CU, I'm sure he'd buy his meat from the U of I Meat Sales Room. The beef is great, the pork is great, but
the sausages
are delicious. Smoked sausage, Italian sausage, Polish sausage, and even brats. It's all fresh, locally produced, and locally grown. Visit the U of I Meat Sales Room near the corner of Lincoln and Florida in Urbana.
Sausages.
Are you sick of spending thousands of dollars a year on smoking? Sick of coughing every time you get up in the morning? Well, try Vapors E-Cigs LLC, offering the best e-cigarette kits, liquids, accessories, and refills. Using an e-cig gives you the freedom to enjoy smoking again without all the guilt and the odor. Stop into Vapors E-Cigs LLC and find out how they can help you quit smoking. Find Vapors E-Cigs in 3 convenient locations: 1903 North Neal Street, Champaign, 2 East Main Street in Danville across from the courthouse, and now open at 620 East Champaign Avenue in Rantoul.
Meetings large or small, the Hawthorne Suites by Wyndham in Champaign can accommodate them all. The newly renovated 9,000 square foot banquet space can accommodate all your events. Let the Hawthorne Suites by Wyndham be the location of your next wedding, conference, workshop, or anything in between. The dedicated staff take care of every detail of your event to make it memorable and hassle-free for you. For special offers on weddings, rehearsal dinners, and showers, call a representative now at Hawthorne Suites by Wyndham, 398-3400. Leave the planning and execution of your special event to the team at Hawthorne Suites by Wyndham.
Jerome Williams will have a chance to pitch, and he hasn't been out there for a while. He has been the Cardinal picked to fill the long innings. the long roll in the event the Cardinals are way behind. He comes on here in the 8th inning because the bullpen has just been used so much lately.
Really been a lot of activity for Jonathan Broxton and some others. So, it is good that Williams is going to get a chance to throw here. I think it is a classic way to use him here. And just like to see him have a good outing. And who knows, maybe the Cardinals get something going in the 9th inning. But really been a frustrating game for them on the offensive side, John. Not a lot happening.
Jerome Williams' last appearance was on the 25th of August against the Mets. 2/3 of an inning with zeros for his line. They'll be facing Tyler Holt, then Ivan DeJesus Jr. and Billy Hamilton in the bottom of the 8th inning with the Reds up by 3, a swing and a miss. Holt going for a slider well off the outside corner.
You mentioned the 8 walks that the Cardinals have been given, and none of them scored. The Cardinals have given 5 walks, including the intentional walk the other way, and none of them have scored. That is bizarre.
And in this ballpark,
13
where all it
walks.
takes is one big swing and then a bunch of runs. A bunt out in front of the plate, fielded by Rosario, and he guns out Tyler Holt at first. That was a rifle shot throw by the Cardinal catcher Rosario.
Also very quick-footed to get out there and get it. Wasn't a bad bunt, maybe a little too close to the plate. It was still around the dirt part of the catcher's area and the home plate area, and it got barely onto the grass, but Rosario pounced on it quickly, and you're right, he made a very strong throw.
Lou Brock Tribute Night, Monday, September 12th, when the Cardinals host the Chicago Cubs. Fans who purchase a special theme ticket will receive a limited edition Lou Brock bobblehead featuring Lou on a Clydesdale. Here's a strike into Ivan DeJesus Jr. And the bobblehead was inspired by the St. Louis statue on Art Hill of King Louis IX. Purchase tickets at cardinals.com/theme. The pitch, a swing and a solid smash into left center. That gets down. It's going to the wall. DeJesus is going to get 2 out of it. He doubles with 1 out in the 8th inning. The Reds have a 4-1 lead in the bottom of the 8th inning. A runner at second base with 1 away. The Cardinal offense just hasn't produced much. And they clawed for a couple of 1-run wins in Milwaukee, losing a 2-run decision the last game of that series, dropping last night's game by a run, and down by 3 today. Billy Hamilton is up with a runner at second base. The pitch by Williams showing bunt. Hamilton takes it away and takes a ball high and outside. The 6th double of the year for DeJesus. Hamilton has been on with 2 singles, 1 steal today, and he has scored 2 runs. He scored on a passed ball, giving the Reds the lead in the 5th inning. The pitch to Hamilton. He shows bunt, takes it away, and takes a ball outside, 2-0. Billy Hatcher is coaching at third. Hamilton takes a look in that direction. DeJesus double. He walks off to a decent lead at second base with Jerko playing behind him. We're in the bottom of the 8th. 10 hits for the Reds, only 4 for the Cardinals. A ball in the dirt, ball 3. 3-0 on Hamilton. Hamilton was 2 for 4 with a walk last night. He's 2 out of 4 today. And ahead in the count, 3-0. Jerome Williams, the 5th Cardinal pitcher. Retired Holt on a bunt attempt. DeJesus Jr. lined a double to left center. And here's Williams behind 3-0 on switch batter Billy Hamilton, batting left-handed. Hamilton chokes the bat 2 to 3 inches. The pitch, he looks at a strike, 3-1.
There was a time where you could just knock the bat out of Billy Hamilton's hand and he would chase anything. Remember a start that Adam Wainwright had here was opening day, in fact, and he just looked terrible. And I think he's becoming a better hitter. He's still not a frontline hitter, but certainly better than when he first came into the big league.
Here's the 3-1 pitch with a runner at second. Hamilton shows bunt and takes ball 4 low. He's on base for the 3rd time today. That walk is the 6th for Cardinal pitching. One of those an intentional walk by Keykeeper. Here's Zach Cozart. Keykeeper had an intentional walk. Jaime Garcia out of his 4 had an intentional walk with Votto. So 2 of the walks intentional. Zach Cozart has a pair of doubles, 28 for the season. He's 2 for 4. 3 out of 6 in the series. 2 on with 1 out. Williams pitch, low, ball 1.
Williams is usually around the plate. That's one thing you can say about him. If you look at his career numbers, he's basically a strike thrower. He's not going to be overpowering. Certainly a guy that's been around a while doesn't throw as hard as he used to, but he really is normally a guy that's going to throw strikes.
Here's the 1-0 pitch, way outside, ball 2. He walked Hamilton, now falls behind Cozart, 2 balls and no strikes. The Giants won today, beating the Cubs. 3-2 the final score on the Dobbs Tire and Auto Center scoreboard. The pitch on the way, a swing and a miss. 2-1 for Cozart.
And the problem with walking Billy Hamilton is it almost assures that you're going to have to deal with Joey Votto one more time.
Votto waits in the on-deck circle. Unless Cozart grounds into a double play, but he takes ball 3 in the dirt. He's one wide one away from setting up Votto with the bases loaded. Top of the 8th inning, the Rangers lead the Astros 7-2. In the bottom of the 3rd, down in St. Petersburg, Florida, the Blue Jays lead the Tampa Bay Rays 1-0. The Braves and Phillies, Brewers, Pirates, Yankees, Orioles, White Sox, Twins, Marlins, Indians, Nationals, Mets, Tigers, Royals. They're just about to get started. The Diamondbacks play the Rockies, Red Sox at the A's later. Here's a strike call, 3-2. Cozart thought he had a walk. The Angels are at the Mariners, Padres at the Dodgers, and the Giants won today 3-2 over the Cubs.
The day that Jerome Williams would like to forget is the 12th of August. That came against the Cubs. That was the day that just made his stats bad all year no matter what he does. He gave up 6 runs in that game in Chicago, 4 home runs in 3 innings of work against the Cubs.
3-2 on Cozart. The pitch. Ball 4. The bases are loaded. 1 out, and Votto is the batter. Votto has 2 walks, a double, a run scored. Let's pause for station identification on the Cardinals Baseball Network.
Live from the Habib BPC studios, this is WSJK Tuscola, Champaign-Urbana, your home for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Jim Jackson is our producer-engineer with Ricky Horton. I'm John Rooney in Cincinnati, where it has been a frustrating day for the Cardinals. Trailing 4-1, the bases are loaded for Votto. He checks his swing and takes ball 1 low and in. Over at third base, Ivan DeJesus Jr., Billy Hamilton at second, Zach Cozart at first. Votto grounded out in the first inning against Jaime Garcia. Since then, he has walked, doubled, and scored. The pitch. Low, ball 2.
Say it's a frustrating day, and it certainly has been, John, but in many ways it's been a frustrating season for the Cardinals, too, because it's a team that, some days you think, well, yeah, they've got it. They've got a lot of pieces, but then they just can't put together a good run. They haven't done that yet. They've played well on the road most of the season, but running into a speed bump here in Cincinnati.
2-0 for Votto. Dangerous pitch here. Williams deals. Votto takes ball 3, high and outside. The Reds lead 4-1. Another wide one, and it will be 5-1. And Duvall, an all-star and a home run hitter, he'd be up with the bases loaded. Williams needs some kind of comeback here with Votto, or a comebacker. Then a 1-2-3 double play would be nice. Votto with a widespread stance. Chokes the bat about 2-3 inches. The runners lead all the way around. The pitch. He swings and fouls it straight back. Pitch down the middle, 3-1. He knows he had a pitch he could have done something with, but couldn't square it up. Votto, since the All-Star break, has hit .423 with 8 home runs and 36 RBIs. He has walked 96 times. On-base percentage of .432. The pitch to him. Ball 4. An RBI walk here. De Jesus Jr. scores 5-1 Cincinnati. After a double by Ivan De Jesus Jr., consecutive walks to Hamilton, Cozart, and Votto. Well, the home runs got Jerome Williams that day you spoke of at Wrigley Field, and bases on balls are getting to him here. The RBI for Votto is 79th. There's nobody warming in the bullpen. When Williams came in, I assumed it was his game to finish up on the mound for the Cardinals. And now Adam Duvall. The Cardinals trail by 4. They've been out hit 10-4. Each team has an error. The Cardinals have had chances today because of all the walks, but have scored on a solo home run by Jerko. Here's ball 1 low, 1-0 on Duvall.
Williams isn't missing by much, but he is missing low, and the Reds are just not biting.
Votto with 79 runs batted in after accepting a bases-loaded walk. Driving in Ivan De Jesus Jr. The pitch, a swing, and there's a fly ball left field. The catch is made by Moss. The throw goes to third base as Hamilton tags and scores. 6-1 Cincinnati. 2 outs in the 8th. And Schebler is going to bat for Lorenzen.
And with 16 walks in the game now, 8 apiece, that's the first walk that scored Billy Hamilton here this afternoon.
Lorenzen 1 inning, 1 hit. He had a strikeout and a double play ball. And Schebler is the pinch hitter for him, left-handed batter, former Dodger. Schebler bats with 2 on and 2 outs. And 2 runs in for Cincinnati. The pitch by Williams. Schebler takes strike 1. The 7th inning on has been the Cardinal game time, but in this series it has been the Reds. 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th today. They were able to score late and beat the Cardinals last night. Time called and home plate by Rosario. They scored in the 9th, but they had the pressure on in the 7th and the 8th and left the bases loaded those 2 innings. After putting up 2 runs in the 6th inning, tying the game last night. 6-1 today, Cincinnati in the pitch. Schebler takes outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Schebler is batting .241, 7 home runs, 26 RBIs. Williams pitches. Low and in a ball, 2 balls and a strike. Iowa native Scott Schebler. Ramon Cabrera drove in 2 runs in the 7th inning. That put the Reds up 4-1. Now Schebler is pinch hitting. Cabrera was batting for Wood. Schebler is batting for Lorenzen. The 2-1 pitch with 2 on. Ball 3 low. 3-1. Peraza is on deck. Schebler is the 7th batter for the Reds in the 8th inning. Shadows have covered most of the field. Just a spotlight of sunshine on the grass in left field out toward the warning track. The runners lead the 3-1 pitch. Ball 4 low, the 4th walk in the inning for Williams. Here's Jose Peraza.
Well, lost in the frustration of what's happened the last few days here with the Cardinals, you can forget how good the Cardinals' starting pitching has been, starting with Carlos Martinez, who will start the finale of this series tomorrow. He had a quality start, then Wainwright behind him. Luke Weaver, a quality start after that. Alex Reyes pitched well yesterday. Garcia, 2 runs in 6 innings. So Cardinals starting staff has done a very good job in the last week.
Here's a swing and a base hit to left field for Peraza. That scores one. 7-1 Cincinnati. Cozart scores his first run of the day. That walk has turned into a run. Peraza gets his second hit, and he picks up an RBI. Lotto was on third. Schebler at second. And Peraza is at first base, driving in his 14th run.
And the Reds showing some mercy, not scoring Votto on that play. He could have scored from second base on that play had the Reds wanted him to. I don't think there's any way Brandon Moss would have thrown him out at the plate. But if you're the Reds, you have to keep swinging the bat. That's what you do.
From the full windup, the pitch, and there's a line drive to the right field corner. Barnhart drives in 2 runs. Piscotty's throw is cut off by the second baseman. Garcia runs the ball in. A 2 RBI double for Tucker Barnhart. The Reds have batted around here in the 8th inning, and they have punched an enormous hole in this game. Barnhart's second hit of the day. He scores Votto and Schebler.
That brings Derek Lilliquist out to try to bring some consolation to Jerome Williams, and this is a tough sell right here, and you feel bad for Jerome and, of course, for Derek. They're giving Jerome a chance, and he's getting an inning here. It's the big leagues, and you have to try to perform no matter what the situation, but clearly he's short with his stuff right now, and the Reds are just teeing off on him, and he's also short with his command. The walks haven't helped.
A 9-1 lead for Cincinnati. The Reds have put up 5 here in the 8th inning. Up for the second time in the inning, Tyler Holt. He tried to bunt his way on in the 8th. Williams pitches, and it's right down the middle of strike, and Williams would like to pin 2 outs in this inning on Holt. Put a halt to this with Holt. The runners lead at second and third. Now the pitch. A high fly ball, right center field. There's Grichuk to make the catch. Indeed, Holt made 2 outs in the 8th inning. But the Reds scored 5 times. We go to the 9th, 9-1, Cincinnati.
In the bullpen with Central Bank and the Birds on the bat.
There's something you should expect when you play the Cardinals.
What's that?
You're gonna see red.
Yeah.
Make them see red with free Cardinals checking. Sign up and score an exclusive Stan Musial bobblehead, 2 game tickets, and more. Visit CardinalsChecking.com or stop by any Central Bank location.
Central Bank.
The hometown bank of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Restrictions apply. 1 offer per household. Incentive available while supplies last. See bank for details. Member FDIC.
Wow, feel the power of what it's like to be on the field at Busch Stadium. It's awesome, and you can feel it, run it, and take it all in during Run the Bases with Prairie Farms after select Cardinals home games. Run like your favorite baseball player and feel the magic, and then top it off by registering your school for a visit from Fredbird. Choose 100% real dairy, rebuild, rehydrate, refuel with Prairie Farms chocolate milk. Run the Bases with Prairie Farms, the preferred dairy provider of the St. Louis Cardinals.
America's farmers grow more than our food. They grow the moments that make up our lives. Every family dinner, every cotton blanket we use to tuck in our kids at night, every bowl of popcorn we share nestled on our couch watching a movie. It all started on a farm. Wherever your day takes you, and however it ends, chances are it began with a farmer. Brought to you by Monsanto.
House cleaning.
It doesn't take a lot.
House cleaned.
To earn it. Just 50 cents gets you any size drink the day after the card scores 6. Only at On the Run. You earned it.
Hello, St. Louis.
It doesn't take a lot.
Good night.
To earn it. Just 50 cents gets you any size drink the day after the card scores 6. Only at On the Run. You earned it.
Tony Cingrani, the Reds closer, is going to get some work in here, trying to mop this one up for the Reds, who lead 9-1.
He's their closer, but I think he's being pushed by some other guys to maybe take that job, including Iglesias, who we saw last night. Also Lorenzen, who's been good. We saw him last inning, but the Reds bullpen has been better than the Cardinals bullpen today. That's really been pretty obvious as late in this game the Reds have blown it open, a 9-1 lead going into the ninth inning. It seemed like a close game just a short while ago, but the Reds have put a hurting on the Cardinals bullpen.
Here's Greg Garcia leading off the ninth, taking strike one from Cingrani. Greg has walked 3 times in the series, 3 out of 3, 2 doubles, and he has been on with 3 walks today.
Been on base 7 straight times.
He takes a strike, 0-2. On deck, Rosario, and then the pitcher's spot, number 9. Cingrani with the 0-2 pitch. Garcia taps it up the third baseline. That's a fair ball. And a double pump on the barehand play by DeJesus. Garcia, who broke late out of the batter's box, beats the throw. He thought that ball was going to go foul, but the spin kept it in fair play and brought the ball from the dirt just inside the foul line to the grass. And there was DeJesus running in all the way, barehanding the ball, but he double pumped.
Well, the ball was foul at first. He actually hit the ball into the dirt about 1.5 feet foul, maybe more, and it just turned towards the infield, and he did get a late break, and I think it fooled both him and the third baseman, DeJesus. That should be a base hit, shouldn't it?
It is. It is a base hit, and there's a ball outside to Alberto Rosario, the 5th Cardinal hit of the day. The Cardinals have had a leadoff man on 5 times out of the 9 innings.
And 8 straight times that Garcia has now reached base. That's pretty impressive.
The pitch, Rosario takes high from Cingrani. Cingrani's upset that little squibber turned into a base runner. Little roller up the third baseline, and Garcia, even with a late break, beat the throw by DeJesus. The pitch by Cingrani, swinging a foul. 2-1. Rosario was swinging for the fences there. Alberto is 0 for 3. He had a drive that was headed over Hamilton's head in center field. Hamilton raced to the track, caught it, then turned and threw Garcia out, who had already rounded second base. He had to re-tag at second, try to get back to first. Was thrown out by a wide margin.
The game hinged on that play as far as I'm concerned.
The 2-1. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
You say, how could you say that? It's 9-1. Well, I think it would have been a very different bullpen usage. It would have been a different game with the Cardinals having the lead at the time, and I think Hamilton just essentially saved the game with a terrific play that ended up in a double play.
Now on 2-2. Rosario sends a flare foul into the seats off to the right. Molina is given an opportunity to take a break from the lineup today. He'll be back in there tomorrow. Wong, Adams, left-handed batters. Pham, a right-handed hitter, also available off the bench. Now the pitch. Hit past the mound to the second baseman. Out at second. The throw by Peraza. Double play. 4 unassisted on Garcia. 4-3 on Rosario on the double play. And Tommy Pham will pinch hit for Williams. The Cardinals are down to their last out. The line on Williams, 1 inning, 3 hits, 5 earned runs. He walked 4, no strikeouts. The Reds lead 9-1, out hitting the Cardinals 12-5. Each team has committed an error today. The pitch to Pham, a strike. The pitchers of record, the starters. Dan Straley on the upside, Jaime Garcia on the downside. Here's the 1-strike pitch by Cingrani, a swing and a miss, 0-2. The Cardinals are down to their last strike, trailing by 8. Here's Cingrani with the pitch to the pinch hitter. Pham takes just inside. Cingrani was going for the kill on 3 pitches, wanted to end the game right there. 9-1 Cincinnati. The 1-2 pitch with 2 outs. Swing and a miss. This ball game has come to an end. The final 9-1. Rick and I will talk about it after this.
Adjusting your thermostat 1 degree can lower your energy bill 3%. Hey Cardinal fans, Ozzie Smith for Ameren, Illinois. Thanks to easy-to-implement tips like that, rebates and incentives for upgrading insulation and lighting, Ameren, Illinois programs can help you use less and save more. Energy efficiency programs that put more power in your hands. That's energy at work. To learn more, visit AmerenIllinois.com/programs.
What's your most important document? The McGrath proposal.
Olivia's adoption papers.
This week, a paid invoice. Documents are who we are and what we do. With intelligent printers and MFPs, customized apps and services, Kyocera Document Solutions helps companies capture, distribute, and manage the many documents that matter. Because if the document is important,
My winning business plan.
the company is important. Learn more at KyoceraDocumentSolutions.com.
There's no doubt the Cardinals are a baseball powerhouse, and Missouri farmers are proud to support them as they race to the plate this season. Missouri soybean farmers take power seriously, growing high-quality soy protein, reducing their energy and water use to be more sustainable, and producing clean, local, next-gen renewable biodiesel.
Catch the Friday night Race to the Plate mascot races and follow Missouri Farmers Care on Twitter and Facebook. Brought to you by Missouri Farmers Care and the Soybean Checkoff.
Say you have a medical emergency. Should you choose urgent care or the ER? If your condition isn't life-threatening, a visit to Mercy Urgent Care could be a more convenient option. Our 9 area locations are open 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and are staffed by experienced Mercy physicians and advanced practitioners. Learn when you should choose urgent care. Visit mercy.net/STLcare. Visit mercy.net/STLcare. At Mercy, your life is our life's work.
Our final score today, 9-1. The Reds over the Cardinals. 9 runs, 12 hits with an error. 11 left on for Cincinnati. 1 run, 5 hits, 1 error. 8 left on for the Cardinals. Dan Straley picks up the win, even though he walked 7 batters today. 11-7. Garcia is the loser. Jaime is 10-11. A 3-hour, 10-minute game. 31,118 paid. The only good news out of this, the Cardinals extended their home run streak to 22. Jed Jerko homered in the first inning. The Cardinals had that 1-run lead until the third when the Reds tied it. They took the lead in the fifth on a passed ball and then added to it with a 2-run pinch hit in the seventh by Cabrera, a backup catcher, and then a 5-run eighth inning put the game away 9-1.
Yeah, slightly good news that Jaime Garcia pitched well, and he did pick up the loss in this game, so he goes to 10-11, but he went 6 innings, gave up 2 runs, and did walk 4 batters, one of them intentionally, but had 8 strikeouts, and you know, you go 6 innings to give up 2 runs in a ballpark like this, you expect to win. And the Cardinals' offense was just not there today or yesterday. They did not produce with runners in scoring position. Not that there were many of those the last 2 days. So just a frustrating day. It happens. And unfortunately, the Cardinals have had multiple players go cold all at the same time. That's something that hasn't happened a lot. But you look at the numbers for Jerko, even though he homered today, 1 hit in his last 12. Carpenter 1 hit in his last 13. Moss is now 0 for 14. Piscotty did hit 2 hits today, but he's 2 for 14. So really a bunch of guys, and Johnny Peralta over his last 9. So I just went through most of the Cardinals lineup, and really only Greg Garcia is consistently getting on base right now.
Well, Carlos Martinez will pitch tomorrow for the Cardinals, trying to break a 3-game losing streak. The Cardinals are 2-3 on the road on this trip through Milwaukee and Cincinnati. 9-1 the final today. We'll have more from Great American Ballpark after this.
When your computer's not working, you're not working. Hi, this is Dan from Simplified Computers. Whether your computer is running slow, you have a virus, or it's just time for an upgrade, Simplified Computers is here to help with personal service you won't find at the big box stores. We can set up your wireless network, build, install, and maintain your business's server, or replace your hard drive. For over 18 years, we have served the Champaign-Urbana community with integrity and quality customer service. Call us at 352-5000. Simplified Computers, simply the best.
Hello, this is Shane Coulter of Country Arbors Nursery. Country Arbors Nursery is home with a giant $5 mum. You simply won't find a nicer mum anywhere for only $5. And this year we added a super giant mum in a 5-gallon pot that's only $15 if you buy 3 or more, half the price of other stores. But let's not forget what we do best, trees and shrubs. We're fully stocked with tens of thousands of large trees and shrubs to help you fill all your landscape needs. And all our trees are on sale. Take 20% off any tree you buy from Country Arbors this week. So come out to Country Arbors Nursery or go to countryarbors.com for more information and directions.
When your car breaks down, you realize just how much you need it. And when it breaks down, Beaumont Alignment Plus steps up. For routine maintenance like brakes, oil changes, tune-ups, batteries, and tires, you can count on Beaumont Alignment Plus. Bigger issues including alignment, suspension work, starters, alternators, transmission requires specialists. So get to know Beaumont Alignment Plus for your vehicle repairs. With locations on Bloomington Road and Denison Drive in Champaign, you're never far from the help you need. It's good to know the quality service is still affordable at Beaumont Alignment Plus.
The ribeye has the best, the greatest steak in town.
If you're looking for Champaign-Urbana's great steak place, it's the Ribeye Restaurant. Still with their famous salad bar and their delicious seasoned fried shrimp and delicious grilled chicken entrees. The Ribeye Restaurant, 1701 South Neal Street in Champaign. For reservations, call 351-9115.
The ribeye is the best. We're the one, the great one steak place.
Well, Zach Cozart has been turning some things around since he was 0 for 17. He has reached base safely in 7 of his last 9 plate appearances. Cozart was on 3 times today with 2 doubles, a walk. He scored a run. And Tyler Holt had his first hit since the 21st of August against the Dodgers. And Dan Straley set a career high with 7 walks, and he was the winning pitcher today. That's how frustrating a day it was for the Cardinals.
Very much so. Another good day for Billy Hamilton, who stole another base and made a run-saving play in deep center field to Rob Rosario. Really a fantastic play and one of the best we've seen in a while, and took away a couple of runs, perhaps, for the Cardinals.
And Joey Votto has hit safely in 37 of his 43 appearances since the All-Star break, and extended his hitting streak to 4 games today, as the Reds scored a run in the 3rd, another one in the 5th, 2 in the 7th, and 5 in the 8th inning to put the Cardinals away 9-1. And we're back with our Marriott Grand Play of the game after this.
Imagine shopping for a new mattress being a pleasant experience, one that is comfortable and informative, but not pushy. Imagine being able to trust your salesperson to help you find the perfect fit for you, for your unique situation, and within your budget. Imagine dedication to exceptional service being the norm. Imagine supporting your community as well as local charities simply by shopping with us. You don't have to imagine. Experience it for yourself. Visit us at family-owned Illini Mattress today.
All right, 1 down, 6 to go. Dry cleaning, pick up the kids. Holy shnikes, I forgot to go to First Bank.
Congratulations, Mary Winston. Your to-do list just got shorter.
Wait, what? Me?
That's right. First Bank now has mobile deposit. Just open the First Bank app, snap a picture of the check, and your deposit is done.
That was so easy. Mobile deposit is awesome.
With First Bank mobile deposit, it's app, snap. That's a wrap.
Do you always talk like this?
Yes, I do. First Bank, member FDIC.
There's a time for work. There's a time for play. There's a time to do things you don't do every day. There's a place to go for tools and machines and people with knowledge about these things. We've been here since 53 to meet your rental needs. When the time comes, we're the place for everything. Rental City.
At Body and Soul, they take pride in giving you the perfect fit for your athletic shoes. Their team of experts will help you in selecting the style that fits your purpose and your feet. Body and Soul has offered the best prices and best quality for more than 30 years. And they aren't just shoes. Whether it's walking, running, swimming, or biking, or whether it's for you or the whole team, visit Mike or Jed and their experienced staff at Body and Soul, Route 45 Savoy. Call 356-8926 or visit soulsports.com.
Foundation.
The Cardinals got off to a pretty good start. They were first pitch swinging against Dan Straley in the first inning. Carpenter lined out to the wall in right center field. Hamilton made the catch, but Jed Jerko lofted a high fly to the seats in left field. That was his home run. And with Jerko's home run, the Cardinals have 22 consecutive games with the long ball. And that home run snapped an 0-for-9 skid for him. But the Reds got 2 doubles, Tyler Holt and Zach Cozart. Cozart's double with 2 outs in the third, tying the game 1-1. Then with the bases loaded on a pass ball, Billy Hamilton scored the go-ahead run in the 5th. And in the 7th inning, the Reds were in business with Miguel Sokolovich giving up an infield hit to Billy Hamilton. Zach Cozart made a pop-up for an out. Hamilton stole second. Dean Kekeffer came in. And Joey Votto looped the ball into center field. It dropped in. Votto got a double out of it. Hamilton went to third. Adam Duvall was given an intentional walk, loading the bases, bringing pinch hitter Ramon Cabrera to the plate for the Marriott grand play of the game.
Kekeffer and Rosario working. And the pitch is a base hit to right field. At least one run's going to score, make it 2 as Votto rounds third. He's heading home. And the Reds have added to their lead. They now lead 4-1.
And they scored 5 times in the 8th inning against Jerome Williams with the help of 4 walks and put the game away today, 9-1 the final, with a win to Dan Straley. Even though he walked 7, a career high, he gave up only 3 hits and 1 run on a home run by Jerko over 5 2/3. Straley is 11-7. Jaime Garcia, the loser. Jaime is 11-10, even though he had a good start today. 2 runs, 6 hits. He walked 4, 1 intentional walk with 8 strikeouts over 6 innings. And these walks, it didn't happen because of a tight strike zone by the home plate umpire at all.
No, that was not the issue. I thought it was a fair zone, and really it also wasn't an issue of the pitchers often missing by too much. I do think that Straley was, I would say, scared a bit. That's not the right word, but I think he became cautious after that first inning when the Cardinals were swinging the bat and going for the fences, and Carpenter almost hit a home run. Jerko did, then Moss popped out. Piscotty hit a line drive, so I think he just got a little bit more tentative in terms of how he attacked the zone. He threw an awful lot of breaking pitches after that and less than 50% strikes, but he does pick up victory number 11.
Well, the Cardinals are 11-11 during their 22-game home run streak.
Well, it shows that home runs aren't the whole deal, and everybody likes to focus on that. And, we focus on it because it's certainly of note that the Cardinals are leading the National League in home runs, and it's been a big part of their offense. But, when the home runs don't come in bunches or they don't come with runners on base, it's just another way to score a run. And, you can count stolen bases, you can count hits, you can count doubles, you can count whatever you want. But the thing that you really want to count is victories. And unfortunately, the Cardinals have played .500 during that streak. And there were times where the pitching was down. But the positive note, again, I take from what we've seen the last time through the Cardinals rotation. 5 straight quality starts from their rotation. Let's hope that continues.
Well, the Reds win this one 9-1. Now, thanks to our producer-engineer, Jim Jackson, we have the post-game show with Alex Ferrario coming up next. Rick Horton and I will be a part of that with the final word. Stay tuned. Here's a swing and a high fly ball.
Get up, baby. Get up.
It's a gunner.
Oh, yeah. St. Louis Cardinals baseball has been brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. By your quality Ford dealers, the official vehicles of the St. Louis Cardinals. By Snooks, nourishing Cardinal fans since 1939. By AT&T, mobilizing your world. By Shelter Insurance. Find an agent near you at shelterinsurance.com. For your auto, home, life, and renter's insurance needs, we're your shield, we're your shelter. By Explore St. Louis. Learn more about all the great things to do in St. Louis by visiting ExploreSt.Louis.com. By Central Bank, the hometown bank of the St. Louis Cardinals. By Country Bob, the signature sauce of your St. Louis Cardinals. By the Painting and Decorating Foundation. By Central Missouri's beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Plan your vacation at funlake.com. And by Sonic Drive-In, your slush headquarters, where we serve up an icy rainbow of refreshing fun all summer long. This is the St. Louis Cardinals Radio Network.
Well, missed opportunities for the Cardinals offensively, bad base running, and a couple of errors ruined the Cardinals' opportunity to snap a losing streak. And now they sit a little bit further back for that top wild card spot in the National League. Welcome into the Missouri Lottery postgame show. Alex Ferrario with you inside our network studios here in St. Louis. As you know, the Reds beat the Cardinals 9-1, and we got a lot to get to on Jaime's start, the bullpen struggles, a couple of questionable moves on the base paths. We're going to get all to that this afternoon on the Missouri Lottery postgame show. We do still have our star of the game. We'll look ahead to tomorrow afternoon's series finale against the Reds. But up next, we're going to head back to Cincinnati, Ohio to get John Rooney and Rick Horton's final thoughts on this afternoon's loss. It's the Missouri Lottery postgame show. Cardinals fall to the Reds 9-1. We're back after this on the Cardinals Radio Network.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
We finally agreed on a paint color, so I know what I'm doing this weekend.
Ace is the place when you're the labor on Labor Day.
Don't miss Ace's big Labor Day weekend paint sale. Now through Monday, buy a gallon of our best, Valspar Optimus, get one 50% off. Buy our best value, Clark and Kensington, get one 50% off. Only at Ace. Offer valid at participating stores on Valspar Optimus and Aspire, Clark and Kensington, and Royal Brand paint. Sale gallons must be of equal or lesser value. Limit 2 per household while supplies last. See store for details.
Brian, I can't do this. I'm going online for answers.
Like a computer's going to fix this.
My parents don't sound happy.
Wait, here's a place that promotes lots of options.
You mean there's help for us in this community?
I thought we were stuck. There is hope.
Hey, little bit, we have good news.
You're going to have a little sister.
Really? Yay!
Finding that pregnancy help centers saved us.
This happy beginning brought to you by the Vitae Foundation.
Go to adsforlife.org.
Hi, it's Corey with Max Twin City Recycling. We pride ourselves on giving the area an outlet to recycle and get paid for their unwanted metals. We're taking our community focus a step further with our Recycling for a Cause program. Each month, Max Twin City will choose a different local charity to feature in an effort to raise money for those causes. Visit maxrecycling.com for a complete list of program details.
This Mettler Fitness Tip is brought to you by the Mettler Center, located at Windsor and Duncan in Champaign.
Learn delicious ways to cook healthy foods. Gradually cut down on fat, sugar, and salt in your usual recipes, and watch how your taste buds adapt to appreciate the natural taste of foods. Use citrus juices, herbs, spices, oils, and vinegars to add amazing new zest to your food, while you reduce your reliance on fat, sugar, and salt.
If you need quick advice on a fitness topic, go to MettlerCenter.com and click on Ask an Expert.
It's time for the Honda Summer Clearance Event at your Central Illinois Honda dealers. And time to get up and go and get amazing clearance lease and finance rates. Your Central Illinois Honda dealers have an incredible inventory, so it's time to fall in love with a new Honda. Check out the completely redesigned Civic or a gorgeous new Accord. Plus, what's not to love about Honda's hot SUV lineup? The HR-V, CR-V, and Pilot, all with clearance savings. Right now, well-qualified buyers can get 0.9% financing on the 2016 Honda Accord or CR-V. What are you waiting for? You can't beat the value of a Honda. With Honda Sensing Safety, Apple CarPlay, or Android Auto, you have all the technology you want available. And a rear-view camera is standard on every Honda model. The competition doesn't compare. The Honda Summer Clearance Event is time for you to fall in love with a new Honda. Hurry in for 0.9% financing on Accord and CR-V. Get up and go to your Central Illinois Honda dealers. Visit centralilhondadealers.com. See dealer for financing details. Financing offer ends September 6th.
I know on social media, Ricky Horton, a lot of people are upset that Jerome Williams came in to pitch in the ninth inning, but who are the Cardinals going to use in a bullpen that is depleted, and you're already down 3?
Yeah, that's the problem the Cardinals are dealing with right now. Mike Matheny, as you look down to that bullpen, you've gone to Sokolovich, you've gone to Kieckeffer, and you can't use your A guys every single day, and unfortunately the Cardinals have really been dogpiled, and that really started about 10 days ago when the Cardinals' starting rotation was faltering. Those guys really got slammed with innings, and the guys I'm talking about, particularly Duke and also Bowman, they threw a lot of games, a lot of innings. So
so did O.
And so did O. And O's had more appearances than anybody in baseball, and I believe Zach Duke has as many as he does. So the two of them have the most appearances, and you just can't wear them out, and you just would hope that your second line guys could get the job done. The good news is that Broxton has become better, and he had been struggling lately. He did give you some good work today, and unfortunately the last guy standing is Jerome Williams today, and the last guy available, and he just couldn't get the job done. And you do hope that there will be a time, and it will come at some point, where the Cardinals strengthen the arms in their bullpen, but they're just not here yet.
Well, I know it's early September and must win. When you're looking at games, you want to go out there and you want to take that game that day to take pressure off of you, Rick, because there are teams nipping at your heels for that second wild card, and you're trying to put some pressure on the Giants or the Dodgers, whoever it's going to be, and the number one spot. But tomorrow's one of those games the Cardinals badly need.
Yeah, you got the right guy going in Carlos Martinez, and it's interesting. You do think about that. You say, hey, we got to win this, and you have to be careful about that, because then if you lose it, then you start to think negatively. But I think you certainly have to develop a sense of urgency at some point, and we're at that point. September baseball brings that, but you also have to be careful when you're the manager not to win the battle and lose the war. And I think what happens when you think about just that day only, you'll make a decision that a week later will kill you. And I mean, absolutely kill you and put you behind the eight ball, especially decisions related to the bullpen. So I really do think that the Cardinals are going to have their starting staff continue to do what they've done the last time through. That's, again, the good silver lining news here. 5 straight starts where the Cardinals have had quality starts. And if you can keep Weaver and Reyes doing what they're doing, Cardinals are also going to get Mike Leake back soon. And the big decision will be, do you throw the innings of Alex Reyes into the bullpen and get more help out there with Reyes being a 2 or 3 inning guy out of the bullpen, or do you leave him where he is right now in the rotation? That's going to be an interesting decision for the Cardinals and Mike Matheny.
Well, it certainly was a day of frustration today for the Cardinals as they dropped the game by a final score of 9-1. Tomorrow, Carlos Martinez will make the start against Tim Adelman. The Cardinals will get a look at Adelman, and they'll try to win the final game of this series. The Cardinals today, with runners in scoring position, were 0 for 4, but they had so many opportunities with walks, and you would think in a small ballpark with the way the Redbirds have been hitting home runs, but the problem has compounded, Rick, because so many of the Cardinal batters have gone into slumps.
Yeah, and those guys will go into those slumps, and home run hitters have those slumps. Everybody does at the big league level. You just hope they all don't happen at the same time, and that's one of the reasons the Cardinals' offense has been good. It's been a matter of, okay, it's Jerko for a while, then it's Moss for a while, then it's Piscotty for a while, then it's Grichuk for a while. Well, right now, it's really nobody's hot. Nobody's red hot. Grichuk may be the hottest of all of that group, and so there's just nobody that's just carrying the offense while everybody else goes through their struggles. And, you bound for them all to come out of it at the same time. You watch out. There might be an 18-run game in the near future.
I hope it's tomorrow against the Reds behind Carlos Martinez. But today, Cincinnati wins it 9-1, Alex.
Yeah, well, and I'm hoping it's an 18-run game tomorrow as well, because when Carlos is on the mound, the offense always seems to chip in, and Carlos just deals. But got to agree with everything you guys talked about, especially with the Jerome Williams. I see a lot of people, like John Rooney mentioned on Twitter, talking about how frustrating it is to put Williams into the game when you're down 3-1, but there were no other really options for Mike Matheny. But we'll hear a little bit from manager Mike Matheny after the Cardinals' 9-1 loss. But we'll take a break on the Missouri Lottery postgame show. When we get back, I'll have my star of the game, and I'll recap my DraftKings pick as well. 9-1 the final score. Cardinals dropped to 70-64. Now 2.5 games back on that first wild card spot in the National League. Back after this on the Missouri Lottery postgame show on the Cardinals Radio Network.
There it is, his first big league home run.
Friday, September 30th, the Cardinals take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. And it's the Stephen Piscotty Cardinals Growth Poster, presented by Missouri Farmers Care. All kids 15 and younger will take home the Piscotty poster. After the game, stay in your seat for a Cooper Tires Fireworks Night. That's Friday, September 30th. The Cards, the Pirates, and a Stephen Piscotty Growth Poster. Tickets available at cardinals.com/promotions.
Stephen Piscotty touches them all.
Know how much you're spending and on what each and every month. Know you're on track with your bills and upcoming payments. Know when money is coming in and going out with your PNC Virtual Wallet. Know they're rooting for the home team and you with PNC Virtual Wallet. Simplify your finances, track and budget your spending, and save for the future. Learn more at pnc.com/virtual wallet. PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. PNC Bank, National Association member FDIC.
My name is Justin Taylor, and I started JT Walkers with my family in 2008. We felt like the community needed a gathering place, somewhere people could go to have a good time, reconnect with friends, and enjoy sports. Some of our favorite things. I love seeing our customers' faces when they try our food for the first time, or when they drink one of our craft beers that we brew right next door. It's an honor to be a locally owned restaurant and brewery in Central Illinois. My name is Justin Taylor, and we look forward to seeing you at JT Walker's Restaurant and Brewery in downtown Mahomet.
The last time we elected a president, only 57.5% of registered voters showed up. It's hard to get everyone to do anything. So when 93% of us all do something, well, that's something. Every week, 93% of Americans listen to the radio, and they're all voting with their wallets every time they make a purchase. If you run a business, let a radio campaign tell your story. See how at StevieJay.com. That's StevieJay.com, or by calling 367-1195.
Law Enforcement Official of the Month brought to you by SK Home Improvement. SK Fencing, Siding, Roofing, and more. Visit SKHomeImprovement.com. Every month we celebrate law enforcement. Our Law Enforcement Official of the Month is Matt Rivers. Matt, how are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
Sergeant Rivers is the Urbana Police Department. He and his wife Christy, we introduced at the Law Enforcement Appreciation Banquet last Thursday. You started PSA. What is PSA?
It's the Police Support Association, and we're going to be here in Champaign County.
What are you going to do?
We are going to do a number of things, but we have three primary goals. One is to promote and enhance the quality of life for police officers in the county. We also want to promote and enhance the lives of their families. And then third is going to be support the community as police officers and community members and do a number of outreach projects and service initiatives.
We appreciate what you do, and congratulations on being the Stevie J Broadcasting Law Enforcement Official of the Month.
Thank you very much.
Very happy to have Sergeant Matt Rivers in our studio from Urbana Police Department. Terrific guys, you heard.
Well, as I mentioned on the Ameren pregame earlier today, Dan Straley has seen the Cardinals twice this season with the Cincinnati Reds. Once was out of the bullpen. The second time was 6 innings of 3-run baseball against the Cardinals earlier in the month of August. And once again, Dan Straley coming out and doing what he seems to do best against the Cardinals. Only 5 2/3 inning for the Reds starter, but he does pick up his 11th win of the season. 3 hits, 1 earned run, and here's the most impressive part about the stat line on Straley. 7 walks, and I know John Rooney and Rick Horton hammered this home in the game, but 7 walks in this game, and the Cardinals unable to jump on those opportunities. The bullpen for the Cincinnati Reds comes in, and shuts it down. But overall, Dan Straley is going to be my star of the game for this afternoon. And he's brought to us by the historic St. Charles Convention and Visitors Bureau. And looking through the offense for the Cardinals, there was none. Matt Carpenter 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Jed Jerko 1 for 3 with the home run in this game, which does extend the Cardinals' home run streak. But it doesn't really matter the way that they've been playing these past few games. Brandon Moss 0 for 2 with 2 walks. Stephen Piscotty 2 for 4 and still in a bit of a slump, but nice to see him get on base a little bit. Randall Grichuk went 1 for 4, 2 strikeouts. Johnny Peralta 0 for 3. He seemed lost at the plate with 2 strikeouts. Greg Garcia went 1 for 1 with 3 walks, so he's finding his way on to base with which is what the Cardinals really need. And then you have Alberto Rosario with 0 for 4 this afternoon. So the offense is something that you need to have in games like this in September when you can jump on opportunities of pitchers walking your players and opportunities when you had the bases loaded twice, I believe, in this game. The Cardinals just couldn't do anything with it. But Randall Grichuk, as I mentioned, who went 1 for 4 this afternoon, was my DraftKings pick. Wasn't the best DraftKings pick, but there weren't a lot of good ones to pick from for the Cardinals. As always, you can go to DraftKings and use promo code Redbirds to play for free. That's Redbirds at DraftKings.com. Play for free today. When we get back on the Missouri Lottery postgame show, we'll check on the standings. A couple of games going on right now. One of them is wrapped up, which puts the Cardinals back a little bit for that first wild card spot in the National League. We'll take your text messages if you want to get in on the conversation. 881120. I want to ask the question, is this the worst base running team we've seen for the Cardinals in the past 10 years? Because to me, it really seems that way. Get in on the conversation. 881120. We'll check in on that. We'll hear from manager Mike Matheny, maybe a couple players from the locker room, all coming up on the Missouri Lottery postgame show on the Cardinals Radio Network.
Tom, are Shane Company diamonds really a better deal than the diamonds at other jewelry stores?
Definitely, Ethan. We buy our diamonds directly from the diamond cutters in Antwerp, Tel Aviv, and Mumbai, eliminating all middlemen and their markups. One of our buyers even lives in India to be close to the diamond cutters. Shane Company's been doing business like that since I was in my 20s living part-time in Antwerp, so I could handpick every diamond myself.
Is that so different from other jewelers?
Totally different. Every year, our buyers examine hundreds of thousands of diamonds one at a time.
Whoa.
We pick only those diamonds that sparkle the most. Our rejects get sold to middlemen and wind up at other jewelers.
Really?
What even they reject gets listed by online-only sellers to be sold sight unseen.